Su Chen, now 20 years old, was taking the college entrance examination for the third time this year. He had finally been accepted into his dream university. The moment he held the admission letter in his hands, his heart surged with overwhelming excitement. Overjoyed, he immediately called a few buddies to drink and celebrate. After several rounds of drinks and bidding his brothers farewell, Su Chen staggered homeward, humming a tune as he went. A desperate cry for help pierced the silence. From around a dark corner came a terrified scream. Two mocking voices laughed in the shadows, taunting that no one would come to rescue her in this lightless night. The two men continued their vile remarks about the woman's face and figure. Su Chen stumbled upon the scene, outraged by what he witnessed in the dead of night. Drunk but bold, Su Chen charged directly toward them, shouting for them to stop. Startled by his sudden appearance, the two men cursed under their breath about someone actually being there before fleeing swiftly into the darkness. As the men vanished, Su Chen heard soft sobbing nearby. He approached cautiously and gently asked if the young woman was all right. Su Chen saw her face illuminated by the dim light. Delicate features, a high nose bridge, and large eyes filled with tears that clung to her lashes like morning dew. Fear mingled with vulnerability in her expression. Su Chen's heart melted completely. He stammered offers to walk her home, though his drunk state caused him to sway and nearly collapse, his body betraying his good intentions. The woman caught him just in time, and the moment her eyes registered his face, a flash of unmistakable surprise crossed her features. She seemed to recognize him. Su Chen, barely conscious, mumbled in confusion whether they had met before. Su Chen could no longer stay upright. In the final moment before consciousness slipped away, his fading vision caught the woman biting her lip with unmistakable resolve, as if she had just made an irrevocable decision. When Su Chen awoke again, he was lying on a hotel bed, the faint trace of lingering warmth and fragrance beside him suggesting he was not alone when he fell asleep. Realization struck him like lightning, and he bolted upright in the bed. Disbelief and horror flooded his mind. He couldn't fathom what had transpired between them last night. He had only meant to escort her home. So how had they ended up in a hotel room? He vaguely recalled the woman murmuring something indistinct, but the words had slipped away with the alcohol. Staring into space, he cursed himself roundly for his inexplicable behavior. Yet the woman had simply vanished without a word or explanation. Su Chen sat utterly bewildered by the strange turn of events. Time passed swiftly. 1 year later at Ningzhou University, a new chapter began. It was just the first few days of his second year. Early one morning, Su Chen was rudely awakened by his dorm mates' excited chatter about the legendary campus beauty returning to school after her mysterious year-long absence. Su Chen's eyes widened the moment he heard the name, Wen-Chi-Chi. The legendary campus beauty who had taken a year-long leave yet still remained unrivaled as Ningzhou University's #1 beauty. He knew he had to see her for himself. He threw off the covers and declared he would go too, but by then his dorm mates had already disappeared out the door. Left alone in an empty room, his excitement wavered into slight dismay. Cursing his friends heartily for abandoning him, Su Chen scrambled to throw on clothes and rush downstairs. To catch a glimpse of the legendary campus beauty, he resolved to take the shortcut through the campus grove. The shortcut cut straight through the campus grove, a path deserted by day, frequented only by couples seeking privacy after dark. Yet that morning, Su Chen spotted two women standing in the central pavilion. One woman appeared older, perhaps in her early 40s, with the comfortable bearing of someone accustomed to caring for others. The other was younger, perhaps just past 20, wearing a crisp white shirt tucked into fitted blue jeans, her hair gathered in a high ponytail that framed an elegant profile. Su Chen found himself captivated by her exquisite profile. There was something vaguely familiar about her. But before he could place the face, a sudden wail of an infant pierced the quiet morning, freezing him in his tracks. Stepping closer, he noticed 4 baby strollers lined up beside the two women. In one of them, a tiny baby waved its little arms frantically, crying so hard it could barely catch its breath. The young woman watched the baby helplessly, on the verge of tears herself. The older woman urged her to hurry to class before she was late, even as the baby's wails continued unabated. But the young woman hesitated, torn between her baby and her obligations. Driven by curiosity, Su Chen stepped closer for a better look. And the moment the young woman's face came into full view, shock rooted him to the spot. It was the woman he had rescued a year ago, the same woman with whom he had shared that fateful night. Could these 4 children possibly be his own? The realization threatened to overwhelm him. The thought sent a jolt through him. Summoning his courage, he called out to the woman before she could disappear, calling her by the same name he'd used that fateful night. When Chi-Chi turned at his voice and locked eyes with Su Chen, recognition flared instantly, her eyes widening with shock, and a flash of unmistakable panic flickered across her face. Her lips parted to speak his name, but she caught herself before the final syllable escaped. She could not let him know about the babies. She hadn't expected him to attend Ningzhou University as well. He should still only be in his second year. The coincidence of their paths crossing again felt like cruel fate. A year ago, when she learned she was carrying his child, she had chosen to bring the babies into the world rather than end their lives. If Su Chen ever discovered these 4 children were his, she feared it would destroy his studies and his future entirely. She refused to be the cause of his ruin. Without waiting for him to draw closer, when Chi-Chi turned sharply and departed, she entrusted the babies to Auntie Lee's care with hurried words. Su Chen could only stand speechless, wondering if he appeared so terrifying. Su Chen called after her, bewildered by her inexplicable flight. He broke into a run to catch up, but as he passed the babies, their wailing intensified dramatically, demanding his attention. Unable to resist their helpless cries, Su Chen came to a halt beside them. He asked worriedly why one baby was crying so desperately. Auntie Li had already picked up the smallest one, but nothing seemed to soothe her. Su Chen tentatively offered his assistance, awkward but sincere. Auntie Li hesitated, also at a loss. The baby, though usually spirited, had never been this distraught before. Auntie Li accepted his offer and asked him to watch the other 3 babies. But before she could finish speaking, Su Chen found himself instinctively reaching out and taking the crying baby from her arms, a reflex neither of them had anticipated. Reality caught up with him the instant the baby was in his arms. This was the first time in his 22 years, from his thrice-repeated college entrance exams to this very moment, that he had ever held a child, and he was holding her like a fragile piece of glass. Su Chen looked up helplessly at Auntie Li, admitting he had absolutely no idea how to soothe a child. He genuinely did not know the first thing about babies. Before Auntie Li could respond, however, the baby in his arms fell suddenly miraculously silent. Su Chen and Auntie Li exchanged stunned glances. The baby had truly stopped crying. Curled comfortably in his arms, she had opened her eyes wide and was studying his face with bright, curious orbs that held a hint of recognition. The two of them stared into each other's eyes, the giant and the tiny one, until Sibao's eyes crinkled into a delighted crescent moon smile. Su Chen's heart melted entirely. She was so small and impossibly adorable. How could any creature on earth be this precious? Su Chen felt himself on the verge of being utterly enchanted by this tiny being. Auntie Li noticed his tense posture and kindly reminded him to relax his grip and just hold her gently. Sibao clearly adored him. Su Chen followed her gentle coaching exactly. Loosen the arms, support the head, breathe. So completely absorbed had he become in the tiny miracle in his arms that he had entirely forgotten about chasing after the campus beauty. The tiny milk baby had flawless pink skin and the sweet scent of milk and powder clinging to her soft form. Su Chen had to physically restrain himself from kissing her velvet cheek, and then his attention wandered to the other 3 babies in their strollers. And what he saw drove him to the brink of madness, because the other 3 little milk babies were also waving their tiny arms at him, each one beaming with identical delighted smiles. Too adorable for words. Su Chen felt his heart completely, utterly, irreversibly conquered. A dormant paternal instinct surged through him with overwhelming force. These children were impossibly precious beyond words. Auntie Li could not help but giggle at this stranger, completely losing his composure over the babies. She confirmed with amusement that yes, these were quadruplets, and of course they were all impossibly precious. Su Chen nodded enthusiastically at the wonder of quadruplets, marveling at how amazing the young mother must be. Then, remembering the beautiful figure who had just fled, he tentatively asked Auntie Li the question weighing heaviest on his mind. What about the baby's father? At the mention of the children's father, Li Yi's smile gradually froze. Who knows where that deadbeat ran off to? What an irresponsible father. How could he abandon such a wonderful Miss One and such beautiful children? Su Chen figured that if the children's father were present, Li Yi would surely give him a good beating. He could only laugh dryly. Well, maybe the father doesn't know the children exist. If the father really was him, then he was truly innocent. He'd better not know. Li Yi's gaze could practically kill. Before Su Chen could explain, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on binding the Super Daddy system. What the heck? A daddy system? Was he, Su Chen, also awakening a system like the male protagonists in all those novels? System? What do you do? Host, this is the Super Daddy system. As long as you work hard to raise children, you will receive corresponding rewards. Raise children. Yes. The 4 children right in front of you. Are these really my children? Yes, they are your children. With Wenqiqi. With whom? The system did not answer. But Su Chen no longer needed its answer. He had heard it. That woman's name was Wenqiqi. A moment later, Su Chen let out a loud expletive. Damn, this is getting serious. No wonder that beautiful older sister earlier was so gorgeous. She was the campus beauty, Wenqiqi. Su Chen was certain that today the entrance to Wenqiqi's classroom must be crowded with men, just like his roommates, all there to admire the campus beauty. They all shared the same desire, to find a way to have an epic love affair with the campus beauty, Wenqiqi, hoping to be madly loved by the goddess and show off in front of everyone. They could never have imagined that Su Chen had not only beaten them to it, he had already had children. For at once, this world was too fantastical. Ding. Activating mission. Host, please accompany Li Yi to look after the children until Wenqiqi appears. Mission complete. You will receive corresponding rewards. Great, great, great. I love this mission. Knowing the children were his, Su Chen felt a little dizzy. Rather than going to find Wenqiqi to confirm, he might as well wait for her here. Since Su Chen had stopped moving, Li Yi looked at him oddly. Young man, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. I'll stay here with you to watch the children and wait until the children's mother comes back. Seeing Li Yi about to refuse, Su Chen added, I have no classes today. Li Yi thought it over and finally agreed. Today the 4 babies were being unusually fussy, and she was indeed having trouble managing alone. What a good young man. Su Chen smiled, playing with the children while chatting casually with Li Yi. As they talked, he gradually pieced together the general situation. It turned out that when Chi-Chi started her senior year of college, she discovered she was already pregnant, so she had to take a leave of absence. Later she gave birth to these 4 babies. Now that the babies were just 6 months old, she decided to return to school, but taking care of the children became a huge problem. When Chi-Chi's parents were not in Ningzhou, and when Chi-Chi didn't dare tell her parents about giving birth to 4 children. Li Yi was the nanny when Chi-Chi had hired, helping with the children since when Chi-Chi had given birth. Speaking of this, Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. Miss Wen used to live a pampered life, but later for the sake of raising children, she suffered so much. Her meager living expenses were nowhere near enough, so she had to move into a rundown apartment working odd jobs, while raising the children, living a life of hardship. And now she still has to go to school. What is she going to do? Today I was supposed to watch the babies, but they were being so fussy, so Chi-Chi had no choice but to bring me and the children to school with her. What if those students find out when Chi-Chi has 4 babies? The more Li Yi spoke, the more sorrowful she became. The more Su Chen listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. What an unforgivable thing he had done. Half an hour later, when Chi-Chi, who should have been in class, hurried back and happened to see Su Chen holding the 4th baby while standing beside Li Yi. When Chi-Chi's footsteps halted and she didn't dare step forward. Why was Su Chen still here? This was bad. She had to think of a way to make him leave quickly. When Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and walked out with deliberate coldness. Li Yi. The moment Su Chen heard when Chi-Chi's voice, he turned his head. Seeing her, he couldn't help but smile. This was his future wife. The way her bangs were gently lifted by the wind was simply too adorable, just as cute as the babies. A warm feeling rose in Su Chen's heart. He stood up to greet when Chi-Chi, but saw her face, pale gaze straight ahead, walking past him to Li Yi. Only after seeing the children quiet and not crying did she relax. When Chi-Chi looked at Su Chen, "Classmate, what are you doing here?" Su Chen's full enthusiasm was instantly doused with a basin of cold water. "You don't know me?" When Chi-Chi's fingertips tightened with tension, forcing herself to stay calm. "Should I know you?" That icy tone left Su Chen at a loss. That night after the college entrance exam, she didn't seem like this. Was she trying to prevent him from knowing about the children? Why? Enough thinking, ask first. I was wondering if. What is there to ask? Give me back my child, or I'm calling the police. Before Su Chen could respond, when Chi-Chi stepped forward and took Sibao from his arms. Sibao burst into loud wails. Aunt Li wanted to explain, but upon seeing when Chi-Chi's expression, she dared not utter a single word. Sibao cried all the more fiercely. Terrified, Su Chen did not dare approach, and could only carefully say, "Chi-Chi, I mean senior sister, when Sibao is crying so hard. Why don't I help you comfort her?" He had originally intended to call her wife, but he was afraid of frightening when Chi-Chi. "No need. Really, don't worry, I won't do anything. I just think the child is too young to cry like this. The wind outside is a bit chilly, and she might get sick." When Chi-Chi was also quite nervous now. She wanted Su Chen to leave as quickly as possible. However, the more she tried to shoo him away, the more flustered she became, and she simply could not soothe Sibao. Aunt Li also grew deeply worried. "Miss Wen, let this young man have a try. Sibao seems to take quite a liking to him." When Chi-Chi said nothing, Sibao was sobbing so hard she could barely catch her breath, her face flushed red. Her crying triggered the other babies, who began fussing and whimpering as well. When Chi-Chi was on the verge of tears herself. "Sibao, my dear, don't cry. Mommy is here." Su Chen could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward once more, approaching cautiously, his voice several times softer than usual. "Senior sister, when I will only hold the baby once. If I cannot calm Sibao, I will leave immediately." Not wanting the child to continue suffering, when Chi-Chi did not stop him this time. Su Chen finally took Sibao into his arms. When Chi-Chi squatted down to soothe the other 3 infants. The moment Sibao was in Su Chen's embrace, she stopped crying at once. "Oh my, look at this, Miss Wen, isn't this miraculous? Could it be that Sibao is finally recognizing people?" Aunt Li exclaimed in surprise. "But that doesn't make sense either. Shouldn't Sibao have recognized Mommy first?" When Chi-Chi was equally stunned. Sibao had always been the most difficult child to soothe. Now half a year old, she still gave when Chi-Chi endless headaches. Could this be the power of blood ties? Watching Su Chen hold the child with such care and gently coax her, a trace of guilt rose in when Chi-Chi's heart. She felt she had perhaps spoken too harshly to Su Chen just now. But Su Chen should be focusing on his studies at this point. She did not want to become a burden to him. Only after finally calming Sibao did Su Chen gently hand the child back to when Chi-Chi. "Senior sister, Sibao has stopped crying. You can hold her now." The moment when Chi-Chi took the child from Su Chen's arms, she suddenly felt as though Su Chen resembled a father. Fearing she might refute him again, Su Chen did not linger in conversation and turned to leave. He had something to do, a deed that would give her no reason to drive him away again. When Chi-Chi watched his retreating figure, words rising to her lips, yet failing to come. In the end, she turned and left. "Let's go, let's head home." But Chi-Chi, the class bell has only just rung. "I've already taken leave." She simply could not bear to leave the children unattended. Aunt Li found nothing to say and accompanied when Chi-Chi as they took a shortcut home. Su Chen rushed all the way back to his dormitory, carefully gathering the strands of hair that had fallen onto him while holding Sibao. Then he bolted out the door and headed straight for the hospital. Although the system had already confirmed it, he still wanted a paternity test. As long as he had that report, he would have sufficient grounds to stay by when Chi-Chi's side. The mere thought of when Chi-Chi having withdrawn from school for him of her bearing his quadruplets, and perhaps facing public scrutiny because of him in the future, made his heart ache unbearably. And what had he done? He had spent a year in dull, aimless mediocrity. Damn it. Su-chan made a silent vow from now on, he would surely take good care of when Chi-Chi and the children. The person processing the report was Su-chin's distant cousin Li Dong. When Li Dong handed the examination results to Su-chun, his expression was grave. Indeed, there is a familial relationship. What's going on? Su-chun, whose paternity test are you getting? In Li Dong's eyes, Su-chun was still an undergraduate, and certainly could not possibly have a child. Upon hearing the result, Su-chun felt as if his entire body were floating. Just as he had suspected. They were all his children. My own. Ah, your child. Yes. You young man not focusing on your studies and getting someone to have a child with you. No. Just as Li Dong had breathed a sigh of relief, Su-chun continued, not just one, 4. Li Dong. What? Li Dong felt as though he were going mad. Damn. You don't think what I'm thinking, do you? Exactly what you're thinking. I have 4 children. If there had not been so many people around, Su-chun would have stepped forward and hugged Li Dong right then and there. Blast. Li Dong cursed. I'm 5 years older than you, I don't even have a girlfriend, and you already have 4 kids. Li Dong expressed his envy, yet also felt a pang of sorrow. Su-chan, still floating on cloud 9, waved his hand dismissively. No need to be envious. You will have them too. Have them, my foot. Who did he think was so prolific? Do you plan to take responsibility? Yes, absolutely. He could not let when Chi-Chi shoulder the care of the children alone. For kids meant a tremendous pressure. Su-chun turned to leave, but suddenly paused, and turned back. Brother Dong, please do not tell my parents about this yet. I'm afraid they cannot accept it. I will tell them once I am properly prepared. It was not that Su-chan wanted to boast. He genuinely could not suppress the joy in his heart. Yet on careful reflection, hoping his parents would accept the fact that he had 4 children seemed rather hasty. It would be unfair to Chi-Chi as well. She deserved a perfect proposal and a wedding to envy. And all of these required his hard work and effort to provide for her. Alright, but how do you plan to raise the children? I'll figure it out myself. Su-chan offered a mysterious smile and departed. He had already inquired about when Chi-Chi's residence when he chatted with Aunt Lee that morning. Now he was going to find her. On the way, taking advantage of there being no one around, Su-chan walked and asked simultaneously, System. Yes. Where's my reward? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of accompanying Aunt Lee and waiting for Miss Wen Chi-Chi. You have received a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Ding. Cash has been credited to your account. Please check it. Straight cash rewards. Su-chan smiled faintly and heard the notification tone from his bank card. 20,000 yuan has been credited. Your balance is now 20100 yuan. Gazing at that figure, Su-chan fell into deep thought. He had previously been living paycheck to paycheck, withdrawing his monthly allowance all at once. With only 2,000 yuan per month after just 3 days of classes, he had only 100 left. It seems I can no longer waste money from now on. But for now I should go see my children. 20,000 yuan should last me a while. Chi-Chi, wait for me. After returning home, when Chi-Chi busied herself alongside Aunt Lee preparing formula for the babies. Aunt Lee noticed when Chi-Chi was somewhat absent-minded and sighed before asking, Chi-Chi, does that young man from today have something to do with you? Huh, no. When Chi-Chi's face flushed nervously, Aunt Lee observed this and had already guessed roughly. Sigh, are you afraid he'll take the children away? No, it's not like that. When Chi-Chi froze after answering, she lowered her head once more and added warm water to one of the bottles. He's still so young. Aunt Lee shook her head helplessly. I actually think he quite likes children. You're working yourself too hard. Why not give him a chance? The babies seemed to like him very much. When Chi-Chi's hands paused briefly, then quickly resumed their busyness as though the fleeting sadness had never existed. After a while of fussing about, Sibao suddenly began crying. When Chi-Chi hastily handed the bottle to Aunt Lee to hold Sibao, but Sibao's commotion was so loud that all 3 other babies joined in tears. When Chi-Chi's palms grew damp with anxiety, Aunt Lee Debao seems to have sold himself. Erbao is crying from hunger. Even after 6 months with 4 babies, when Chi-Chi was still flustered and overwhelmed. Alright, I'm coming. Just as Aunt Lee was about to enter the door, a knock sounded from outside. She quickly opened it, while when Chi-Chi's voice called out from within, Who's here? Su-chan hadn't even crossed the threshold when he heard the children crying. Not caring what he should say first, he rushed to when Chi-Chi's side and anxiously asked, What's wrong with Sibao? As he spoke, he reached out to hold Sibao. When Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned. Why is it you? Before Su-chan could answer, he had already scooped Sibao into his arms. When Chi-Chi asked again, How do you know this is Sibao? As quadruplets, even when Chi-Chi herself could get them mixed up once they were dressed identically, and Su-chan had only met the children for the first time today. While gently patting Sibao, Su-chan smiled. You forgot. I held her today. I recognized her at a glance. When Chi-Chi was slightly surprised. Had he really recognized her at a single glance? Su-chan was indeed, just as Aunt Lee had said, very fond of children. But, why you, what are you doing here? When Chi-Chi, snapping back to reality, instinctively tried to shoo him away. Su-chan had anticipated this. Cradling the baby with one arm, he handed the paternity test report to when Chi-Chi with his other hand. They're my children too. Why couldn't I come? When Chi-Chi's vision swam upon seeing the report. This. Let's soothe the children first. We'll talk later. Su Chen's words brought Wen Qiqi back to her senses. Right, she needed to soothe the children. The moment Sibao was in Su Chen's arms as if recognizing him, she instantly stopped crying. A warmth spread through Su Chen's heart. Sibao is such a good girl. Aunt Li handed over the bottle which Su Chen took and carefully placed at Sibao's lips. Sibao opened her little mouth, her eyes squinting into happy crescents as she smiled. A single tear still clung to the corner of her eye, making her extraordinarily adorable. Su Chen felt he might just be overwhelmed with cuteness. Sibao, be good. Time to drink your milk. Sibao latched onto the bottle and began gulping noisily. Su Chen let out a huge sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go help with the other 3 children, he discovered that Aunt Li and Wen Qiqi had already calmed them down. All 3 little ones were holding bottles, just like Sibao, drinking with great enthusiasm. However, they kept glancing towards Su Chen from time to time, as if to say, I want daddy to hold me too. Meanwhile, Wen Qiqi's forehead was covered in sweat. Su Chen's heart ached once more. Just a single feeding session left her so exhausted. How had she managed all this over the past 6 months? Under Su Chen's gaze, Wen Qiqi grew flustered and stammered, well, because my breast milk wasn't enough, I gave them formula when there wasn't enough. It sounded as though she were explaining her failure to properly care for the children. Su Chen shook his head. It's all right, wifey. You've already done an amazing job. From now on, I'll help you. Wen Qiqi suddenly raised her head, her face flushing visibly. Who's your wifey? Aunt Li had also caught sight of the paternity report. She had intended to scold them both, but recalling Su Chen's demeanor just now, she sensed there was some misunderstanding between the two. Qiqi, why don't you have a proper talk with the children's father? They'll need to sleep soon. I can handle things from here. Wen Qiqi nodded and turned toward the living room. Su Chen handed Sibao to Aunt Li and followed her out. Seeing Wen Qiqi remain silent, Su Chen tentatively called out, Wifey, don't call me that. But our children. I'm still not your wifey. Stop calling me that. Wen Qiqi's face was so red it seemed blood might drip from it. She dared not look up at Su Chen, fearing he might say something even more shocking. Hurriedly she said, call me wifey again and I'll kick you out. All right, I won't call you that anymore. Then I'll just call you Qiqi. You? If you don't let me call you Qiqi, I'll call you wifey. Wen Qiqi was utterly speechless. She was actually 2 years older than him, so why did she always feel like the child around him? Seeing Wen Qiqi compromised, Su Chen chuckled softly. Tell me, Qiqi, why did you keep this from me? Watching Wen Qiqi's shy demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. His wife was so lovely. Already a mother, yet she still got embarrassed so easily. Wen Qiqi gritted her teeth and decided to come clean. Actually, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to help. I can manage on my own. Su Chen did not wait for Wen Qiqi to finish before cutting her off. Look, there you go again with that silly talk. What do you mean you can handle it yourself? Wen Qiqi looked up, words rising to her lips, but then dying away. Su Chen continued, could you really have had these 4 lovely babies on your own? Wen Qiqi was speechless. Su Chen added, I don't think so, do you? We had to do it together. That's why taking care of the children isn't just your burden. I share that responsibility too. Are you keeping this from me because you're worried I'll feel overwhelmed and it'll derail my future? Caught in her own thoughts, Wen Qiqi bowed her head once more. I knew it. But Qiqi, I'm 22 now. I'm a man. With a wife as beautiful as you and such lovely children, how could I see that as a burden? Shouldn't this be something to celebrate? Wen Qiqi lifted her head sharply, a sudden sting in her nose. You truly mean that? Absolutely. Taking advantage of her emotional moment, Su Chen moved beside her and gently took her hand. So don't even think about pushing me away. I'm not going anywhere. As long as you and the children are here, I'm here too. Nearly overcome with emotion, Wen Qiqi felt tears welling up. She had always believed that bringing these 4 children into the world was solely her burden to carry. There was another reason she hadn't told Su Chen. She feared he would deny any connection to them. Most young men these days treat relationships lightly, and she dreaded that if Su Chen rejected her, she'd be the one left heartbroken in the end. She never imagined Su Chen would actually be happy about this. All her previous worries vanished, and when Qiqi found herself growing bolder, she took a deep breath and resolved to tell him the truth. Su Chen, they're truly your children and mine. Su Chen was overjoyed to hear this acknowledgement. Then why didn't you tell me a year ago? I was terrified at first and kept thinking about ending it, but when the doctor told me there were 4 babies, I couldn't bear to let them go. Su Chen held her soft hands and is suddenly overcome with the urge to pull her close. Qiqi, it's all right now. I'll be here for you going forward. But what actually happened that night? Did you say something to me? When Qiqi gripped her hands nervously, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes when she heard his question. No, I didn't say anything. I was drunk too. So he didn't remember after all. It was better he didn't remember. If he did, it would have been far more embarrassing. Really nothing. Nothing at all. She pulled her hands away from his. If you keep asking, I'll get mad. All right, I won't ask anymore. Su Chen could only laugh at the absurdity of it all. She was still essentially a child herself, yet already a mother of 4. Since when Qiqi wasn't willing to talk about it, he'd let it rest for now. He trusted that one day she'd share it with him on her own terms. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door from outside. Su Chen's expression darkened as he strode to answer the door. Who's there? Can't you show some basic courtesy? The 4 babies were still asleep inside, and such a commotion could easily wake them. Just as he was wondering what to do, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a new mission. Please open the door and handle whatever trouble is waiting outside. Complete this task and you'll receive your reward. Chen frowned. He'd suspected as much. He began walking toward the door, but when Chi grabbed his arm. Wait, let me handle this. When the door opened, a heavily built woman and a man stood on the other side. The woman's expression was far from pleasant. The man forced a smile. Chi, I'm sorry about the money I lent you before. But the woman erupted immediately. Sorry. What's there to be sorry about? You came all this way to collect a debt, and you're acting apologetic. What does lending money make you some kind of VIP? When Chi is it? I never imagined you'd be so shameless. When Chi-Chi's face drained of color at the accusation. I wouldn't I? She stammered, but the woman was already launching into another tirade. Chen quickly stepped in front of Wen Chi to shield her. What's going on here? Wen Chi gestured toward the man. This is senior brother Wang, my university senior. I was struggling to afford diapers for the babies lately, and when he found out, he lent me 10,000 yuan to help out. Her voice grew quieter with each word. It was truly just a loan. He felt sorry for the babies and decided to help. I intend to repay this money as soon as I'm able. The heavily built woman's anger flared instantly. You say it's a loan. That's it. A woman raising children on her own, running around seducing men. How dare you? Please just stop. The man known as senior brother Wang looked deeply embarrassed by the scene unfolding. He had genuinely intended to help, but his wife held all the power in their relationship. When she discovered what happened, she demanded he go collect the money himself, and he had no choice but to comply. He could only offer Wen Chi an apologetic glance. Chi, don't take offense. Your sister-in-law didn't mean it that way. That's exactly what I meant. As the woman spoke, her gaze landed on Chen, and her eyes lit up with recognition. Well, did you pick up another pretty boy this time? Chen remained silent for a moment before responding coldly. 10,000 correct. I'll pay it back. Open your WeChat QR code. He then clarified firmly, but let me make one thing clear, I'm not some pretty boy. I'm Wen Chi-Chi's man, and I'm the father of these children. Pulling Wen Chi close to him, he continued, I appreciate your help, senior brother Wang, but you. He interrupted sharply. Keep your mouth clean from now on, or don't blame me for being harsh. He pulled out his phone without another word. The woman handed it to him with suspicion, questioning whether he actually had the money. Chen offered a faint smile and transferred 10,000 yuan without hesitation. The woman's eyes widened at the sight of the money. She dragged Wang along and hurried away. Chen shut the door firmly behind them. He needed to start earning money sooner rather than later. 2,1 yuan really didn't go far. When Chi stepped out of his embrace looking embarrassed but concerned. Chen, thank you. I'll pay you back for that money in the future. Don't talk like that. You're the mother of my children. Everything I have is yours. What repayment are you talking about? His words carried both authority and warmth, making her cheeks flush again. But we're not married. That doesn't matter. One day I'll make sure your name appears on my family's household register. When Chi-Chi's face reddened again. Since when had Chen become so domineering? She didn't know what to say for a moment. Chen's arm was still draped over her shoulder, and when Chi subtly shifted slightly to the side. Chen felt a sudden emptiness in his embrace, as though something were missing, yet his heart swelled with sweetness. His wife was shy again. How about we go get our marriage certificate right now? When Chi jumped in surprise, gazing at him in disbelief. Are you mad? I'm not mad. I'm being serious. Chen spoke with sincerity. Chi, I'm 22 this year, and you've reached the legal marriage age. Universities now permit students to marry. Why don't we just register our marriage? When Chi kept her head bowed, fingers nervously twisting together. She had considered the idea of marrying Chen, but only as a distant thought. How could a boy who had just entered university step so easily into the halls of marriage? Yet now, hearing these words from Chen's own lips, when Chi-Chi's heart pounded so fiercely it nearly escaped her chest. Chen noticed when Chi-Chi's silence and took her hand again, asking, What do you think? Shall we go? The warmth spreading from her palm snapped her back to awareness. She hastily pulled away from him, clenched her teeth, and masked her nervousness. No, I'm not even your girlfriend yet. Though they had a child together, there seemed to be no romantic relationship between them. She refused to let Chen stay with her out of obligation for the child's sake. After being turned down once more, Chen began to clear-headed himself. Including that one night a year ago, this marked only their third encounter. The joy of seeing his children had clouded his judgment, causing him to nearly overlook the reality that winning her heart would require patience. He needed Wen Chi to choose him willingly, not out of duty to their offspring. I apologize for being hasty, Chi. I've decided to win your heart starting today. Though when Chi expected disappointment or retreat upon her rejection, Chen appeared genuinely delighted instead. Now it was when Chi-Chi's turn to feel flustered. She turned and hurried toward the inner room, calling over her shoulder, Let's go check on the children. Was this her way of accepting his pursuit? Chen followed with visible delight. The 4 babies were asleep, while Aunt Lee went to wash the bottles, and when Chi gazed at them, finally allowing a smile to surface. Chen joined her side, a profound sense of contentment filling his heart. Just then the system chimed in, Congratulations on completing the task, host. You've earned the super memory skill. Would you like to activate it now, host? Without hesitation, Chen agreed and activated the ability. Super memory. What an unbeatable advantage. This meant Su Chen now possessed an invincible cheat ability. After activation, his mind felt sharper and clearer, and the baby's expressions became more distinct to him. The 4 babies lay in a row, sleeping more peacefully than the last, with the eldest and second youngest drooling. Su Chen smiled fondly. They were adorable, even like this. By the way, Chi-Chi, what have you named them? I haven't named them yet. Huh. Su Chen was taken aback. It had been 6 months, and still no names. Were you waiting for the father to name them? Su Chen's casual remark struck at something when Chi-Chi had been keeping close to her heart. When Chi-Chi refused to meet his gaze, and retorted stubbornly, not at all. I simply forgot. Since you're here, you can name them. She would never admit to Su Chen that she'd harbored a quiet hope all along. She had imagined that perhaps they'd cross paths again someday. As the children's father, she'd wanted him involved in their lives. But Su Chen saw through her lie immediately. He hadn't expected his guest to hit the mark. A quiet triumph bloomed within him. His wife was far too endearing. His feelings for her grew stronger by the moment. Rather than expose her, he played along, and said with feigned seriousness, "We have 2 boys and 2 girls, so let's name them for health, peace, and happiness. The boys will be Zian and Zikong, while the girls can be Shishi and Lula. The eldest is Su Zian, the second is Su Shishi, the third is Su Zikong, and the fourth is Su Lulu." When Chi-Chi murmured the names to herself, then paused. Su Shishi sounds a bit. Even Su Chen noticed upon hearing it that the name didn't quite sit right. An idea struck him. How about Su Xiao Xiao for the second child? It carries the same meaning of joy. What do you think? When Chi-Chi's face lit up with delight, and she nodded eagerly. Perfect, let's go with that name. Babies, you have names now. Su Chen gazed at the sleeping infants, a warmth spreading through his chest. Seeing when Chi-Chi so happy only reinforced his resolve to treat her well. He had intentionally withheld mentioning the family name, wanting to honor her wishes, yet when Chi-Chi hadn't considered giving the children her surname at all, she clearly held him in high regard, a realization that filled him with even greater joy. Aunt Lee approached with a troubled expression. Chi-Chi, she began hesitantly. When Chi-Chi turned and asked softly, "Aunt Lee, what is it?" "I have something I need to discuss with you." The 3 of them crept quietly into the living room. Aunt Lee spoke with difficulty. "I've been taking care of you and the babies for over half a year now, but my elder at home has fallen ill recently, so I need to go back and care for them, and therefore." When Chi-Chi opened her mouth as if to ask her to stay, but ultimately said nothing. Aunt Lee had helped her greatly during these past months. Then, "Aunt Lee, wait a moment. I'll settle this month's payment with you in the next few days." Aunt Lee sighed and waved her hand. No need, no need. I know you don't have money right now either. You should buy formula for the babies first. It's not that urgent for me. That won't do. If someone in your family is sick, they definitely need money. Let me figure something out." Aunt Lee didn't refuse again. She truly needed the money. Seeing the 2 of them in this difficult situation, Su Chen felt somewhat uneasy inside. "Chi-Chi, how much money are we giving Aunt Lee?" 6,000. When Chi-Chi was somewhat embarrassed. She never imagined in her previous life that she would be struggling over such a sum of money now. "I'll pay." Su Chen took out his phone, preparing to transfer the money to Aunt Lee. "Aunt Lee, do you have WeChat?" Aunt Lee hadn't expected Su Chen to actually be able to pay. Just moments ago, when Su Chen was helping settle the debts at the door, she had been caring for the babies and didn't notice. "Young man, aren't you still in school?" It's all right. It's only right." Aunt Lee fell silent for a moment before taking out her phone. Su Chen directly transferred 8,000 yuan to her. This is too much. It's 6,000, not 8,000. Su Chen smiled. "Aunt Lee, although I'm not sure of the exact market rate, taking care of 1 child costs 6,000 now, doesn't it? Moreover, you're looking after 4 of them. During these past months, you've helped Chi-Chi a great deal. It's only fair. Take it and buy some nutritional supplements for your family." Aunt Lee hesitated briefly before accepting the money. A good man indeed. Chi-Chi, with someone like him by your side, I can rest assured. When Chi-Chi's eyes grew slightly red. Throughout the day, Su Chen had moved her so deeply it was almost overwhelming. She could barely process it all. When she looked at Su Chen again, she no longer saw him as a boy, but as a genuine man. Praised in this way, Su Chen's spirits soared. He had actually expected Aunt Lee to give him a beating upon learning of his identity. Aunt Lee asked with concern, "But if I leave, who will look after the babies?" "You'll still have to attend classes on your own, so you certainly won't be able to manage alone." This was the real challenge. When Chi-Chi felt torn, finding a caregiver for 4 babies who was also affordable seemed nearly impossible. No need to look further. Su Chen stepped forward eagerly. "I'll do it." "What? You?" Both Aunt Lee and when Chi-Chi wore expressions of astonishment. "Do you mean you'll take care of the babies, eh?" "Yes, I will." Su Chen nodded earnestly. Aren't stay-at-home fathers all the rage these days? I think I can manage, and more importantly, I really want to be part of their growth. This is the perfect opportunity. But do you even know how? When Chi-Chi gazed at him with worry, Su Chen froze, suddenly remembering a serious problem. He had no idea how to care for children. If he called his parents now to admit he had 4 children and asked for help, he was certain they'd break his legs. Never mind. He'd just have to teach himself. Fortunately, he had just awakened the skill of photographic memory. The system was incredibly considerate. "Aunt Lee, would you mind teaching me over the next few days?" "You want to learn, eh?" Aunt Lee asked skeptically. Su Chen nodded. "Yes, I'll definitely learn it, don't worry." He was full of confidence in himself. However, when Chi-Chi worried about another issue. "What about your studies?" She had avoided approaching Su Chen before precisely because she feared disrupting his education. Yet here, she was having done exactly that. That's easy. I've already thought it through. I'll have my roommates record the lectures for me, and I'll go apply to the advisor. What? Would that actually work? Wouldn't you fall behind on your coursework? Not at all. Trust me, your husband is quite capable. Su Chen puffed his chest proudly and rubbed his nose. Flustered by Su Chen's teasing in front of Aunt Li, when Chi-Chi glanced around nervously, unable to meet his gaze. I'm leaving you to your own devices. With that, she turned and retreated to her room. Su Chen continued to stare at when Chi-Chi's retreating figure, grinning foolishly. Young man, what are you spacing out for? Since you're determined to learn, come find me once the babies wake up. All right. Su Chen resembled a diligent student eager to learn. Aunt Li's impression of him improved considerably. Taking advantage of the children napping, Su Chen slipped into a corner to call his roommate Li Wenhao. The moment the call connected, Li Wenhao's disgruntled voice came through the line. Son, where have you been? We were supposed to check out the campus beauty. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, how's it you've actually seen her? Absolutely. You have no idea how stunning campus beauty one is. That slim waist, those long legs, that oval face. She's my dream girl. Su Chen fell silent. How much longer would this guy continue his boasting? If he found out that when Chi-Chi had borne him 4 children, he'd probably lose his mind. All right, Housie. I'm calling about something important. What is it? Speak. Dad will consider it. Su Chen, accustomed to bantering with his roommates, found it awkward to speak formally now. So he cut straight to the chase. I've been busy lately and can't go back to school. Could you record the lectures for me during class? Or just get me the teacher's course materials? After all, he possessed a photographic memory. Even the course materials alone would suffice for his studies. Holy crap. Su Chen, what happened to you? Li Wenhao dropped his flippant tone, his voice laced with concern. This touched Su Chen deeply. These brothers were usually playful, but they were loyal when it counted. He sighed, suppressing a smile, and said, nothing much. I just have a child to take care of. What? You have what? Li Wenhao's voice turned into a shriek. A child. My own flesh and blood. Bro, have you lost your mind? Are you sure you're not being cuckolded? Get lost. You're the one being cuckolded. Seriously. Li Wenhao was silent for a long moment, then hung up immediately. Su Chen. Soon after, a video call came through on their dormitory WeChat group. Su Chen was startled, afraid it would wake the babies, and was about to decline when Chi-Chi's voice rang out from inside. Answer it, it's okay. She didn't want to burden Su Chen because of her. Su Chen answered the call, touched. The camera instantly displayed 3 excited faces. Holy crap, Su Chen, where's the kid? Where's the wife? Your wife. Damn it, Su Chen, you bastard, if you're lying to us, you're dead when you get back. Hurry up, show us, and we'll help you with class. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the advisor. Su Chen. So Li Wenhao hadn't refused to help, he'd gone to report to the brothers. Knowing those bastards, they were definitely plotting something together. Su Chen felt helpless. He had no choice but to switch the camera to the rear. The camera instantly captured the back of Chi-Chi, who was about to enter the kitchen. She wore casual jeans accentuating her long legs. Despite having given birth to 4 babies, her figure was perfectly restored, curvaceous, and ideally proportioned. Whoa, a goddess. An exclamation came from the phone. Su Chen quickly turned the camera away. It wasn't time yet for them to know when Chi-Chi was the mother of his children. That would put pressure on her. Bastard, what are you doing? We want to see the goddess. That figure is incredible. Su Chen ruthlessly refused. No. The group, you're getting more disobedient to your dads. Li Wenhao was the first to react. Su Chen, don't tell me that goddess-like back view is your wife. At that moment, when Chi-Chi, who had just reached the kitchen, was leaning against the doorframe. Hearing this, her hands gripping the dishes tightened. Aunt Li noticed when Chi-Chi, gritting her teeth, and shook her head helplessly, whispering, what's wrong? Still not ready to accept him? When Chi-Chi lowered her head and said nothing. She wasn't ready yet. In the living room, Su Chen was inwardly ecstatic. Yes, she's my wife. Fake right. Are you cheating us again? The kids are already born, what do you think? The 3 roommates were now rubbing their fists on the other end of the line. Don't believe it. Where are the kids? Who believes you if you just talk without proof? Su Chen was helpless. He looked up at Chi-Chi. After receiving her nod of approval, he took the phone and walked toward the bedroom. Keep your voices down, don't wake the babies. They're sleeping. Babies? Yeah. Twins. No quadruplets. Su Chen, are you dreaming? The 3 were full of disdain. But when Su Chen aimed the camera at the 4 babies on the bed, their jaws dropped. One of them nearly jumped up with a shriek. Luckily, Li Wenhao quickly covered his mouth and gestured for silence, so the man dared not make a sound. Su Chen exited the room, gently closing the door. The video erupted into chaos. 4F4. 4. They're really 4 babies. Su Chen, what the hell did you eat to be so awesome? And they're all so cute with those chubby faces. I want to pinch them. Oh no, I'm supposed to be a tough guy. Damn, I want to buy them little dresses. After the roommates finished their rounds of exclamations, Li Wenhao led them to look seriously at Su Chen. Are they really all your kids? Genuine, no substitutes. Su Chen was satisfied with their reaction. So, I need to take care of the babies. I'm counting on you guys. When it came to serious matters, the 3 didn't hesitate. Alright, but you have to agree to one condition. They put their heads together, deciding to have a proper discussion with Su Chen. What condition? Su Chen had a bad feeling. Let us see the babies, of course. One video every day, not a single day missed, or we won't record the lectures for you. Also, when you bring the kids to school, we have to be the first to know. I want to hug them. Chen couldn't help but laugh. Sure, that's easy. I promise one video every day. With the adorable babies in hand, he could indeed get anything done. So jealous. Alright, Chen, go take care of the kids now. Remember the video. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with his roommates, Chen hung up. When Chi-Chi walked out with the food, signaling him to eat, all settled. I told you it's fine. But how will you ask for leave from the advisor? I was top of my department freshman year. Trust me, I'll convince the advisor. You just focus on attending classes. Your senior thesis and graduation project are important and can't be delayed. After entering college, Chen often skipped class, but probably because he had taken the college entrance exam 3 times. He had mastered study methods, and his grades never fell behind. He even won a scholarship as a freshman. When Chi-Chi nodded hesitantly, suddenly a loud baby cry rang out from inside the room. Oh no, the babies are awake. Chen stood up flustered and rushed into the house with Aunt Lee. When Chi-Chi also hurried over, reaching out to hold the baby. Don't move. Chen stopped her. Let me do it. This time Chen was serious. No matter what, he had to learn how to take care of the children properly. When Chi-Chi didn't move, she wanted to see if Chen could really handle the babies. The little ones on the bed were waving their arms and legs, grasping randomly. Their cries rose one after another. Chen stood before the bed, suddenly unsure where to start. Having just sworn an oath, he turned back to when Chi-Chi awkwardly. Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Weren't you the one who told me not to move? Chen gave an embarrassed laugh. When Chi-Chi stepped forward, picking up the 4th baby, while saying to Chen, the first baby is usually well-behaved and rarely cries. The second baby needs milk immediately upon waking. The third baby cries the loudest, but stops after a couple of cries. The 4th baby cries a lot too, and is the most sensitive. If left unattended, he'll choke on his own tears, so I usually pick him up first. Holding the 4th baby, when Chi-Chi soothed him while saying, Chen, go with Aunt Lee to prepare the formula. I'll feed the 4th one. Chen nodded. He followed Aunt Lee out. The moment he held the bottle, Chen was dumbfounded again. He didn't even know how to prepare formula. For the first time, Chen was utterly overwhelmed by a seemingly simple task. He looked at Aunt Lee with a plea. Aunt Lee, how much should I put in? Aunt Lee watched him smiling. It was the first time she had seen a man so earnest. Other men, when they got home, just played on their phones as if the children weren't theirs. Come, I'll teach you. The bottle has markings. The 4 babies are about 6 months old. Add 100 milliliters of warm water at around 45 degrees Celsius. The 1st and 3rd babies are boys, so they need a bit more. Here, up to this mark. Aunt Lee pointed to a measurement. Chen walked over, took a serious look, and committed it to memory. How do I control the water temperature? By feel. Come try it. Chen walked over and touched the temperature of the bottle. Aunt Lee handed the remaining 2 bottles to Chen. With his photographic memory, he got the order and amounts exactly right. But he was especially nervous since it was his first time, afraid of making a mistake. After Chen finished, Aunt Lee nodded approvingly. I didn't expect it, young man, you have a real talent. Hee, it's because Aunt Lee taught me well. Chi-Chi may seem cold on the outside, but she has a soft heart. Keep it up. Chen caught the hidden meaning in Aunt Lee's words. She was helping him. Thank you, Aunt Lee. When the time comes, I'll invite you to our wedding banquet. Good, I'll be waiting for that day. Chen picked up the 3 bottles and walked to the door of the room. I'll go out. A startled cry came from inside. Chen instinctively turned his head and saw when Chi-Chi, holding the 4th baby, awkwardly turning sideways. The 4th baby's little head was pressed against when Chi-Chi's chest, clearly enjoying nursing. The baby's tiny feet just revealed the skin of when Chi-Chi's waist. Looking further up. I told you to get out. Get out now. When Chi-Chi was so ashamed she wished she could find a crack in the floor to disappear into. But the baby hadn't finished feeding, and if she stopped abruptly, he would cry endlessly. She couldn't bear it. Seeing when Chi-Chi's face as red as a ripe apple, Chen touched his nose. I didn't mean to. I'll leave right now. Suppressing his urge to look at when Chi-Chi, he quickly turned around, handed the bottles to Aunt Lee, and left. Sigh, it's not like I haven't seen it before. He muttered to himself. Looks like the road to winning my wife's heart is a long one. Inside, Aunt Lee chuckled. Anyone would think you two are just a young couple in love. Aren't they just? Chen thought silently. He stood in the living room for a long while before the door opened again. All right, come in. When Chi-Chi's voice was stiff and cold, as if she was deliberately avoiding something. Chen couldn't help but glance at her, smiling as he walked in. You? What are you looking at? Nothing. I'm here to take care of the kids. Don't be mad, Chi-Chi. Chen said it with such seriousness that when Chi-Chi couldn't find anything to retort. The 1st baby drank incredibly fast, finishing the bottle in no time, then stared at Chen with big round eyes. Chen felt a bit unnerved. Rascal, your mother is mine. What, you have a problem with that? Aunt Lee smiled and gestured to Chen. Come change the 1st baby's diaper. Oh, so he was asking for a diaper change. Just then, ding, congratulations, host. A new mission has been activated. A mission. Money was coming too. Chen had been worrying that he only had 2,000 yuan left. Please change the diapers for the babies with your own hands. Upon completion, you will receive corresponding rewards. So it was just changing diapers. Easy enough. Chen grabbed a diaper and walked over. When Chi-Chi watched him with concern, feeling that it was hardly appropriate for a grown man to be doing such things. But Su Chen seemed to harbor no reluctance whatsoever. Aunt Lee instructed him while demonstrating the steps, explaining the key details along the way. Su Chen caught on immediately. Next, Su Chen deftly changed the diapers for both Bao and Bao. When it came to Bao, when Chi-Chi quickly spoke up, "Hey, don't," but Su Chen had already picked her up. "Don't what?" When Chi-Chi looked from Su Chen to Bao, her expression full of confusion. Finally, she shook her head. "Never mind. Nothing," Aunt Lee muttered beside her. Strange. Before Bao couldn't be touched at all after her formula. Cry the moment anyone handled her. How come she's so well-behaved in Su Chen's arms? Is that really so? Su Chen glanced down and saw Bao gazing back at him curiously. He smiled knowingly. Perhaps Bao knows I'm her dad. With that, Su Chen quickly finished changing Bao's diaper. Remarkably, Bao didn't cry a single time as he handled her, and in the end she broke into delighted giggles. Aunt Lee exclaimed, "Looks like Su Chen really can take care of the babies. Chi-Chi, you can go back to school with peace of mind." When Chi-Chi wore an equally astonished expression. Su Chen, "My." She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Only a faint, barely perceptible smile flickered in her eyes. By the way, Chi-Chi, why is Bao so special? The separate feeding, the constant crying, the many little quirks. Su Chen didn't believe this was mere coincidence. At this, when Chi-Chi's spirits sank. She was the last one born and the smallest. The doctor said she couldn't compete with her siblings for nourishment in the womb. When Chi-Chi sniffled a sour ache forming in her chest. "So is this your special treatment for Bao?" Thinking Su Chen was rebuking her, she hastily replied, "I take good care of the other babies too." It was just that Bao had been so tiny back then that every time she saw her, her heart ached unbearably. "That's not what I meant." Su Chen set Bao down and came to sit beside when Chi-Chi gently stroking her hair. "I know you're good to all the babies. From now on I'll be just as good to them as you are." When Chi-Chi didn't pull away, Su Chen's palm brought her a peculiar warmth. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the diaper-changing mission and earned a spirit spring space. Would you like the host to activate it now, eh?" A spirit spring space. What on earth was that? He absolutely did not want to cultivate immortality. How wonderful would a quiet, ordinary life be? Hold on a moment. Su Chen stiffened and asked within his mind, "What is this space for?" "The host will figure it out himself." Su Chen. "All right then. Where is the space located?" "Within the system. The host may enter it at any time." "Oh, that's fine then. Activate it." He had imagined it would somehow materialize right in front of Chi-Chi, which would surely frighten her to death. Before long, Su Chen noticed a space appearing within his mind. Birds sang and flowers perfumed the air. A vast stretch of empty spirit fields lay before him, and beside them bubbled a glistening spring. This is a farming space with spirit spring water. The host may understand it that way. Then what should I plant? The host may choose freely. This system is only responsible for distributing rewards. Oh, Su Chen felt a wave of disappointment. Meanwhile, when Chi-Chi had been quietly savoring the warmth he provided, but noticing that he had suddenly frozen, his expression shifting from excitement to dejection, she asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "And nothing. Chi-Chi, is there anything you'd like to eat?" Since he didn't know what to plant, perhaps he could use it to spoil his wife instead. "And nothing in particular." Su Chen's gaze was so intense that when Chi-Chi's face flushed red again. Just then, Aunt Lee said with a broad smile, "The babies might soon have a little brother or sister, ha." Su Chen. Aunt Lee is quite the gossip. When Chi-Chi. Aunt Lee. All right, I'm just teasing. Save the romance for later. Su Chen, the children are now 6 months old and need to start on solid foods. Formula alone won't provide sufficient nutrition. Su Chen paused. Then, what should they eat? "I'll go grow." Aunt Lee shot him an inquisitive glance. Su Chen chuckled nervously. "I'll go buy them." Buy them, and then refine them with spirit spring water. They'd surely be more nutritious, right? This space was perfect for pampering his wife and raising his children. Babies at 6 months are still young. They can start with rice cereal, then add some mashed potatoes, fish puree, vegetable juice, and the like. Today I'll teach you how to make mashed potatoes. Go buy some potatoes first. All right, I'm going right now. Saying that, Su Chen headed out the door. At the wet market near the residential compound, Su Chen noticed that none of the potatoes looked fresh. They were all wilted, and some had even sprouted. How could he feed these to the babies? Su Chen casually picked 2 and found a secluded spot to enter his space. He decided to test the power of the spirit spring space. Once inside, Su Chen thought for a moment. Drawing on years of novel reading experience, he buried the potatoes in the soil and began watering them with spirit spring water. In no time, the potatoes sprouted, grew, flowered, and finally transformed into lush, verdant potato vines. No way, this is that amazing. Quick, let's see what the potatoes look like. Su Chen dug through the soil. The potatoes before his eyes were far larger and plumper than the originals, with over 10 potatoes growing beneath a single vine. I've struck gold. Su Chen took out 6 potatoes and placed them in a bag, cut the remaining ones into chunks, planted them in the soil, watered them with spiritual spring water, and then exited the spatial dimension. Upon returning home, he handed the potatoes to Aunt Lee. When Aunt Lee saw them, her jaw dropped. "Wow, Su Chen, are these potatoes you bought today really this good? Not a single blemish on them." "Yes, Aunt Lee, do you think these will do?" "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." "All right then, come with me. I'll teach you." Su Chen hurried after her into the kitchen. "You need to peel the potatoes. Since therefore the children peel them a bit thicker, then slice them thinly and boil them in a pot. Then take out the boiled potatoes and mash them into a paste with a small spoon. Like this, watch me, Aunt Lee said as she demonstrated pressing the potatoes with a spoon. Su-Chun understood at once, took the spoon, and began working in the manner Aunt Lee had shown. Since this is for the children, you must be meticulous. If needed, add a little warm water until everything turns into a smooth puree. Later, once they're accustomed to it, you can also mix in some banana puree or vegetable juice. Got it. A few minutes later, Su-Chun carried 2 portions of prepared potato puree in search of Wenqiqi. This was a task Aunt Lee had given him, saying it would help strengthen his bond with Wenqiqi. Su-Chun naturally did not refuse. Wenqiqi was playing with the children when she saw him approaching, and her smile faded slightly. Su-Chun sighed helplessly. Chi-Chi, you should smile more. You look truly beautiful when you do. Wenqiqi blushed again at his words. What is it? The memory of Su-Chun seeing her breastfeeding earlier made her heart race uncontrollably. I made potato puree for the children. Wenqiqi took the puree and examined it repeatedly, astonished. You made this? Yes. Aunt Lee had only taught him the steps. Everything else Su-Chun had done himself. Wenqiqi took a small bite and was utterly amazed. Is this really something you made? It tasted better than anything she had ever eaten before. It melted in her mouth with an even smoother texture and a sweeter flavor. Chi-Chi, do you like it? Then from now on I'll make you a portion every time. Su-Chun himself had tasted the puree just now and found it truly excellent. The spiritual spring space had not betrayed him. No need. Let's start feeding the baby. The 3 little ones were gazing at Su-Chun with wide, curious eyes. Air Bao and Si Bao broke into joyful laughter. Su-Chun could not resist their sweet smiles. He casually picked up Air Bao and placed her in the stroller. Then came to Bao San Bao and Si Bao. Once all were settled, he arranged the strollers in a circle and said to Wenqiqi, come on, let's feed the babies together. Together? Wenqiqi was somewhat surprised. Previously they had always fed them one by one. How is it different with Su-Chun? Exactly. Look how convenient this is, and every baby gets to eat. 1 bite each and they won't cry. Could it really be done this way? How had she not thought of it before? Every time she used to feed the babies it had felt like going to war. Su-Chun was truly clever. Wenqiqi smiled, held the 2 portions of potato puree, and handed one to Su-Chun, keeping one for herself. Su-Chun was responsible for San Bao and Si Bao, while she took to Bao and Air Bao. As soon as the babies saw the food, their eyes widened and they waved their arms eagerly toward them. Su-Chun suppressed a laugh. Babies don't push. Otherwise Baba and Mama will get angry. If we get angry, we won't feed you anymore. Su-Chun deliberately pouted, mimicking the children's tone. Wenqiqi laughed. What are you saying to them? They can't understand. Who says they can't understand? Watch. Wenqiqi looked closely and discovered that San Bao and Si Bao had indeed stopped crying. The 2 little ones sat with their mouths open, gazing at Su-Chun expectantly, as if saying, Baba, I want to eat. We'll be good. Wenqiqi felt her heart melt. Taking advantage of her distracted moment, Su-Chun turned to Bao and Air Bao and said, Bao, Air Bao, did you hear Baba? Don't throw tantrums at Mama, okay? You're Mama's little treasures, but Mama is also my little treasure. If you make Mama angry, Baba will spank your bottoms. Air Bao, who was about to cry, suddenly stopped. The expression on her face was incredibly comical. Wenqiqi burst out laughing. Su-Chun reached over and ruffled her hair. You're finally smiling. Noticing that Wenqiqi had not objected, Su-Chun was delighted and casually added, actually, just now. Before he could finish, Wenqiqi's voice turned cold. Feed the children. Su-Chun. He had wanted to compliment his wife's figure. No opportunity given indeed. Fortunately, the adorable babies quickly distracted him from those thoughts. After the babies had eaten their fill, Aunt Lee left after giving some important instructions. Su-Chun noticed Wenqiqi sitting on the sofa staring blankly at her phone and asked, what's wrong? The children need formula, but... Wenqiqi glanced at her bank balance and furrowed her brows tightly. She hadn't even realized that something she had been unwilling to mention before had within a single day become something she shared with Su-Chun without hesitation. She had already begun to see him as someone she could rely on. Speaking of which, Su-Chun also fell into contemplation. System, hurry up and issue a task. Unfortunately, the system did not grant rewards at all times. Su-Chun scratched his head, then suddenly remembered something. I've got an idea. What? Shall we go sell potatoes? Wenqiqi was taken aback. Su-Chun, what are you talking about? Su-Chun had already prepared his excuse. Actually, I was bored the other day, so I used my pocket money to rent a piece of land. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to research potatoes and grow some myself. Now it's harvest time, and I might even make a pretty penny. Really? Yes. Look at the potatoes sold at the market outside. They're in terrible condition. Mine might actually be popular. Wenqiqi bit her lip and said, all right then. After making a deal with Wenqiqi, Su-Chun faced another dilemma. Where could he find a piece of land without arousing her suspicion? That evening, Su-Chun called Li Dong. The phone had barely rung when Li Dong spoke with concern. Little Chen, I knew you'd call me. I don't have much, but I've set aside 20,000 for you. Take it for now. When Li Dong learned Su-Chun had quadruplets, he immediately started worrying and had secretly prepared money for him. A wave of warmth washed over Su-Chun's heart. Thanks, brother Dong, but I don't need the money. Could you help me rent a small truck? Rent a truck for what? I need it. Don't worry, I'll pay the rental fee. I need it gone by 5 tomorrow morning. He wanted to get everything sorted out before when Chi-Chi woke up. Alright, I'll find one for you. Come get it tomorrow morning. After hanging up with Li Dong, Su-Chun turned and headed toward his room. What are you doing? When Chi-Chi asked. Going to sleep and keeping an eye on the babies while I'm at it. You're going to sleep here? When Chi-Chi looked at him with a strange expression. The apartment she rented had only one bedroom and one living room. The bedroom was large enough to fit 4 cribs, barely leaving space for just herself. If Su-Chun moved in? Absolutely not. When Chi-Chi refused without hesitation. If Su-Chun stayed here, it would essentially mean they were living together. Seeing her flustered expression, Su-Chun couldn't help but chuckle. But what if the babies cry at night? I'll handle it myself. She was being completely unreasonable. Su-Chun felt a bit exasperated. Finally, he pretended to look aggrieved, checked the time, then glanced outside before saying, Look, it's past 10 already. By the time I get back to my dorm, the gates will be locked. Can you really bear to let your future husband sleep on the street? When Chi-Chi hesitated, it was indeed very late, and since she had chosen a cheaper rental that was somewhat far away, she felt uneasy letting Su-Chun travel back so late. The moment when Chi-Chi wavered, Su-Chun knew he had an opening. If he couldn't push too hard, he'd take it slow. How about I sleep on the sofa? You can lock the door from the inside. I won't come in. When Chi-Chi finally relented. Fine, but this is the only exception. Alright, I understand, Whiff. Su-Chun deliberately said it to make her blush again. She didn't dare look at Su-Chun anymore and went straight into her room, slamming the door shut with a thud. Su-Chun watched the closed door and felt a bit better. That night, as Su-Chun lay down to sleep, he slipped into his spatial realm. Inside, there was already a vast expanse of lush potato vines, and Su-Chun was overjoyed. System, how can I harvest all these potatoes overnight? Is there a special ability? Ding. Post within the space. You only need to use your intent, and the potatoes will automatically go wherever you want them stored. Great, that's extremely convenient. The next day at 4 in the morning, Su-Chun got up and took a taxi to Li Dong's place. Li Dong was waiting downstairs with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw Su-Chun, he was momentarily surprised. Little Chen, you actually came so early. Yeah, with kids to take care of, I don't have a choice. Haha, good. You've grown up. Here are the car keys. How much per day? I'll pay you. Let's rent for a week first. No need. Just use it first, and pay me when you have the money. That won't do. How about this? At the market rate, 200 a day. I'll give you 1,400 up front. If you don't take it, I'm not giving you the car, Su-Chun insisted. Li Dong had no choice but to accept. Su-Chun had gotten his driver's license right after high school, so driving a small truck was no problem for him. He drove to a secluded spot and focused his intent. The entire truck was instantly filled with plump round potatoes. Su-Chun drove cheerfully toward the vegetable market. When he arrived at the market at 6 o'clock, he noticed an uncle selling vegetables parked by the roadside. Su-Chun handed the man a cigarette. Uncle, could you keep an eye on my truck? I'll be right back. The uncle accepted the cigarette and agreed. Su-Chun took some potatoes home and made mashed potatoes, then headed back downstairs. When Chi-Chi had just woken up, seeing Su-Chun, she asked, Should I take the babies and go with you? No need, I can manage on my own. I'm free anyway. It's the weekend. Before Su-Chun could respond, when Chi-Chi had already gathered the babies and pushed 2 strollers downstairs. When she saw Su-Chun carrying a thermos and mashed potatoes, when Chi-Chi curiously asked, What are you doing that for? Giving people samples to taste. That way people will actually buy them, right? The weather was still warm. The 4 babies, dressed identically, were very excited, sitting in their strollers, each one beaming with joy. As they walked through the residential area, they immediately became a striking sight. When they reached the uncle, he was stunned. Young man, what are you doing? How can you bring 4 babies along? Su-Chun proudly introduced, These are all my babies. My wife said we should bring them along to do business together. The uncle's eyes went wide. Are they all your babies? Yes. Quadruplets. Right. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile as she watched Su-Chun's proud expression. The uncle was utterly bewildered. Impressive young man. He then looked at when Chi-Chi, Is this your wife? Su-Chun noticed that when Chi-Chi didn't deliberately refuse, so he nodded, Yes, she is my wife. As he spoke, he handed the stroller to when Chi-Chi and went to uncover the black cloth covering the potatoes on the small truck. The uncle was still in shock. Your wife is really beautiful. Young man, you're truly blessed. When he saw Su-Chun's potatoes, the uncle was stunned again. Where did you get these potatoes from? I grew them myself. What's wrong, uncle? You grew them yourself? You grew them this well? Su-Chun nodded. The uncle realized Su-Chun didn't seem to be lying, so he said with admiration, Impressive young man. This year's soil and climate haven't been suitable for potato growth, so the potatoes we get are all small and shriveled. I never expected you could grow such fine potatoes. You'll definitely fetch a good price. No wonder all the potatoes at the market were stale. I hope so. After they busied themselves for a while, it was nearly 7 o'clock. There were many elderly ladies out shopping for groceries in the morning. Su-Chun didn't have a stall, so he sold directly from the truck. With 4 babies around him, he quickly attracted a crowd. Wow, those babies over there are so adorable. They look like 4 little dolls. I love them. Did you see the woman next to the babies? And that man? Are they the parents? So handsome, so beautiful. Wow, I want to have children with a man like that. Too gorgeous, right? As they spoke, a few people had already walked over. Several young girls had hearts in their eyes as they gazed at Su-Chun. The older ladies were all captivated by the babies. One of the ladies, after seeing the babies, also noticed Su-Chun's truck. So she asked, "Are these potatoes yours?" "Yes, ma'am, would you like to buy some?" Chen asked politely. The lady was stunned when she saw the truckload of potatoes. "Wow, these potatoes are really nice, big and round. Handsome young man, how much per caddy?" Chen had pondered this question all night. He smiled and handed over the mashed potatoes in a thermal container along with a small disposable plastic spoon. He had bought them on his way back that morning. "Ma'am, please taste it first. If it's good, then buy." "I can taste it. I made this mashed potato this morning without any seasoning." The lady laughed heartily with joy. At that moment, the 4 babies in the stroller, perhaps smelling the aroma, all turned to look at her. Especially when they saw the spoon in her hand, they stretched out their little arms and babbled. Though they couldn't speak yet, people could almost guess what they were thinking. 2 of the little ones even drooled. "Wawawabiye, Baba. Woo-woo." The children's actions immediately made the lady laugh. "Haha, they're so cute. Do they want to eat mashed potatoes?" Chen said sheepishly. "I made it for them yesterday, maybe they remember the taste." "Haha, kids love it. That means it's really good. Let me try." The moment the lady tasted the mashed potatoes, her eyes lit up. "Delicious, delicious. I've never eaten such tasty mashed potatoes in my life. How much per caddy?" "I'll buy some." Chen smiled. "Ma'am, these potatoes are a new variety I specially cultivated. No matter how you cook them, they'll taste great. 10 yuan per caddy. What do you think?" "Oh, a new variety. Great, great. My younger son loves mashed potatoes, and my older son loves potato stew. I'll take 10 caddies." "All right, I'll pack them for you." Chen weighed out 10 caddies of potatoes, added an extra one as a bonus, and after receiving 100 yuan said cheerfully, "Come again, ma'am." "Sure, sure." The lady happily touched the chubby cheek of the first baby, then looked at the other 3 little ones with envy before reluctantly leaving. Once the lady bought, the others clamored, "I want some too, I want 10 caddies." "I'll take 20. Young man, will you come sell again tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Not sure yet, I haven't decided." He hadn't even planted the potatoes yet. "Then I'll take 30 caddies, to stock up." When Chi-Chi watched Chen selling potatoes in utter amazement, her heart filled with awe. A college student like Chen could actually blend in with these housewives and sell potatoes so well on his first business venture. Her man was really something. Realizing her thoughts when Chi-Chi quickly shook her head to clear her mind. By 8:30, Chen had sold out his entire truckload of potatoes. Chen checked his WeChat payment. He had actually made 8,000 yuan. 8,000 in one morning. Not bad at all. Chen turned around happily and showed his phone to Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, we have money. We can go buy milk powder now." Chen tidied himself up and headed to the shopping mall with Chi-Chi and the 4 babies. On the way, his phone rang. It was the academic advisor. Apparently his roommates had already informed the advisor of Chen's situation. Chen explained the matter to the advisor once more. For a scholarship recipient, the advisor readily approved it. After hanging up, Chen felt quite pleased with himself. "Chen," a woman's voice called from behind. "Is that really you?" She wore a seductive low-cut blouse revealing her slender waist and long, graceful legs. She had a fine figure, but after seeing Chi-Chi, no other woman could catch Chen's eye. What's up?" "I'm Wang Qian. Don't you remember me?" The woman swayed her hips as she approached Chen, sizing him up with an admiring gaze. "We were desk mates in middle school. You used to chase me back then." Chen was taken aback. Actually, he vaguely recalled it being true. At that time, Chen had just begun to awaken to adolescent feelings and found his desk mate exceptionally beautiful. "So it's you," Chen said, sensing a murderous glare from nearby. His future wife was watching. Yes, it's me. I can't believe you've become so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend now?" As she spoke, Wang Qian feigned shyness, lowering her head. Paired with her alluring attire, the effect was rather bizarre. Chen was about to decline. Just then, when Chi-Chi's cold voice came from beside him. "Chen, what are you doing?" The sheer amount of jealousy was palpable. Chen grinned and walked over to Chi-Chi, picking up second baby, who had her arms outstretched seeking a hug. This left the other 3 babies feeling neglected and on the verge of tears. Chen quickly went to soothe them. Seeing Chen ignoring her, Wang Qian's mood darkened. "Who are you?" She simply could not believe her charming deskmate already had someone. When Chi-Chi said nothing. In truth, she did not know how to respond either. What exactly was their relationship? She could not even explain it herself. But seeing Chen being approached by another woman made her feel deeply uncomfortable, as though something precious were about to be stolen away. "She is the mother of my children," Chen answered promptly, still holding the baby. He winked at Chi-Chi, who paused in surprise. Chen gave her a reassuring smile and added, "Classmate Wang Qian, we need to go buy formula for the babies. You should go about your business." With that, he pushed the stroller and walked away. You already have children." "Yes, quadruplets. Look, aren't they cute?" Chen was practically turning into a doting father show-off. Upon seeing the babies, Wang Qian's eyes lit up. "Did you give birth to all of them?" They were simply too adorable. She really wanted to pinch their cheeks. It was when Chi-Chi and me together. Noticing Chi-Chi standing motionless, he even called out to her, "Chi-Chi, let's go." Left ignored, Wang Qian remained stunned by the quadruplets. Once Chen had walked far away, she stomped her foot in frustration. Wang Qian, you should have accepted Chen back then. If she had known Chen would grow up to be this handsome, she never would have rejected him. Perhaps she would be the one bearing quadruplets right now. Wang Qian felt a pang of regret. Chen and Chi-Chi soon arrived at the formula shop. Upon seeing the babies, the shop assistant's eyes sparkled with delight. Big baby, second baby, third baby, fourth baby, you're here. Come here, let Annie hold you. So sweet, so adorable. Chen was puzzled. When Chi explained, I used to come here often. Since they are quadruplets, we get a 10% discount. The shop assistant had already hugged each baby in turn. Now looking up, she spotted Chen and paused. Oh, who are you? I'm the children's father. The assistant's eyes immediately crinkled into happy arcs. So you're the dad. Miss, when you finally found the children's father. Congratulations to you both. The dad is so handsome. No wonder the babies are so cute. Miss, when you're so lucky. The little ones seemed to understand the praise, babbling and giggling happily. When Chi bowed her head in shy embarrassment, leading Chen away. It was both troubling and heartwarming. Thank you. Chen, let's go pick out some formula. All right. Chen pushed the stroller forward. Soon when Chi stopped at a shelf of formula, glancing at the price, Chen was startled. A single can cost 700 yuan. The shop assistant followed behind, introducing, Miss, when still buying this formula today. How many boxes would you like? In the past, when Chi always purchased this particular brand for the children. Though slightly expensive, she felt confident about its quality. Today, however, she hesitated. How about we look at other options first? She was running low on money. Chen's 8,000 yuan might also need to cover her own living expenses. No need to look further. Let's take this one. Bring us 10 cans. Chen still had over 8,000 yuan. 10 cans at 700 each totaled 7,000, and with the 10% discount, it came to 6,003. He would still have over 1,000 left for emergencies. It would suffice. But Chen. When Chi seemed worried, Chen did not let her finish and told the assistant, trust me, pack 10 cans for us. Even if money was tight, he would not let the children suffer. All right, coming right up. Miss, when your man really spoils you. The assistant could tell from Chen's clothes that although handsome, he was not wealthy. Yet he had not hesitated for a moment to buy the most expensive option. She could only envy them even more. When Chi smiled softly, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. After Chen paid, he turned around and noticed when Chi silently gazing at him, lost in thought. Chen could not resist teasing her. What's wrong? Have you discovered how incredibly handsome your husband is? Smitten yet? When Chi shot Chen a sideways glance, fearful he'd catch her nervousness, and walked briskly. Of course not. Her tone carried a delicate sweetness. Even the shop assistant couldn't help but smile. You're quite something, sir. I've known Miss Wen for half a year, and I've never seen her blush before. So many men have come to the store asking for Miss Wen's contact information, some genuinely distinguished gentlemen, and she's turned them all away. Really? Chen watched when Chi-Chi's retreating figure, lost in thought. She must have been holding out for him all along. After purchasing the formula, all six set off for lunch together. When Chi paused at the entrance of a Western restaurant, peering inside before turning and heading toward a noodle shop. How about noodles? Chen smiled softly, took her hand, and began leading her back. Chen, what are you doing? It wasn't until they reached the Western restaurant's entrance that he said, I'm craving steak. He'd noticed her subtle hesitation. She clearly longed for the steak, but had forced herself to endure it, for the child, for the money. How could a woman be so considerate? The fact that when Chi once came from a wealthy family only made his heart ache for her. When Chi kept a stern expression. Though they'd earned 8,000 that morning after buying the formula, there was little left. Chen, we still need to raise the babies. I know. I can provide for them. Will you trust me? Meeting his resolute gaze when Chi paused. Before she knew it, she nodded firmly. I believe you. Then it's settled. Let's go enjoy the steak. If the money runs out, I'll earn more, Chi. You needn't always sacrifice for me. When Chi-Chi's heart swelled with emotion. Walking into the Western restaurant with the 4 babies, they drew immediate exclamations. Oh my, look, such beautiful babies. Are they quadruplets? Wow, that's amazing. The father is so handsome too. Absolutely lovely. Look, that must be the mother. What a charming man. Getting a young lady to bear his children at such a tender age. A waiter approached with visible excitement. Excuse me, would you two like the couple's set meal? Yes. No. They answered simultaneously. The moment when Chi heard his emphatic yes, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her impulsive refusal caught in her throat. The waiter witnessed this exchange and felt as though he were being force-fed a mountain of public display shoved right between his eyes. These two were openly flirting in public. She bore it. After all, who could complain when faced with such a handsome couple? It was a feast for the eyes. Actually, sir and madam, the manager specifically instructed me to tell you. If you dine with us today, the couple's set meal comes at half price. Such a wonderful offer. Indeed, sir. Because you're with your quadruplets, our manager takes a particular liking to you and has granted this special discount. Chen chuckled to himself. Who would have thought the babies could be put to such use? Chi, what do you think? If you don't want to eat here, we can order elsewhere. Let's eat. When Chi weighed the options and nodded, though her voice grew softer with each passing moment. Then let's eat. Young lady, please lead the way. The waiter beamed. Yes. May I hold your baby? Such adorable little ones. Holding one must be the happiest thing in the world. Of course. Finding their child welcomed and adored, they were delighted as well. The waiter nearly jumped for joy and immediately stepped forward to hold the eldest baby. Other waitresses who had been attending to other guests watched with envy. Miss, may I hold one too? I want to hold one too, please. His earlier boldness had convinced them that she was the one in charge, so they hadn't even thought to ask Chen. When Chi-Chi nodded. In the blink of an eye, all 4 strollers stood empty. Each waitress cradled a baby, their faces alight with delight as they guided the family to their seats. Finally, they found a couple of tables surrounded by empty chairs, and even moved furniture to create a more private space. Enjoy your meal, you two. We'll keep an eye on the babies for you. This is far too troublesome, Chen said, slightly embarrassed. But the waitresses burst into protest. No, not at all. We're more than happy to look after them. These babies are so precious. I want to soak up some of that good fortune and have equally cute babies someday. With them insisting so warmly, Chen felt it pointless to refuse. With staff watching over the little ones, he felt no concern for their safety. Rarely did he, and when Chi-Chi get a moment alone, and he was quietly thrilled. When Chi-Chi kept her head bowed, daring not to meet Chen's gaze. When the children were around, she could at least occupy herself with them. Now that the babies were playing nearby, she became increasingly aware of the warmth in his stare, so intense that it threatened to melt the ice around her heart. What are you looking at? Sensing he hadn't averted his gaze when Chi-Chi asked shyly. Looking at how beautiful you are. Smooth talker. When Chi-Chi didn't know where to place her hands. Fortunately, their couple's meal arrived. 2 steaks, 2 fruit plates, 2 drinks, and an appetizer. Flustered when Chi-Chi grabbed a drink without hesitation and took a sip. The moment it touched her tongue, she gave a soft gasp. Oh. Chen leaned in anxiously. What's wrong? What is it? Are you unwell? As soon as Chen touched the drink, he understood. You can't have cold drinks, can you? The waiter serving the table was startled. Oh, miss, I'm really sorry, I forgot to remind you. This cup is cold, and this one is warm. They had specifically told the kitchen staff during preparation that one of the customers was a mother and needed a warm drink. Yet the mistake had still been made. Then, shall I replace it for you? The waiter said cautiously, though inwardly she felt a bit distressed. The rules here were strict, and such errors incurred fines. No need to change it. Chen waved his hand. I'll drink this one. Chi-Chi, you have this. With that, Chen opened the warm drink in front of him and handed it to Chi-Chi, then took the cold drink from her side and took a sip naturally. Hearing that she wouldn't be held responsible, the waiter immediately nodded gratefully. Thank you. You're both so kind. When Chi-Chi's mind was nowhere near the waiter, she was stunned by Chen's action. He had actually taken a sip from the drink she had just used. Didn't he mind at all? After all, when Chi-Chi felt her cheeks burning. Seeing her embarrassment, Chen laughed again. Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi's gaze darted away, afraid to meet Chen's eyes. Yet her voice feigned coldness. What is it? Chen took another sip of the cold drink and looked up with a light smile. Tell me, wouldn't you say this counts as an indirect kiss? Chen found himself increasingly fond of teasing when Chi-Chi. If seeing the child for the first time had stirred a sense of emotion and responsibility, now he had truly fallen for her. When Chi-Chi's face was nearly crimson, the hand holding the knife and fork began to tremble slightly. What nonsense are you talking? How could that possibly count? Hurry up and eat. If he continued, she wouldn't know how to handle it. Fortunately, Chen didn't intend to dwell on the matter. He set the drink aside and casually took the steak in front of Chi-Chi. Startled, she watched as Chen picked up the knife and fork and began to cut the steak. After cutting it all into small pieces, he handed it back to her, the proper way to enjoy a couple's set meal. Here, eat up. A sweet sensation filled Chi-Chi's heart. She had thought Chen was up to another prank, but instead he had cut the steak for her. Though when Chi-Chi was beautiful, her parents had forbidden any romantic relationships during school. Aside from that one night with Chen, she had never been in love. When Chi-Chi had always believed she could handle anything on her own, but now her perspective shifted. With Chen, life was truly wonderful. When Chi-Chi picked up the knife and fork, took a bite of the steak Chen had personally cut, and smiled sweetly. Thank you. You should eat too. Chen nodded. Meanwhile, the other diners in the restaurant had gone wild. Are those two showing off their love? Damn. I wish someone would feed me too, honey. At a nearby table, a woman looked at the man across from her with hopeful eyes. But the man was too busy wolfing down his food, utterly oblivious to what she wanted. He replied impatiently, what? Hurry up and finish so we can leave. What's with all the whining? The woman. I'm not eating anymore. With that, she stood up and walked away. The crowd. Comparing people with people was indeed infuriating. The dog food at that table was far more delicious. And the little ones over there. They were simply a beautiful sight to behold. This was the life they longed for. After finishing the meal, the waiter handed Chen and when Chi-Chi a stack of discount cards, explicitly saying they hoped the couple would come again. Because with them and the 4 babies, the restaurant's lunchtime traffic had doubled. They were practically a walking advertisement. Only after when Chi-Chi agreed did the staff reluctantly bid farewell to the 4 little ones. That evening, Chen stayed in the living room as usual. Thinking of the little over 1,000 yuan he had left Chen's side. He entered the space and saw that the potatoes had grown another batch. So early the next morning, he went to sell potatoes again. This time, he earned over 10,000 yuan directly. Chen calculated that it was still far from enough to buy a house. It seemed he would have to find another way. As he was about to pack up, a chubby man in uniform called out to Chen. Brother, don't rush off just yet. What's the matter? Chen noticed the man was holding a baton and immediately became wary. The chubby man walked over and realized he might have looked too intimidating. He put away the baton. No, it's just that our boss wants to see you. Boss? Who? Do I know him? Chen didn't think he knew any boss. You'll know when you see him. Su Chen followed the man to an office puzzled and saw a middle-aged man. The man smiled and gestured for Su Chen to sit. Your boss Su who sells potatoes at the market in trance. Su Chen waved his hand. My surname is indeed Su, but I'm no boss. He had only just set up a small stall. The title boss was far too grand. Seeing Su Chen's humility, the man nodded with satisfaction and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Chen Hu, the owner of all the vegetable markets on these several streets. Su Chen looked at Chen Hu in astonishment. He extended his hand as well. What can I do for you, boss Chen? Chen Hu took out 2 potatoes and asked Su Chen, did you grow these potatoes? The potatoes in Chen Hu's hand were large, round, and free of blemishes. Clearly Su Chen's potatoes. Su Chen smiled. Yes, I did. Then that's good. So boss Su, do you have many more of these potatoes? I'd like to discuss a partnership. Just call me Su Chen. What kind of partnership do you have in mind? All right, brother Su Chen. You know this year's potato market hasn't been good. I want all the vegetable markets under my name to source from you. Rest assured the price will be fair. You can't sell much on your own in a day, but I can help you sell more. I have more connections and customers, so you'll earn more. Finally, we split 70-30 with me taking 30 and you 70. Chen, who had been observing Su Chen for 2 days. His potatoes were indeed fresh, far better than what was available on the market. They were a bit pricey, but people were still willing to buy, and quite a few were buying. Chen, who also noticed that Su Chen was taking care of 4 children, and it must be inconvenient for him to set up a stall every day. He felt the profit was substantial and believed Su Chen would agree. Chen, who waited confidently for Su Chen's reply. Su Chen thought for a moment having several streets of storefronts would indeed be faster than selling on his own, and he would have more time to take care of the babies. 80-20 split. Brother Su Chen, I'm already offering you a high profit margin. No one else gets such a deal from me. Chen, who was a bit displeased, feeling that Su Chen was pushing his luck. He really is too young and lacks steadiness. Chen, who began to regret approaching Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. Boss Chen, since you came to me, you must have seen my potatoes. I can guarantee that every day's potatoes will be of the same high quality as the last 2 days. Moreover, after selling for 2 days, I've already built a reputation. More people will come in the coming days, so your business won't suffer. Besides, I'll be cultivating other varieties of vegetables soon. If you're interested, we could consider a long-term partnership. Su Chen's calm demeanor shocked Chen Hu. Did you cultivate all these yourself? Yes. If you don't believe me, boss Chen, you can ask around to see if there are any other potatoes like these. What the system provided was inevitably the best. Chen Hu fell silent, pondering for a while. He had sent people to investigate over the past 2 days, and indeed found no other source, which was why he came personally to see a young man like Su Chen. He had thought he could easily fool Su Chen, but the boy turned out to be so sharp. The fact that such excellent potatoes were cultivated by him personally made Chen Hu look at Su Chen with newfound respect. If that's the case, then it's wonderful. From now on, let's split everything 20-80 with me taking 20 and you 80. Deal. Su Chen nodded in agreement. By the way, boss Chen, there's one more thing. You'll need to arrange your own people to pick up the goods. As for the pickup address, I'll prepare it in the next couple of days and send it to you. All right. Remembering that Su Chen might have other vegetables, Chen Hu readily agreed. After signing the contract, he directly gave Su Chen a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment, then Su Chen took his leave. As he reached the door, he heard Chen Hu's voice from behind. Are you really still a college student? He found it hard to believe Su Chen's manner was that of a college student. Yes, why? Chen Hu didn't answer. On his way home, Su Chen contacted Li Dong to help him rent some land. While negotiating with Chen Hu, Su Chen had already considered the matter. He couldn't let Chen Hu know about the spiritual spring space, so to make the partnership work, he needed to rent a piece of land, preferably one with a warehouse. Over the past 2 days, he had secretly tested it in the garden of the community. Potatoes watered with spiritual spring water grew just as well as those in the space. When Li Dong heard about Su Chen's plan to rent land, he was shocked. Xiao Chen, what are you up to now? Brother Dong, I'm just trying to raise the kids. Besides school, I need to do a little side business. Don't worry, I won't neglect my studies. Su Chen repeatedly assured him. Are you sure you don't want to tell your uncle and aunt? No need. My mother isn't in good health, and I'm afraid she'll worry. Sigh. Li Dong sighed, deeply feeling that Su Chen had a tough time. Alright, I happen to have a friend who owns a lot of vacant land on the outskirts. It's just lying idle. I'll ask him. Thanks, Brother Dong. After hanging up, Su Chen sent Li Dong a red envelope of 500 yuan as thanks for his constant help. Li Dong didn't accept it. When Su Chen got home, he saw Wen Chi-Chi running around sweating profusely. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? When Chi-Chi poked her head out of the kitchen holding half a cucumber. Aunt Li had something come up today and can't make it early. I wanted to prepare breakfast, but she didn't know how to cook. Since this was the first meal she was making for Su Chen, when Chi-Chi wanted to make a good impression, but the more she tried, the messier it got. Su Chen saw that when Chi-Chi was wearing a cute apron with a giant yellow duck on it. Strands of hair disheveled from haste fell across her face, and her eyes held a mix of frustration and helplessness as she spoke. The sight was utterly adorable. Looking at the kitchen, it was a complete mess. Cucumber peels everywhere, seasonings scattered haphazardly, clearly showing how flustered when Chi-Chi had been. Suppressing a smile, Su Chen walked over and picked up a packet of chicken bouillon. What are you trying to make? Pickled cucumbers. Then why haven't you cut the cucumbers? They say smashing them tastes better, doesn't it? Su Chen glanced at the cutting board. The remaining half cucumber had already been smashed into cucumber paste. Uffed. Su Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Chi-Chi's face flushed, "You are you laughing at me?" "No, really, I'm not, absolutely not. I swear." When Chi-Chi angrily threw the half cucumber onto the table, Su Chen reached out to stop her. "Do you hear something?" "On my porridge." When Chi-Chi quickly hopped beside the stove, the pot of porridge bubbling on the burner was nearly boiling over, and the flame flickered weakly about to die out. Su Chen. So his omnipotent school beauty wife had things she couldn't do after all. But why did he find her so endearing? Seeing when Chi-Chi reached for the hot pot, Su Chen's pupils dilated sharply. "Chi-Chi, don't." When Chi-Chi, whose hand had already touched the pot's rim, let out a startled cry, tears welling in her eyes. Su Chen quickly seized her hand and brought it to his lips, blowing gently, his face etched with urgency. "Are you okay, Chi-Chi? Does it still hurt?" A warmth bloomed in when Chi-Chi's chest, and the instinct to pull her hand away faded unnoticed. "Look at you. Leave things like this to me from now on, understand?" Su Chen's tone carried a hint of reprimand, yet it filled when Chi-Chi with an inexplicable tenderness. How long had it been since anyone cared for her like this? When Chi-Chi's tears spilled uncontrollably, streaming down her cheeks. Her hand no longer hurt, yet she playfully pouted and whispered, "It still hurts." Su Chen's heart softened instantly. He turned off the stove with one hand, while holding when Chi-Chi's slightly reddened fingers, bringing them to his lips once more. "Blow on it, and the pain will go away." As he blew gently, he noticed when Chi-Chi had gone still. He looked up and saw her eyes brimming with tears. Startled, Su Chen feared he had been too harsh with her just now. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" Realizing her reaction, when Chi-Chi quickly withdrew her hand and turned her face aside, tilting her head back to hold back her tears. "I'm fine. Let me check on the babies. I'll handle things here." Su Chen watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. She was moved, that much was clear. So there was hope after all. Glancing down at his own hand, Su Chen savoringly recalled the warmth of her small fingers before turning to cook. "Ding. Congratulations, host. A new task has been activated. Please personally cook a meal for when Chi-Chi. Upon completion, you will receive one Chef God Skill book." A Chef God Skill book? That's amazing. Su Chen peeked outside. The babies hadn't woken yet, and when Chi-Chi sat dazed in the living room, he started the porridge, and while she wasn't watching, he slipped into the Spirit Spring space to fetch a large potato, preparing shredded potato strands. He then made a cucumber salad using the cucumbers when Chi-Chi had already bruised. Once everything was ready, he called when Chi-Chi out for dinner. Meanwhile, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The skill book has been placed in your space." Su Chen paused, puzzled. "How do I use this thing?" "Simply write the name of any dish you wish to cook on the skill book, and you will instantly acquire its preparation method." That's it. This was incredible. Su Chen was overjoyed. When Chi-Chi saw the two dishes on the table, she was stunned. "You made both of these?" "Yes." When Chi-Chi's earlier words were spoken in frustration, she hadn't expected Su Chen, a student, to manage a proper meal. She had already prepared to order takeout. She never imagined he would actually pull it off. The cucumbers on the plate were smashed, but uniformly sized, far superior to the messy cucumber scraps she had produced. The shredded potatoes were equally precise, showcasing impressive knife skills. "You're this good." Flattered, Su Chen felt a quiet delight. After serving the porridge and handing it to Chi-Chi, he smiled at her. "Only now noticing I'm impressive. Have you fallen in love with me yet?" When had he become so teasing? She simply fell silent. She picked up her spoon, took a small sip of porridge, and tasted the cucumber. Sour, crisp, and utterly delicious. It was by far the best cucumber she had ever eaten. She then tried the shredded potatoes. The mild spiciness was perfectly balanced. When Chi-Chi's impression of Su Chen shifted once again. She had wanted to compliment him, but remembering his self-satisfied expression just now, she kept quiet. "Chi-Chi, want to compliment me?" Seeing her hesitating, Su Chen couldn't resist teasing her further. "Ha, your husband is just that outstanding." When Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not look at him anymore. "Eat. After we finish, you head to school. I'll take care of the babies." When Chi-Chi's chopsticks froze. It was Monday. She had classes, one she could not afford to miss. "Can you handle things alone?" "Of course. Trust your omnipotent husband." After the meal, when Chi-Chi was almost pushed out the door by Su Chen. Before leaving, he playfully made a silly face. "Believe in me. I'll have Aunt Lee come as early as possible. The lunch break is only 2 hours, so I won't be able to return then. I finish class at 6, and will come straight back." "All right." After when Chi-Chi left, Su Chen began to calculate. The distance to the school was far, a bus ride of over an hour. When Chi-Chi had chosen to rent here because the cost was lower, but commuting was indeed inconvenient. This only strengthened Su Chen's determination to buy a house. Just then a wailing cry echoed from inside the room, followed by the babies, as if rehearsed, beginning to cry one after another. Su Chen did not dare waste a moment, and quickly rushed into the room. Aside from Da Bao, the other 3 little ones had their eyes tightly shut, grasping at everything around them with both hands and feet, sobbing until they could barely catch their breath. Su Chen hurriedly comforted the babies while preparing their formula. "Stop crying, my darlings. Papa's here. Papa will have it ready in a moment. You'll be drinking milk soon." Perhaps hearing his voice, Da Bao and San Bao turned their heads to look at him. Then San Bao stopped crying and gazed blankly at Su Chen, looking adorably dazed. But Air Bao and Si Bao were still wailing loudly. While preparing the formula, Su Chen silently repeated when Chi-Chi's instructions. The Bao doesn't cry much, but don't neglect him. Air Bao will want milk as soon as she wakes up. Give it to her, and she'll stop crying. San Bao is also very well behaved, though a little coaxing will calm him. Si Bao is the most difficult, so you'll need extra patience. Following Aunt Li's taught method, Su Chen quickly prepared the formula. He came to the crib and naturally picked up Si Bao. The baby, who had been crying hysterically, suddenly fell silent. Looks like it isn't that hard after all. As soon as he held him, Si Bao, a tear still clinging to his cheek, broke into a smile. Haha, Si Bao, do you just love Papa? As if understanding, Si Bao grabbed Su Chen's face and started chewing on it. Su Chen ended up covered in drool, but showed no signs of disgust. Alright, be a good boy, Si Bao. Stay in the stroller for now, and Papa will carry your brothers and sisters out. Si Bao obediently opened his big eyes and stared at him. Su Chen then picked up San Bao and Air Bao, one in each hand. Lastly, it was to Bao's turn. Air Bao was still crying continuously, which left Su Chen somewhat exasperated. He handed her the bottle and smiled. Air Bao, are you hungry? Here, drink your milk. The moment Air Bao saw the bottle, she immediately stopped crying. Su Chen then handed the other 3 bottles to the remaining babies. Si Bao's bottle contained breast milk that when Chi-Chi had expressed and stored earlier. By the time he finished, Su Chen was drenched in sweat, but he felt no fatigue. He watched with satisfaction as all 4 babies gurgled away at their milk. They occasionally tilted their heads and glanced at him. The sight was simply irresistibly cute. Indeed, a real man should be taking care of babies. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Su Chen went to open the door, while all the babies' eyes remained fixed on him. He had no choice but to walk while turning back to tease them. Aunt Li panted her way in. Su Chen, I'm sorry I'm a bit late today. Chi-Chi just told me she's attending a class, and I rushed here as fast as I could. But she froze midway through her sentence. Why is it so quiet? On the way over, Aunt Li had imagined walking into a battlefield-like scene. Instead, she found the babies sitting neatly in their high chairs, each holding a milk bottle and drinking with great enthusiasm. After finishing, Bao was even smiling at Aunt Li. Aunt Li was utterly stunned. How are they being so well-behaved? Were they not well-behaved before? Not exactly, but when they first wake up they usually cause a ruckus for at least an hour. Each time Chi-Chi and I are completely exhausted. Su Chen couldn't help bursting into laughter at the thought of that scene. Perhaps it's because I'm their father. Aunt Li breathed a sigh of relief, sat down, and began praising Su Chen. No, it's definitely because you found the right approach. The babies like you. You're quite remarkable, young man. It seems I won't have to worry anymore. Su Chen felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise. Aunt Li, do you know anyone who sells those multi-row baby stroller seats? Su Chen had long wanted to ask this question. I'd like to buy a 4-row seat for the babies. Otherwise, when Chi-Chi goes to class, I won't be able to take them downstairs by myself. You also want to take them downstairs? Aunt Li found this hard to believe. With 4 babies this difficult to manage, Chi-Chi only took them out when Aunt Li happened to be there, otherwise it was simply impossible. Yes, the babies also need to see the outside world. They can't stay cooped up at home all the time. Aunt Li nodded, growing even more satisfied with Su Chen. After all, he is the children's father. He thinks of everything for them. I know a shop that sells them, but since few people need such seats, they are exceptionally expensive. One costs between 20 and 30,000 yuan. Aunt Li felt somewhat concerned. Given when Chi-Chi and Su Chen's financial situation, they hardly had spare money for such a purchase. 20 to 30,000. That's acceptable. Do you have the contact information? Su Chen decided to place the order immediately by phone and requested the quickest delivery possible. After the babies finished their milk, Su Chen asked Aunt Li not to help and personally changed all 4 babies' diapers. The babies' eyes followed Su Chen around continuously, never leaving him for a moment. By noon, after they had eaten, Su Chen prepared complimentary food for the 4 babies. Only after finishing their meal did they fall into a deep sleep. Aunt Li, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, said, Chi-Chi is truly blessed to have a husband like you. Su Chen smiled. Thank you, Aunt Li. Now that the babies are sleeping, Aunt Li, I have a small matter to attend to. I'll be right back. Sorry to trouble you for a little longer. Alright, go ahead. Aunt Li waved her hand. If only her own son were as capable. Stepping outside, Su Chen directly called Li Dong. Brother Dong, has the land lease been arranged? I've got it. I'll send you the address shortly. Come take a look. Alright, I'll be right there. Su Chen hung up and hailed a taxi to the suburbs. Li Dong was already waiting for him. Beside him stood a man in a suit wearing sunglasses with thinning hair. As soon as the man spotted Su Chen, he walked over and clasped his hand. Dongzi, is he the father of Quadruplets you were talking about? Li Dong nodded with a smile. Yes, he's my cousin. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? You don't know my wife and I have been desperate for a child. Unfortunately, we're already 35 and still nothing. When I heard someone gave birth to multiples at once, I was so envious. As he spoke, Zhang Weiqiang grasped both of Su Chen's hands. Brother Su Chen, could you share your secret? I'd love to father quadruplets too. Su Chen looked rather embarrassed. Noticing Li Dong had no intention of explaining, Su Chen realized Mr. Zhang must be a decent fellow. Actually, Su Chen himself didn't know what the secret was, since it had simply happened to work for him. But seeing how earnest Zhang Weiqiang was, he couldn't bring himself to stay silent, so he blurted out. Nothing special, just let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. Zhang Weiqiang pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. No wonder. He and his wife had been frantically taking medications and consulting various experts since they started trying to conceive, carrying such heavy mental burdens that they couldn't conceive. Meeting Su Chen today was truly an eye-opening revelation. Brother Su Chen, thank you. I get it now. Su Chen was utterly bewildered by Zhang Weiqiang's sudden excitement. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you understand? Had he misunderstood something? Ha, I figured it all out. Come on, let's go. I have 10 mu of land over there. I'll rent it all to you. Seeing Su Chen still stunned, Zhang Weiqiang gave his shoulder a hearty pat. It's a bargain. 5,000 a year, what do you say? Su Chen was overjoyed. It really wasn't expensive at all. He had expected it to cost 10 or 20,000. But Zhang Weiqiang, assuming Su Chen still found it pricey, blurted out, I'll give you a discount, 3,000. Ha. Su Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Zhang is a straightforward man. Let's meet halfway, at 4,000. Deal. Zhang Weiqiang and Su Chen finalized the deal swiftly. Su Chen had originally planned to ask Li Dong where he could find a warehouse to rent. Unexpectedly, right beside Zhang Weiqiang's land was a warehouse that belonged to him. Before Su Chen could even bring it up, Zhang Weiqiang said, the warehouse is yours. I'm not using it anyway. Su Chen listened with a baffled expression, looking at Li Dong in confusion. Li Dong chuckled. It's fine, Su Chen. Weren't you looking to grow potatoes? Why don't you just give Mr. Zhang some of your own potatoes? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand with a grin. No need. I've taken a liking to you, brother Su Chen. Just use it freely. Speaking of potatoes, let me tell you, our nanny recently noticed a young man selling potatoes near Furong Residential Quarter at 10 yuan per jean. She saw many people buying them, so she picked up 2 to make a meal. Those potatoes were absolutely delicious. My wife said she'll have the nanny buy from him going forward. Brother Su Chen, no need to send me any ha. Zhang Weiqiang chuckled throughout his story as if he'd stumbled upon treasure. Su Chen fought back laughter as he listened. The young man at Furong Residential Quarter, wasn't that him? Such a remarkable coincidence. But Su Chen wasn't about to admit it just yet. Are they really that delicious? Yes, honestly, they're the best potatoes I've ever had in my 30 years. I'll buy more and bring you some another day. Ha! Su Chen laughed along. How about this, Mr. Zhang? Give me your address, and when my potatoes are ready, I'll deliver some to you. If you like them, wonderful. If not, no worries. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Zhang Weiqiang felt embarrassed to refuse. He was already eager to return home and share the parenting method he'd just discovered with his wife, so he agreed to Su Chen's offer. All right, then I'm off first. Dongzi, want to come? Yeah, let's go together. I need to get back to work. What about you, Su Chen? I'll stick around a bit longer to look over these fields. I'll head back later. All right, we're off then. After Li Dong and Zhang Weiqiang left, Su Chen quickly located a greenhouse, slipped into his spatial dimension, retrieved a batch of potatoes, buried them in the greenhouse soil, then fetched a bucket of spiritual spring water that he had stored in his space, and watered the potatoes. Only then did he catch a taxi, breathless from the exertion. On his way back, Su Chen stopped by the wet market and told boss Chen he would begin supplying on the 3rd day. Once everything was prepared, Su Chen turned and left. First, he headed to the market, thought for a moment, and according to a recipe, purchased beef and tomatoes. He also bought green peppers, eggs, and pork belly. When he arrived home, Aunt Li saw Su Chen and was visibly shocked. You're grocery shopping? Planning to cook? You can cook. Aunt Li noticed that every day Su Chen seemed to reveal new qualities of a good man. When Chi-Chi had been restless all day, after giving birth to her babies, she had never been away from them for such a long time. During the last class of the afternoon, her best friend Shen Mingyao leaned over and asked Chi-Chi, why are you so distracted? Shen Mingyao was Wen-Chi-Chi's close friend from high school. She had repeated a year, so she was 1 grade lower than Wen-Chi-Chi, and they were in the same major. After Wen-Chi-Chi took a leave of absence, they happened to be able to attend classes together. She was also the only one who knew that Wen-Chi-Chi had taken leave to give birth to her babies. No, it's nothing. Wen-Chi-Chi stammered, a bit flustered. Shen Mingyao sighed sympathetically. Chi-Chi, you can't keep going on like this. Why not find a new father for the children? Wen-Chi-Chi shook her head without a second thought. She had never planned to find one before, and now that Su Chen had returned, she was even less inclined to. Why? Look at the stir you caused when you came back to school. There are men nowadays who don't mind that you have children. When Chi-Chi didn't hear a word, Shen Mingyao said. Thinking of Su Chen, her face inexplicably flushed. Shen Mingyao stared at her in bewilderment. Chi-Chi, you don't already have a man, do you? When Chi-Chi shook her head frantically. No, how could that be? Then why are you blushing? No, after class I'm going home with you. There's no need. I haven't even seen the babies yet, Chi-Chi. They're half a year old now. You're not going to keep me from seeing them, are you? Seeing when Chi-Chi about to refuse again, Shen Mingyao cut her off. Unless you're actually hiding a man. When Chi-Chi had no choice but to let Shen Mingyao have her way. After class, Shen Mingyao bought some small toys and followed Wen Chi-Chi onto the bus. Along the way, Wen Chi-Chi thought it over and decided to give Shen Mingyao a heads up. Mingyao, don't be surprised by whatever you see at my place later. Haha, okay, I get it. But Chi-Chi, can you tell me who had such charm that you were willing to have a baby for him? Back then you suddenly took a leave of absence, and then you claimed you were pregnant. I've been so curious, just how handsome a man has to be that lucky. He is not my man. When Chi-Chi blushed and denied it. Realizing what she had said, she shook her head in panic. Mingyao, it's not just that. There's something else I haven't told you. What is it? When Chi-Chi stammered, for a long time, but couldn't bring herself to say it. She had only told Shen Mingyao that she was pregnant, but not that she was carrying quadruplets. After that she never brought it up. If Shen Mingyao saw 4 children. When Chi-Chi dared not imagine that scene. Forget it, you'll know when you get there. Shen Mingyao pouted. So mysterious. Soon they arrived at the doorstep. The aroma of cooking wafted from inside, making Shen Mingyao's mouth water. The nanny you hired cooks so well. Looks like I'm in for a treat. Aunt Li was taking care of the babies while Su Chen was cooking in an apron. Hearing the knock, Su Chen put down his ladle and rushed to open the door. Chi-Chi, you're back. Shen Mingyao was startled by the male voice. Chi-Chi, you lied to me. There really is a man in your house. Then Shen Mingyao saw Su Chen. At 1.8 meters tall, Su Chen had a handsome physique and solid muscles, especially his doting smile that reached his eyes. Thump. Shen Mingyao's heart skipped a beat. Especially when she saw the apron that was so incongruous with his aura, she was almost swooning. They say a man who cooks is handsome. Indeed, it's true. But this man looked young, probably around his early 20s. Could Wen Chi-Chi have found someone so young? No. Shen Mingyao shook her head. This isn't your man, is it? Your younger brother. A distant relative. Hearing Shen Mingyao's question, Wen Chi-Chi opened her mouth, but didn't know how to introduce Su Chen. Shen Mingyao thought she had guessed correctly. She grinned. I was right. Chi-Chi, does this handsome guy have a girlfriend? Shen Mingyao's eyes had turned into heart shapes. When Chi-Chi was taken aback and a hint of jealousy crept into her eyes as she looked at Shen Mingyao. She shot a displeased glance at Su Chen. It was all Su Chen's fault. Why did he have to be so handsome? Su Chen, feeling blamed, was helpless. This must be his future wife's friend, right? His future wife was even jealous of her friend, ha. Su Chen opened the door wider and chuckled. I'm not Chi-Chi's younger brother, I am her man. Hearing this domineering declaration, Shen Mingyao's heart-shaped eyes shattered. But after a brief moment of disappointment, she perked up again. Chi-Chi, your man is way too handsome. Although she couldn't have him, her best friend had him. Shen Mingyao was still very happy. When Chi-Chi, who was following behind, gradually brightened up, and finally a suspicious blush appeared on her face. I told you he's not my man. Before she finished speaking, Su Chen's hand reached out and gently touched her head. Don't move. When Chi-Chi dared not move, staring unblinkingly at Su Chen as he approached. After a moment, Su Chen picked a leaf from Wen Chi-Chi's head. There was something on your head. When Chi-Chi was stunned again. Su Chen really knew how to flirt, and there was an outsider present. Outsider, Shen Mingyao laughed enviously. Wow. And you still say he's not your man. Chi-Chi, your face is completely red. I'm so jealous, what should I do? Handsome, do you have a brother as handsome as you to introduce to me? Su Chen shook his head helplessly. So she's a lovesick fool. I'll introduce you another day. His roommate seemed quite decent. That's wonderful. Shen Mingyao's heart felt as sweet as honey at the thought of having a boyfriend as handsome as Su Chen. By the way, Chi-Chi, you said there's something else you haven't told me. Is it even more shocking than you having a man? When Chi-Chi took a deep breath about to speak. Then Shen Mingyao spotted the baby held by Aunt Li. Wow, so cute. Unable to wait for Wen Chi-Chi to speak, she quickly walked over to Aunt Li and took the baby. Then she planted a deep kiss on the baby's cheek. This human cub is just too adorable. I can't take it, I can't take it. I want a baby like this too. The one being kissed was Debao. Naturally well-behaved, he was now kissed by Shen Mingyao. Shen Mingyao was considered a beauty, great figure, pretty face, though slightly inferior to Wen Chi-Chi. She was the type of girl who loved to laugh. Debao seemed infected, giggling non-stop. He seems to like me. Come on, big sister brought you a toy. Su Chen was amused by Shen Mingyao. Shouldn't it be aunt? I don't care, I say big sister, so it's big sister. Su Chen was helpless. At that moment a series of aha sounds came from inside the room. Shen Mingyao holding Debao froze. Why is there another baby's voice? Am I hallucinating? Su Chen was also shocked. Didn't Shen Mingyao know that Wen Chi-Chi had 4 babies? Seeing Wen Chi-Chi's hesitant, hard-to-explain expression, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. His wife was about to give her best friend a shock. He chuckled lightly and said, looks like Bao has pooped. I'll be right back. Bao. Shen Mingyao noticed Su Chen had left and then saw Wen Chi-Chi follow him inside. Holding Debao, she followed them with a puzzled expression. Wen Chi-Chi was also anxious. How did you know it was Bao? I've been with the babies for a few days, of course I know. As soon as I heard the commotion, I guessed it was this little one. Wen Chi-Chi's nose tingled, moved by a wave of emotion. She had been with the babies for so long, often in a mess, yet Su Chen could tell them apart in just one day. Shen Mingyao listened to their conversation, still dumbfounded. When she saw Su Chen pick up another baby, her jaw dropped. Then she saw Sanbao and Sibao. 3 babies as adorable as the Debao in her arms looked at her curiously as if saying, Mommy, who is this beautiful sister? Shen Mingyao sniffled. It took a while for her to recover from the shock. Chi-Chi, what's going on? Her voice trembled slightly. When Chi-Chi let out a dry laugh, suddenly nervous, not knowing how to explain. You don't mean to tell me these are all your babies, do you? When Chi-Chi was a bit nervous. Shen Mingyao had finally found out. She would surely think she was too much right. When Chi-Chi, expecting ruthless mockery, heard Su Chen, who was skillfully changing Bao's diaper, say, that's right, these are all our children. Aren't they cute? His tone was full of pride. At that moment when Chi-Chi suddenly gathered her courage. These were her babies. Even though she was still in school, even though she wasn't married, this was an unchangeable fact. She loved her babies deeply. Even if she was ridiculed, she would still love them. Just like Su Chen, who was still a sophomore, but from the moment he saw the babies he never once feared that his life would be affected. He even specially sent videos of the babies to his roommates. She could do it too. The babies were her pride. Yes Mingyao, I never told you, but these are all my babies. This is Debao, the one Su Chen is holding is Bao, that one is Sanbao, and the one with slightly longer hair is Sibao. When Chi-Chi introduced the babies earnestly, there was a hint of surprise in Su Chen's eyes as he looked at her. Was she no longer afraid of being discovered to have babies? After hearing this, Shen Mingyao rushed into the room, holding Debao undeterred even by the smell of Bao's poop. After putting Debao on the bed, she picked up Sanbao and Sibao and placed them together, looking at the three and laughing heartily. Wow, this is amazing. Hurry, give me your Bao too. I'm the big sister of 4 babies, I'm so happy. How can they be so cute, so adorable? They've completely inherited the excellent genes of you two. Awesome. Suchin, you're amazing. Chi-Chi, you're amazing too. You actually have 4 babies. I'm so jealous. I want them too, woo-woo. Suchin, why don't you introduce me to a boyfriend right now? I want to have a baby too. Aunt Li, who happened to be passing by the door, chimed in lightly. Not everyone can have quadruplets. Shen Mingyao, can't she even think about it? What was she love children too much? She didn't want to go home today. Chi-Chi, I've decided to stay over tonight. Shen Mingyao's words left both Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi stunned. Su Chen smiled and gazed at Wen Chi-Chi. If Shen Mingyao moved in, he would have to leave, and he was equally eager to see how Wen Chi-Chi would respond. Wen Chi-Chi had never expected Shen Mingyao to make such a request. She wanted to explain, but the words caught in her throat. Although she had told Su Chen that day that it would only happen once Su Chen had stayed there for the following 2 days, and she had not objected. It had clearly become a habit by now. Wen Chi-Chi found herself reluctant to let Su Chen leave. Shen Mingyao, who had been happily entertaining the baby, noticed no one was responding and asked again, Chi-Chi, I'll just share your bed. I want to experience the joy of having a baby too. When Chi-Chi thought it over and over before finally deciding to refuse, I'm afraid that won't work. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Su Chen, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Shen Mingyao turned her head curiously. What's wrong? Haven't I always stayed with you before? When she said before, she meant the time before when Chi-Chi took a leave of absence. The past is the past. How was she supposed to explain that Su Chen would be staying here? Why wasn't Su Chen saying anything? When Chi-Chi was nearly frantic with anxiety. Hearing when Chi-Chi refused, Su Chen's lips curved upward. Following her lead, he added, indeed it won't work. Shen Mingyao was an adult by now, and she finally understood what was happening. Her eyes widened in shock. You two aren't already living together, are you? When Chi-Chi lowered her head, too shy to know how to respond. Fortunately, Shen Mingyao did not need an explanation. That makes sense. You already have a child, so cohabiting is perfectly normal. She said dejectedly, alas, what a pity, babies. Big sister won't be able to keep you company anymore. It was not until Aunt Li set the table and called everyone to eat that Shen Mingyao snapped out of her melancholy. Right, we need to eat. I'm starving. Walking to the dining table, her eyes lit up at the 4 dishes and 1 soup. Su Chen, don't tell me you made all of this. Shen Mingyao still remembered seeing Su Chen wearing an apron when she first walked in with Aunt Li tending to the children. There was braised pork, beef, and potato stew, shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and cucumber with preserved egg soup. Shen Mingyao could not help but swallow. When Chi-Chi noticed that since they had arrived, Shen Mingyao had been praising Su Chen nonstop. Shen Mingyao's standards were exceptionally high. Over the years, despite many suitors at school, she had rejected them all. But now, if not for the fact that Su Chen was her child's father, she would have pursued him without hesitation. An inexplicable sense of pride swelled within when Chi-Chi. Yes, Su Chen made all of this. Let me try. Upon tasting the first bite of shredded potatoes, Shen Mingyao's eyes brightened. With the second bite of scrambled eggs and green peppers, Shen Mingyao felt she could not stop eating. By the third bite of beef and potato stew, she sat down recklessly and picked up her rice bowl. At the final bite of braised pork, Shen Mingyao nearly let out a scream. What divine flavor was this? When Chi-Chi, seeing Shen Mingyao savoring every bite, asked curiously, what's wrong? Is it delicious? Aunt Li's eyes also filled with curiosity. Let me taste too. She then took her seat. A few seconds later, Aunt Li fell silent, just like Shen Mingyao. When Chi-Chi looked at both of them in confusion, before finally sitting down as well. When Su Chen emerged after soothing the babies, he found Shen Mingyao devouring her meal, while Aunt Li ate with equal seriousness. When Chi-Chi ate slowly but did not pause. Could it really be this delicious? He had not even tasted it after cooking. Su Chen sat down as well. After 1 bite, he was taken aback. The flavor was genuinely impressive. The system truly had not misled him. No one spoke throughout the entire meal. It was not until the last drop of soup was finished that Shen Mingyao finally looked up, let out a burp, and asked when Chi-Chi, this was really made by Su Chen. When Chi-Chi nodded, a hint of delight flashing in her eyes. She had known from the morning that Su Chen cooked well, but those were only 2 simple vegetable dishes. She had not expected him to be this skilled. Braised pork and beef with potatoes were the most demanding, yet Su Chen had mastered them both. Aunt Li nodded in agreement as well. The taste is quite good. Shen Mingyao jumped to her feet. Not just good, it's absolutely incredible. I have dined at countless lavish banquets and never tasted anything this amazing. The eggs were perfectly cooked, the beef and potatoes so tender, the braised pork rich, yet not greasy, melting in your mouth. Chi-Chi, tell me, where on earth did you find such a remarkable man? Before when Chi-Chi could answer, Shen Mingyao turned back to Su Chun and said half-jokingly, I want one too, I want one. When Chi-Chi laughed, you will too. Shen Mingyao smiled. I know I will. Alright, I'm going to play with the babies now. After she left, when Chi-Chi and Su Chun exchanged glances momentarily at a loss for words, it was growing late. The babies were about to fall asleep. Shen Mingyao was eventually pulled away by Aunt Li. Before leaving, she lingered with reluctance, muttering as if unwilling to go. After they departed, only when Chi-Chi and Su Chun remained in the room. When Chi-Chi picked up the plate to wash it, but Su Chun stopped her. You go check on the kids. I'll wash. It's fine, I'll do it. You haven't seen the children all day. You must miss them, right? Su Chun didn't stop his movements. As he walked toward the kitchen, he said, the babies miss you too. When fourth baby saw your photo today, he even cried. Doesn't fourth baby cry every day anyway? When Chi-Chi didn't call him out on it, she herself missed her babies terribly, especially since fourth baby usually breastfed. Today he could only have formula. She wondered how he was doing. After entering the room, all four babies turned their heads in unison to look at her. Fourth baby's little mouth quivered and he burst into tears. First, second, and third baby wouldn't be left out. They sniffled tearfully, adorable, yet heart-wrenching. When Chi-Chi hurried over, but didn't know which one to hold first. In the commotion, Su Chun poked his head in from the kitchen holding a plate. Babies want to see Papa do a magic trick. No more crying, okay? Hearing Su Chen's voice, the babies curiously turned their heads. Tears welled in their eyes, but hadn't fallen yet. Even fourth baby stopped crying. When Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Su Chen again, she noticed he was waving at the babies with his soapy hands covered in dishwashing foam. Then he gently tapped the foam onto the tip of his nose. The foam perched there looking quite ridiculous. The babies giggled with delight. When Chi-Chi chuckled too, she grabbed a tissue and handed it to Su Chen, signaling him to wipe it off. Suddenly Su Chun reached out. What are you doing, Su Chun? When Chi-Chi stepped back, but Su Chen's arms were long, and even as she retreated, he still managed to touch her nose. A little mound of white foam appeared on when Chi-Chi's nose. You? When Chi-Chi was flustered and exasperated. She wasn't one for chatter or playfulness, but since meeting Su Chen, everything seemed to have changed. Yet strangely, she didn't resent it at all. What was happening? Had she truly come to accept Su Chun completely? Seeing their parents playfully teasing each other, the babies laughed even harder. When Chi-Chi was about to wipe her nose, when Su Chen stopped her again, don't move. Look how happy the babies are. When Chi-Chi paused her hand and hesitated, unwilling to wipe it away. Usually the babies were always crying, one or the other. When Chi-Chi rarely enjoyed such quiet moments. Seeing when Chi-Chi truly still, Su Chun burst into laughter again. When Chi-Chi realized she'd been played and grew even more annoyed, Su Chun darted away incredibly fast. He slipped into the kitchen and immediately shut the door. Through the glass, he sent when Chi-Chi a blowing kiss. Seeing Su Chen's mischievous grin, when Chi-Chi suddenly felt her heavy mood of the day vanish. She felt incredibly light now, her spirits lifted. Su Chun was genuinely pretty wonderful. Perhaps she should consider Aunt Li's advice and gradually learn to accept him. Evening fell. It was time for bed. After coaxing the children to sleep, when Chi-Chi ushered Su Chen out to the living room, Su Chun said helplessly, Chi-Chi, how about you leave the door open? What are you up to? When Chi-Chi jumped in surprise. Was Su Chen going to come into the room to sleep? Should she refuse or not? When Chi-Chi's heart was in turmoil, her entire being tense, her expression turning serious. In truth, her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Su Chun had originally planned to tease when Chi-Chi, but seeing her like this, he couldn't bear to press further. I just wanted to ask, are you tired? If you're too exhausted, don't bother closing the door. I'll get up if the babies wake. Over the past few days, Su Chun had noticed that the babies woke frequently throughout the night. Each time he could hear when Chi-Chi bustling about in the bedroom. When Chi-Chi paused, was that what he meant? Still thinking about Su Chen's earlier teasing made her bristle with annoyance. Not tired. She slammed the door shut with a bang. Like he was coming in. No way. Su Chun rubbed his nose and sighed to himself. See, he'd ruined the mood again. But one day this door would open for him. Lying on the sofa, Su Chun sent the videos of the babies he'd filmed during the day to his roommates, earning their envy. After boasting for a while, Su Chun opened the course videos his roommates had sent him during the day. Since he spent his days caring for the babies and couldn't watch lectures in sync with his roommates, they'd been recording the classes and sending them to him over the past few days. He watched until midnight before finally drifting off to sleep. The next day, Su Chen woke early to make breakfast for when Chi-Chi. The door knocked again. A drowsy when Chi-Chi opened the door and spotted a grinning face peering in. She was startled and quickly shut it. Then came another knock. Excuse me, are you Mr. Su and Ms.? We're from Bebe Maternity Baby Store. Did you order a stroller yesterday? A stroller? When had they ordered a stroller? Yes, that's right. It was us who ordered it. Chi-Chi, hurry up and open the door. I can't believe they were this fast. When Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, Su Chen quickly ran over and opened the door. A portly woman outside greeted him with a beaming smile. Mr. Su Chun. Yes, that's me. Hello, I'm the store manager of Bebe Maternity Baby Shop. The 4-row infant car seat you ordered has arrived. Could you please sign for it? Alright, come in. It wasn't until the store manager and two sales assistants had stepped inside that when Chi-Chi was still in a daze. The store manager placed the chair in the living room and slowly unfolded it. This stroller is foldable and highly convenient. Simply open it from here when needed. Pointing to the folding mechanism, the manager demonstrated for Su-Chen. Once the latch clicked open, the manager unfolded the stroller completely. A 4-row seating arrangement appeared before when Chi-Chi. She finally snapped out of her confusion. What's this for? It's a custom stroller for your babies, much more convenient for outings going forward. Noticing Su-Chen had ordered this behind the woman's back, the manager laughed heartily. Miss, your husband is clearly a wonderful man. This stroller is ideal for families with multiples. He must be planning a surprise for you. When Chi-Chi could tell Su-Chen wanted to surprise her. She'd considered buying such a stroller before, but the price was simply too steep. Each one cost tens of thousands. Su-Chen had already spent so much on the children these past few days, and when Chi-Chi didn't want him to spend any more, what about his tuition? Where did you get the money? Return it. We don't need it. The manager looked embarrassed. Well, sir. Su-Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I'll buy it. I'll transfer the money right away. Su-Chen. When Chi-Chi's face showed anxiety. Su-Chen was being far too extravagant, so immature after all. Su-Chen understood when Chi-Chi's reluctance to see him spend so much. As he rotated the stroller, he said, Chi-Chi, our 4 babies, should also be able to go downstairs anytime like other children and properly experience the world outside. If we keep them cooped up at home because of our inconvenience, they'll grow up to be extremely timid when they eventually go out. I've thought this through. I'm their father and I love them just as much as you do. I want to do more for them. Seeing when Chi-Chi finally swayed, Su-Chen handed the stroller back to her for her to feel. Don't worry, your husband has money. I can afford it. All this affectionate display. The manager felt she hardly needed lunch anymore. How about this? Since you're so loving and we don't get many customers buying this model, I'll give you a discount. That's wonderful. When Chi-Chi finally smiled. A 20% discount. Originally 30,000, now 24,000. We're not making any profit, but I do have one request. When Chi-Chi frowned. What request? If it was an unreasonable request, she would reconsider. The manager clasped her hands together, narrowed her eyes, and smiled brightly. Can I see your babies? Don't misunderstand. I'm purely out of curiosity. I've never seen quadruplets before, and since you're both so lovely, the children must be adorable. I just want to take a look. Seeing the manager's eager expression, Su-Chen began to suspect she had planned the discount all along, and that the whole detour was simply to get him, and when Chi-Chi to agree to let her see the babies. Alright, go ahead, and take a look. Su-Chen was also pleased to be admired. The babies had already woken up, and were sitting in their baby chairs playing with the toys Shen Mingyao had brought yesterday. The moment the manager entered the room, she was captivated by the babies. Whoa, they're so cute. Oh my god, she's actually smiling at me. The manager hurried over to the second baby, her hands trembling. She wanted to hold the child, but dared not. She gently stroked the second baby's face, then smilingly touched the first baby's face, followed by the third and fourth. All 4 babies were exceptionally cooperative that day. Whoever the manager touched would happily giggle. She was overjoyed. They're so cute, so cute. Wait, can I come see them more often in the future? Su-Chen, what kind of strange request is that? Don't worry, I won't disturb you. How about this? I'll knock another 4,000 off 20,000, and you can take the stroller. Su-Chen, this is too hasty, isn't it? He exchanged a glance with when Chi-Chi noticed she nodded, and then said, Alright, I'll bring the babies to your store more often. Great, great, great. For such adorable babies, coming to the store would be a living advertisement. Their shop's business would surely improve. The manager happily collected the 20,000 and left. As soon as Su-Chen sat down, when Chi-Chi asked, Su-Chen, where did the money come from? She had agreed to keep the stroller, but she still needed to understand the details. Otherwise, when Chi-Chi couldn't help but feel uneasy. Su-Chen wasn't from a wealthy family. Even if he had sold potatoes for over 10,000 in 2 days, one stroller alone cost 20,000 plus the money spent on formula that day. She didn't believe Su-Chen would have that much money. Having anticipated this question, Su-Chen had already prepared his explanation. Chi-Chi, actually, after selling potatoes for 2 days, I found a business partner. What kind of partner? The owner of the vegetable market. He gave me 50,000 as a deposit and wants to cooperate with me in the future. Su-Chen decided to be straightforward. He couldn't mention the system for now, but Chen who would never deceive him. When Chi-Chi was half believing, half doubting. Just how many potatoes did you grow? Questioned by when Chi-Chi, Su-Chen smiled and said, I'll take you and the babies to see it another day. Okay. Having received an affirmative answer, when Chi-Chi added some precautions, bid farewell to the babies and went to school. Su-Chen also packed up and headed out. A thermos, baby formula, diapers, and bottles. Su-Chen packed a large bag, then placed the 4 babies into a 4-seat stroller. The moment the babies realized they were going out, they became overjoyed, with little 4 even clinging to Su-Chen and gnawing on him messily, unwilling to let go. Be good, little 4. Let go of daddy so he can take you out. Little 4 blinked, her big eyes stared at Su-Chen motionlessly for a few seconds, then suddenly let go. Su-Chen noticed that in recent days the babies seemed to understand him better and better. This was truly a cause for joy. After getting off the car, Su-Chen encountered a problem. How was he supposed to get to the fields? With quadruplets and an adult, even a taxi wouldn't work. It seemed he not only needed to buy a house, but also a car. The road ahead was long and arduous. Su Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly heard someone greet him from ahead. Su Chen. Fat Zhao. Su Chen greeted him with surprise. Fatty Zhao, whose real name was Zhao Dashing, was Su Chen's high school classmate. After graduating from high school, Zhao Dashing hadn't continued his studies while Su Chen had repeated 2 years. Now counting it up, Zhao Dashing had already been working for 3 years. At that moment, Zhao Dashing had a cigarette dangling from his hand, a trace of weariness on his face. When he saw Su Chen pushing 4 babies, he paused. These are they your children? Su Chen nodded yes. Quadruplets. Su Chen nodded again. Zhao Dashing quickly extinguished his cigarette, his face slightly awkward. Sorry about that, it's an old habit since graduation, can't seem to break it. It's fine, it's fine. Su Chen noticed a 7-seat minivan beside Zhao Dashing. What are you up to? Zhao Dashing spread his hands. I haul goods for people, but today I got stood up. Sigh, a wasted trip. Stood up? Can they do that? Don't you ask them for compensation? Can't do anything about it. With no education, I'm lucky to have a livelihood. How dare I offend them? If those bosses get upset, I'd lose my job, you know. By the way, Su Chen, where are you headed? Oh, I need to go to the suburbs. With 4 babies. That's inconvenient, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Su Chen sighed. How about I give you a ride? This van of mine is a bit shabby, but it can seat 7 people. Zhao Dashing glanced at the 4 babies beside Su Chen, who were tilting their heads and staring at him with their gorgeously dressed appearance, and added, if you don't mind. How could I mind? I can't thank you enough. Su Chen was just thinking about how to get there. On the way, Zhao Dashing kept glancing at the babies through the rearview mirror. They're so well-behaved and beautiful. Your wife must be very beautiful too, right? Su Chen played with little 3 and smiled. She's pretty good. Zhao Dashing hesitated. Su Chen, don't think I'm being nosy, but aren't you still in school? Speaking of that, Su Chen felt even more helpless. Yeah, I'm in school. Then these children. Nowadays school allows having children. The babies and I have a bond. Zhao Dashing's face was full of surprise. Is that so? Haha, Su Chen, you're something else. You were so hardworking in high school, and now, while the rest of us don't even have girlfriends, you already have kids. I'm envious. But then his tone shifted. Still a student taking care of 4 babies. It can't be easy for you. Indeed, it was not easy. Since having the babies these past few days, Su Chen felt that life had gained hope. Though busy every day, it was fulfilling and joyful. Compared to his previous life of idling and waiting for death, this was far better. But Su Chen couldn't bring himself to say all that to Zhao Dashing, so he just went along. You too. Sigh. Zhao Dashing let out a sigh. When they arrived at the destination, Zhao Dashing saw vast stretches of fertile fields. Row upon row of connected greenhouses stood in the fields. These vegetable greenhouses had been there when Zhang Weiqiang rented the land to Su Chen, and Su Chen was simply making use of them. At that moment, Zhao Dashing's jaw dropped in astonishment. Are all these fields yours? Yes. What do you grow? Potatoes. Potatoes. The potato harvest hasn't been great this year. It's fine, mine are doing well. Well, that's good. Seeing Su Chen push the babies toward one of the greenhouses, Zhao Dashing's expression darkened. Su Chen wheeled the babies to the edge of the greenhouse, gently patted each of their little heads, and watched as the children curiously looked around. Su Chen's mood lifted. Baby's daddy is going to work to earn money for you. You stay here and watch, don't be fussy. The babies all blinked their eyes. Su Chen turned around and started digging potatoes. The only downside of farming outdoors was that he had to dig them himself. Alone, he couldn't seem to dig much in a day. Suddenly a thought struck. Su Chen wasn't Zhao Dashing out of work. He could ask if he wanted to help. Su Chen opened his phone to send a message to Zhao Dashing, only to see a transfer notification. Transfer of 500 yuan. Message: Su Chen, I've been pretty tight lately myself, but I took a liking to the kids. Use this to buy them some food. Consider it a gift from their uncle. That Zhao Dashing. Su Chen shook his head and dialed his number. When the call connected, the voice on the other end was muffled and indistinct. Su Chen faintly heard someone shouting, where's the money? Zhao Dashing, if you don't pay today, we're taking your car. No, please. I used all my money to pay my mother's hospital bills. I really don't have any more. Can you give me a few more days? This car is my livelihood. If you take it, how will I earn a living? That's your problem, not mine. You're in a tough spot, but so are we. The money has to be paid today. Zhao Dashing's voice trembled. Brothers, we've been through thick and thin. Who's your brother? Don't you know that even close brothers settle accounts openly? Su Chen frowned. Was Zhao Dashing being hounded by debt? Remembering the 500 yuan Zhao Dashing had just transferred to him, Su Chen felt a pang of guilt. Without the system and having to raise 4 babies, would his life have turned out like this? Fatty Zhao, fatty. Su Chen raised his voice. Zhao Dashing seemed to just notice the call was connected. Flustered, he said, Su Chen, sorry, I'm a bit busy here. What's up? Do you need me to pick you up? I'll come right away. Su Chen was touched. Zhao Dashing was still as loyal as he was in school. Back then, when Su Chen was broke, Zhao Dashing would scrape together his own living expenses to eat instant noodles with him. How much do you owe them? Zhao Dashing was taken aback. I'll handle this myself, Su Chen. You're in a tough spot too. How much? Zhao Dashing sighed. He knew that if he kept pretending, Su Chen wouldn't believe him. He had accidentally bumped his phone, and Su Chen had probably heard everything. 10,000. All right, I'll transfer it to you. Su Chen, don't be so wishy-washy. If you're my brother, do as I say. Fine. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Zhao Dashing didn't waste another word. After hanging up, Su Chen's transfer arrived quickly. After repaying the man, Zhao Dashing immediately drove to pick up Su Chen. He vowed in his heart that Su Chen was a brother he would stick with for life. From now on, Su Chen's babies would be his babies too, and he would treat them well. When Zhao Dashing saw Su Chen, he noticed Su Chen was covered in dirt. The 4 babies were giggling happily beside him, not minding at all. Zhao Dashing suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Su Chen, I'm so grateful to you. Su Chen picked up the 3rd baby who had just soiled his diaper, and while wiping him clean asked, what really happened? Is your mother in the hospital? Zhao Dashing sighed, remembering the 500 yuan he had sent Su Chen, which Su Chen had refused, and then the 10,000 yuan Su Chen had given him. He felt deeply embarrassed. My mother's been in the hospital for a week. It cost over 10,000. The guys who were demanding money were my brothers, the ones who helped me unload goods from the truck. They're all in tough financial straits too. I can't blame them. They're struggling as well. Truck helpers. Yes, sometimes when I get too busy I hire a few people to help. Is that so? Do you still have people available? Su Chen's head ached at the thought of all those potatoes. Zhao Dashing looked at him curiously. Fatty, want to make some money with brother Chen? Zhao Dashing handed Su Chen a diaper. Howie. Su Chen gestured with his chin toward the greenhouse ahead. There's work here that hasn't been done. I need someone to manage it. Look, I'm too busy taking care of the kids. Interested? 10,000 a month. Su Chen had thought it through. The system couldn't be exposed, so renting land and hiring people was inevitable. How much? Zhao Dashing thought he had misheard. From what he knew of Su Chen, his family background was similar to his own when they were in school. If you think it's too little, I can. No. It's too much actually. I usually only make 5 or 6,000 a month. How about 6,000? Zhao Dashing had a gut feeling that Su Chen was different now. Su Chen waved his hand. I'm asking you to help me manage this place. It's a lot of pressure and there's plenty of work. I said 10,000, so it's 10,000. But I have one condition. Zhao Dashing paused for a moment. What condition? You can't go into the greenhouses I haven't assigned to you. I'll tell you which greenhouses to work in each day. Su Chen decided to secretly plant all the greenhouses in the next few days to avoid any exposure. After all, the land Zhang Weiqiang had rented to him had a lot of greenhouses. With his potato yield, it could last a long time. Zhao Dashing realized Su Chen wasn't joking. He slapped his thigh and agreed on the spot. Deal? I'm in. Just tell me what to do. I may not have much, but I've got plenty of strength. Su Chen was amused by Zhao Dashing. First, help me dig up the potatoes in this greenhouse. We'll take them to the warehouse later. After that, I'll leave this place to you. Zhao Dashing nodded repeatedly. As he worked, he dug up a potato and exclaimed in surprise, Su Chen, are these potatoes yours? Yes, why? I heard the other day that a young guy was selling potatoes near the market. The potatoes were really good, but he hasn't shown up the last couple of days. Was that you? Zhao Dashing was stunned. He had heard that the potato seller was making nearly 10,000 yuan a day. It was me. Since Su Chen was planning to use Zhao Dashing's help, he didn't intend to hide it. Later, I talked to the market owner and decided to supply them with potatoes. That's why I need extra hands. Oh, I see. Zhao Dashing looked at Su Chen with newfound admiration. When he saw that every potato dug up was about the same size and the yield was enormous, Zhao Dashing couldn't help asking, Su Chen, how are these potatoes different from normal ones? Su Chen smiled, already having his words prepared. These are a new variety of potatoes exclusively mine. No one else can get them, so don't worry about my business failing. Just stay by my side, and everything will be fine. Even if other places had new varieties, Su Chen believed the system would quickly adjust the potato quality. After all, the system was invincible. Don't worry, brother Chen, I'll definitely work hard, brother Chen. Zhao Dashing gradually realized he had latched onto someone with great resources. Moreover, this powerful connection gave him unexpected energy. Together, they spent most of the day finishing all the potato transport. During the journey, Su Chen fed the babies formula twice. As they were leaving, he noticed Bao and Bao staring fixedly at something by the roadside. He followed their gaze and saw wildflowers blooming along the path. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, Congratulations, host. A new quest has been unlocked. You must weave floral crowns for the babies and place them on their heads. Upon completion, the host will receive a 7-seater SUV. 7-seater SUV. This system truly understood what he needed. But making flower crowns wasn't exactly his strong suit. Su Chen plucked a blossom and brought it to his nose. Bao and Bao's eyes tracked every movement of his hands. Zhao Dashing pointed at the two girls. These are both girls, right? How do you know? Su Chen didn't recall ever introducing them as such. They love flowers. I can tell by how they keep watching you. Zhao Dashing was surprisingly observant. Do you know how to make flower crowns? I've made them for my sister before. Teach me then. Zhao Dashing burst into laughter. A grown man asking to be taught flower crown making. But it showed just how much Su Chen cared for his children. Shall I do it instead? No, I must do it myself. Otherwise, how would he get the SUV? Transportation was his greatest need right now. Zhao Dashing had no choice but to teach him. With his photographic memory, Su Chen learned incredibly fast, and within no time 4 flower crowns were complete. Su Chen approached the babies with the crowns in hand. Bao and Bao, both boys, tilted their heads, faces full of curiosity. Bao and Bao were giggling so hard that drool ran down their chins. They each reached out. Had they been able to walk, they would have scrambled for the crowns. Su Chen held a crown in each hand and gently placed them on Bao and Bao's heads. The two already adorable babies looked even more precious, their cuteness almost irresistible. Dabeo and Sambao finally reacted and tentatively reached out, though they seemed less interested. However, there was no room for refusal. Su-Chun placed the remaining 2 crowns on their heads. Dabeo and Sambao had previously had their heads shaved bald by when Chi-Chi and Su-Chun had put hats on them when they went out. Now with the flower crowns added, the sight was utterly hilarious. Huh, Zhao Dashing couldn't help but laugh. These two are boys, right? Boys probably don't like flowers. Huh, Su-Chun laughed along. When Su-Chun smiled, Dabeo and Sambao brightened instantly. The entire scene radiated harmony. Su-Chun found himself reluctant to leave. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. The 7-seater SUV has been parked downstairs unseen by anyone. The keys are in your pocket. Please retrieve them yourself. So fast. Su-Chun reached into his pocket and indeed found a set of car keys. Let's go home. With the new car today, he could finally pick up when Chi-Chi. Zhao Dashing acted as the driver and dropped Su-Chun and the babies off. Before leaving, Su-Chun handed him a large sack of potatoes and gave him an address, asking him to deliver them the next morning. Zhao Dashing had completely become Su-Chun's devoted follower. He followed every word without question. After returning, Su-Chun pushed the babies downstairs to see. The ground floor was already crowded. My goodness, whose car is this? It's so handsome. This car must be worth over 100,000. When did someone this wealthy move into our neighborhood? I don't know. I've never seen such a luxurious SUV. Wang Jia, when Chi-Chi's landlady, was among the crowd. She was shouting at the top of her lungs, this car is parked outside our building, right? I heard the neighbor upstairs returned from abroad this morning. That man is my cousin. Maybe he drove it back. Is he that impressive? Sister Wang, is your cousin married? Introduce him to me. Haha, he's still single. But if you want me to set you up, of course you'll need to. You understand what I mean, right? Wang Jia rubbed her index finger and thumb together. The group immediately caught on. Don't worry, Sister Wang, the red envelope won't be short. If it works out, I'll even give you a bigger one. Wang Jia pulled out her phone, already preparing to scan the code for the red envelope. At that moment, someone walked through the crowd. The man was pushing 4 babies wearing the cutest flower crown, smiling as he approached. Excuse me. When Wang Jia saw, it was Su-Chun, her expression turned disdainful. As when Chi-Chi's landlady, Wang Jia had met Su-Chun before. She knew he was when Chi-Chi's man. For over a year, when Chi-Chi had consistently delayed paying rent. In her eyes, this man must be as poor as when Chi-Chi. Oh, isn't this my tenant? Come look at this car. Handsome, right? You could never afford a car like this in your lifetime. The car was worth well over 100,000, and Wang Jia couldn't believe someone like Su-Chun could drive it. If he had the means, he wouldn't be renting. Su-Chun smiled, helplessly pressed the key fob, and the car suddenly responded. Sister Wang's face stiffened. How could this car belong to Su-Chun? Wasn't when Chi-Chi someone who could barely afford rent? Sister Wang, who did you just say couldn't afford this car? The elderly women around her, who were about to send red envelopes via WeChat, immediately changed their expressions. They hastily put away their phones and glared coldly at Sister Wang. So she's a fraudster. Fortunately, I haven't sent my red envelope yet. Sister Wang, you're old enough to have some shame, aren't you? One of them spotted the baby and shouted excitedly, wow, what a cute baby. Aren't these the quadruplets from that young man who sells potatoes at the market in trance? The speaker looked carefully at Su-Chun again. It really is you. Sister Wang hadn't gone out these past few days and had no idea about the huge changes at the market. She now looked completely astonished. What are you all talking about? Don't you know? Those potatoes are incredibly delicious. I bought so many. I never used to eat potatoes before. Yesterday, I ate 3 full meals worth in one sitting. My whole family loves them. They told me to come back today to buy more. This young man makes thousands of yuan a day selling potatoes, and you're saying he has no money. Sister Wang, it's one thing if you're old, but your eyesight seems to be failing too. Sister Wang was furious. You all. Young man, if you have any guts, don't rent my room. Su-Chun raised an eyebrow. Sister Wang, you've already collected my rent. The lease hasn't expired, and you're trying to kick me out. Fine, then where's my penalty fee? They had only just paid the rent not long ago. By now, everyone had been completely won over by the babies and Su-Chun's good looks, and they all started speaking up in his defense. Exactly. You've signed a contract, so you have to pay triple to kick him out. Young man, if she won't let you stay, come live with me. I won't charge you rent. Just give me some potatoes every day. He never expected that selling potatoes would earn him so many fans. It felt pretty good. Alright, I'll drop by later. The speaker happened to be Sister Wang's archenemy in the residential community. Sister Wang couldn't possibly tolerate this insult. In your dreams. The lease hasn't expired, you're not moving out. With that, Sister Wang stormed off in a huff. Su-Chun watched her retreating figure, wearing an expression of utter exasperation. Meanwhile, the ants had completely surrounded the babies, pinching and kissing them one by one. Young man, why aren't you selling potatoes today? Yes, I was waiting to buy some. If you don't come sell, my grandson will cry himself to death. I've got something to take care of today. I'll sell tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I've already arranged for the potatoes to be sold at the nearby market. You can buy them there from now on, no need to wait for me specifically. Su-Chun explained. Really? That's wonderful. You're such a kind young man. No wonder you can have such adorable babies. Su-Chun smiled. If this continued, he'd be late picking up when Chi-Chi. He gathered the babies close and said, ladies, I'm off to get my wife. I'll show you the babies another day. Good. Truly a good man. He's an expert at taking care of kids. I'll have my son learn from him when he grows up. Chen finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and place the babies into the car one by one. The system had thoughtfully installed 4 car seats, so he didn't need to worry about that at all. After getting in the car, Chen sent a message to Chen, who telling him to go to the warehouse tomorrow to pick up the potatoes, then headed straight for Ningzhou University. When Chi was in a good mood today, other than Shen Mingyao constantly whispering in her ear about finding her a boyfriend. It was already after class. Students came out of campus in small groups. Shen Mingyao still wouldn't leave when Chi sighed for a moment. When any male students came over to greet them, Shen Mingyao would just give them a death glare and send them away. Those guys are dreaming if they think they can pursue my beautiful best friend. Only a handsome guy like Chen is worthy of our Chi. When Chi, today alone she'd heard Chen's name dozens of times from Shen Mingyao's mouth. Mingyao, moi. What's wrong? I'll have Chen introduce you to someone sooner. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. I'm going to catch the bus now, you should hurry back to the dorm. But, Shen Mingyao's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and she said awkwardly, I want to go back and eat with you. That delicious food would be such a waste to miss. When Chi was somewhat exasperated, it's over an hour by bus. Don't you think it's too far? With 4 babies there, and such delicious food, how could I mind the distance? Even if it takes an hour, I can manage. Shen Mingyao said it earnestly. When Chi was half angry and half amused. All right then, come back with me. Having finally convinced when Chi, Shen Mingyao nodded repeatedly. Huh, why are there so many people over there? As soon as they reached the gate, Shen Mingyao saw a crowd standing not far away. Wow, look at that car. The car isn't the point. Look at that handsome guy. And those 4 babies beside him. Where did this heavenly man come from? Those 4 babies are all his right. This is so cool. Wow, the baby smiled at me. Woo woo, I'm dying. The girls screamed loudly. The boys also shot envious glances over. Holy crap, this man is too strong. Quadruplets. What kind of awesome genes are these? When Chi didn't look sideways at all, only eager to get back quickly to see the children. Shen Mingyao looked in that direction and was instantly startled. Chi, isn't that Chen? Beside the elegant SUV, Chen leaned against the car door, cradling the most lively of the 4 babies in his arms. Da Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao sat in their infant car seats nearby, gazing with wide-eyed wonder at the passers-by. Each of them wore a tiny floral wreath. Air Bao and Si Bao had slightly longer hair, and their naturally porcelain features made them even more precious and adorable. Da Bao and San Bao wore little hats, their boyish features a touch more defined, yet the wreaths made them look irresistibly cute and innocent. Ha ha ha, these 4 babies are simply the cutest. Even I, who has never cared for children, suddenly wants to have a baby myself. What should I do? When Chi noticed Chen's smile never faded, nothing around him seemed to matter. He would tease Si Bao one moment, then crouch down to check on the other 3 the next. Si Bao seemed especially joyful in his arms. When Chi almost forgot that Si Bao was the hardest to soothe of all the babies. The frail little one also seemed to have gained a bit of weight over the past few days. Chi, why are you just standing there? Run over there, it's so romantic. Seeing when Chi hesitate, Shen Mingyao grew even more anxious than she was. If you don't hurry over, I will. Let me tell you, a man as wonderful as Chen won't stay available forever. Someone else will snatch him right from under your nose. A sense of urgency seized when Chi, and gritting her teeth, she walked toward him. Shen Mingyao, triumphant, pressed into the crowd. A group of girls were still discussing enthusiastically. What do you think that handsome man is doing here? Obviously waiting for his wife. Who else would you guess? Wife? Has any female teacher at our school given birth to quadruplets? Not that I know of. Shen Mingyao raised her voice proudly. Perhaps he's waiting for a student from our own school. She was the only one who knew about when Chi and Chen, and the thought alone filled her with delight. It was as if a tremendous piece of gossip was about to explode, and she alone held the secret. A student? No way, right? Sure, university students can get married now, but I haven't heard of anyone at our school tying the knot. Well, you'll find out soon enough, won't you? To everyone's astonishment, a graceful young woman emerged slowly from the crowd. Then the man's ever-patient smile finally transformed into sheer delight. Chi, are you out of class? He placed the baby from his arms into the stroller and eagerly walked toward her. In an instant, everyone around felt a pang of envy. Why does this man actually get excited? He must adore that woman. The envious glances quickly turned to pure admiration. Oh my goodness, I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Not a boyfriend. He's her husband. Exactly. I absolutely love a husband like that. I'm going home right now and having babies with my boyfriend. Shen Mingyao wore an expression of sheer triumph. At last these people were feeling the same shock she had experienced upon first seeing Chen and the babies. She felt balanced. Just then when Chi also quickened her pace towards Chen, calling out, slow down, watch the babies. Meanwhile, all 4 babies stretched out their little hands, equally thrilled to see their mother. When Chi sighed helplessly and lifted Da Bao, whose arms were stretched the furthest. As she held him, everyone caught sight of her profile. Another round of gasps erupted. Beautiful. She's so stunning. Today is yet another day of pure jealousy. Her husband is handsome, the children are adorable, and she's gorgeous too. The onlookers among the men let out an even louder chorus. What on earth is wrong with his luck? This is outrageous. The beauty has a man, she has children. There's no chance left for us. Now closer, Su-chun overheard the crowd's exclamations and looked down with a soft laugh. Chi-Chi, look at them. They're so envious of us. When Chi-Chi realized it too. When she first started school, she had feared that having babies would invite gossip and criticism. She had been terrified her children would be mocked for having a single mother, afraid she couldn't give them a perfect childhood, so she kept her head down and avoided attention at every turn. Until she met Su-chun. Only these past few days had made when Chi-Chi realized she had been worrying for nothing. Her babies were beloved by everyone. Her man not only adored her children, but loved her as well. Her life had somehow become entirely different. If Shun Mingyao, her best friend, showed no hesitation, or perhaps even a touch of envy, then the others were genuine in their admiration. Then what was there left to fear? An idea suddenly occurred to Wen-Chi. Would her parents be overjoyed to learn about her babies? But the thought was immediately dismissed. After a moment's consideration, she decided to keep it secret for now. She couldn't shock her parents so suddenly. As for everything else, she would address it later. She placed the Bao back into his car seat and took the stroller from Su-chun's hands. Let's go. Su-chun turned and led the way. At the car, Su-chun personally opened the door for Wen-Chi. She glanced inside and was stunned. She had assumed the vehicle was merely rented. But why would a rented car come equipped with prepared infant car seats? And there was no driver. Where did this car come from? In these past few days, Su-chun had given Wen-Chi so many surprises that she could hardly keep up. She refused to believe that he could buy a car worth millions with just 50,000 yuan. I rented it. Su-chun knew he had been seeming too wealthy lately. If Wen-Chi grew suspicious, everything would be lost. Rented? Yes, the dealership happened to have this car. The baby seat was installed temporarily. They liked our baby and installed it for free. Su-chun decided to bluff his way through for now. As for the future, he would deal with it later. Wen-Chi was skeptical but didn't press further. Su-chun seemed to harbor many secrets, but none of them affected how well he treated her. The car sped away, leaving the students still stunned by what they had just witnessed. Shen Mingyao, standing among the crowd, had been watching them with pride. Only after the car disappeared did she realize a serious problem. Oh no, weren't we supposed to go to their place for dinner? Had she been forgotten? Definitely right. Well, considering how well Su-chun treated Wen-Chi, that meal could wait. Shen Mingyao returned to the dormitory absent-mindedly. Soon the entire Ning University erupted. Did you hear? Today at the school gate, someone drove a luxury car with kids to pick up his wife. So sweet. They're practically flaunting their love in front of everyone. Really? Who are those handsome guy and beautiful girl? Does anyone know them? Meanwhile, Su-chun's dormitory group chat also exploded. Check it out. I found a photo of that fairy tale couple. Su-chun had just arrived home. He and Wen-Chi sent the babies upstairs, and then he saw the message. He was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to reply, another roommate shouted in the group, Li Wenhao. Holy crap, isn't that woman the campus belle? Wang Lei, which campus belle? Lin Lu, could it be Wen-Chi? Li Wenhao. I'm sure it's Wen-Chi. Look at this silhouette. Perfect figure, long legs, even her profile is captivating. Who else at our school could pull that off but Wen-Chi? Lin Lu, damn, you're right. I'm heartbroken. Su-chun opened the photo. In it, only Wen-Chi's back was visible as she walked toward him. He and the babies were not in frame. Su-chun, where did you get this photo? Wang Lei stole it from the school forum. Su-chun, any others? Wang Lei, no. Wang Lei, frustrated. Those little brats were too busy gawking and envying to take photos. This single shot was taken before the woman reached her man. Lin Lu, fuck, I don't even know who my rival is. How can I compete? Su-chun, haha, are you sure he's your rival? Lin Lu, of course. Anyone who likes Wen-Chi is my rival. And that bastard actually had kids with her. Unforgivable. Su-chun, now the bastard in question. While considering how much his buddies had helped him, he'd let it slide. Li Wenhao, Su-chun, show me the babies quick or I'll die of heartache. Lin Lu, yes, only adorable babies can heal my wounded soul. Wang Lei, babies. Where? Hurry up, Su-chun. The three of them genuinely adored Su-chun's 4 children. If they ever realized the babies they watched every day were Wen-Chi's, they would probably tear Su-chun apart. Su-chun rubbed his nose and replied, wait, coming right up. Sigh. Since he'd stolen everyone's dream girl, he had to sacrifice his little darlings. Baby's daddy's coming. Li Wenhao and the others were lying on their dorm beds mourning their loss. From the first day when Chi-Chi transferred to the school, they had gone to see her. Captivated by her beauty, they vowed to pursue her. But only a few days later, news spread that when Chi-Chi had a child, the trio's morale shattered. Why hasn't Su-chun sent the video yet? Come to think of it, when Chi-Chi has a kid and Su-chun took leave to take care of his kids. What a coincidence. Wang Lei was curious. Lin Lu threw a pillow at him, indignant. What are you thinking? It's obviously a coincidence. How could Su-chun have a kid with the campus belle? Besides, is Su-chun worthy of our campus belle? She's way too beautiful. Wang Lei thought for a moment and asked, Lin Lu, do you remember that Su-chun is actually our department's heartthrob? Since Su-chun was a top student, never dressed up, and always hung out with them, they had long forgotten his status as the department's heartthrob. Lin Lu, that actually made sense. No way. It can't be Su-chun. I refuse to believe it. Alright, I don't believe it either. Besides being good-looking and a good student, Su-chun was a total loser. There was no way it was him. Just as they were thinking, a new message notification sounded in the group. Su-chun sent a video. The fastest hands, Li Wenhao opened it immediately and started the cloud baby watching mode. Li Wenhao was grinning like a fool, occasionally kissing the baby on the screen. As he kissed, he noticed something odd. In the video, there was a woman's legs in the background. Li Wenhao zoomed in, and his eyes widened. This. He opened Su Chen's chat and frantically typed, "Su Chen, is your wife really Wen Qiqi?" Su Chen opened the chat window and quickly typed the words, "Yeah." Before he could send it, Wen Qiqi's voice rang out from inside the room. "Su Chen, Debeo has pooped." Su Chen put down his phone and rushed into the room. Li Wenhao waited for Su Chen's reply after sending the message, but he waited for a long time without any response. "Where are you? Su Chen, son." After sending 3 messages in a row with no reply, Li Wenhao angrily threw his phone onto the bed. Lin Lu and Wang Lei, who were still captivated by the baby video, looked bewildered. "Have you lost your mind, son? Why would you throw your phone when there's such an adorable baby to watch?" Li Wenhao hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Don't you think those legs in the video look a bit familiar?" "Legs, say? Oh, you mean the beautiful woman who appeared? Isn't that Su Chen's wife?" Wang Lei said, then picked up a pillow and threw it at Li Wenhao. "Have you really gone crazy? Don't you know you shouldn't covet a friend's wife?" Lin Lu also threw the water bottle in his hand. Li Wenhao dodged the pillow swiftly and caught the water bottle. "Damn, Wang Lei, are you trying to kill me?" "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean? Don't you think these legs look like Wen Qiqi's?" "Wen Qiqi?" Lin Lu and Wang Lei opened the phone again and looked carefully. "They do look a bit alike." "You think so too? But don't all women's legs look like that? Can you really recognize someone just by their legs?" "Li Wenhao, you're amazing. Have you taken the wrong pills? Are you daydreaming about women?" Wang Lei and Lin Lu burst into laughter as they spoke. The mockery made Li Wenhao feel confused for a moment. Was I really mistaken? No wonder Su Chen didn't reply to my message. Damn, son, did you actually ask Su Chen? Are you stupid? Su Chen has a wife. Didn't you think she'd get angry with such a question? He probably didn't reply because they were arguing. Look at what you've done, grandson. Li Wenhao was scolded by his roommates and began to feel that he had indeed made a mistake. He had been in relationships before, and he knew that girlfriends could find countless ridiculous reasons to argue, especially over such an inexplicable question. Had he caused Su Chen a huge trouble? Realizing this, Li Wenhao quickly took out his phone and started typing frantically. "Haha, bro, I was just kidding. Wen Qiqi is the school beauty. We can't even see her right. Treat your wife well. No need to reply. Dad will leave you two some alone time." After sending the message, Li Wenhao let out a breath. "Son, Dad can only do this much for you. If you argue again, it's not my fault." Lin Lu said, "Truly a dog." Wang Lei echoed, "Truly a dog." Li Wenhao. Meanwhile, Su Chen had just entered the room. Wen Qiqi had already fed the 4th baby, and the other 3 babies had finished their milk. Debeo sat in the stroller, his little fists clenched tightly, his tiny brows furrowed. It looked especially comical. Su Chen walked over with a smile, expertly picked up Debeo, discarded the diaper, wiped Debeo's bottom, and even took a careful look. Finding that Debeo's little bottom wasn't clean, Su Chen took a small basin and fetched some hot water. He decided to give Debeo a wash. Su Chen's movements were very practiced, as if he had done it countless times, and he showed no disgust toward Debeo's poop. After fetching the water, he gently washed Debeo's bottom. Debeo giggled incessantly, as if being tickled. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th babies also watched Su Chen's movements curiously, and when they saw Debeo laughing, they waved their arms and legs and laughed along. Su Chen played with the 3 babies while washing. When Qiqi finally had a rare moment of leisure, she realized that ever since Su Chen came to the house, she who used to be constantly flustered now had nothing to do. Su Chen had taken over everything and handled it all in an orderly manner. When Qiqi recalled how Su Chen had shown off at the school gate today, he was supposed to be a young college student in his prime, but now he had become a stay-at-home dad because of her and the babies. After washing Debeo, he put on his pants and diaper and took the dirty pants to wash them. When Qiqi felt a pang of sadness. "Su Chen, moi." Su Chen continued his task without stopping. "What's wrong? Don't you mind at all?" When Qiqi fidgeted with her hands. "Mind what?" Su Chen turned around to look at Wen Qiqi and realized she was referring to changing diapers and washing bottoms for the babies. "Qiqi, they are my own children. I love them too much to feel disgust." Seeing Wen Qiqi still frowning, Su Chen had an idea and decided to tease her. "If it were you, I'd definitely help wash you too." Wen Qiqi didn't react at first. "What?" Seeing Su Chen's mischievous grin, Wen Qiqi's face instantly flushed. You. After a long pause, she finally blurted out 2 words, "Pervert." With that, she turned around and walked out awkwardly. "Qiqi, I meant the pants. Wash pants." When Qiqi paused mid-step, not knowing whether to leave or stay, she realized that Su Chen had completely gotten the better of her. When Qiqi was flustered. Pants. Then what did you think I wanted to wash?" Su Chen chuckled softly, suddenly stepping closer to Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi's face felt as if it were burning, and her heart began to pound wildly. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Su Chen. What are you going to do?" She barely managed to utter these words, instinctively wanting to step back. Yet for some reason, she never made the move. Su Chen looked at Wen Qiqi's blushing face, smiled, and leaned closer. The distance between them grew closer and closer. Su Chen also heard Wen Qiqi's heartbeat. A strange sensation washed over him. He had originally intended to tease her, but now his mind had changed. He deliberately lowered his head a little more. Suddenly, Si Bao let out a cry. Su-chun. When Chi-chi. Su-chun touched his nose and turned to walk out. Oh Si-bao, you are nothing but a stumbling block on your father's path to winning your mother's heart. Su-chun, while walking, deliberately tried to hide his embarrassment. I'll go wash Debao's pants. When Chi-chi nodded, Su-chun took 2 steps, then couldn't help turning back to ask her, Chi-chi, are you nervous? When Chi-chi, not at all. Your face is red. Su-chun, alright, I won't say more. I'm going. When Chi-chi looked up and saw Su-chun blow her a kiss, then she recalled the moment just now. If Si-bao hadn't cried, would he have kissed her? Now everything was disrupted, and when Chi-chi inexplicably felt a sense of loss. She shook her head in panic. When Chi-chi, have you gone mad? What are you thinking? She picked up Si-bao and played with the other children for a while before calming down. After washing Debao's pants, Su-chun remembered he hadn't replied to Li Wenhao. He found his phone and saw a bunch of strange messages from Li Wenhao. He shook his head helplessly. Those guys thought he had quarreled with his wife, didn't they? Forget it. Once when Chi-chi fully accepted him, he would take her to meet his roommates. After all, no matter how ugly the sons are, they still have to meet the parents. Su-chun still cooked dinner. When he finished, he saw when Chi-chi still coaxing the children, and they were almost asleep. Taking advantage of being alone in the kitchen, he grabbed a cucumber from the table and entered the space. It was also time to plant more things. Otherwise, with only potatoes, when would he ever give the babies a home? He placed the cucumber in the spiritual spring water. For a long time, nothing happened. Su-chun, could it be that cucumbers don't work? System. Ding. What can I do for you, host? What's going on? Su-chun looked at the unchanged cucumber in his hand, confusion written on his face. The system was silent for a moment before replying. Host, may I ask, did your biology teacher pass away early? Su-chun, cucumbers reproduce by seeds. The cucumber in your hand, its seeds are not yet mature. Su-chun, well, it seemed he had been looked down upon by the system. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Su-chun quickly exited the space. After dinner with Wen Chi-chi, as usual, he slept in the living room while she stayed in the bedroom. Su-chun thought about going to buy cucumber seeds the next day, and maybe some tomatoes as well. At daybreak, a woman dressed in wealth appeared at the entrance of Farang community. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, wearing a vintage cheongsam, with her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an aura of refinement and maturity. Passers-by all stared at this woman. Farang community was the shabbiest neighborhood in the area, mostly inhabited by tenants. Even the landlords were mostly nouveau riche like Wang Jie, eager to flaunt their wealth. Rarely did one see a woman who exuded such an air of nobility at first glance. Who is she? What is she doing here? She seems to be waiting for someone. Who could she be waiting for here? Why would someone connected to a woman like this choose to live in our Farang community? The woman scanned the area but didn't find the person she was looking for. She walked over to an old man selling vegetables at the entrance and bent down politely to ask, Uncle, do you know where the young man who used to sell potatoes with his children around here is gone? The old man tapped the ash from his cigarette, squinting with pleasure as he answered him. He hasn't been around for the past 2 days. I don't know. Su-chun had not yet made public that he had entrusted his potatoes to Chen Hu. Except for a few aunties who had seen Su-chun's car a few days ago, no one else knew. The woman stiffened. I see. Thank you, Uncle. It seems I won't be able to buy potatoes today either. She sighed and turned to leave. Just then a new BMW pulled up to the curb. A man with thinning hair clad in a suit stepped out. If Su-chun were here, he would definitely recognize the man as Zhang Weiqiang. Zhang Weiqiang spotted the woman and rushed over anxiously. Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? The woman was none other than Zhang Weiqiang's wife, Li Yu. Li Yu frowned displeased. I came to buy potatoes. Since you couldn't get them for me, I had to come myself. When speaking to Zhang Weiqiang, Li Yu's aloofness faded. Zhang Weiqiang's brow furrowed as he approached her with a troubled expression. Xiao Yu, it's not that we couldn't buy them. That brother hasn't set up his stall for the past 2 days. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get them for you. We'll buy as many as you want to eat. If worst comes to worst, we'll buy all of that young man's potatoes. Zhang Weiqiang's words immediately sparked strong dissatisfaction among the bystanders. No way. If you buy them all, what will we eat? We've been waiting for 2 days too. Seeing the public outcry, Zhang Weiqiang quickly put on a smile and winked. Not buying them all, not buying them all. Hearing this, Li Yu snorted coldly and turned away. Zhang Weiqiang hurried after her. Xiao Yu. Don't be angry. Brother Su-chun said we should go with the flow, stay calm, and that way we can have lovely babies. Zhang Weiqiang and his wife Li Yu had been childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was very strong. In all these years they had never had any problems, until they started wanting a child. He didn't want to put so much pressure on her, and had once said they could go without children, but Li Yu insisted on having one of her own. Brother Su-chun, Brother Su-chun. Who on earth is this Brother Su-chun? Zhang Weiqiang, have you gone mad? Li Yu, who had been unable to conceive for a long time, was extremely irritable. Hearing him ramble on, she couldn't help losing her temper. In front of Zhang Weiqiang, Li Yu shed all her aloofness and became more like an ordinary woman. Xiao Yu, Brother Su-chun really said that. Why don't I find a chance to take you to meet him, and we can ask him together? You've always told me you want a baby. Let's work together on it. The more Zhang Weiqiang spoke, the angrier Li Yu became. Over the past 6 months, Li Yu had noticed her temper growing increasingly volatile and hard to control. Even eating had become utterly uninteresting. She had tried the potatoes the maid bought, just as a test. Unexpectedly, they were truly delicious. Li Yu fell in love with them. But for the past 2 days, the maid hadn't been able to buy any. Li Yu lost her appetite and decided to come see for herself. Now it seemed it was another wasted trip, and her temper flared up. On the way back, Li Yu didn't say a word. Zhang Weiqiang tried every trick to cheer her up, but nothing worked. Over the past 2 days, he had bought different kinds of potatoes from various places, but none matched the ones the maid had bought that day. Zhang Weiqiang was also worried. When they arrived at their own residential community, Li Yu walked ahead angrily, with Zhang Weiqiang following behind. Just then a fat man suddenly appeared beside them. The man looked at Zhang Weiqiang, glanced at the top of his head, and walked up to ask, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Weiqiang?" Zhang Weiqiang frowned. He still had to go appease his wife. He couldn't afford to be delayed. "It's like this, someone asked me to deliver some potatoes to you." "Potatoes? I don't want any potatoes right now." All he wanted were the potatoes sold by that vendor at the entrance of Furong community, though any other potatoes would only infuriate Li Yu even more. Zhao Dashing frowned. Why did this man seem so different from what Su Chen had described? He appeared quite irritable. But since Su Chen had entrusted him with this task, Zhao Dashing was determined to see it through. He hauled the sack of potatoes in front of Zhang Weiqiang and said, "I've delivered them. Whether you want them or not is up to you." With that, Zhao Dashing turned and walked away. "Hey you!" Zhang Weiqiang angrily tried to call out to the fat man, but the sack at his feet lost its support and fell over. Potatoes rolled out one by one. Li Yu, walking ahead, heard the noise and was furious. "Zhang Weiqiang, what are you doing now?" When she saw the potatoes on the ground, she was stunned. She rushed over quickly in her high heels. Zhang Weiqiang thought Li Yu's temper was flaring up again and quickly tried to soothe her. "Xiao Yu, don't be angry. I'll move the potatoes away right now." Before he could finish, Li Yu suddenly crouched down in front of him. Under Zhang Weiqiang's astonished gaze, Li Yu picked up a potato from the ground and exclaimed, "It really is." "What is a?" Zhang Weiqiang was slightly bewildered. When his eyes fell on the potatoes, Zhang Weiqiang was shocked. Aren't these the same as the potatoes the nanny bought that day?" He quickly crouched down as well. Li Yu laughed with a cold snort. "Hurry up and pick them up. What are you staring at?" Seeing Li Yu smile, Zhang Weiqiang cheered up. All right, I'll pick them up now. As long as my wife isn't angry." After they finished picking up the potatoes, Li Yu asked curiously, "Honey, do you know the person who sells potatoes?" "Huh, I don't know him," Zhang Weiqiang answered instinctively. "Then who delivered these?" "Who delivered them?" Zhang Weiqiang muttered, then turned around to call out to the fat man. Unfortunately, the fat man had already walked far away. "I have no idea." "Li Yu." She shot Zhang Weiqiang a glare, and despite her slender frame, hoisted the large sack of potatoes and headed inside. With good food at hand, who had time to stay angry at Zhang Weiqiang? Zhang Weiqiang followed her inside, pondering all the way who could have sent these potatoes. He didn't even know that fat man just now. It seemed the man said someone had asked him to deliver them. Who could it be? He kept thinking until he entered the house. Zhang Weiqiang suddenly slapped his forehead. "I know who sent them." "Who?" "Su Chen." Zhang Weiqiang cheerfully approached Li Yu. "The other day when I rented the land to Su Chen, I specially gave him a discount. Brother Su Chen said he would bring me some potatoes in a couple of days. At the time, I said we only eat the potatoes from that young man at Furong community. I never expected Su Chen to actually deliver a whole sack." Li Yu was also stunned. "Really, him?" "Absolutely. I'll call Brother Su Chen right now and ask." Li Yu was now curious as well. A man who could father quadruplets and still manage to buy a sack of potatoes when they were unavailable. Was he really that miraculous? Zhang Weiqiang fumbled for a while, then frowned. "Huh. What's wrong? I forgot to save Brother Su Chen's number." Flustered, Zhang Weiqiang said, Let's go to the suburbs. Maybe he's there." Li Yu followed along. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already taken the babies to drop when Chi-Chi off at school and returned. He drove directly to the vegetable market, bought tomato and cucumber seeds, then slipped into his space to test them. Finding that cucumbers and tomatoes also worked, he drove to the farmland. Zhao Depang was already busy working in the fields. When he saw Su Chen arriving by car, he was shocked. While helping Su Chen carry the babies down, he asked, "Su Chen, is this your car?" "Yes." "When did you buy a car?" "Yesterday." "Yesterday? So fast. How incredible was that?" "Yeah, I felt it was inconvenient yesterday, so I went and bought a car." "How casual was that?" Zhao Dashing was stunned once again. Su Chen had indeed become different from before. "Oh, by the way, fatty." "Yes, boss, what are your orders?" "Su Chen." "Don't call me boss. Just call me Su Chen. I wanted to ask, does your mother still need money? If she does, just let me know." Zhao Dashing was deeply moved. Although Su Chen had money now, he showed no airs of a boss and remained as loyal and caring as before. Following Su Chen was truly the best decision he had ever made. "It's fine. She's already preparing to be discharged and will recuperate at home. My mother even said that when you're free, you should bring your wife and kids over for a meal." "Sure." Su Chen agreed without hesitation. Then he opened another greenhouse and began digging up potatoes. The babies were all nearby. Suddenly, a BMW sped over. Soon Zhang Weiqiang got out and opened the passenger door for Li Yu. Su Chen stopped what he was doing and looked at him. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" The 4 babies also turned their heads, curiously following their daddy. Their little minds were filled with big questions. Earlier that morning, Zhao Dashing had woven flower crowns for each of the 4 babies and placed them on their heads. Zhang Weiqiang was about to answer Su Chen when he suddenly noticed the 4 babies. He was astounded. "Are these your babies?" Li Yu got out of the car and also saw the 4 babies. "Aunt." She let out a cry of joy, completely forgetting to greet Su Chen, and rushed straight toward the babies. Li Yu hadn't felt such delight in a long time. She crouched down to the babies' eye level, her face beaming with envy and affection. They are so adorable. The first baby looked at Li Yu with confusion. The second baby babbled a couple of times. The fourth baby tilted its head as if thinking, where did this strange ant come from? The third baby closest to Li Yu saw the pretty ant, and giggled, his eyes narrowing into slits. He reached out his chubby little hand, and curiously touched Li Yu's face. Then he laughed out loud. Li Yu nearly burst into tears. Well, can I hold them? Zhang Weiqiang stood behind Li Yu, and the second baby burst into loud crying as soon as it saw him. Zhang Weiqiang panicked. Baby, don't cry. Having no experience with children, he was completely at a loss. Li Yu scolded Zhang Weiqiang, look at you. Go away. You're scaring the babies. Zhang Weiqiang looked at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. Su Chen was also helpless. In front of the babies, he seemed to have become invisible. Brother Zhang, is this your wife? It's fine. You can hold them if you want. The babies seemed to like her. Li Yu was overjoyed. She completely forgot she was a refined and educated lady, and carefully picked up the third baby, so well behaved. Honey, we need to have a baby soon too. Alright, we'll have one soon. Zhang Weiqiang said cheerfully. See, I told you brother Su Chen is amazing, didn't I? What he said definitely works. He truly is remarkable. Thank you, brother Su Chen. Their words left Su Chen a bit bewildered. What did I say? Oh right, brother Zhang, is there something you came to see me about? Zhang Weiqiang stood up and said gravely, brother Su Chen, you were the one who had those potatoes delivered, right? Su Chen nodded. Having found the person who delivered the potatoes, Zhang Weiqiang happily said to Li Yu, Xiao Yu, it really is Su Chen. Li Yu held Sanbao in her arms, her face beaming like a blooming flower. I didn't expect you to know such an impressive person. Looking at Su Chen again, she asked, brother Su Chen, do you know the person who sells the potatoes? Seeing Su Chen's confusion, Zhang Weiqiang quickly explained, your sister-in-law hasn't had much of an appetite for a long time. She often can't eat, and she's lost weight over the past 6 months. She really loves those potatoes, but we've been looking for 2 days, and that young man hasn't been selling them anymore. Hearing this, Su Chen roughly understood what Zhang Weiqiang meant. How about this, brother Zhang? I'll have someone deliver some to you every day from now on. Zhang Weiqiang was a decent person, and Su Chen had plenty of potatoes, so he didn't mind. That won't do. Those potatoes cost 10 yuan a jean. How much would it cost to send them every day? Zhang Weiqiang anxiously refused. Li Yu had also not expected Su Chen to be as kind as Zhang Weiqiang had described. Brother Su Chen, just tell Weiqiang. If it's inconvenient, we'll pay you plus shipping costs. Zhang Weiqiang agreed. That works too. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Both of these spouses were truly decent people. No, brother Zhang, actually these potatoes. Brother Chen, I've packed all of these. Should I transport them now? Before Su Chen could finish speaking, he saw Zhao Dashing emerge from the greenhouse. Upon seeing Zhang Weiqiang, Zhao Dashing hesitated for a moment. Zhang Weiqiang wasn't unfamiliar with Zhao Dashing either, and was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed the potatoes in Zhao Dashing's hands. Then Zhao Dashing came dragging a sack full of potatoes. Zhang Weiqiang was shocked. Brother, did you buy all those potatoes? No wonder that brother stopped selling them. Zhao Dashing shouted loudly. What do you mean Su Chen bought them? These potatoes are all grown by my brother Chen himself. Seeing Zhang Weiqiang's astonished expression, Zhao Dashing muttered again, the sack I gave you was also grown by Su Chen himself. What? Zhang Weiqiang's mouth hung open in shock. Su Chen, you grew them yourself? You're that young man who sells potatoes. Su Chen nodded. Last time I was about to tell you, but I wanted to give you a surprise so your sister-in-law could be happy too. Did we cause you any trouble? Zhang Weiqiang burst out laughing. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder. What trouble? None at all. Brother Su Chen, you're treating us like strangers. We're all brothers. I didn't expect brother Su Chen to be so accomplished. Excellent. I heard you're still in college. Yes. Haha, Ning University has produced a top student. Xiao Yu, your Ning University is truly impressive. Li Yu also nodded, her heart full of joy at this moment. Su Chen looked bewildered. Sister-in-law is also from Ning University. Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily. You didn't know? My wife Li Yu is a teacher at your Ning University. I see, that's how it is. Looking at Li Yu again, Su Chen suddenly realized. It was said that Ningzhou University had a beautiful female teacher who, although already over 30, was very elegant and aloof. The male students all loved her classes. When Li Yu had gotten out of the car and seen the baby, she had rushed over immediately. Su Chen hadn't felt any aloofness at all. Looking at her now, he realized Li Yu was truly remarkable. When she wasn't speaking, she had an air of scholarly grace. She truly did look like a teacher. Hello, teacher Li. Su Chen greeted her respectfully. Li Yu waved her hand. What teacher? No teacher. If you don't mind, just call me sister. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Li Yu added, it seems we're meant to be connected. And I really do adore your baby, nothing else intended. I also heard from Wei Chong that you taught him a method for having children. As she spoke, Li Yu blushed and looked at Zhang Weiqiang. I plan to try it. Hearing this, Zhang Weiqiang was extremely pleased. He firmly patted Su Chen's shoulder again. Brother Su Chen, from now on you're my own younger brother. Whoever bullies you, just mention my name. Zhao Dashing finally snapped out of it. Your president Zhang Weiqiang. Zhang Weiqiang of AU Group. Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily. Yes, that's me. Zhao Dashing silently swallowed. He grabbed Su Chen and quietly reminded him. Su Chen agreed quickly. Su Chen looked puzzled. Zhao Dashing had to remind him again. Zhang Weiqiang of AU Financial Group is a prominent tycoon in Ningzhou. Don't you know? This is a big shot. Zhao Dashing was trembling with fear. If he had known beforehand that the potatoes Su Chen asked him to deliver were for Boss Zhang of AU Group, he would have been much more polite. Who could have imagined that the famous Boss Zhang actually lived in an ordinary residential compound? Su Chen was also astonished. He never expected Li Dong to have introduced him to such a big shot. Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand. Brother Su Chen, don't treat us as strangers. From now on we're all family. If you don't accept us, your sister will be upset. Looking at Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu's earnest expressions, Su Chen couldn't help but agree. Su Chen helplessly said, all right then, thank you, Brother Zhang. If you want to eat potatoes, just come to me. Good. Family doesn't speak formally. Brother Su Chen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word. Zhang Weiqiang was very pleased that he had made such a good connection with Su Chen. Li Yu was also very happy at this moment. Sanbao was squirming in her arms, playing joyfully. At this moment, he grabbed Li Yu's face and suddenly with a smack kissed it. Li Yu felt the soft little face nuzzling against her cheek, and a strange sense of happiness surged into her head. So good, husband, I really love the baby. No, I need to give the baby a gift. As Li Yu spoke, she began to ponder, what should I give? A large plush doll seemed unsuitable since they were too young to play with it. Formula milk powder. But she didn't know what brand of formula the baby was consuming. She had heard that formula milk powder couldn't be given carelessly. Li Yu thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered. Brother Su Chen, do you live in Furong residential compound? She recalled the nanny mentioning that the young man who sold potatoes rented a place in Furong compound. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Would you like to move to a different place to live? Before Su Chen could respond, Li Yu continued. Husband, let's give Brother Su Chen an apartment. Su Chen was stunned. He had only met Li Yu for the first time today, and this was only his second encounter with Zhang Weiqiang. How could they be offering him a house already? Before he could refuse, the familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating a new mission. This is an optional mission. Please make your own choice, host. Mission 1, accept the house Li Yu is giving you, and tell her that with effort this month, she will surely conceive. Reward 200 yuan in cash. Mission 2, reject Li Yu, and tell her she will never conceive. Reward 100 yuan in cash. Su Chen's lips twitched. Was this really asking him to choose? This was more like setting him up, wasn't it? Please make your choice promptly, host. Su Chen's expression shifted through a kaleidoscope of emotions, and Li Yu mistook his reaction for shock. She gestured toward those potatoes. Brother Su Chen, you wouldn't want your sister to lose her appetite every day, would you? I'm relying on these potatoes to get by. If you don't accept them, I'll feel terrible. That was quite the speech. Su Chen could no longer refuse, even if he wanted to. He sighed and said to the system in his mind, I guess I have to go with option 1. He then said to Li Yu, all right then, sis. From now on, whenever I grow any fresh vegetables, I'll send some over to you. Eat more fresh produce. You and Brother Zhang should pick an auspicious date and have a healthy baby soon. Calling her sister felt too affectionate, so Su Chen decided to simply address her as Jia. After speaking, he added with a smile, actually, every day this month looks promising. Sisterly Brother Zhang, you're sure to conceive right away. Su Chen nearly died of embarrassment the moment the words left his mouth. Fortunately, Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang had both been desperate for a child. Zhang Weiqiang in particular took Su Chen's words completely to heart. The moment they heard this, both were overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Su Chen. I appreciate the blessing. May these 4 little ones bring us some good fortune as well. Su Chen gently stroked the youngest child's tiny hand in Li Yu's arms, hoping to catch his attention. Ever since Li Yu had picked him up, the boy hadn't looked at him once. Su Chen felt helpless. This kid clearly preferred pretty older sisters. Sanbao, isn't Auntie Li beautiful? Sanbao's eyes darted around uncertainly, and whether he understood or not, he broke into a happy grin. His expression seemed to say it all, beautiful. Auntie is the most beautiful. After grinning, Sanbao turned and wrapped his arms around Li Yu's face. While he pressed another kiss onto her cheek. Li Yu was completely captivated by Sanbao's affection, her heart swelling with joy as she beamed uncontrollably. Zhang Weiqiang was equally delighted. The children had stopped being fearful of him now, while Dao Bao remained indifferent. Bao and Si Bao were happily playing with him. Their happiness knew no bounds. At that moment, a chime echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. You have received a cash reward of 200 yuan. The funds have been credited to your account. Please confirm receipt. The source of these funds is secure. No need for concern. Su Chen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and immediately knew it was a bank notification. Honey, which property are we gifting to Brother Su Chen? Have you decided? Make sure it's a good location. I've got it. Zhang Weiqiang, still thoroughly entertained by the children, pulled out his phone, navigated to a screen, and handed it to Su Chen. Go ahead and pick whichever you like. Su Chen took the phone and saw a full page of residential community names. Zhao Dashing offered his as well. The first name he saw made him sharply inhale. Xishan Fenglin. Wasn't that an exclusive villa district only for the wealthiest elites in Ningzhou? Properties there must cost tens of millions at minimum. Lianhua no. 1. While not quite matching Xishan Fenglin, that was still easily worth over 10 million. Huxin Island. Zhao Dashing felt like he might pass out from shock. This place must be worth over 100 million, right? Zhang Weiqiang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you've set your sights on Huxin Island. I actually have 2 properties there. I'll arrange for you to pick one another day. Su Chen quickly shook his head. No need, no need. This last one, Jinxiu Garden, looks quite nice. Let's go with that. Zhao Dashing. Jinxiu Garden was decent certainly, but compared to the other options on the phone, this had to be the least desirable, right? A 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment would only run 1 or 2 million at most. Had Su Chen lost his mind? He felt compelled to remind him. Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang also froze in surprise. Brother Su Chen, are you certain about this? Anyone living in Ningzhou should know that every other residential community on that phone screen was significantly more expensive than Jinxiu Garden. Zhang Weiqiang had simply tossed the options to Su Chen without much consideration. Even if Su Chen had chosen Huxin Island, he wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. But why settle for Jinxiu Garden? I'm certain. Su Chen had his own reasoning. Li Yu found it even harder to comprehend. Brother Su Chen, could you tell me why you chose this place? She felt there must be a good reason behind his choice. Su Chen smiled gently. It's about the children's schooling. Their mother also attends Ningda University, and Jinxiu Garden is conveniently close to campus. He had long intended to buy a place near the university. Jinxiu Garden was only a 20-minute walk from campus. Your wife also studies at Ningda. Li Yu was even more stunned. Then she burst into laughter. It seems Brother Su Chen loves his wife very much. Students were permitted to marry these days, and while Li Yu was surprised, she didn't press the matter further. Su Chen chuckled again. Not yet, she isn't my wife. What? Not yet. Correct. We haven't obtained our marriage certificate yet, but I'm working on it. Should be soon. Seeing Su Chen's confident smile, Li Yu laughed heartily. Haha, I support you, do your best. With you by your child's mother's side, she certainly won't be looking at other men. You'll succeed. Su Chen nodded. His child's mother had to be his. I'm actually quite curious about who your child's mother is. Given how much Su Chen cherished her, she must be an extraordinarily wonderful girl. Perhaps another time, I'll bring her to meet you. Yes. Then I'll be waiting. As noon approached, Li Yu and Zhang Weiqiang, who had been having a wonderful time playing with the children, finally departed reluctantly. Zhang Weiqiang didn't ask how Su Chen's greenhouse had produced potatoes so quickly. In his mind, Su Chen must have simply brought potato seeds and planted them. Someone capable of growing such delicious potatoes must possess unique expertise. As a businessman, he understood well the value of proprietary technology, so there was no need to inquire further. That afternoon, Su Chen planted cucumber and tomato seeds in another greenhouse. Before heading back, he asked Zhao Dashing to return the car Li Dong had rented to him, and meanwhile, delivered a bag of potatoes to Li Dong, then took the children to pick up Wen Qiqi. Just before leaving, he received a message from Wen Qiqi. Su Chen, if you're picking me up tonight, keep a low profile. Wen Qiqi had been overwhelmed all day. Although she had mentally prepared herself before leaving home that morning, once she entered the classroom, she was immediately surrounded by a crowd, and Wen Qiqi was momentarily at a loss. Her palms grew slick with sweat as she nervously asked, "What are you all doing?" Wen Qiqi had also seen the photos on the forum the previous day. She had hoped no one would recognize her. Yet reality proved otherwise. Even though it was merely a silhouette from behind, someone still managed to identify her. One of the girls who happened to pass by the gates of Ning University the day before now asked curiously, "Wen Qiqi, are those 4 babies yours?" Seeing Wen Qiqi being targeted, Shun Mingyao immediately strode over and positioned herself in front of Wen Qiqi to shield her. "Qiqi, fear not. Wang Xinran, what are you shouting about?" The others joined in with their shouts. "Wen Qiqi, why aren't you saying anything? Speak up." Wen Qiqi took a deep breath. Su Chen was right. These children were hers, and she had nothing to be ashamed of admitting. At worst, people would gossip, but that mattered little. Not even a whisper could diminish the love between her and her babies. "Yes, they are mine. They just turned half a year old." Shin Mingyao was equally flustered. She had always known about Wen Qiqi's children, yet never mentioned it. She had worried about the negative impact this matter might bring to Wen Qiqi. Just moments ago, Shin Mingyao had been pondering what pretext she could use to smoothly cover up the situation. But now Wen Qiqi had confessed outright. Shin Mingyao was taken aback. "Qiqi." Just then a wave of cheers erupted around them. Wow, Wen Qiqi admitted it. "They're really your babies, 4 at once. That's amazing. Only a girl as beautiful as Wen Qiqi could give birth to quadruplets, right? I'm so jealous, I'm so jealous." Even Wang Xinran, who had been the loudest earlier, excitedly approached and grabbed Wen Qiqi's hand. "Qiqi, could you show me a photo of your babies?" When she had seen the 4 babies the day before, Wang Xinran had been so overwhelmed with emotion that she hadn't taken a single photo. Later, an urgent matter had pulled her away. Wang Xinran hadn't noticed Wen Qiqi and Shin Mingyao appear. When she returned home, her regret only grew. Such adorable babies, she should have set a photo as her wallpaper. Fortunately, in the evening, Wang Xinran had spotted the photo online. The profile silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Wen Qiqi, and she had been so thrilled that she barely slept all night. She had arrived early that morning specifically to ask Wen Qiqi for a picture. Wen Qiqi looked utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were they all more excited than she was? And they wanted photos. Wang Xinran scratched her head sheepishly. "I wanted to use it as my phone wallpaper." Wen Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. All the tension from moments before vanished instantly. The classmates gasped in surprise. "Photos? Where are they? Let me see." I heard the babies from yesterday were incredibly cute, like they walked out of a painting. I haven't seen them yet. The excitement among the students kept rising. Shen Mingyao meanwhile shifted from nervousness to pride. Chi-Chi's babies were so popular. She was truly delighted. Besides, she was the first one to lay eyes on the babies. Not only had she seen them, but she had held them and kissed them too. Within the class, her status was unparalleled. Shen Mingyao walked up beside Wen Chi-Chi and said, "Let them have a look, will you? They're practically drooling." When Chi-Chi nodded, unlocked her phone and sent a photo to Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran tapped to enlarge the image and saw 4 adorable babies tilting their heads, smiling at the screen. Their cuteness was enough to melt anyone's heart. Somebody blurted out in astonishment, "It looks like she didn't use any beauty filter." When Chi-Chi replied, "That's right, I didn't." The classmates erupted once more. "What? She didn't use a filter? The babies are too gorgeous. They've perfectly inherited Wen Chi-Chi's genes. Let me see, let me see." Someone snatched the phone from Wang Xinran's hand. Soon it was passed from person to person. Everyone who had seen it wore an expression of sheer wonder. "I can't believe they're really quadruplets. Incredible, truly incredible. I wish I had such cute babies too." The boys felt a pang of sadness upon learning that Wen Chi-Chi already had children, but the moment they saw the babies, any resentment melted away. Babies were simply the ultimate remedy for all sorrows. Wen Chi-Chi had never anticipated such an outcome. The gloom that had weighed on her heart had completely dissipated. It seemed that ever since she had met Su Chen, everything in her life had begun to change. Shen Mingyao guided Wen Chi-Chi to their seats. Wang Xinran got her wish. She set the photos of the 4 babies as her wallpaper and felt nothing but pure joy every time she unlocked her phone. It was without a doubt the happiest day Wen Chi-Chi had experienced in quite some time. Near the end of the school day, the classmates gathered around, each one curious to ask, "Chi-Chi, is your boyfriend coming to pick you up today?" "Don't get us wrong. We just want to see what kind of man is so extraordinary. We heard he's very handsome." When Chi-Chi lowered her head, a blush creeping across cheeks. She had intended to deny it immediately. But how could she explain that Su Chen was not yet her boyfriend? Shen Mingyao drifted over and teased, "Haha, Chi-Chi, you'd better keep a close eye on your boyfriend, or someone else might steal him away." Would he be stolen away? When Chi-Chi thought carefully about it, Su Chen was indeed very handsome, possessed a wonderful disposition, and treated others so well. Surely girls would find him appealing. At the thought, a strange pang of jealousy rose within her. Never mind. She would keep Su Chen hidden away. Although she knew Su Chen wouldn't be interested in other girls, she couldn't guarantee that other girls wouldn't be interested in him. So when Chi-Chi couldn't resist sending him a message asking him to keep a low profile that evening. "Sorry, my boyfriend has to stay home and take care of the children today, so he may not be able to come." The moment she uttered the words, "boyfriend," her face burned red once more. Yet seeing the eager expressions on the girls' faces, she gritted her teeth and continued. Scarcely had her words left her lips when the girls erupted again. "Taking care of the children. A man staying home to look after kids, eh? What kind of heavenly good man is that? I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. I hope my future husband will also share the responsibility of raising children, so I can just happily exist as a fairy." "Haha, look at you dreaming again." When Chi-Chi smiled helplessly. After school, Shen Mingyao walked alongside when Chi-Chi toward the exit. Shen Mingyao sounded somewhat disappointed. "So Su Chen isn't actually coming to pick you up today, is he?" "Shoo." When Chi-Chi pressed a finger to her lips and murmured softly, looking down, "He is coming." "Then why did you?" Shen Mingyao's voice was loud, but she quickly realized her mistake and lowered it. "Then why did you say he wasn't coming?" Noticing when Chi-Chi's flushed cheeks, Shen Mingyao suddenly understood. "Chi-Chi, are you afraid someone might steal your man away?" When Chi-Chi couldn't help but bury her face in her hands, her embarrassment evident. "I didn't mean to. You just want him all to yourself." Shen Mingyao giggled. "That's okay, Chi-Chi. It shows how much you care." Struck to the core, when Chi-Chi blushed again. "Haha, I told you a fine man like Su Chen wouldn't hesitate to pick you up. To be honest, if Su Chen weren't already yours, I'd have snatched him away." Seeing when Chi-Chi hesitate, Shen Mingyao added, "But don't worry, as a sister, I'd never steal your man. Chi-Chi, have you and Su Chen gotten your marriage certificate?" When Chi-Chi shook her head. "Not yet. What's going on? You already have children, why no certificate?" "But..." When Chi-Chi wanted to explain, but the words caught in her throat. Shen Mingyao said, "Chi-Chi, I'm not trying to criticize you, but look at how the classmates react. They're already smitten without even seeing Su Chen. With his looks, if he appeared before them, they'd surely be tempted. If you don't secure him, you'll lose him to someone else. But no more buts. Think of a way to win Su Chen over." Should she win Su Chen over? When Chi-Chi bit her lip, pondering the possibility. Just then a surprised cry came from behind them. "School beauty. Is that you?" Shen Mingyao turned to see a man about 1.8 meters tall in sportswear, his hair disheveled, holding a basketball, his gaze fixed inquiringly on Wen Chi-Chi. His eyes seemed to bore into Wen Chi-Chi. Shen Mingyao immediately pulled Wen Chi-Chi behind her and said sternly, "Who are you? Our school beauty has a boyfriend. Leave now." Li Wenhao was speechless. He had finally found a chance to speak with Wen Chi-Chi alone, wanting to ask her something. Who was this person acting as if he were trying to take advantage of the school beauty? Frowning, he decided not to argue with Shen Mingyao. "It really is you, Senior Chi-Chi. I have something I'd like to ask you in private, if that's okay." When Chi-Chi assumed Li Wenhao was just another admirer, so she didn't bother to respond. Feeling ignored, Shen Mingyao grew even more irritated. Hey classmate, why are you so clueless? I told you Chi-Chi has a boyfriend. Classmate. Li Wenhao couldn't help but interrupt her. I just want to ask about something. No wonder the school beauty seemed to have such an unreasonable person around her. Seeing that Shen Mingyao and the male student were about to escalate when Chi-Chi had no choice but to hold Shen Mingyao back and said politely, classmate, what do you want to ask? Well, Li Wenhao hesitated. When Chi-Chi said, you can speak here. It's fine, Yao Yao is my good friend. Oh. After a moment's thought, Li Wenhao finally asked, Senior, do you know Su Chen? He had been pondering this question all night. After exchanging messages with Su Chen yesterday, he lay down and felt something was off. He pulled up the forum screenshot and realized that the shoes the school beauty was wearing were identical to the ones in Su Chen's video, not his imagination. Although it could be a coincidence, Li Wenhao felt there were too many coincidences. He wanted to ask Su Chen, but feared making things awkward if he was wrong. Not asking, however, left him restless. Li Wenhao found a compromise. He decided to seize an opportunity to ask when Chi-Chi. Fortunately today that chance arrived. When Chi-Chi was slightly taken aback. This person knew Su Chen. She recalled that whenever Su Chen had voice chats with his roommates, this voice came through the phone. Su Chen hadn't told his roommates about their relationship. When Chi-Chi felt a pang of disappointment. How should she respond? When Chi-Chi was uncertain. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao stepped past her and said angrily, why should we tell you? Who even are you? Before Li Wenhao could answer, Shen Mingyao dragged when Chi-Chi away. Chi-Chi, let's go. Ignore him. Li Wenhao was speechless. Something felt off. He had been scolded for no reason and still hadn't gotten the answer he wanted. No, he had to follow them. He tossed his basketball to a classmate and cautiously trailed behind. When Chi-Chi was pulled all the way to the west gate of the school. This was a side gate where few students came. When Chi-Chi had arranged to meet Su Chen here, Shen Mingyao had come along because she was itching to see the babies. Su Chen had been waiting at the west gate with the babies for a long time. The area was quiet. He pushed the stroller, strolling near the entrance with his car parked not far away. Before when Chi-Chi came into view, the first and third babies were already cooing excitedly. Su Chen chuckled softly. Is mommy coming? The first and third babies were boys and usually clung more to when Chi-Chi. The second and fourth babies were more attached to Su Chen. Soon Su Chen saw Shen Mingyao and when Chi-Chi approaching from a distance. Before Su Chen and when Chi-Chi could speak, Shen Mingyao rushed over. Baby's big sister is here. She ran to the stroller, picked up the first baby and kissed him. Then she picked up the second baby and kissed her. Then the third and the fourth. After kissing them all, Shen Mingyao frowned. Oh, why don't I have 4 hands? I wish I could hold you all at once. Su Chen was speechless. When Chi-Chi was speechless too. Only the babies who couldn't understand her words had the third baby, who liked pretty girls, reaching out to pinch Shen Mingyao's cheek. The other 3 giggled while watching. The fourth baby's eyes were fixed on when Chi-Chi, reaching out for a hug. When Chi-Chi smiled and walked over, picking up the fourth baby. Fourth baby, did you miss mommy? The fourth baby hugged when Chi-Chi's face and kissed her, indicating that she missed her very much. The scene was heartwarming. Standing beside when Chi-Chi, looking at his future wife and children, Su Chen's heart felt warm. Chi-Chi. He was about to say something when suddenly a scream rang out from not far away. Su Chen. The voice was filled with shock, disbelief, and unease. Is it really you? Su Chen looked toward the sound and saw Li Wenhao's face shifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions. It seemed today he couldn't escape. Su Chen had no choice but to nod. Li Wenhao was completely dumbfounded. Trembling, he pointed at Su Chen, then at when Chi-Chi, and finally at the 4 babies. When the babies' faces registered in his mind, Li Wenhao's mind went blank. It was really them. This was them. The babies he had been virtually adoring every day. They were Su Chen's children. Li Wenhao couldn't think straight. After a long pause, he finally managed to form words. She really is your wife. Su Chen rubbed his forehead. Throughout the year he had known Li Wenhao, this was the first time he had seen him act so foolish. He didn't want to admit to having such a foolish son. Su Chen glanced back at when Chi-Chi. Seeing that she hadn't refused, he nodded to Li Wenhao. Yes, son. What are you doing here? Li Wenhao never took the west gate. In his words, there wasn't a single soul there, no chance of meeting girls, so why bother going where there were no crowds? Li Wenhao, too excited, forgot to refute Su Chen. Holy crap. I've gone mad. I'm blind. What? What am I seeing? No, I have to let those bastards know their daddy has discovered an incredible secret. Li Wenhao, in a frenzy, pulled out his phone, frantically typed a line, then quickly deleted it. No, if they just find out like that, what's the fun? Seeing it with their own eyes is more exciting. Son, Su Chen, don't tell them either. Wait until one day you show up with when school beauty and the babies. That'll scare the hell out of those little brats. Su Chen. When Chi-Chi, don't mind him. My son is a bit slow. When Chi-Chi was even more speechless. Li Wenhao walked up to when Chi-Chi with a goofy grin, his face muscles nearly stiff from smiling. Senior 1, no school beauty 1, or is that wrong? Daughter-in-law. Li Wenhao, how do you want to die? Su Chen barely restrained himself from beating Li Wenhao. Finally, Li Wenhao dropped the goofy grin and said seriously, sister-in-law, hello. I'm Li Wenhao. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that Su Chen and Li Wenhao had a great relationship. Otherwise Li Wenhao wouldn't be so goofy. She smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Wen Chi-Chi. I know you're our school's beauty. Can't believe Su Chen got lucky. Let me tell you, this guy has so many flaws. He sleeps in class, gets into fights after class. He often doesn't wash his socks or clothes. He talks in his sleep sometimes. He's the worst in our dorm at gaming, and under his bed he hides. Li Wenhao. Su Chen felt that if Li Wenhao kept going, all his embarrassing secrets would be exposed. This bastard really had an itch today. Li Wenhao laughed heartily. Sister-in-law, don't be hasty. Don't easily agree to Su Chen. Make him suffer a bit. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. Su Chen's friend was quite amusing. The fourth baby in her arms stared wide-eyed at Li Wenhao in confusion. She seemed to like Li Wenhao reaching out from Chi-Chi's arms to signal him to hold her. Li Wenhao had already noticed the fourth baby. In fact, he was so excited he didn't know what to do. Finally seeing the babies. They were so adorable. But with Su Chen and Chi-Chi both there today was his first meeting with Chi-Chi as Su Chen's family. Well, brother, shouldn't he make a good impression on her? If he acted too crazy, wouldn't that be bad? Li Wenhao had been restraining himself from rushing over to hug the babies. Seeing the fourth baby asking for a hug, he finally couldn't hold back. Li Wenhao carefully took the baby's little hand. It was soft and warm, and the baby playfully scratched his palm. It tickled. Li Wenhao was going crazy. He screamed inside, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. What an adorable baby. I want to hug, kiss, and lift her up. But on the surface he could only suppress his excitement, and carefully asked Chi-Chi, can I hold her? When Chi-Chi handed the fourth baby to him, as she said sure, Li Wenhao felt his heart might burst. The moment the baby was brought over, she wriggled happily, and gave Li Wenhao a big smile. Li Wenhao's heart was completely melted. So tiny, so tiny, so tiny. So cute, so cute, so cute. He liked her so much. If not for her being so small, Li Wenhao felt he could jump for joy. The baby also rubbed against his chest happily. When the baby's cheek touched his, Li Wenhao felt a soft, tender sensation. Ah, I'm dead again. Su Chen saw Li Wenhao's expression shifting rapidly, but not daring to show it, and he was about to die laughing. How's he? Su Chen couldn't hold it in anymore. He was afraid this brother who helped him attend classes might suffocate himself. You don't have to be so restrained. Our fourth baby is a person, not a fragile porcelain doll. Really? Li Wenhao was shocked. Can I lift her up? Of course you can. Li Wenhao was overjoyed. He carefully lifted the baby. The baby's body rose higher, her puzzled face turning into excitement. Then she burst into laughter. Giggle, giggle. The fourth baby was so happy. Lifting her above his head, her laughter grew louder. The other three babies looked on curiously. The first and second babies both stretched out their arms in wonder, asking for hugs. The third baby in Shen Mingyao's arms looked shocked and confused. When the fourth baby was put down, she in her joy rubbed against Li Wenhao's nose. Li Wenhao was even happier. This time, even when Chi-Chi couldn't take the baby back. The fourth baby shook her head vigorously, then looked at Li Wenhao expectantly. As if saying, uncle, uncle, fourth baby wants more, fourth baby wants to be lifted high, fourth baby likes it so much. At the same time, the first, second, and the now recovered third baby all reached out to Li Wenhao. In their hearts, uncle, uncle, we want to, uncle, please hug us, uncle, lift us high. Shen Mingyao, holding the third baby, watched Li Wenhao, without speaking, lost in thought. Li Wenhao was overjoyed. Su Chen, looks like the babies really like me. Indeed they do. Haha, then I won't hold back. This was what Li Wenhao had most wanted to do ever since he learned Su Chen had children. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he miss it? He lifted the fourth baby again. When Chi-Chi, seeing the babies happy, was happy too, and silently stood by. The fourth baby giggled again. After 5 rounds of lifting the baby up high, Li Wenhao reluctantly handed the fourth baby to Su Chen. This is the fourth baby, right? Su Chen nodded. How do you know? Obviously I watch the videos every day, how could I not know? Alright, now it's the first baby's turn. The first baby is a quiet little man. That must be him. Li Wenhao then picked up the first baby. He was right. First baby, uncle's here. Li Wenhao ignored Shen Mingyao, picked up Deheo, and began tossing him up in the air. Deheo, who rarely spoke, laughed along. Erbao and Sanbao watched with envy, nearly in tears. Li Wenhao played 5 more rounds with Deheo before picking up Erbao. Girls are simply adorable. Erbao was a bit chubbier than Sibao with rosy plump cheeks. When she smiled, her eyes squinted into crescent shapes. She eagerly waited for Li Wenhao to hold her. Li Wenhao immediately picked up Erbao and played another 5 rounds without any favoritism. Next was Sanbao. Sanbao was still being held in Shen Mingyao's arms. Upon seeing Shen Mingyao, Li Wenhao's brows furrowed involuntarily. Just now Shen Mingyao had treated him very coldly. She had suspected he was deliberately trying to get close to Chi-Chi. Now that she realized she was wrong, she had barely dared to speak for so long, had she. And she was using Sanbao as a shield. At this moment Sanbao poked his head out from Shen Mingyao's embrace, eagerly asking Li Wenhao to hold him. Li Wenhao said, give Sanbao to me. Shen Mingyao felt rather awkward. She never expected that this rare chance to protect Chi-Chi would lead to running into Su Chen's brother. She had been counting on Su Chen to introduce her to someone anyway. What should she do? Seeing Li Wenhao reach out his hand, she quickly handed Sanbao over. Li Wenhao took Sanbao and didn't even glance at her. Shen Mingyao was somewhat distracted, unsure whether she should apologize or not. Su Chen asked curiously, what's wrong? When Chi-Chi recounted what had just happened. Su Chen waved his hand with a light smile. It's fine. Howsy isn't that kind of person, he won't mind. I hope so. Yao sighed. After playing another 5 rounds with Sanbao, Li Wenhao still felt it wasn't enough. He took out his phone again and recorded videos of himself with each baby separately, only then feeling satisfied. Half an hour had already passed. The sky was gradually darkening, yet Li Wenhao showed no intention of leaving. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. He glanced at the petrified Shun Mingyao, walked over and crouched down beside Li Wenhao to look at the babies together. How's he? Speak. Li Wenhao didn't want to bother responding to Su Chen at all. It's getting dark. I know. Could he possibly not know it was dark? However, playing with the babies was truly too enjoyable, and he could keep going for a long while longer. We need to go back. Su Chen noticed that Li Wenhao's mind was somewhat sluggish at the moment. If we don't go back now, the babies will fall asleep soon. So early. Yes, they're still so young. Li Wenhao finally reacted dully. Children did indeed sleep early. If they missed it, it would be troublesome. Li Wenhao could only reluctantly bid farewell to the children and left with a wave. Shun Mingyao followed suit and left as well. Su Chen took Wen Qiqi and the babies home. That evening, Su Chen cooked, as usual, pondering how to tell Wen Qiqi about the house. After some thought, he realized he couldn't find a suitable excuse. Forget it, he would just take her to see it directly when the time came. Perhaps if she was happy enough, she would forget to ask about the source of the money. As for Li Wenhao, on the way back, he kept looking at his phone, glancing a few times and smiling each time. Another glance, another smile. The babies were simply too adorable, he couldn't help himself. When passing by the cafeteria, Lin Lu, who was serving food, patted Wang Lei in front of him. Lazy look, isn't that Howsy? Wang Lei turned his head, took a look, and said, Hey, you're right, it is him. Lin Lu waved and shouted loudly, Howsy? Howsy? Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao seemed not to hear, grinning foolishly again. Lin Lu. When did Howsy go deaf? Wang Lei. Maybe he just didn't hear. Then is he blind too? The place they were queuing wasn't far from him, was it? How could he not see them? Could it be? The two exchanged glances. Howsy is also in love. No, let's go back to the dorm and check. The two quickly got their food and sprinted back to the dorm. As soon as Li Wenhao entered the room, he climbed onto his bed. While climbing, he kept watching videos. Suddenly the door was kicked open. Before Li Wenhao, who was halfway up the bed, could react, Lin Lu and Wang Lei grabbed his legs. Son, get down here. Tell your dads, which girl did you fall for? Li Wenhao. What happened? Get lost, what girl? Then why were you grinning like that? Had he been grinning? Li Wenhao was at a loss for words. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Lu and Wang Lei holding their meals, and they had also bought a portion for him. Li Wenhao roughly understood what was going on. No, don't move, I'll tell you right away. Good, you're sensible. Hurry up. The two let go. If they kept pulling like this, Li Wenhao was afraid he might fall off the bed. Li Wenhao breathed a sigh of relief. After climbing back onto the bed, seeing his roommates' expectant expressions, he felt even more that today's outing had been worth it. Just from guessing that he was in a relationship, they could be this amazed. If they found out that Su Chen had children and that his wife was Wen Qiqi, they would surely lose their minds, right? Of course, for this matter to have a greater effect, Su Chen would need to personally bring Wen Qiqi and the children in front of them. That way the impact would be even greater. So he had to hold back and not say anything. This way he could also ask Su Chen for more time to spend with the babies. Grandson, just tell us. Stop dragging your feet, which girl is it? Li Wenhao picked up his phone and quickly encrypted the videos of himself with the babies on it. Then he looked at the two with a significant expression. Not telling you. Damn it, I can't stand it if I don't beat this kid. I can't stand it either. Beat him. And so the two climbed back onto Li Wenhao's bed and gave him a good beating. During dinner, Su Chen kept spacing out. Su Chen, what's wrong? When Qiqi noticed that Su Chen was a bit distracted and couldn't help but ask. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, Qiqi, if I said I have 2000, did you do something illegal, eh? When Qiqi looked extremely nervous. Su Chen. He smiled and decided not to give Wen Qiqi such a big fright just yet. Qiqi, let's go shopping this weekend. He noticed that while the babies had plenty of clothes, Wen Qiqi seemed to have only a few sets. Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy. At the age when she should have been blooming like a flower, Wen Qiqi had lost too much for the children. He wanted to compensate her. He would find another opportunity and casually mention the house to Wen Qiqi then. Okay. Seeing that Su Chen had stopped talking nonsense, Wen Qiqi agreed readily. After finishing the meal, it was time to bathe the babies. Wen Qiqi hugged Sibao and suddenly furrowed her brows. Then she exclaimed in surprise, Su Chen. Moi, don't you think Sibao has gotten heavier? Su Chen happily walked over and picked up Sibao. Really? Sibao wasn't this heavy before. He's put on some flesh these past few days. Wen Qiqi was very happy. For the past half year, she had tried every method to improve Sibao's diet. But Sibao simply wouldn't gain weight. He was also very prone to crying, and his figure grew thinner and smaller. Wen Qiqi had always worried about Sibao, fearing that he wasn't developing properly. But now Sibao's arms and legs were covered in soft flesh, and his little belly had become round. Even his face had gained some baby fat. Although he wasn't as plump as the other three babies, he had indeed gotten much chubbier. Su Chen, you're amazing. These past few days, Su Chen had been taking care of the babies. Without a doubt, it was all his doing. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but praise Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said, then hurry up and call me husband. Wen Qiqi froze. Her face flushed red instantly, her heart pounding like a little rabbit hopping around inside her chest. She clutched Sibao, anxiously torn about whether to set her down or not. Half of Sibao's clothes had been peeled away. She tilted her tiny head, gazing at Wen Qiqi with a dazed expression. What's wrong with mommy? Su Chen nearly burst into laughter. How could both of them be so adorable? He calmly walked over to Wenqiqi and took the bewildered sea bao from her arms. Let me handle it. Perhaps I should. It's fine, just rest a moment. Otherwise sea bao will suffer. Su Chen deliberately drew out his words. Only then did Wenqiqi notice that she had undressed half of sea bao's clothes. She offered an awkward smile. Sea bao, unaware that her mommy had momentarily forgotten her, smiled foolishly at Wenqiqi when she looked over. Wenqiqi felt even more guilty. Wenqiqi, oh Wenqiqi, how could you be so careless? The old her would never have left the 4 babies out of sight, fretting over every detail, treading carefully in everything she did. Had she grown too complacent simply because Su Chen was around? Once she could no longer see Su Chen's figure, Wenqiqi exhaled deeply. She recalled Shen Mingyao's words of caution back at school. Su Chen was indeed outstanding now. After a moment's thought, she followed him into the bathroom. A massive bathtub stood in the bathroom. Su Chen was carefully placing sea bao into the water. Watching her giggle, a smile spread across his face. He hadn't noticed Wenqiqi approaching. He was chatting to himself, facing sea bao. Sea bao, my dear, you must eat well, and eat plenty, understood? Otherwise your mommy will worry. Tell me, when do you think your mommy will agree to be with your daddy? Wenqiqi's steps faltered, tension rippling through her expression. Hearing the sound, Su Chen glanced over. Why have you come? Wenqiqi approached, Su Chen cheeks still flushed. I came to see if you need any help. No need, no need. Sea bao is very obedient, but... Su Chen paused, then added, when they grow a bit older you might need to bathe bao and sea bao. They're both girls. Having said this, Su Chen scooped up a handful of water and poured it over sea bao's shoulders. Sea bao bounced excitedly in the tub, but Su Chen was strong enough to keep her from falling. Don't you agree, sea bao? Our sea bao will surely grow into a lovely little girl. Wenqiqi's heart softened at the sight. With Su Chen around, it seemed as though she hardly needed to worry about anything. He had thought of everything. An inexplicable feeling welled up within her. Without fully understanding why, Wenqiqi suddenly longed to draw closer to Su Chen. Gathering her thoughts, she began looking for a topic. That person today, was he your roommate? Yes. Haven't you told them that you live with me? Not yet. I'll tell them once you accept me. Su Chen's hands never stopped their work as he teased sea bao and responded to Wenqiqi. Wenqiqi hesitated. Su Chen suddenly lifted his head and looked at her earnestly, a gentle smile on his lips. Have you decided to accept me now? Wenqiqi panicked and bowed her head. Her hand, poised to scoop water and rinse the foam from sea bao's hair, trembled slightly. Though she had been the one to start the conversation, she now found herself at a loss for words. Would she accept him? If she didn't, why had she allowed Su Chen to keep living at home? But, with the question raised, her composure fled. Shen Mingyao's words echoed in her ears, deepening her fluster. Su Chen couldn't help but smile at Wenqiqi's flustered demeanor. My wife is nervous again. There's hope. Sea bao blinked vacillatingly between her mommy and daddy, her little head whirring with unspoken thoughts, perhaps sensing the heaviness of the silence. Sea bao abruptly stomped her tiny foot down. Water splashed in all directions. Wenqiqi was drenched from head to toe. Foam clung to the tip of sea bao's nose. Wenqiqi gazed blankly upward, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and exasperation as she looked at sea bao. Su Chen couldn't contain his laughter. Wenqiqi furrowed her brows. Sea bao, seeing her mommy's expression, burst into giggles as well. You too. Wenqiqi was beside herself with exasperation. Since when had sea bao started taking sides with Su Chen? Don't move. Su Chen suddenly called out to Wenqiqi. Before Wenqiqi could react, Su Chen's hand reached out and brushed against the tip of her nose. There's foam. Wenqiqi's face burned crimson. Su Chen wiped the foam away, but Wenqiqi remained transfixed, staring at him. Su Chen chuckled softly. Qiqi, your face is red. Wenqiqi. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She had actually been caught staring at Su Chen, spellbound. Su Chen, desperate to deflect the embarrassment, she hastily changed the subject. But what could she possibly say? An idea struck Wenqiqi. Do you? Not like washing your socks. Su Chen. Wenqiqi, and you don't study properly. Su Chen. Fighting. Skipping classes. Su Chen. Wenqiqi, and you snore. Seeing that another interrogation was imminent, Su Chen quickly picked up sea bao to stop her. Ahem, that Li Wenhao is just talking nonsense. Don't listen to him. I wash my socks on time. I don't snore at night either. Look, I've been staying here for so many days, you should know. Seeing Wenqiqi's unmistakably skeptical gaze, Su Chen felt utterly helpless. Su Chen deliberately leaned closer to Wenqiqi, lowering his voice. However, there truly is something interesting beneath my bedboard. Care to take a look together? Beneath the bedboard. Wenqiqi frowned. What was he talking about? Before she could ask, memories of Shen Mingyao's countless suggestions flooded her mind, and her face flushed red once more. Su Chen. What's wrong, wifey? You. Wenqiqi was so flustered, she could barely form words. Su Chen was nearly laughing himself to death. His wife was so adorable. How could she still be so easily embarrassed when they already had children? If you're curious, I can go fetch it right now. Get lost. Whether from anger or shyness, Wenqiqi was unsure. She rose to her feet and marched toward the door. You can bathe yourself. And afterward wash dabao or bao, and sanbao as well. Though he'd been put to quite a few chores, Su Chen was in high spirits. After finishing bathing Sibao, he carried her to the bedroom. When Chi-Chi had already prepared the formula for the babies, Dabao, Erbao, and Sambao had finished drinking and were now gazing longingly at him. Su-Chen approached Wen Chi-Chi with a gentle smile. Chi-Chi, give me Sibao. Su-Chen meekly handed Sibao over. Wen Chi-Chi, I'm going to breastfeed. You take Sambao and give him a bath. Still upset, Su-Chen picked up Sambao. As he reached the doorway, he deliberately glanced back and said, Actually, I have quite a few study materials hidden under my bedboard, Chi-Chi. You're not thinking the wrong thing, are you? Wen Chi-Chi, Su-Chen, you should know I took the college entrance exam 3 times. It's just a habit I picked up. It's really not what you're imagining. He emphasized his point deliberately. Wen Chi-Chi was livid. You? Get out, get out. Seeing that Wen Chi-Chi was on the verge of losing her composure entirely, Su-Chen finally picked up Sambao and strolled off to bathe him, whistling a cheerful tune. In the dead of night, after Wen Chi-Chi had fallen asleep, Su-Chen slipped into the spatial dimension. A couple of days prior, he had planted cucumbers and tomatoes outside. Inside the space, he had sown some as well. Now they were laden with fruit. The cucumbers were particularly abundant, and the tomatoes were plump and round. Su-Chen plucked several of each and took a bite. The cucumber was crisp and faintly sweet. The tomato was even better, its sweetness mingling with a tangy tartness leagues ahead of anything normally consumed. Indeed excellent. I'll find time to discuss this with Chen, who have him try growing some cucumbers and tomatoes. On the weekend, Su-Chen took the 4 babies and Wen Chi-Chi to the shopping mall. As soon as they crossed the entrance, a group of people noticed the 4 babies. Wow, are those quadruplets? So cute, so cute, so cute. Look, their parents are incredibly handsome too. People watched with envy. Many others eagerly pulled out their phones to take photos. A smile also rose to Wen Chi-Chi's face. Chi-Chi, shall we go to the maternity store first? Yes. Wen Chi-Chi nodded. The maternity store they were visiting this time belonged to the same plump aunt who had previously delivered the baby chair to them. The store was bustling with visitors. Many new parents were browsing items for their babies, yet most hesitated. Do you think this baby chair works well? And what about this outfit? Will it look good on my baby? The stuffed toys here aren't bad either, but I wonder if they're durable enough. My baby loves to chew on everything. Just then Su-Chen pushed in with the 4 babies, instantly creating a stir. Look over there. Quick look, 4 babies. Wow, the babies are so chubby and adorable. Their skin is so smooth too. What must they feed them? The other parents' attention naturally gravitated toward the infants. Are they here shopping too? They must be buying things for the 4 babies, right? Let's see what they're getting. We'll buy the same, it can't go wrong. Su-Chen felt helpless. Before he could call for a staff member, the plump aunt rushed over with a beaming smile. You actually came. She squatted down in front of the babies, pinching the eldest chubby cheeks, patting the second child's head, and gently nuzzling the 3rd baby's nose. Finally, she picked up the 4th baby before turning to greet Wen Chi-Chi and Su-Chen. What can I help you find? Let me recommend something. Then she leaned in close to Wen Chi-Chi's ear and whispered, I'll give you the best discount available. With years of experience in business, the plump aunt immediately recognized that the uncertain mothers were about to follow Su-Chen's lead and make purchases. If she could please this couple, her shop would benefit from their influence. Let's just look around first, Wen Chi-Chi said. Su-Chen had recently purchased a large supply of formula and diapers, so they didn't seem to be in immediate need of anything. Su-Chen pushed the stroller with the babies behind, Wen Chi-Chi glancing at the merchandise as they moved along. The sections they passed displayed toys designed for older infants. At half a year old, their babies were still too young to play with most of them. Su-Chen couldn't help but sigh softly. Our babies grow up quickly, so Papa can play with you properly. Lost in thought, Su-Chen's gaze caught sight of a pink princess dress on a nearby shelf. The delicate bow at the neckline and the softly gathered hem made it absolutely adorable. Su-Chen's eyes widened in delight. This dress would look stunning on the 2nd and 4th babies. The plump aunt noticed Su-Chen's expression immediately and hurried over with the dress, her face beaming. Mister, Su, have you taken a fancy to this dress? It's perfect for the 2nd and 4th babies. She held the dress up against them, her eyes crinkling with joy. It's as if it was custom made for them. The 2nd and 4th babies, who had been tilting their heads to watch Su-Chen and Wen Chi-Chi, were instantly captivated by the dress. Both turned and grabbed at it simultaneously, neither willing to let go. Wow, the babies love it too, Wen Chi-Chi observed. Oh, by the way, Mr. Su and Ms. When we have a matching set for boys as well. A blue shirt with pants and a little bow tie. As she spoke, the plump aunt signaled for a staff member to bring over the boy's outfit. The moment Su-Chen saw it, his heart melted. It was a miniature prince in standard configuration. Wen Chi-Chi's eyes lit up too. It had been a while since they'd bought new clothes for the babies, and the ones at home were starting to show wear. This outfit was truly beautiful. Wen Chi-Chi habitually picked up the price tag and froze. 5,000 yuan per piece. That's right, Miss Wen. All our clothing is made from premium materials that won't irritate your baby's skin. Wen Chi-Chi lowered her head uncomfortably. I'm sorry, we won't be buying anything. Miss Wen, do you find the prices a bit high? No problem at all. I can offer you a 30% discount. That brings one set to 3,500 or 4 sets for 13,500. You can be assured this is the best price you'll find anywhere. The plump aunt spared no effort in her sales pitch. Wen Chi-Chi bit her lip, torn between desire and practicality. Before, she would have purchased without hesitation. But now 10,000 yuan was enough to cover several days' worth of formula for the babies. She shook her head anyway. Sigh. Su-chan exhaled, gently understanding that when Chi-Chi was holding back because of the expense, yet undoubtedly feeling guilty about it. Had she been living like this all these past months? Su-chan gently stroked Chi-Chi's hair. Do you like it, eh? When Chi-Chi sniffled and answered reluctantly. No. Su-chan looked up and told the plump ant for sets. Charge it to my card. Su-chan. When Chi-Chi was startled. I said I don't like it. I know, but. Su-chan looked at her seriously. Your expression tells me you love it. Look, the babies love it too. The 4 babies were smiling at the clothes with the 2nd and 4th practically drooling. If they like it, we'll buy it. Your husband can afford it. Chi-Chi, there's no need to save money for me. The plump ant happily went to retrieve the card machine from the register. When Chi-Chi's nose tingled and she nearly cried. Su-chan was always so domineering. Yet her heart stirred. So this time she didn't refuse. The men around them who had been planning to follow their shopping choices stared in disbelief. 5,000 per piece, and they're buying 4 sets. This young man has no restraint. I can only afford 1 set. This is too much. The women's eyes turned into hearts. Wow, how enviable. I want a husband like that too. How bold. Boo-hoo, is it too late to change husbands now? Forget it, you already have kids. Keep dreaming. Her sweet dreams shattered. The woman grew frantic. So angry, so angry, so angry. But they really are so happy. I'll drink this dog food, toasting first. The plump ant rushed over with the card machine. Mr. Su, please pay. Su-chan swiped his card. Beep. Payment successful. The plump ant's face blossomed with a smile. Mr. Su, we have staff who specialize in helping babies try on clothes. Would you like us to dress them directly? Do it. Right away. People who had been leaving stopped in their tracks. While the babies are going to change into princess dresses. No, I need to take a photo. It's going to be so cute. Can't wait, can't wait. As soon as Su-chan agreed, the salesgirls scrambled eagerly to help change the babies. The 4 little ones were unusually well behaved that day, letting themselves be carried and dressed without a fuss. Seeing so many people adore the babies when Chi-Chi had nothing more to say. It didn't take long before all 4 babies were dressed. When the salesgirls carried them out, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. Air Bao and Sea Bao resembled 2 adorable Barbie dolls grinning at Su-chan and when Chi-Chi with their big sparkling eyes. Pink bows perched atop, their heads wobbled delicately, and their outfits were adorned with just a whisper of shimmering sequins, enough to captivate attention without being overwhelming. Already as delicate as carved jade, the little ones looked as though they had stepped straight out of a painting. As for Da Bao and San Bao, the 2 boys wore tiny waistcoats and crisp white trousers with bow ties, adding an extra touch of dashing charm. They seemed aware they were wearing new clothes and sat properly, not crying or fussing in the least. Their solemn little expressions drew bursts of laughter from everyone around them. An exquisite pairing of little princes and princesses. Once you laid eyes on them, you simply couldn't look away. Some even harbored the mischievous thought of snatching all 4 babies away on the spot. Sister Pang was still the one laughing the hardest. I told you so. I knew the babies would look wonderful in those outfits. A wave of excited chatter erupted from the crowd. Is this even real? How can they be this beautiful? I'm so jealous. Why don't my baby look like this? Sniffle, can I take them home? I just want to hold them so badly. The sweet little ones paid no mind to the noisy crowd. Their worlds contained only Su-chan and Chi-Chi. Da Bao and San Bao's eyes were glued to their mother. Air Bao and Sea Bao kept gazing up at Su-chan with bright smiles. Seeing this, Su-chan's heart skipped a beat once more. Though he had prepared himself mentally and had endured countless rounds of their lethal cuteness attacks, he still couldn't help it. They were simply too adorable. He was officially a slave to these babies now. At this point, he would do anything for them. When Chi-Chi herself felt somewhat dazed. She had always treated the babies as ordinary children and never gave much thought to how others perceived them, assuming people found them lovely simply because she was their mother. But today she truly was captivated by their cuteness. She quickly stepped forward and caught Da Bao and San Bao in her arms while Su-chan did the same, gathering Air Bao and Sea Bao close. The family of 6 stood together, hugging, kissing, and lifting the babies high. Handsome father, beautiful mother, and the most adorable children imaginable. Everyone else in the shop watched with envious tears. No way, I have to buy this outfit for my own baby too. I'm coming too. I don't care how expensive it is. They're just too cute. I'm exhausted from saying how jealous I am. Why does the world need to have such an unfairly perfect family? The maternity store's glass walls were transparent. Right then, a beautiful young woman who had just finished setting up her live stream stood outside the store, phone in hand. Hello everyone. Today I've arrived in Ningzhou City and I'm currently live streaming from a large shopping mall. Before she could finish her sentence, the chat window exploded with messages. Streamer, look behind you. Behind? Where? The streamer replied with a sweet smile. At the store behind you. Look, aren't there 4 babies over there? Such cute babies. Are they the store models? Where's the shop? I need to go buy something. The streamer turned her head, peering through the glass, but the view was not very clear. Nevertheless, that did nothing to diminish the extraordinary charm of the 4 babies. They were being held by a young couple whose backs faced the streamer, leaving the babies perfectly positioned toward the camera. She finally spotted the 4 little ones. Holy cow! Even the ever-cheerful streamer couldn't help but exclaim. But her viewers hardly noticed. Every eye was fixed on the babies. Streamer, go inside and take a closer look. I want to do some close-up virtual baby petting. Alright, I'm going now. The streamer hastily packed up her equipment and discovered that thanks to those 4 babies her already modest follower count had skyrocketed by tens of thousands in mere moments. Cute babies truly are invincible, she remarked. A few minutes later, when she finally entered the maternity store, the babies were gone. The streamer looked around in confusion. Where did those 4 babies go? Oh, you mean them? They just left, Sister Pang replied in her professional manner. The streamer scratched her head. They left. I didn't see them go. This store has 2 exits, miss. You came in through this door, and they left through the other one. Oh. The streamer's face fell with urgency. Alright, thank you. I'll go find them. This was a golden opportunity to gain followers. She would do whatever it took to convince the parents to let her film a few more videos. Meanwhile, someone in the live stream had recorded the footage. Though the video was blurry once uploaded online, it still received countless shares and reposts. None of this, however, was known to Su Chen and Wen Qiqi. As soon as they stepped outside, Wen Qiqi began walking toward the exit. Su Chen gently tugged her hand. Where are you headed? Home. Wen Qiqi sounded slightly bewildered. Su Chen chuckled softly. Home already? She looked at him puzzled. Isn't there anything else we need to buy? Let's go shopping, Qiqi. Don't you enjoy shopping? Su Chen had fully prepared himself to accompany her on a full-day shopping spree. After all, it was something every girl cherished most. The question left Wen Qiqi momentarily stunned. She recalled her days before motherhood when she would go shopping with her roommates, and she was always the most energetic of the group. None of her friends could keep up with her. She could stride through malls in sky-high heels all day without tiring. Since when had she lost that urge altogether? It must have been around the time she became pregnant. Wen Qiqi managed a wry smile. Yes, I do. Then let's go. We'll shop as long as you like. The babies and I will keep you company. Don't worry about a thing. Wen Qiqi's nose tingled with unshed tears. She finally understood the true meaning behind Su Chen's suggestion to go out shopping today. You specifically brought me out for this. Su Chen raised his hand once again and gently ruffled her hair, the gesture she had long grown accustomed to. He felt deeply satisfied. A single tear still lingered in Wen Qiqi's eyes. How could Su Chen bear to see her cry? He curved his lips into a tender smile. Are you moved? Oh. Wife, come here. Let me give you a hug. With that, Su Chen opened his arms wide. Wen Qiqi's face flushed crimson. Su Chen, you. The onlookers who had been trailing them to admire the babies now chipped in enthusiastically. Give her a hug. Yeah, give her a hug. Why so shy? We're perfectly willing to feast on this PDA. Just hug her already. If you don't, we're not letting you walk away. The crowd formed a circle to watch the spectacle. Expressions flickered across Wen Qiqi's face in rapid succession. She remembered she was still supposedly mad at Su Chen. So why was she supposed to be hugged? No, wait. Even if they weren't arguing, could she really let Su Chen hug her? Noticing her ever-changing expression, Su Chen deliberately bent down and whispered against her ear. Did you hear that? No hug, no leaving. This time, Su Chen refused to yield. A few days prior, he'd teased her intentionally, and judging by her reaction, he knew she was slowly coming around. Time to draw their bond closer. The warmth of his voice tickled her ear, and her heart followed suit, quickening its pace. The crowd swelled, and embarrassment prickled along Wen Qiqi's skin. With a frustrated huff, she squeezed her eyes shut and steeled herself fine. Let it be. Before anyone could blink, she threw her arms around him, embracing Su Chen amid envious stares. But barely had his arms begun to encircle her before she swiftly pulled away. Her cheeks burning, she dared not meet his gaze. Hug's over. Let's go. Su Chen stood momentarily stunned. Hadn't he been the one left hanging? Qiqi, you're cheating. Are you leaving or not? If you don't move, I am. With stubborn determination, she pushed the stroller and slipped into the crowd, avoiding all eyes. Su Chen could only follow with a sigh. Haha, the beauty's bashful. Man, you've got her wrapped around your finger. This dog food's so rich I won't need lunch. But it's delicious. Amid a chorus of approving chuckles, they made their exit. Soon before a boutique, Su Chen called out to the head-down walking Wen Qiqi. Qiqi, let's look around here. She paused, recognizing the establishment. It was a renowned women's apparel shop, its window displays glowing with soft, youthful hues. When Qiqi knew those prices, a single garment easily ran 2,000. She stared at him bewildered. To buy you clothes. Without hesitation, he nudged the double stroller inside. Trailing behind, she protested anxiously. I don't need anything, Su Chen. Please, no. Nope, we're already here. The classic excuse. Was that even how the phrase was used? But, no buts. I'm calling the shots today. Dominant as ever. Panic flared in Wen Qiqi as she couldn't keep letting him spend. She tugged lightly at his sleeve. Su Chen, if we must shop, let's find somewhere else. Why? The colors are too light. They don't suit me. It was a flimsy pretext. The truth was the price tag, though the paleness was a secondary factor. Plus, it's impractical with the babies. At their age, meals inevitably ended up on the fabric rather than their mouths. For half a year, she'd worn only dark tones, long abandoned anything pale. Su Chen glanced over and caught the sight of her plucking at his sleeve like a demure maiden. In that instant, the urge to pull her into his arms surged anew. Yet 2 hugs in one day might send her bolting into orbit, ruining the progress. Patience was key. Qiqi, you're being disobedient again. Huh. She looked up, lost. I've told you I have ample funds. His words were cut short by a familiar voice at the entrance. Su Chen. Both turned, locking eyes with Wang Qian. When Qiqi recalled, she was a childhood classmate. The last time they'd crossed paths, Su Chen's gaze had sparked with something unmistakable. Instinctively, she leaned closer. Noticing the subtle shift, Su Chen's heart swelled with quiet triumph. Wang Qian, however, saw only Su Chen, utterly blind to the couple's display. He'd only grown more handsome in a few days. Wang Qian glided over, hips swaying. It really is you. What incredible coincidence. Su Chen subtly guided the strollers forward, silently urging, "Babies, it's time to shield your father." Unaware they'd been deployed as human shields, the four infants stared blankly at the stranger. The third-born furrowed his brows. This Annie isn't pretty." He disliked her instantly. Pressing further, Wang Qian said, "Su Chen, why don't we exchange contacts?" She knew he had children, but she'd done her homework. He wasn't legally married yet. That meant her chance remained alive. If she wed him, perhaps she'd even carry quadruplets. Look how darling they are today. Su Chen prepared to decline. Suddenly, when Chi-Chi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively before him while nudging the strollers ahead. Smiling steadily, she said, "Su Chen, let's go pick out some dresses." "Wait. Is my wife making the first move? This feels absolutely incredible." Su Chen nodded politely to Wang Qian. "Sorry, classmate Wang, I need to accompany my wife." He'd called her wife. She hadn't objected. He'd try again. Still no objection. Brilliant. A smug satisfaction settled in his chest. Wang Qian stood frozen, embarrassment etched on her face, until a sales associate intercepted her with an urgent gesture. "What are you doing?" "I apologize, miss, but please refrain from delaying our customer." "Wang Qian, who said I'm not shopping? I'll buy two." She shadowed them relentlessly. Whatever when Chi-Chi picked, Wang Qian grabbed. Whatever was put back was retrieved. Even the staff felt exasperated. Thanks to the baby's charm, the boutique quickly filled with curious onlookers, simultaneously cooing at the children and scrutinizing the two women. When Chi-Chi lingered before a pastel pink slip dress, studying it before setting it down, Su Chen effortlessly plucked it from the rack and handed it to her. "Why not try it on?" "But she hadn't worn a skirt in over a year." "Just try it." Encouraged by his steady gaze, she bit her lip, accepted the garment, and disappeared into the fitting room. Enviously, Wang Qian snatched an identical piece. "I'll try this one too." The associate fretted. "Miss, you might want to size up. This fit. Dare you call me fat?" Wang Qian rolled her eyes. She refused to believe a mother of children could fit into something she couldn't. Sighing, the saleswoman forced a smile. "Very well, please try it on." 5 minutes later, when Chi-Chi emerged, having pulled the dress over her head, her previously tied hair cascaded freely around her shoulders. Tucking a strand behind her ear, she dared not meet his eyes. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Su Chen, does it look good?" The delicate slip dress ended just above her knees, the bodice resting gracefully against her collarbone. When Chi-Chi felt exposed and unfamiliar in the silhouette. Meanwhile, Su Chen had completely forgotten how to breathe. It had been several days since he and when Chi-Chi moved in together. Every day Su Chen saw when Chi-Chi dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. He couldn't believe she genuinely disliked wearing skirts. What girl in the world didn't care about looking beautiful? The only explanation was that when Chi-Chi simply couldn't wear skirts because of the children. Today's visit to the store had confirmed his suspicions. Among all the clothes displayed here, the ones when Chi-Chi looked at the most were undoubtedly dresses. The moment when Chi-Chi emerged from the fitting room, Su Chen was breathtakingly struck. When Chi-Chi rarely wore makeup, yet her lips carried a natural rosy flush. Her hair, usually tied up, was now loose and flowing, lending her an alluring charm. Especially when she brushed her hair back, Su Chen felt his throat tighten. Heaven! Was he deliberately making things difficult for himself? Why on earth did he have to make Chi-Chi try on dresses? Su Chen wrestled with his thoughts, then comforted himself. So long as Chi-Chi liked it. The delicate straps of the top perfectly revealed when Chi-Chi's exquisite collarbones and the waistline hugged her figure just right. Despite having given birth to 4 babies, her waist seemed unchanged. Her calves were slender and long. Just one glance, and you couldn't look away. Though she wore no high heels, the white canvas shoes paired with the sundress only enhanced her pure and playful charm. Su Chen gazed so entranced he forgot to respond. When Chi-Chi didn't hear him reply, she assumed he was busy and looked up to call out, "Su Chen." Seeing the ardent, burning look in Su Chen's eyes, when Chi-Chi's face flushed red in an instant. Su Chen chuckled softly. "You look beautiful. My wife is always the most beautiful." When Chi-Chi gritted her teeth, her heart swelling with sweet contentment. At that very moment, everyone who had just entered the store was equally stunned by the sight. A fairy? Is that the legendary heavenly maiden? She's more beautiful than many celebrities. She doesn't seem to be wearing any makeup. A naturally stunning beauty. Absolutely love it. What kind of man could possibly be worthy of such a woman? After their amazed murmurs, their eyes landed on Su Chen. They gasped again. As expected, only a handsome man could match a beautiful woman. This couple is so eye-catching. And their babies, a family of 6, all absolutely gorgeous. The sales assistant kept praising when Chi-Chi when she passed by. Suddenly someone called out, "Didn't another beauty come in earlier wearing the same outfit? Why isn't she coming out yet? Could she be too scared to show herself? It's been several minutes already. It should have taken multiple outfit changes by now." Curious, the sales assistant walked over to the fitting room and called out, Miss. The fitting room door cracked open slightly. Wang Qian walked out, teeth clenched. "Who said I couldn't wear this?" But the moment she saw when Chi-Chi, she froze. Everyone around bit their lips to hold back laughter. Even the server was barely containing herself. Wang Qian, though nearly the same height as Wen Qiqi and generally considered pretty, had a broad frame. With that dress on her, she looked like a rough, sturdy woman forced into delicate, refined clothing, a painfully mismatched sight. Everyone present, well, this is awkward. Can I just say something? But wouldn't that hurt the beauty's feelings? Wang Qian herself realized the severity of the situation. In anger, she turned and retreated into the fitting room, daring not to come out again. Su Chen and Wen Qiqi ignored her entirely. Wen Qiqi, however, couldn't help but glance at the price tag. 3,000 yuan. She had already spent over 10,000 today for the babies. She couldn't keep spending Su Chen's money. Let me look at other things, shall we? All right. Su Chen nodded. As Wen Qiqi browsed, he leaned over and whispered something to the sales assistant. Soon Wen Qiqi had picked out her choices. In the end, she chose a pair of pants, on sale for just 500 yuan. Su Chen paid without a word. With clothes purchased, the two of them left the mall to the envious stares around them. Shall we eat out today? Sure. Wen Qiqi didn't refuse. At the restaurant, as before, the waitstaff took the babies away to look after them. Su Chen placed some food in Wen Qiqi's bowl. Halfway through the meal, he stood up. Qiqi, I'm going to the restroom. Okay. Wen Qiqi agreed without a moment's doubt. Su Chen stepped out, but didn't turn toward the restroom. Instead, he walked straight back to the store they had just left. The sales assistant handed over the bagged clothes. Here you go, sir. Thanks. Su Chen nodded and pointed to another white dress. Wrap this one up for me too. Wen Qiqi had liked this dress too, but it was too expensive, so she hadn't even tried it on. Su Chen knew, however, that it would absolutely suit her perfectly. After checking out, Su Chen stepped outside, carrying both shopping bags. He happened to run into the same group of people who had watched Wen Qiqi change earlier. They exclaimed, "Hey, handsome guy, why are you alone? Where's your beautiful wife? We're going to eat." Then you. The women glanced at the bags in Su Chen's hands, and their eyes went wide with envy. 2 pieces. Aren't those the clothes your wife just tried on? Oh, I get it now. You snuck back to buy your wife a gift. Such a good husband. Sir, would you mind having another girlfriend? Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Knowing they were just joking, he waved and walked away. Presently, a breathless young woman appeared at the entrance of the store. Have you, Huff, seen those 4 babies again? The streamer had already circled the mall twice, but each time she narrowly missed them. She was about to go mad. Yes, we saw them. The streamer's eyes lit up with joy. Where are they? Gone. Again. Sighing, she decided to keep searching. The group didn't understand why she said again, but they kindly reminded her they probably already left the mall. They mentioned going to eat. You won't find them here. The streamer. Art. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already arrived at the restaurant. Before sitting down, he handed the shopping bag to Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi looked utterly surprised. This? Su Chen, weren't you going to the restroom? I stopped by and bought you some clothes on the way. I told you I didn't need anything. Wen Qiqi said this even as she took the bag. Her heart was already bubbling with sweetness. But worry crossed her face. Su Chen, where did you get the money? Su Chen could only sigh helplessly. I earned it. You earned that much. 20,000 in one day. Yes, business has been great these past few days. Wen Qiqi had witnessed Su Chen selling potatoes that day herself. She nodded, still somewhat skeptical. Still, you should save some. You need to pay for school too. Su Chen agreed. Okay, wifey. I know, wifey. Wen Qiqi lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with that familiar suspicious red. Yet she didn't object to Su Chen calling her wifey this time. Seizing the moment, Su Chen said, Qiqi, your birthday is coming up soon, right? How did you know? How did Su Chen seem to know everything? I guessed. Su Chen gave a mysterious smile. Seeing her astonished expression, he continued. All right, Sheng Ming Yao told me. Wen Qiqi simply nodded. Yes, it's soon. Good, I got it. Su Chen had already planned the perfect surprise for Wen Qiqi. Monday. Wen Qiqi rose in the morning to find Su Chen had already prepared breakfast. Egg pancakes with bacon and a glass of hot milk. Having barely slept, Wen Qiqi had woken unusually early today. She was wearing new clothes today, that pink dress. Drowsy with loose hair cascading down, Wen Qiqi stood at the kitchen doorway, watching Su Chen bustle about. Need my help? At the sight of Wen Qiqi, Su Chen fell momentarily speechless. Qiqi, what's wrong? You're truly beautiful. Wen Qiqi suddenly became fully awake. This early in the morning, and he's already being playful. She glanced down at herself, feeling a touch embarrassed. Su Chen carried the breakfast out, but as he passed by Wen Qiqi, he couldn't resist stealing another glance. Sigh, I should have never bought you those clothes. Do you regret it? Yes, I deeply regret it. How can I possibly feel at ease sending my wife to school looking like this? I wish I could go with her right now. Then I'll go change. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, wife. As long as you like them. Later you'll always be wearing clothes that only I get to see. Seeing Su Chen's meaningfully ambiguous gaze, Wen Qiqi felt her cheeks flushing again. Ahem, let's eat first. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen took the babies to see Wen Qiqi off to school. As usual, he saw her off at the west gate. Wen Qiqi felt slightly uneasy as she stepped out of the car. She hadn't worn a dress in so long, and despite having mentally prepared herself, she still felt a hint of hesitation. She took a deep breath, and under Su Chen's gaze opened the car door. There weren't many people at the west gate. She had walked a good distance before a few groups of students appeared. Soon someone spotted Wen Qiqi. Oh my god, and fairy sister. No way, where did this beauty come from? Emboldened, someone stepped forward with their phone. Junior, could I get your WeChat? When Chi-Chi merely offered a polite smile, ignoring them. By the time she reached her classroom, countless students had already gathered. Those already seated sensed the commotion and caught sight of Chi-Chi from the corner of their eyes. Some girls harbor a natural jealousy toward beauties. Without looking closely, one called out, "Excuse me, aren't you in the wrong classroom?" Chi-Chi looked bewildered. "I don't think so." At that moment someone shouted, Chi-Chi. The girl who had spoken lifted her head, and her eyes went wide. "Why, you're Chi-Chi." Shen Mingyao came over from the corner, joyfully linking arms with Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, is that really you? I thought I was seeing things. Our Chi-Chi is actually wearing a skirt. She's so beautiful." The boys in the class were filled with hearts in their eyes. She was simply too stunning. Normally dressed plainly when Chi-Chi had already been crowned the campus belle, now she could only be described as a goddess. She was every man's dream lover. Pink was ordinarily adorable, but with her hair flowing loose it accentuated her delicate face even more. The once aloof Chi-Chi now inspired a protective instinct in everyone. This was simply a dream girl. The boys erupted. "Holy crap, she's comparable to a celebrity. No, she's even better looking than celebrities. I'm in love." Chi-Chi, do you mind switching dads? If you're willing, I volunteer. I'll sign up too. Me too. Everyone grew increasingly excited. The girls, however, wore conflicted expressions. They had originally believed that waking up early and applying elaborate makeup would at least make them somewhat presentable. But seeing Chi-Chi, they suddenly felt all their efforts had been in vain. Simply by standing there, Chi-Chi outshone everyone else. The girls couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy. Yet they adored beautiful people too. Chi-Chi was still their classmate, and this strange mixture of jealousy and admiration felt rather peculiar. Wang Xinran was nearly jumping with excitement. "So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. I'm so jealous, I'm so jealous, I'm so jealous." Another day of being a lemon spirit. Beautiful and kind-hearted with 4 adorable babies. Oh my god, she must be the one chosen by heaven herself. Who exactly is that man? I'm ready to duel him to the death. Standing beside, Chi-Chi, Shen Mingyao felt quite pleased with herself. These people were overreacting. Before having children, Chi-Chi had been this beautiful every single day. It was only afterward that she changed for the sake of her kids. Today, seeing Chi-Chi wear a dress again was somewhat surprising to Shen Mingyao. After taking her seat, Shen Mingyao could no longer contain herself and whispered, "Chi-Chi, why are you wearing a skirt? Didn't you say having kids makes it inconvenient?" "The kids are all being taken care of by him." Chi-Chi lowered her head shyly like a spoiled little girl. Shen Mingyao, darn it, why did I have to ask that? Already fed dog food this early in the morning. Annoying. Shen Mingyao hesitated repeatedly before finally whispering, "Since Su Chen treats you so well, Chi-Chi, when do you plan to bring him home?" "Go home." Chi-Chi was stunned. It had been a year and a half since she last returned home. "But Shen Mingyao sighed. "You can't keep your parents in the dark forever, right? Don't worry, they're your parents. No matter what, they'll forgive you." Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and nodded. She was still somewhat afraid. Her father was so strict, he would surely be angry, right? "Let's wait for the right opportunity. Yes, find some time to call your mom. If not, let your mom persuade your dad." Throughout that class, Chi-Chi's mind was restless. The students in the classroom were no different. They kept glancing at Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, after class, many people came over and gathered at the classroom door to admire the beauty. Some asked for her WeChat, but were driven away by the boys from their class. In their words, what they couldn't have, nobody else could either. Fortunately, Chi-Chi had no intention of engaging with those boys either. In the eyes of outsiders, Chi-Chi had always been an incredibly aloof person, whether before or after her suspension. Boys who approached her generally received no response, earning her the nickname Ice Queen Campus Belle. It was precisely this aloofness that added an air of mystery. The boys grew even more curious about Chi-Chi. Sadly, no one could get close to her except for that mysterious man. At this moment, inside room 307 of male dormitory building No. 1, Li Wenhao and Lin Lu were playing video games. Wang Lei was browsing forums on his phone when his eyes suddenly lit up. Chi-Chi is attending class today, and she's wearing a skirt. Li Wenhao, wearing headphones, smiled at Wang Lei. Chi-Chi, he had seen her himself. He could only silently watch his 2 sons get excited. As expected, Lin Lu quickly removed his headphones and abandoned his game. "Really? Let's go take a look." Lin Lu and Wang Lei reached the door only to find Li Wenhao still standing there. Lin Lu walked over, grabbed Li Wenhao by the collar, and said, "Son, what are you doing? Let's go." Li Wenhao had no choice but to follow. On the way, Lin Lu and Wang Lei discussed as they walked. "They say the school belle is incredibly beautiful, rivaling a celebrity. I wonder which man has won her heart. Who knows? Damn it, if I ever find out who that guy is, I'll beat him to a pulp." Li Wenhao smiled, but said nothing. He couldn't wait to see the look on their faces when they learned about Chi-Chi and Su Chen's relationship. It seemed time to find an opportunity for them to meet Su Chen. They arrived at Chi-Chi's classroom. The doorway was already crowded, mostly with men. They held their phones, their faces full of regret and reluctance. Alas, what can we do? The school belle ignores everyone. I just saw a handsome guy walk up to ask for her WeChat, and she turned him down. The school belle is so aloof. Li Wenhao and his 2 friends had already spotted Chi-Chi. At that moment, she was holding a textbook and walking out with Shen Mingyao. For some reason, Chi-Chi broke into a smile. Lin Lu's eyes went wide. "My god, she's like an angel. Listen, that's the sound of a heart falling in love." What do I do? I've fallen for the school belle again. Wang Lei nodded. She really is beautiful. Li Wenhao thought, these two fools probably don't realize they're walking to their doom, daring to covet Su Chen's woman. Lin Lu waved his hand to greet the school belle. Senior went over here. Over here. At that moment, Shin Mingyao happened to look over and saw Li Wenhao feeling a bit conflicted. When Chi-Chi noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Over there, your man's roommate." When Chi-Chi followed Shin Mingyao's gesture and saw Li Wenhao standing with two others, the two of them were waving frantically at her. Li Wenhao standing behind Lin Lu and Wang Lei met when Chi-Chi's gaze and smiled, nodding. Though he admitted the school belle was stunningly beautiful and captivating ever since he learned she was Su Chen's, Li Wenhao felt a familial warmth toward her. What was the school belle looking this way? Whoa, is she looking at me? Lin Lu felt dizzy. He waved even more vigorously. School belle, I'm Lin Lu. Li Wenhao. He didn't want to admit he knew this idiot. What could he do? When Chi-Chi nodded at them and continued walking ahead, Shin Mingyao whispered, "They're all Su Chen's roommates, right?" Probably. Their voices sounded familiar. They're all handsome. Really? Then maybe I'll have Su Chen introduce you to one. Shin Mingyao pouted, but said nothing. Many people in the corridor greeted when Chi-Chi, and she merely nodded in response without any intention of taking out her phone. Lin Lu also pulled out his phone but felt disheartened. What do we do now? Li Wenhao, what's wrong? Lin Lu. I thought if the school belle ever considered changing boyfriends, I'd pursue her immediately. But she won't even give anyone her contact info. Li Wenhao. And what about the school belle's child? Lin Lu, of course I'd raise it. The school belle's child would be my child too, who I'd treat it as my own. Li Wenhao. This kid must be truly crazy. Su Chen, you better come quick. Your baby is about to be stolen. Wang Lei couldn't help laughing. First you'll need to get the school belle's WeChat. At that, Lin Lu instantly deflated. So many people had failed. How could he possibly succeed? Was he dreaming? Li Wenhao rubbed his nose. Maybe you can get it after all. After all, out of respect for Su Chen, when Chi-Chi wouldn't make things difficult for them, would she? Lin Lu suddenly looked up at Li Wenhao with eager eyes. How? Just go and ask her directly. Why beat around the bush? Lin Lu glanced at when Chi-Chi, then back at Li Wenhao. You dare to go? Why wouldn't I dare? If the old Li Wenhao lacked confidence, now he was certain that when Chi-Chi treated them differently. After all, they were family. Then you go. Lin Lu handed his phone to Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao, what's in it for me? When else was a better time to take advantage of his son? If you get it, I'll treat you to meals for a whole week. He didn't believe it. So many people had failed. What made Li Wenhao think he could succeed? This guy was probably bragging again. Deal. Li Wenhao agreed readily. A whole week of free meals meant saving a lot of money. He took the phone from Lin Lu and walked forward. Wang Lei couldn't help but speak up. Are you really going? What was so hard about it? It was as simple as could be. Li Wenhao casually went after when Chi-Chi. The other students who were also hesitating to try were stunned by the scene. Whoa, another fool steps up. He really has no fear. Even the campus heartthrob just failed. Is this guy out of his mind? Let's go. Let's see how the school belle turns him down. Lin Lu and Wang Lei also joined the crowd to watch. Someone even pulled out their phone, planning to film Li Wenhao's rejection. Shin Mingyao was walking when she heard footsteps behind. She turned to look and said to Wen Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, that Li Wenhao is chasing after you." Huh? When Chi-Chi instinctively turned her head, the crowd gasped. Whoa, the school belle turned around. This is going to be good. She must be furious, right? This guy is going to be the most miserable reject of them all. But before they could finish, when Chi-Chi suddenly smiled. Everyone, Lin Lu, Wang Lei. Lei is when Chi-Chi smiling at Li Wenhao. Looks like it. Did Li Wenhao have a flower on his face today? Obviously not. Then, must be an illusion. While they were discussing, when Chi-Chi stopped, Shin Mingyao asked softly, why aren't you walking? Wait a moment. Shin Mingyao had no choice but to wait with her. Lin Lu. Lei, is the school belle waiting for someone? Wang Lei swallowed hard. Looks like it. Lin Lu was speechless. Others also watched when Chi-Chi and Li Wenhao with excited expressions. No way. Am I seeing things? It seems the school belle is really waiting for this guy. Holy crap. They watched helplessly as Li Wenhao ran up to when Chi-Chi handed her a phone and scratched the back of his head, saying something. Then without hesitation, the school belle took the phone. Li Wenhao never expected when Chi-Chi would wait for him. It seemed his reputation was quite substantial after all. Being watched by the crowd was exhilarating, even if it was merely borrowing Su Chen's glory. Approaching when Chi-Chi, he handed her his phone and said in a voice only she could hear, "Sister-in-law, do me a favor." The term sister-in-law delighted when Chi-Chi. What is it? Our roommate, that fool behind me, doesn't know about you and Su Chen yet. He's desperate to get your WeChat. Would you mind giving him one? Of course not. Since he was Su Chen's brother, it was no trouble. Li Wenhao grinned. Great, thanks, sister-in-law. When Chi-Chi keyed in her WeChat number, no need to be polite. Li Wenhao couldn't help but chuckle. The crowd was stunned. Did when Chi-Chi really give him her WeChat? Impossible. That's not the real when Chi-Chi, is it? If not her, then who? I can't process this. Lin Lu and Wang Lei were even more bewildered. Wang Lei recovered first, waving a hand in front of Lin Lu. Son, don't be like this. You're scaring your father. Lin Lu swatted his hand away. Get lost. Lei, how did Li Wenhao get the campus beauty's WeChat? Obviously she gave it willingly. Lin Lu choked. The campus beauty. Willingly. Didn't you see when Chi-Chi waiting for Hao? What drug did Hao take? That's irrelevant. You got her WeChat, didn't you? Lin Lu. Yeah, but something feels off. He sensed he had missed something crucial. But what was it? While Lin Lu was lost in thought, Li Wenhao returned. He waved his phone in front of Lin Lu. Son, what are you staring at? She's gone. Lin Lu finally snapped out of it and reached for the phone. Li Wenhao, remember a week's worth of meals. With that, Li Wenhao turned and strode away. Lin Lu hurried after him. How, what's going on? Li Wenhao, what do you mean? Lin Lu, what's between you and Wen Chi-Chi? Li Wenhao, exactly what you saw. Lin Lu, son, are you tired of living? You think I'd believe that? Why would Wen Chi-Chi give you her WeChat? Li Wenhao turned to Lin Lu, his tone suggestive. Maybe because I'm handsome. Lin Lu gritted his teeth. Lei, don't you think it's time for a family discipline? Wang Lei, absolutely. Time to straighten out this unfilial son. Lin Lu, then what are we waiting for? Get him. Sensing danger, Li Wenhao bolted. Lin Lu and Wang Lei gave chase. When Chi-Chi, still nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Shen Mingyao, Chi-Chi, are all of Su Chen's dorm mates this foolish? Is it contagious? The day passed quickly. The topic of Wen Chi-Chi wearing a skirt blazed through the campus again. After school, Wen Chi-Chi and Shen Mingyao went to the school gate to wait for Su Chen. For Shen Mingyao, this had become the most anticipated part of the day. She could see the babies. As soon as they reached the west gate, they spotted Li Wenhao. Wen Chi-Chi was puzzled. Why are you here too? Sister-in-law, I was waiting for you. Shen Mingyao shot Li Wenhao a hostile look. Li Wenhao ignored her. Hee, I missed the babies. Su Chen picks you up here every day, right? Wen Chi-Chi nodded. Li Wenhao was delighted. Great. I can come see the babies every day, bliss. Su Chen arrived shortly after. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi flanked by Shen Mingyao and Li Wenhao, he felt a hint of resignation. He didn't need to guess why Li Wenhao was here. Li Wenhao, completely oblivious to Su Chen, dashed over with Shen Mingyao to snatch the babies. Li Wenhao took the first and second babies. Shen Mingyao took the third and fourth. Su Chen had dressed the babies in new outfits today. Their eyes lit up with astonishment. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. These clothes are gorgeous. Chi-Chi, your taste keep getting better. When Chi-Chi smiled helplessly, Su Chen picked them. Oh, Su Chen has good taste too. Chi-Chi, your man is really something. Li Wenhao chimed in, still not your turn. Shen Mingyao, no one asked you to speak. Li Wenhao fell silent and played with the babies. Su Chen had planned to take Wen Chi-Chi directly, but now he had to wait. Half an hour later, the two reluctantly released the babies. Before leaving, Li Wenhao leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, son, your dad sent you a gift. No need to thank me. What? Li Wenhao smirked. You'll know when you get back. On the way home, Su Chen pondered Li Wenhao's words. He felt something was off, as if Li Wenhao had hidden meaning. Watching Wen Chi-Chi play happily with the babies, Su Chen asked, Chi-Chi, did Li Wenhao act strangely today? Wen Chi-Chi thought for a moment. No, except for asking for her WeChat, but that was fine. She was his sister-in-law after all. Oh. Su Chen said nothing more. He had made fish soup today, intending to nourish Wen Chi-Chi. As they ate, Wen Chi-Chi's phone rang. A WeChat message. Wen Chi-Chi was feeding the first baby rice mush. She tilted her head. Who sent it? Su Chen instinctively picked up the phone. Let me see. Wen Chi-Chi's phone had no password. Su Chen opened it and saw a message from a contact named Walking Into Your Heart's Path. Hello, senior, when I'm Lin Lu. Su Chen, damn. Lin Lu. How did this guy get Wen Chi-Chi's WeChat? Remembering Li Wenhao's words, Su Chen's scalp tingled. Fuck. Seeing no reply, Lin Lu sent more messages. I've always liked you. From the first moment I saw you. Getting your WeChat today proves we're fated. Senior Chi-Chi, I know you have children, but I truly don't mind. If you ever consider changing boyfriends, please think of me first. I'll treat your children well. Su Chen. Was he about to be cuckolded by his own roommate? Had Lin Lu lost his mind? Using you in a formal address for a confession. A first in history. Su Chen was figuring out how to reply when he saw another message from Lin Lu. Senior, please say something. If you refuse, it's fine. I'll keep trying. Su Chen fought down the urge to gag. He unceremoniously used Wen Chi-Chi's WeChat to reply with a few words, go screw yourself. Even after sending those messages, Su Chen still felt unsatisfied. Without waiting for Lin Lu's reply, he opened Lin Lu's profile and blocked him. Finally, peace and quiet. Su Chen let out a long breath. He had considered deleting Lin Lu from his contacts, but that would only give Lin Lu another chance to add him back. He couldn't afford to leave any opening. Back at school, Su Chen had always known Lin Lu had a weakness for pretty girls. The fool was clearly courting trouble, dare say, provoking Wen Chi-Chi himself. The best approach was to cut him off completely, so he could never contact Wen Chi-Chi again. A harsh lesson he deserved. Wen Chi-Chi poked her head in and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Just a news alert from my browser, Su Chen said indifferently. Oh, so it was just news then. But did phone news alerts actually make that sound? Wen Chi-Chi couldn't quite put her finger on what felt off, though she sensed something was amiss. Meanwhile, Sanbao, being fed, gazed at Wen Chi-Chi with a blank, bewildered expression, mouth slightly open. Mama's spacing out again. Sanbao is so hungry. Unable to speak, Sanbao could only let out two soft cries before reaching out a chubby little arm to tug at Wen Chi-Chi's hand. Wen Chi-Chi finally snapped out of it and guided the spoonful of rice paste into Sanbao's mouth. Before long, she had forgotten all about the messages. Meanwhile, inside room 307 of Building 1 at Ningzhou University's men's dormitory, Lin Lu stared in disbelief at the messages on his phone. He couldn't believe it. The seemingly gentle and sweet Wenqiqi would actually use such crude language. Lin Lu felt his heart deeply wounded. But thinking it over, how could his goddess speak like that? Someone must have gotten hold of her phone. Lin Lu decided to investigate. He quickly typed a few words. The road into your heart. Who are you? Then he hurriedly hit send. A moment later, a red exclamation mark appeared before his eyes. Lin Lu's eyes widened once more. No way. Had the campus beauty deleted him? Had he just lost the campus beauty's WeChat? Lin Lu refused to believe it. The road into your heart, senior sister. The road into your heart, beautiful lady. The road into your heart, Wenqiqi. The result was always the same. The massive exclamation mark gave Lin Lu a splitting headache. He shot up from his bed, threw his phone aside, and wailed in desperation. It's over, it's over, it's all over. Li Wenhao, lounging on his bed, called out. What are you yelling about? Getting romantic. How's he? Lin Lu looked at Li Wenhao with pleading eyes. Why is the campus beauty so fierce? The campus beauty. Li Wenhao frowned. Wenqiqi. Yeah. Haha, what did she do to you? Li Wenhao could tell right away this wasn't a simple matter. He quickly flipped out of bed, and before Lin Lu could react, grabbed his phone. The moment Li Wenhao saw the messages on Lin Lu's phone, he burst into loud laughter. Ha! Go screw yourself. Ha ha, holy crap, that's brutal. Lin Lu, you poor soul. Li Wenhao couldn't stop laughing. This was obviously Su Chen's doing. For the first time, Li Wenhao felt a sense of satisfaction. Since finding out Su Chen and Wenqiqi were together, Li Wenhao had felt Su Chen was just some lucky bastard. He felt a compulsion to put him in his place. Li Wenhao rejoiced inwardly. Wang Lei also leaned over, glanced at the phone, and looked utterly confused. Is Wenqiqi this rough? Was her usual demeanor all an act? Knowing the truth, Li Wenhao replied, who knows? Maybe the campus beauty was just messing with you. Messing with me? Then why did she block me? Lin Lu felt deeply wronged. The campus beauty was truly so fierce. His goddess fantasy had shattered. Wang Lei kept Lin Lu company in his gloom. Li Wenhao's phone rang as well. He quickly picked it up and saw a message from Su Chen. Su Chen, son, your skin's been feeling too loose lately, hasn't it? Su Chen, wait till I get back and I'll sort you out. Su Chen, can't even watch the babies for a few days. Li Wenhao, he couldn't laugh anymore. The babies were his spiritual sustenance. How could he live without them? Li Wenhao, please, brother Chen. Li Wenhao, I was wrong, brother Chen. Li Wenhao, brother Chen, you're too magnanimous to hold this against me. Su Chen, get lost. Goodbye. When Wenqiqi came out after finishing feeding the baby, she saw Su Chen angrily tossing his phone aside. Wenqiqi looked completely baffled. Su Chen, what's wrong? Hearing Wenqiqi's voice, Su Chen finally felt somewhat relieved. Nothing. Let's eat. All right. After dinner, the babies were put to bed early. Su Chen said, Chi-Chi, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Go ahead, Wenqiqi replied without hesitation. She hadn't hesitated, for Su Chen had been caring for the babies non-stop these past few days, barely having a moment of his own. Once outside, Su Chen retrieved 2 tomatoes and cucumbers from his space, and headed to find Qianhu. Upon hearing Su Chen was coming, Qianhu, who had been about to clock out, quickly brewed tea, and went out to greet him. Su Chen felt almost embarrassed by the treatment. Brother Qian, no need to be so polite. I know where your office is. That won't do, brother Su. You're a VIP here, you know. In just these past 2 weeks, we've made over 100,000 in profit. That's more than a typical month. Brother Su, you're simply my lucky charm. If you need anything today, just say the word. Oh right, brother Su, if you need money, I can give you your share of the profits right now. Su Chen waved his hand. Let's talk about it at the end of the month. The system had just given him 200,000, plenty for the baby's needs. Then we'll settle it at month's end. After escorting Su Chen into the office, Qian, who pulled out what had been his own seat for Su Chen to sit. This isn't necessary, is it? No problem at all, you sit, you sit. Qian, who was becoming increasingly respectful towards Su Chen. Su Chen didn't refuse. He got straight to the point. I did come to see you about something. Sorry about the delay. I've been swamped during the day. Only when the babies fell asleep did I have a moment. Brother Qian, I've developed new varieties of cucumbers and tomatoes. Would you like to take a look? Speaking which, Su Chen took out the tomatoes and cucumbers. All right, let me see. Why don't you taste them first, brother Qian? The moment Qian, who saw the cucumbers and tomatoes, his eyes lit up with delight. The tomatoes were large and round with a glossy, vibrant color indicating full ripeness, carrying a faint, fragrant aroma. Each cucumber was nearly identical, remarkably uniform, neither too thick nor too thin. Simply perfect. Qian, who had spent over a decade in the vegetable market. Yet he had never seen cucumbers and tomatoes of such quality. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me taste. Qian, who picked up a tomato first and took a bite. And then he was utterly stunned. Su Chen observed Qian, whose expression, and asked, how is it? Qian, who couldn't find words to answer, shoving tomatoes into his mouth voraciously, while nodding and mumbling, delicious, truly delicious. After finally devouring the whole tomato, Qian, who wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother Su Chen, how did you manage to grow these tomatoes? I cultivated them myself. Su Chen kept his reply brief. Such matters of private cultivation were considered personal privacy, hardly worth prying questions. Qian, who nodded earnestly. They are truly exquisite. I'm not exaggerating. In my 40 years I've never tasted a tomato this delicious. They surpass even the finest fruit tomatoes by far. Suchin himself had sampled the tomatoes and well understood their remarkable flavor. So, can we list them? Absolutely. Not only can they go in the vegetable section, but they'd qualify for the fruit section as well. Suchin nodded. You're the expert here, you decide. How about trying this cucumber? Chen, who felt a flush of embarrassment. He had never before behaved so uncouthly in front of others. Yet upon seeing the cucumber his mouth began to water all the same. One couldn't entirely blame Chen who. The tomatoes and potatoes had left him profoundly shaken, though a quiet intuition told him that whatever Suchin cultivated would be nothing short of extraordinary. Chen, who hesitated somewhat awkward, but his temptation won out. He approached Suchin and took the tomato. Would it be alright if I? Of course. Help yourself to as many as you like. Chen, who seized the cucumber and bit into it without hesitation. He had already eaten dinner and felt somewhat full, yet he simply could not resist. The moment the cucumber touched his tongue, its pure natural crispness and sweetness overwhelmed him. It was as though he had discovered the finest cucumber in the world. Chewing enthusiastically, he nodded. Delicious, simply delicious. Brother Suchin, these will sell like wildfire. What do you think the price should be? Suchin blinked momentarily at a loss. I wasn't sure. This is new territory for me. Chen, who pondered for a moment. Let's price them the same as the potatoes, 10 yuan per unit. But I have a small favor to ask. What is it? Chen, who chuckled awkwardly. Could you bring your little one along to help sell tomatoes and potatoes for a day? I mean, no offense. Chen, who quickly added, sensing Suchin's wariness. You and your baby are living advertisements. With your potatoes having done so well, the cucumbers and tomatoes will surely fly off the shelves. Suchin thought for a moment and nodded. All right. He had little else to occupy these days anyway. He would simply ask Zhao Dashing to bring the cucumbers and potatoes over. Chen, who saw him off in high spirits. Back home, Suchin made a call to Zhao Dashing before retiring for the night. Perhaps the babies had grown tired from playing with Suchin throughout the day. They slept so soundly. The nighttime fussing diminished considerably. The next morning, Suchin dropped off when Chi-Chi at school, then headed straight to the vegetable market with the babies. Chen, who had secured a larger stall for Suchin, believing it would draw more attention. 2 full carts of tomatoes and cucumbers were loaded and ready. The moment Suchin pushed the babies forward, their adorable expressions instantly captivated onlookers. Wow, quadruplets. They're so cute. Isn't that the young man who sells potatoes? His quadruplets, perhaps. Must be. We haven't heard of any other quadruplets around here. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Haven't seen them out in ages. Are they selling something today? Turning around, Suchin offered a warm smile to the auntie who had spoken. Yes, we're selling cucumbers and tomatoes today. Cucumbers and tomatoes. Let's go take a look. His potatoes were absolutely delicious. These must be just as extraordinary. I'm coming too. Soon Suchin found himself surrounded by an eager crowd. Suchin took some tomatoes and cucumbers, sliced them into small pieces, and placed them on plates. Holding the plates, he looked around at the onlookers. Please try some first. The crowd exchanged glances. After a moment, a woman in her 20s stepped forward. May I taste one? I've been dieting lately, and the cucumbers I bought elsewhere were dreadful. Suchin handed her a piece of cucumber. Go ahead. She took a bite, and her eyes lit up with delight. This is incredible. I'll take 10 pounds. Soon everyone was scrambling to taste. The babies sat beside Suchin. Every person who had tasted the produce couldn't resist approaching to stroke the baby's chubby cheeks. Seeing so many people, the babies were clearly delighted. I want some too. I'll take 10 pounds of tomatoes. My granddaughter loves tomato and egg stir fry. I'll take 10 pounds as well. Before long, the 2 carts of tomatoes and cucumbers had been sold through. The last arrivals found themselves empty-handed. They looked at Suchin with pleading expressions. Young man, do you have any left? I barely reached the stall before they were gone. How can they vanish so fast? Suchin patiently explained. It's all right, Annie. Starting tomorrow, these will be available at nearby markets. You can buy them anytime. Really? That's wonderful. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Make sure to arrive early, or they'll be gone again. That day, Suchin earned another 10,000 yuan. Chen, who refused to take a cut, insisting all the money go into Suchin's pocket. At noon, Chen, who treated Suchin and the babies to a meal before letting him leave. Since partnering with Suchin, Chen, who had been in perpetual high spirits, beaming with joy. That evening, as usual, Suchin took the babies to pick up when Chi-Chi. Approaching the school gate, Suchin was about to step out of the car when a familiar voice reached his ears. Brother Suchin, what are you doing here? Suchin turned his head and spotted a recognizable BMW. The driver was leaning out of the window looking at him. Seeing Suchin stop, the driver pulled the car to a halt as well. Suchin pushed the babies forward and greeted him warmly. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? I'm here to pick up your sister. The main road was gridlocked, so I took the route through the west gate. Never expected to run into you. What are you doing? I'm picking up the baby's mother. Oh, Zhang Weiqiang casually reached over and scooped up a baby. Though he couldn't tell them apart, his delight was unmistakable. Ha ha ha, impressive. You're a real man of action. By the way, did you go see that house? Not yet, probably next week. Fair enough. Take your time. I've already given you the keys, so I won't interfere. Suchin nodded. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Save the formalities. Your sister absolutely adored the tomatoes and cucumbers you had Zhao Dashing deliver yesterday. She was over the moon and kept thanking you. As Zhang Weiqiang spoke, Li Yu emerged from the west gate. She was taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. Grinning, Li Yu also scooped up a baby and chatted warmly with Su Chen. Just then when Chi-Chi and Shun Mingyao walked out of the school. Across the distance when Chi-Chi paused momentarily stunned. Shun Mingyao too was surprised. Wait, isn't that teacher Li Yu? Today Li Wenhao did not show up. When Chi-Chi found it a bit odd since he had promised to visit the baby every day. All the way she wondered if Su Chen had said something to Li Wenhao. When she arrived at the school gate, she saw Li Yu instead. As the youngest instructor at Ningzhou University, Li Yu was well known. The legend described her as aloof, proud, and rarely smiling. But now the Li Yu that met when Chi-Chi's eyes was not only smiling, but laughing heartily. Sanbao in her arms was clinging to her face, kissing and nuzzling. When Sanbao saw when Chi-Chi approaching, he finally turned his head to look at her, pointing at Li Yu with one finger. It was as if he were saying, "Mommy, look. There's a pretty Annie." When Chi-Chi looked bewildered, Shin Mingyao was both nervous and curious. What's going on? Why is Teacher Li holding Sanbao? And why is she standing with Su Chen? Chi-Chi, what's happening? She was so stunned, she dared not go to pick up the babies. When Chi-Chi shook her head, I don't know. At that moment Li Yu also noticed when Chi-Chi. Zhang Weiqiang saw her too, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Brother Su Chen, is this your wife? There was something off in Zhang Weiqiang's tone. Su Chen asked, what's wrong? No, nothing. Just thinking she's very pretty. Li Yu was taken aback as well. When Chi-Chi, Brother Su Chen, your wife, is when Chi-Chi. Li Yu could hardly believe her eyes. As a teacher, Li Yu knew who when Chi-Chi was. Over a year ago, before she took a leave of absence, when Chi-Chi was famous across the entire university, with many men fighting over her. Yet from freshman year to junior year, when Chi-Chi had never been in a relationship, she had turned down every confession. She had even said she wouldn't date before graduation. Later, when Chi-Chi took a leave of absence, now that she had returned to school, she had given birth to 4 children, and they were fathered by Su Chen. Li Yu was stunned. When Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and walked over to Li Yu to greet her. Hello, Teacher Li. Shin Mingyao also spoke obediently. Hello, Teacher Li. Li Yu finally snapped out of it. Hello to you both. Sanbao had already poked his head out from Li Yu's arms and reached out for when Chi-Chi to hold him. When Chi-Chi was still a bit embarrassed. Teacher Sanbao. Li Yu quickly handed the baby to her. Oh, Sanbao must be missing you. When Chi-Chi nodded. As soon as Sanbao was in her arms, he began nuzzling against her face, looking extremely happy. He was completely different from when he was in Li Yu's embrace. Li Yu looked on with envy. How wonderful. Teacher Li. I mean, it's wonderful that you have 4 babies. When Chi-Chi stared at Li Yu in disbelief. She had expected the teacher to scold her for not studying hard. She smiled. Thank you, Teacher Li. Li Yu nodded and then picked up Debeo in her arms. Su Chen, you're so lucky. When Chi-Chi is the most beautiful girl in Ningzhou University, and you managed to win her over. When Chi-Chi lowered her head awkwardly, Su Chen smiled. It just shows I'm handsome, right, Sister Li? Yes, Su Chen, you're the most handsome. Li Yu added. Oh, by the way, Chi-Chi, since you're Su Chen's wife, don't call me teacher anymore. Call me sister. When Chi-Chi looked at Su Chen in confusion. Seeing him nod, she finally said, Sister Li. Su Chen, rest assured. I won't spread anything about you two at school unless you make it public yourselves. I was planning to treat Su Chen and his wife to a meal today. Since everyone's here, Chi-Chi, let's go. Li Yu ignored Su Chen and spoke directly to when Chi-Chi, even taking her hand. When Chi-Chi grew even more astonished. Where was the aloof teacher she had heard about? How could she be anything but aloof around Su Chen? Shin Mingyao, meanwhile, was so amazed she could barely speak. Just moments ago, she had feared Li Yu would scold them, and now Li Yu had become when Chi-Chi's sister. Needless to say, Su Chen had something to do with it. What kind of magic did Su Chen possess? Shin Mingyao was utterly baffled. Feeling awkward, she was about to tell when Chi-Chi she would leave. But then Li Yu spoke again. This classmate, your Chi-Chi's best friend, right? Why don't you come along? Shin Mingyao jerked her head up in disbelief. Me? Really? Of course. Shin Mingyao nodded. Okay, thank you, Teacher Li. To have a meal with both Li Yu and when Chi-Chi, the 2 goddesses of the school, was pure bliss. Half an hour later, they arrived at Li Yu's home. Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu lived in a very ordinary neighborhood called Chunfeng Weilon. Su Chen was puzzled. Brother Zhang, Sister Li, what's this? Given their status, he couldn't understand why they would live here. Haha, your Sister Li loves the hustle and bustle of everyday life. She found living in a villa too quiet, so we moved here. Oh, I see. The aloof teacher actually loved the mundane world. That was an interesting contrast. Li Yu smiled and asked Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, haven't you also chosen an ordinary neighborhood for some reason? Just as Li Yu finished speaking when Chi-Chi asked, what neighborhood? She didn't remember Su Chen ever choosing a neighborhood. Su Chen looked a bit embarrassed. He hadn't told when Chi-Chi yet. Li Yu realized at once that when Chi-Chi was unaware of this matter. So she quickly changed the subject. Nothing. I just meant you're welcome to visit any time. When Chi-Chi smiled, but said nothing. She couldn't shake the feeling that these people were hiding something from her. She looked at Su Chen, who kept smiling without answering. They entered the house. Zhang Weiqiang went to the kitchen to call for the housekeeper. After calling around, he was bewildered. Xiao Yu, where's Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang was their housekeeper who usually did the cooking. She's not here. No, she's not. Zhang Weiqiang could cook, but his skills were limited. He couldn't possibly prepare a meal for so many people. Li Yu couldn't cook at all. Since marrying Zhang Weiqiang, she had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Did she go home? Liu checked her phone and found a message from Aunt Zhang. Something came up at home. Sorry, madam, I need to take the day off. Liu gave an awkward smile. Zhang Weiqiang understood immediately what had happened and said to Su Chen with a sheepish grin, Brother Su Chen, do you mind eating out? The four babies were staring at the adults in confusion, playing happily. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I'll cook. Liu was shocked. You can cook. Su Chen didn't reply. He walked straight into the kitchen. Zhang Weiqiang was incredulous. Brother Su Chen, no need to force yourself. He couldn't believe a man could prepare a meal for 5 people. At least none of the men around him could. Seeing the two of them doubt Su Chen when Chi-Chi couldn't help but feel amused. She too had doubted Su Chen at first. She stood up. Brother Zhang's sister Li, just let Su Chen cook. Shen Mingyao echoed, Su Chen can do it, to trust him. Zhang Weiqiang said sheepishly, alright, go ahead. The ingredients are all in the fridge. Just let me know if you need help. Okay. Su Chen entered the kitchen and opened the fridge. Inside were 2 potatoes, a portion of spare ribs, a portion of pork belly, a portion of chicken wings, a small bag of tomatoes, a few cucumbers, and some radishes, greens, and other items. Su Chen mentally browsed the dishes he wanted to make, then inscribed their names onto the Divine Chef skill book in his mind. Shredded potatoes with chili, spare rib soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, cola chicken wings, and finally a cold cucumber salad. He already possessed the skills for the shredded potatoes and cold cucumber salad. The other 3 dishes and 1 soup were newly bestowed upon him by the skill book. Soon an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu were both astonished. So fragrant. Indeed, Shen Mingyao had tasted Su Chen's cooking before and had been craving it ever since, but various reasons had prevented her from indulging, and later, she felt too shy to follow him home. Unexpectedly today, by a twist of fate, she could feast to her heart's content. Moreover, witnessing the usually aloof teacher Li Yu's astonishment would surely be a delightful experience. After a while the dishes were ready. Su Chen brought them to the table one by one. Zhang Weiqiang's eyes widened at the sight of the culinary delights. Even Li Yu's usually impassive face was filled with amazement. This? 5 dishes and 1 soup. Su Chen, you're incredible. Su Chen smiled. Sis, come serve the rice. Li Yu quickly got up to help. Zhang Weiqiang was exceptionally fast. Each of the 5 had a large bowl of rice. Shen Mingyao's mouth watered at the sight of the dishes. She couldn't wait to dig in. Zhang Weiqiang also swallowed. Shall we start eating? Su Chen nodded. Li Yu was the first to pick up her chopsticks. After tasting the shredded potatoes, her eyes lit up instantly. Such delicious shredded potatoes. Even though they were the same potatoes from Aunt Zhang, Su Chen's version was far superior. Li Yu was full of praise. Zhang Weiqiang eagerly took a bite, and then he couldn't stop. Delicious. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. Shen Mingyao bypassed the potatoes and tried the cola chicken wings first. She hadn't had this dish last time at Su Chen's house. Today she had to taste it. Once she did, she couldn't stop either. The same thing had happened last time. She thought she could control herself this time. Alas, Shen Mingyao realized she was mistaken. Whenever Su Chen cooked, she simply couldn't restrain herself. She began to devour the food. Zhang Weiqiang also tried a chicken wing, then stared at it in shock. Li Yu asked curiously, what's wrong? Zhang Weiqiang nodded while eating. Delicious, delicious, delicious. At that moment he was completely lost for words, only able to utter, delicious. Yet he still had Li Yu in mind. He picked up a chicken wing for her and mumbled, try it. The shredded potatoes were a vegetarian dish, and though Li Yu found them tasty, she was still wary of meat. She gingerly took the chicken wing and tasted it. Li Yu, who usually disliked sweet, greasy meat, couldn't resist and finished the wing in one go. Zhang Weiqiang immediately gave her another. Shen Mingyao eating thought, something feels off. When Chi-Chi watched them eat, thinking that she could enjoy such meals every day, a sense of inexplicable happiness and pride washed over her. She didn't rush to eat. Su Chen served when Chi-Chi. What are you thinking about? Su Chen's chopsticks touched when Chi-Chi's. She was startled. And nothing. Then let's eat, shall we? Okay. When Chi-Chi picked up the dish Su Chen's chopsticks had touched, remembering what he had said about indirect kisses, she thought, this counts, right? At that thought her face flushed instantly. Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu occasionally invited everyone to eat, but Zhang never stopped serving Li Yu. It seemed to have become a habit. Seeing Su Chen serve when Chi-Chi, Zhang Weiqiang chuckled. Brother Su Chen, not bad. That's what a real man does. Su Chen gave a helpless smile. Shen Mingyao finally realized what was off. She wasn't just eating food, she was eating dog food. But she dared not say anything to either couple. One was her teacher, the other her best friend. She had only gotten to enjoy this delicious meal thanks to her friend. Suddenly Shen Mingyao felt awkward about eating. What was this? Boo-hoo. The food suddenly didn't taste as good. Why was she so miserable? When Chi-Chi noticed Shen Mingyao's unease and asked Mingyao what's wrong, Shen Mingyao shook her head with an awkward but polite smile. And nothing. Just eat. She dared not say anything. Su Chen served when Chi-Chi again. Shen Mingyao's eyes nearly popped out, but there was nothing she could do. After the meal, everyone slumped back in their chairs. Zhang Weiqiang laughed heartily. Brother Su Chen, your cooking is truly amazing. When can you teach me? Sure, Brother Zhang, just let me know when you're free. Zhang Weiqiang hadn't expected Su Chen to be so willing to teach him, and he felt a touch of gratitude. Li Yu laughed. Come on, Weiqiang, you could never cook like this. True, this is on par with a master chef. No, even better. Su Chen smiled without refuting. The skills from the Divine Chef skill book were naturally unmatched. Su Chen had that confidence. Zhang Weiqiang was a bit disheartened, but soon an idea struck him. He looked at Su Chen with a grin. Su Chen, brother Zhang, what's up? Nothing, just asking. Su Chen, would you like to be our housekeeper? Cook for us. Su Chen. The other three. When Chi-Chi was the first to burst out laughing. It was the first time she'd heard of a man being a housekeeper. Su Chen was truly special. Liu also laughed. Weiqiang, what are you doing? Brother Su Chen still has to take care of the babies. Oh right, 4 babies need looking after. Zhang Weiqiang sighed regretfully. What a pity. Such delicious food, and Xiaoyu finally found something she likes. Liu also sighed. Su Chen had no choice but to say, how about this, you can come to my place for meals whenever you're free. Hearing this, Liu's face lit up with joy. Without hesitation she agreed. Great. Zhang Weiqiang added, brother Su Chen is truly considerate. This is wonderful. Not only can we enjoy great food, but we can also see the 4 babies. 2 birds with 1 stone. Exactly. Liu assented while going to play with the babies. When Chi-Chi could tell that Liu genuinely adored the babies, so she didn't object. Zhang Weiqiang did the dishes. After cleaning up, Su Chen took Wen Chi-Chi and Shin Mingyao home. They dropped Shin Mingyao off at school first, then returned home with Wen Chi-Chi and the babies. On the way, Wen Chi-Chi looked at Su Chen's back as if she wanted to say something. Su Chen saw her in the rearview mirror. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wen Chi-Chi hesitated but finally couldn't help asking. How do you know Teacher Li? Teacher Li was an English department mentor with no connection to Su Chen. Wen Chi-Chi had pondered all the way but couldn't figure it out. Besides, Su Chen called Liu sis. Their relationship seemed unusual. Such an intimate address was never granted to others by the aloof Teacher Li. A pang of discomfort stirred in Wen Chi-Chi's heart. Su Chen turned his head and saw Wen Chi-Chi biting her lip, watching him without blinking, clearly very anxious about his response. Su Chen smiled faintly. Guess. Wen Chi-Chi's expression gradually dimmed. Su Chen actually didn't explain. Why wouldn't he? Although Teacher Li already had a husband, it wasn't impossible for someone to be attracted to such an excellent woman like her. Wen Chi-Chi said coldly, Su Chen, you. Never mind then. She turned her head away and stared ahead resentfully. Wife, are you jealous? Su Chen deliberately lowered his voice and said casually. When Chi-Chi realized Su Chen was teasing her and got even more angry. Why would I be jealous? I'm not jealous at all. Ha! Su Chen couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He discovered that teasing Wen Chi-Chi was truly a delightful pastime. His wife looked so adorable. The 4 babies heard Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi chatting happily and joined in the laughter. Seated in their baby chairs, their tiny hands couldn't stop excitedly clapping. Ayo, ayo, yo, dad and mom are so happy. So we are happy too. Babies are the most obedient. Hearing the babies' laughter, Su Chen felt even happier and said, Look, Chi-Chi, the babies know you're jealous. When Chi-Chi, she turned her head and glared at the babies, feigning anger. Don't make noise. The babies couldn't understand what she was saying anyway. They only knew that because of their laughter, mom's gaze had finally shifted from dad. Ayo, 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 mom likes us laughing, so let's laugh even happier. The first, second, third, and fourth babies made sounds of delight. Oomph. When Chi-Chi was going crazy with anger. What was happening? She always sided with her own babies, so why had they teamed up with Su Chen? Had she missed something? It must be that Su Chen had bewitched the babies, definitely. When Chi-Chi made up her mind that from now on, when she picked up the babies from school, she would spend more time with them and let them know mom was the most important. Soon they arrived home. Su Chen took the babies down and placed them in their baby chairs, then reached for the stroller. But before he could reach them, when Chi-Chi had already snatched the stroller away. Su Chen asked, Why shall I do it? No, let me. When Chi-Chi said coldly, From now on after school, I will take care of the babies. The 4 babies also sensed that mom's mood was off. They looked up at Wen Chi-Chi with confusion. What's wrong with mom? Mom doesn't seem happy. Alright, don't move around. If mom isn't happy, dad won't be happy either. Babies need to be good. So the 4 babies sat neatly in their baby chairs, none of them moving. When Chi-Chi didn't wait for Su Chen's reaction and quickly pushed the stroller forward. She was taking out her jealousy on the babies. The babies were so pitiful. But when Chi-Chi was so cute. Su Chen helplessly followed her to the elevator. The elevator entrance wasn't very large, and it was difficult to get 4 baby strollers in. Every time Su Chen had to be careful. When Chi-Chi had never pushed it before. At the elevator she faced a dilemma. How could they get in? Wouldn't this hurt the babies? The babies are so small, what should we do? When Chi-Chi didn't dare to go in. Su Chen's side walked over to her and gently patted her head. Let me handle it. When Chi-Chi didn't let go. Su Chen's hand happened to land on hers. She was startled. She panicked and tried to pull her hand back, but Su Chen held it tightly. When Chi-Chi was flustered, her face red and heart racing. Had they held hands? She and Su Chen had never held hands before. This. When Chi-Chi lowered her head and dared not look at Su Chen. You? Let go, she demanded. No. Su Chen smiled and positioned himself behind the chair to shield Wen Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi was nearly going mad with frustration. She couldn't tell if she was nervous or angry. Su Chen was very close to her, and when Chi-Chi felt a bit uncomfortable. When she moved, she bumped into his firm chest. When Chi-Chi didn't dare to look up at all. The 4 babies had been looking forward to getting into the elevator for a long time, but nothing had happened. The babies turned their heads in confusion to look at dad and mom. As a result, they discovered that Mom's face had turned red for some reason. The babies stared at the two of them with wide eyes. When Chi-Chi could no longer hold back. "Su-Chen, the babies are watching," she reminded him. "Huh." Su-Chen chuckled once more before finally releasing her. The moment his grip loosened when Chi-Chi immediately stepped away. However, in her haste, when Chi-Chi's hand accidentally brushed against Su-Chen's face, the back of her hand happened to rest on his lips. Su-Chen hadn't anticipated such a fortunate moment today. He instinctively kissed the back of when Chi-Chi's hand. Even though the touch was brief, when Chi-Chi could feel it, a tingly sensation spread across the back of her hand, driving her nearly wild with emotion. "You shameless." When Chi-Chi scolded Su-Chen before quickly ducking into the elevator. She vowed never to compete with Su-Chen over anything again. "So scary, so scary." Su-Chen heard when Chi-Chi's flustered voice and remembered that soft hand again, his heart filling with sweetness. His wife's shy appearance was truly captivating. Once inside the elevator, when Chi-Chi dared not move recklessly, fearing Su-Chen might make any further moves. Su-Chen was half a head taller than when Chi-Chi, and at this moment, he could only see her flushed profile. Su-Chen couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Chi-Chi, did we just have intimate contact?" "You're still saying it. The babies are watching." When Chi-Chi didn't know what to say anymore, Su-Chen smiled and said then, "Can I say it when the babies aren't around?" "You? Umph." When Chi-Chi turned away, leaving Su-Chen with her back, she didn't understand. She was the one who had been jealous and confronted Su-Chen, so why had she suddenly been overpowered by him? When had Su-Chen become so charming? It left her feeling completely exposed in front of him. What should she do? Just as when Chi-Chi was feeling flustered and distraught, she heard Su-Chen say something unusually serious. "Teacher Lee really likes babies. He came to buy my potatoes to thank me, and when he saw the babies, well, it's all because of you. Who asked you to give birth to such cute babies?" Su-Chen spoke with pretended grievance. When Chi-Chi's heart softened and she asked hesitantly, "Then why didn't Teacher Lee have one of his own?" Su-Chen sighed. "Oh, tell me who could be as amazing as your husband and succeed on the first try." When Chi-Chi, he really couldn't stay serious for more than 2 attempts. It was truly annoying. Seeing when Chi-Chi blush again, Su-Chen knew he had achieved his goal. He added, "Don't worry, they'll have their own babies soon." "How do you know?" When Chi-Chi was surprised. "I just know. Your husband is very capable." After all, the system had said so. Who would dare not believe the system? When Chi-Chi decided not to argue with Su-Chen anymore, she was no match for him. When Chi-Chi, "Forget it, let's go home." That evening, after Su-Chen finished tidying up the babies and was just about to sleep, he received a phone call from his mother, Fong Ruolin. The moment Su-Chen saw the call, he took a deep breath. He eventually answered it. Fong Ruolin began with her usual pleasantries. "Son, how have you been lately?" "Pretty good, Mom. Why are you calling so late?" "Nothing much, just haven't heard from you in a month." "You okay?" Though she said that, Su-Chen felt something was off about her calling at this hour. "I'm fine." "Oh, any changes in your life?" "No, same as before." Su-Chen hadn't yet figured out how to tell his parents about having a child. He planned to bring when Chi-Chi and the babies home directly. "Oh, really?" "Yeah." Fong Ruolin seemed strange today. She took long pauses between each question before asking the next. Su-Chen was baffled. That's good, that's good. Do you have enough money?" "I have enough." It's nothing. Mom and Dad just miss you." "We'll hang up now. Come back during the holidays." Su-Chen said, I will." "All right, hang up now." After the call ended, Su-Chen was still puzzled. What was going on? Fong Ruolin usually called during the day or right after he got out of school. It was already past 10 o'clock. Su-Chen let out a long sigh. She poked her head out from the room. "What's wrong?" Su-Chen thought for a moment and decided to tell when Chi-Chi. "My mom." "Oh." When Chi-Chi didn't say anything, Su-Chen said, "What's up?" "Want to meet your future mother-in-law." "Here we go again." When Chi-Chi slammed the door shut, her heart racing behind it. Meeting Su-Chen's mother would mean meeting the parents. And after meeting the parents, when Chi-Chi felt nervous. She didn't sleep well that night. Early the next morning, when Chi-Chi was woken up by the cries of the 4th baby, the baby was hungry. When Chi-Chi quickly picked her up, lifted her clothes, and began to nurse. The baby stared at her mother with a teardrop at the corner of her eye, drinking milk with a gurgling sound. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. "Aunt!" When Chi-Chi screamed, Su-Chen, who was cooking outside, rushed in with a spoon. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" He had known when Chi-Chi for a long time and had never seen her so flustered. The moment Su-Chen entered, the 4th baby let go of when Chi-Chi and turned to look at him. When Chi-Chi went crazy, she hurriedly pulled down her clothes, her face flushed crimson. "Get out." Su-Chen was also a bit flustered. What was this situation? The second time right. This time when Chi-Chi seemed a bit slower. Su-Chen stood there holding the spoon, not knowing whether to put it down or not. When Chi-Chi finally couldn't take it anymore and grabbed a nearby pillow, throwing it at Su-Chen. The pillow hit him, and he had no choice but to leave. The door closed. When Chi-Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief, the 4th baby looked confused, seeing something fly out of her mother's hand. Seeing her mother's red face, which was quite amusing, the baby grabbed when Chi-Chi's clothes and wriggled happily. When Chi-Chi was mortified, she didn't know how to face Su-Chen anymore. "4th baby, are you trying to kill your mom?" The baby didn't understand her words. Thinking her mother was playing with her, she became even more delighted. When Chi-Chi sighed, when would the babies grow up? After feeding the 4th baby, when Chi-Chi dared not leave the room. Last time Su-Chen had caught her in an awkward situation, she felt embarrassed. This time, she was utterly ashamed. especially when she thought of being held by Su Chen and having her hand kissed. When Chi-Chi's face burned instantly, she felt completely unsettled. Su Chen had already prepared the meal, but when Chi-Chi still hadn't come out, he called out twice, but she ignored him. Su Chen felt helpless. His wife was feeling shy again. It seemed he had to use his trump card. Standing at the door, he raised his voice, "Chi-Chi, come out for dinner. If you don't come out, I'll barge in. If I barge in then." Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, the door opened. When Chi-Chi walked past Su Chen with a dark face, staring straight ahead and not stopping. She reached the table, sat down mechanically, picked up her bowl mechanically, and began to eat mechanically. Su Chen wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. He held it in and sat down to eat as well. Breakfast included fried dough stick side dishes and rice porridge. The fried dough sticks were closer to Su Chen. He casually picked one up and handed it to Chi-Chi. Without even looking, she took one from the plate herself. Su Chen's hand froze in midair. He placed the fried dough stick on the plate in front of her. Chi-Chi, has anyone ever told you that when you're like this, you're just so kissable? When Chi-Chi, who had been holding it together all morning, finally broke. Why did every word Su Chen said sound so flirty? Why couldn't she resist it at all? This feeling was just too annoying. You're such a smooth talker. When Chi-Chi lowered her head shyly and pretended to take a bite of the fried dough stick, her face was almost buried in the bowl. Su Chen glanced at the time. Class was about to start. If this continued, when Chi-Chi wouldn't be able to go to class today. He put away his playful expression and asked, "What happened earlier?" He was referring to her scream. When Chi-Chi's face reddened again. "The fourth baby bit me." Afraid that Su Chen might think she was too delicate, she added, "It was a bit hard." Her voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible. Su Chen was curious too. Has this happened before? No. When Chi-Chi shook her head. It never hurt before. I see. Su Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Could the fourth baby be teething? When Chi-Chi was stunned. The previous annoyance vanished, instantly replaced by delight. That's possible. Teething meant the babies were starting to grow up. For them, every little change in the babies was a surprise. Su Chen jumped up and rushed eagerly into the room. He had missed the baby's birth. He had missed their full moon celebration. He had missed them turning over. He had missed the first 6 months of their lives. From now on, he didn't want to miss any moment of their growth. He wanted to remember every little detail. Su Chen rushed into the room and picked up the fourth baby. "Fourth baby, look at Daddy. Follow Daddy. Open your mouth." The baby stared at him blankly. What was Daddy doing? Was Daddy silly? No, wait, Daddy wanted her to open her mouth. Understanding his intention, the baby happily opened her mouth. 2 tiny newly sprouted teeth appeared in her mouth. Su Chen spun around with her in delight. She really is teething. Good girl, fourth baby. Fourth baby is growing up. The baby, just over 6 months old, thought Daddy is really silly. When Chi-Chi was more rational, she pulled Su Chen and said, "Check the other babies." The first, second, and third babies were watching Su Chen spin the fourth baby, their eyes wide with envy. "When would Daddy hold me? I want to spin around too." Su Chen first approached the first baby. The baby's eyes lit up. "Daddy is coming to hold me. I'm going to spin around too." Su Chen held Debeo in his arms. Debeo had grown a little bigger recently, still looking a bit dazed and silly. When Su Chen picked him up, he wobbled his big head and giggled uncontrollably. Su Chen immediately spotted the tiny teeth in Debeo's mouth. Delighted, he spun around twice while holding Debeo. Debeo is about to become a little man. Debeo, who couldn't speak yet, babbled, "Woo woo wah wah wah, little man, yeah." Then came Erbao and Sambao. Su Chen checked all of them and found that all 4 babies were starting to teeth. Su Chen was as thrilled as if he had discovered a new continent, overjoyed beyond measure. He spent the entire morning chattering away with the babies. When Chi-Chi was also very happy, but she hadn't expected that Su Chen would get so excited over such a small change in the babies, acting like a child himself. He truly loved the children deeply, didn't he? When Chi-Chi couldn't bear to disturb him, but it was almost time for class. She finally couldn't help calling out, "Su Chen, it's time for school." "Okay, I'm coming," Su Chen said as he placed the babies into the high chairs, smiling. "Chi-Chi, you are truly amazing. You've worked so hard these past 6 months." Su Chen said this from the heart. It was the first time he had experienced the joy of seeing the babies' changes. It was also the first time he realized how tiring it was to take care of the babies. Before, when Chi-Chi had been alone without the system's help. Thinking of those days, Su Chen felt wronged on her behalf. Yet in the half-month they had lived together, when Chi-Chi had never uttered a single complaint. On the contrary, she treated the babies extremely well. She was even willing to give everything for them. Su Chen was glad to have such a wife. The sudden gratitude made when Chi-Chi feel a bit awkward and shy. She had to compose her expression and said, "Let's go." After dropping when Chi-Chi off at school, Su Chen took the babies to the new house. He had promised to give when Chi-Chi a surprise, so he needed to decorate properly. Just then his phone rang. Su Chen saw it was Li Wenhao and hung up without hesitation. That bastard, didn't he just want to see the babies? Dream on. Li Wenhao hadn't expected Su Chen to be so ruthless. He had indeed called to see the babies, but today he actually had something important. He called again, but Su Chen still didn't answer. Li Wenhao. That bastard, he's asking for a beating. Despite that, Li Wenhao switched to a voice call. Su Chen hung up. Li Wenhao called again. Su Chen. After 3 or 4 rounds of this, Su Chen angrily picked up. "What do you want, son? Damn it, you bastard, you actually have the heart to ignore my calls. Doesn't it hurt?" "No." Li Wenhao stopped joking and said directly, "There's something I really need to tell you." "Talk." Su Chen didn't care. That bastard Li Wenhao must be begging to see the babies. Dream on. The babies belonged only to him. These past few days Lin Lu and Wang Lei hadn't been able to see the babies either. Su Chen hadn't sent them any videos. Li Wenhao asked, "Have you seen the video online?" Li Wenhao's sudden seriousness made Su Chen a bit uncomfortable. "What video?" "The one with the quadruplets." "Quadruplets?" "Yeah, it's in some department store. Can't tell which one. A pair of parents with quadruplets shopping. It's gone viral, spreading everywhere online." "Oh." And then Su Chen didn't see the point. "Are you stupid? Quadruplets. Who else has them besides your family?" "My family." Su Chen looked down and saw the 4 babies smiling at him. They really love their daddy. He shook his head. "I never posted any video online." "Neither did we. Maybe it's another set of quadruplets. But I think it's yours. Your babies have become famous. People are searching everywhere for the quadruplets. It even looks a bit like you and Wenqiqi. Watch out." Li Wenhao was genuinely warning him. He knew that for Su Chen and Wenqiqi, now having children already put a lot of pressure on them. If the outside world added more pressure, Su Chen might handle it. But what if the 4 babies got hurt? They were his precious little darlings. "I'll send you the video. Take a look." With that, Li Wenhao hung up. Soon Li Wenhao indeed sent a video. Su Chen clicked on it and was shocked. Wasn't this the scene of him taking the babies to buy clothes at the baby store last time? Although the distance made it blurry, Su Chen still recognized it. The 4 babies looked dazed and happy staring outside. The combination of little princes and princesses had already caused a sensation online. "Quadruplets. These 4 babies are so cute. Where are they? Oi. Looking for the quadruplets online. I want to take a photo with them, boo-hoo." Me too. Checking in to hug the quadruplets. But since no one recognized them, no one had bothered Su Chen. He frowned, his gaze deepening. Someone had taken a video of the babies. He hadn't expected the babies to be so popular. He couldn't help but smile. "Babies, look at your silly selves." He showed the video to the babies. As he watched, Su Chen suddenly jolted. Video. Seen by others. Phone call. Mom had called him yesterday. Could it be that Mom had seen this video? Meanwhile, in a small town near Ningzhou, a middle-aged couple was repeatedly watching the video on their phone. Su Jiangwo found it hard to believe. "Rulin, I think you're overthinking it. How could Su Chen have children? And such adorable babies?" Not to be rude, but Su Chen isn't that capable. Knowing his own son's nature, Su Jiangwo didn't think Su Chen had such ability. Fang Rulin rolled her eyes. "How can you talk about your own son like that?" Su Jiangwo laughed heartily. "Haha, he's still my own flesh and blood." Fang Rulin sighed. "But it looks very similar to me. Look, isn't that silhouette Xiao Chen? And this baby's features really resemble Xiao Chen. And this one looks exactly like Xiao Chen when he was little. I'm sure they're Xiao Chen's." The more she spoke, the more certain she became. "You're being paranoid again. Although I also want Su Chen to settle down, he hasn't even graduated yet. Why don't you call and ask again?" Fang Rulin said to Su Jiangwo. "Su Jiangwo, why don't you ask yourself? I called yesterday. If I call too often, the son might get suspicious. Hurry up, you call." Su Jiangwo had no choice but to pick up his phone, find Su Chen's number, and dial. Su Chen held his phone, pondering whether to tell his parents. But how could he put it into words? The babies noticed his silence and ignored them. Each one looked utterly aggrieved. "What's wrong with Daddy? Daddy doesn't love us anymore. Daddy won't even look at us, boo-hoo. What should we do? We need to get Daddy's attention." Dabao looked at Erbao looked at Sanbao, and Sanbao turned to glance at Sibao. Sibao's little mouth twitched. Wah! Su Chen finally snapped out of his reverie. Seeing Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao all staring at him with eager eyes, and only Sibao crying, he sighed helplessly and walked over to her. "Sibao, are you being naughty again?" Su Chen picked her up. The other 3 babies never took their eyes off him. Seeing Su Chen holding Sibao, they felt a bit upset. "Boo-hoo, Daddy is holding little sister. Why doesn't Daddy hold them? It must be because they didn't cry." "Yes, that's it." "So." The 3 babies pouted in unison. "What?" Su Chen was at his wit's end. "What's going on today? Why is everyone crying?" He had been taking care of the babies for so long, and they were usually very well behaved. They only cried a little when they needed milk or a diaper change. Flustered, Su Chen placed Sibao back in the stroller and pulled all 4 babies in front of him, about to comfort them. Suddenly, Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao stopped crying. Sibao, with a tear hanging from her eye, looked at her siblings in confusion. Su Chen. The babies were so adorable. What should he do? Would his parents like such cute babies? Whatever, at worst he'd get scolded. He'd been scolded plenty growing up. Su Chen crouched down and gently pinched the baby's little cheeks. "Babies, are you happy that Grandpa and Grandma are about to know you exist?" Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao, huh? Who are Grandpa and Grandma? Daddy seems really happy. Then the babies should be happy too. So the little ones who had just been teary-eyed started bouncing excitedly. If they weren't in the stroller, Su Chen suspected they would have tumbled all over the floor. He took out his phone, still feeling a bit nervous. Just then his phone rang. He was startled. The babies grew even more excited at the sound. Su Chen glanced at the caller ID, turned around, and made a shushing gesture to the babies. The babies widened their eyes, looking at Su Chen in bewilderment. Wow, what is Daddy up to now? Daddy is so funny. We have to cooperate with Daddy. Su Chen took a deep breath and answered the call. "Hello. Dad." It was Su Jiangwo on the line. "Xiao Chen." After calling Su Chen, Su Jiangwo didn't know how to broach the subject. Fong Ruolin was anxiously gesturing beside him, mouthing, ask him now. Su Jiangwo waved his hand, hesitant for a long time, unsure how to phrase it. Who would believe that Su Chen had children? How could a father ask his son such questions? Would Su Chen think they were overthinking? He didn't want to put too much pressure on him. Unable to find a reason to ask, Su Jiangwo simply said, Nothing, I just wanted to see what you're up to. Huh. Su Chen waited a long time only to hear Su Jiangwo say that. He could almost picture his mother directing his father on the other end. His father was probably worried that asking directly would embarrass him. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although they didn't talk often, his parents had always cared about him. After a chuckle, Su Chen tightened his grip on the phone and said, Dad, since you're free, I happen to have something to tell you. Need money? I'll transfer it to you in a bit. How much do you need, you little rascal? Spend wisely. The money at home is for you to find a wife. Su Jiangwo rattled off a string of words. Su Chen's heart ached again. I just wanted to tell you this, Dad. You don't need to save money for my wedding. What? Su Jiangwo was stunned. He had worked hard all his life just so Su Chen could live well. Had something happened to Su Chen? While Su Jiangwo was thinking, he heard Su Chen say lazily, I have a wife. And she's given you 4 grandchildren. After Su Chen finished speaking, he nervously waited for Su Jiangwo's reaction. A long silence ensued on the other end. Daddy. Was he too happy? Suddenly, an explosive voice came through the phone. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? Aren't you still in school? When did you get a wife and have 4 children? Having finally processed it, Su Jiangwo felt deeply uneasy. The more uneasy he grew, the angrier he became. You little rascal, did you drop out of school? Are you in trouble? Where are you? I'm coming to save you. Rule and hurry, get the money. All the money we have. Whoever dares to kidnap my son, I'll kill them. Holding the phone, listening to Su Jiangwo's frantic rambling, Su Chen, a grown man, suddenly felt his eyes well up. Su Jiangwo's greatest wish in life was for their family to live in peace. Su Chen knew this news was hard to accept, and that he would be scolded. But what he hadn't expected was that after the scolding, Su Jiangwo's first thought was that he was in trouble. Su Jiangwo was usually stingy, unwilling to spend on food or clothes. Now he was willing to risk everything to save him, even to fight. Su Chen couldn't describe his feelings. Seeing the babies staring at him adorably, he realized something. If his own babies were in trouble, he would probably react the same way. At 22, still a student, Su Chen suddenly understood the hardships his parents had endured. On the other end, Fong Ruolin's anxious voice came through, I'm on it. No, if it's not enough, I'll borrow some more. I can sell my jewelry too. Su Chen's nose stung. Dad, Mom, don't panic. I haven't been scammed. I'm fine, perfectly fine. I'm still in school. Su Jiangwo and Fong Ruolin stopped in their tracks. Su Jiangwo snapped. Then why are you talking nonsense? Su Chen said, I'm not talking nonsense. I really do have children. 4 adorable babies. If you don't believe me, listen. Su Chen turned and put the phone on speaker. Debeo, say Grandpa. Debeo looked blank, not understanding what Su Chen meant. Su Chen then turned to Erbao. Erbao was sitting sideways in her baby chair, fast asleep. Su Chen. Sambao, eh? Sambao had the teether Su Chen had just bought in her mouth, chewing on it with a crunch. Su Chen finally looked at Sibao. Sibao's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Chen. What is Daddy up to? Daddy's eyes look red. Is Daddy unhappy? Su Chen stroked Sibao's little head. Sibao, come on, say Grandpa and Grandma. Sibao tilted her head. What is Daddy asking her to say? But she doesn't know how to say it. What should she do? Unable to speak, Sibao looked at the phone and raised her little hand. Wah hee hee. As soon as Sibao moved, the other babies reacted except for the sleeping Erbao. The 3 babies waved their arms and legs, cheering incessantly. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Dad, Mom, did you hear that? The babies are calling out to you. Silence ensued once more on the other end of the line. Su Chen, fearing Su Jiangwo might not believe him, explained again. The babies are just over 6 months old and haven't learned to speak yet, but you'll surely adore them. They are all very well behaved. Before Su Chen could finish, Su Jiangwo's voice resounded from the phone. Your children? Yes, my children. 4. Quadruplets. Indeed, quadruplets. Surely Su Jiangwo would be at ease now. Just as Su Chen pondered, he heard Su Jiangwo erupt in anger again. Su Chen. Speak up, which girl have you wronged? Su Chen. Dad, I haven't wronged anyone. Then how did this child come about? You're only a sophomore in college, and the baby is half a year old. Did you become a stepfather? Su Chen. He was infuriated by Su Jiangwo's twisted logic. Thus he had no choice but to recount the encounter with Wen Qiqi after the college entrance exam and how he had met her again recently along with the paternity test. After finishing, Su Chen emphasized earnestly, Dad, would you like to see the paternity test? I can mail it back to you. Su Jiangwo did not respond. Su Chen noticed that Su Jiangwo seemed unusually prone to silence today. He patiently waited. Moments later, a low chuckle emanated from the phone. The laughter grew louder, eventually transforming into hearty guffaws. Ha ha, quadruplets. My son fathered quadruplets. How incredible, truly takes after me. I have 4 grandchildren now. Ruolin, we've become grandparents. If Old Lee hears this, he'll be green with envy, ha ha ha. He's been bragging about being a grandfather for a whole year, parading his grandchild in front of me every day. Ha, next time I'll carry all 4 babies and make him die of jealousy. Fong Ruolin shot Su Jiangwo a displeased glare. Chen sighed, Dad, keep it low-key. Low-key? How can I be low-key when I have 4 grandchildren? Fong Rulan slapped Su Jiangwo angrily. Get lost. After shooing him away, she snatched the phone and asked worriedly, and the mother? She's gone to school. School, eh? Yes, she's also at our university. I'm taking care of the babies. She went to class first. Good, good. From now on you must be a man and shoulder responsibility, understand? Fong Rulan began to chatter. Xiao Chen, treat her well. You must not let her down. And how much betrothal gift do they ask for? Su Chen chuckled. Don't worry about the betrothal gift. He was about to say he would prepare it himself, but Fong Rulan interrupted him furiously. Nonsense. She is your future wife, the one who will accompany you through life and care for you. No amount of betrothal gift is too much. Our family will give it all. Don't think you can do as you please just because she bore you children, understand? Otherwise don't come back. Su Chen, was she forgetting about her son now that she had a daughter-in-law? When had his family status become so low? Yet this was exactly what Su Chen intended to do. When Chi-Chi had sacrificed so much for him, of course he would treat her well. Su Chen was overjoyed. His parents hadn't scolded him at all. His previous worries seemed unnecessary. Haha, Mom, rest assured your son is a good man and will treat his wife well. And take good care of the babies. Yes, I'm taking care of them. Enough, I'll buy tickets right away. Your father and I will come help you. For babies, you can't manage alone. Su Chen was exasperated. Mom, a man can't say he can't manage. Get lost, don't be cheeky. I'll forget the packing and we'll buy things when we get there. Jiangwo, let's go. Fong Rulan was about to hang up. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this too hasty? Would it frighten Chi-Chi? Thinking this, he quickly stopped Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulan. Mom, Dad, listen to me. The baby's mother hasn't fully accepted me yet. I'm afraid if you come it might put too much pressure on her. Stay home and wait. When she feels at ease with me, I'll bring her home. Fong Rulan and Su Jiangwo exchanged glances. That makes sense as she's a girl after all. I wonder what lucky streak this brat hit to have a girl bear his children. We must respect our daughter-in-law. Yes, but... Su Jiangwo was a bit dissatisfied. I want to see the babies. I'm their grandfather, and I haven't met them yet. Su Chen then said, how about this? I'll record videos daily and send them to you. How does that sound? That will do. Though they yearned to see the babies, they couldn't disregard the mother's feelings. The couple sighed. Su Chen continued, Dad. Before he could finish, Su Jiangwo bellowed, Dad, my foot. Just send the video already. Why so much talk? Slap. Su Jiangwo hung up. Su Chen, was he being dismissed? Had his parents forgotten him now that they had grandchildren? Well, at least they were his own babies, so Su Chen was still delighted. He dutifully recorded a video and sent it. At the Su residence, Su Jiangwo was a stark contrast to his earlier fury. He sat upright in a chair, grinning foolishly. In his hands, he twirled 2 walnuts incessantly. Fong Rulan, seeing his behavior, was exasperated. What are you doing? Can't you calm down? I'm excited. I'll see my grandchildren soon. Rulan, pinch me quick. Stop it. There's no need to be nervous. This day was bound to come. Despite her words, Fong Rulan was equally nervous inside. She had never imagined her son would have children. In her memory, he was still a child. She was both worried and overjoyed. That said, I'm still so happy. I'm going to be a grandmother. And a grandfather. Rulan, do you think I can retire and enjoy life? Just thinking about strolling with the grandkids every day fills me with joy. So happy. Fong Rulan decided to ignore Su Jiangwo altogether. The man who had been furious just moments ago had now transformed into a doting grandparent. She stared at her phone, thinking incessantly. Send it already. Why hasn't it come? What's taking Su Chen so long? Fong Rulan decided to call again to urge him. Just as she picked up her phone, a WeChat notification chimed. It was a message from Su Chen. Fong Rulan exclaimed joyfully, it's here. Su Jiangwo immediately leaned over. Where? Let me see. Fong Rulan's hands trembled, yet she couldn't seem to tap open the video. Su Jiangwo, hand it over, let me do it. Usually a man who feared his wife, Su Jiangwo had completely forgotten that fact in this moment. Fong Rulan wasn't angry either. Left to it, Su Jiangwo opened the video. At the start of the video, Su Chen was holding his phone, speaking directly into the camera. Dad, Mom, look behind me, are the 4 babies. Su Chen then turned the camera toward the back. The 4 babies appeared on screen. The eldest and 3rd babies wore hats, while the 2nd and 4th babies had their hair tied into small pigtails. At that moment, upon seeing Su Chen filming them with the phone, they all gazed at the camera with endearing, dazed expressions, their mouths slightly parted. The very picture of cuteness. Su Jiangwo was already grinning from ear to ear. My babies. What adorable babies. These are my little grandchildren. Rulan, look how cute they are, as if they stepped right out of the TV, Su Jiangwo said, while pointing at the screen for her to see. He noticed Fong Rulan covering her mouth with her hand, nodding as she wiped away tears. So cute, she managed through her sobs. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Su Jiangwo grew flustered and handed her a tissue. Fong Rulan wiped her tears as she replied, I'm not crying. I wouldn't cry. I'm just happy. That's right, we should be happy, smile. Fong Rulan burst into laughter at his words, using the tissue to dry her eyes. But she caught Su Jiangwo secretly wiping tears on his own. You're telling me to stop crying when you're the one crying, she chided. That's just sand in my eyes. Quick, we haven't finished watching yet. What's that kid Su Chen up to? On screen, Su-chan was quiet for a long while before finally speaking again. Mom and Dad, by now you've probably been moved enough, right? Come on, let me properly introduce them to you. Su-chan held the camera close to the eldest baby's blank stare. This is Dabo, a sensible little boy named Su-zian. As he spoke, Su-chan turned to Dabo and said, Dabo, call Grandpa and Grandma. The baby looked at him blankly, then at the phone, reaching out as if to grab it. Su-chan gently blocked the baby's tiny hand, smiling. Mischievous, he chuckled, then shifted the camera toward the second baby. The second baby had 2 tiny pigtails styled that morning when Chi-Chi left. She stared at the camera with wide eyes. This is Bao Su Xiao Xiao, Su-chan explained. When she smiles, her eyes squint into narrow slits. Absolutely sweet. After introducing her, he turned to Bao and said, Xiao Xiao, give us a smile. She blinked her eyes as if she understood what he was asking. Her eyes crinkled shut as she smiled. Su-chan gently patted her head. Such a good girl. Next, Su-chan moved toward the third baby, who wore a hat just like Dabo and gazed at him with a beaming smile. Su-chan chuckled at the sight. This is Sabeo Su-zikong. He's also a little man, one who has a soft spot for pretty aunties. Isn't that right, Sabeo? Upon hearing about the pretty auntie, the baby excitedly waved both arms. There's a pretty auntie. Where is she? Sabeo wants his auntie. Su-chan shook his head in mock exasperation and tickled the baby's nose. You at such a young age. Su-chan then moved over to the fourth baby. The tiny baby had been waiting for him a long time. Her eyes widened as she spotted him approaching, and she grabbed onto his phone with both hands. Hey, Sibao, what are you doing? Su-chan held the phone carefully, afraid to pull too hard, lest he hurt her. After considerable effort, he finally managed to prise the phone from her grasp. Finally, Su-chan resigned himself to the introduction. This is Sibao Su Lele. Don't let her small size fool you. She's the most mischievous of them all, a proper little troublemaker. Hearing his voice, Sibao assumed he was playing with her, and grew even more delighted, clinging to him incessantly, while hopping and laughing. Su-chan teased her for a while longer. At last, he set the phone back and angled the camera to capture both himself and the 4 babies. These are your 4 grandchildren, Mom and Dad. I'll bring them back to see you another day. Babies say cheese. By now, Su-chan had discovered the trick to making all 4 of them smile. He made a silly face at them as he spoke. One by one, the 4 babies broke into smiles. They continued filming for a while longer before stopping, though neither Fong Rulin nor Su Jiangwo felt they'd had enough. Tears welled in their eyes despite their best efforts to hold them back, yet they spoke with smiles on their faces. So lovely. Sibao looks just like her father. Sabeo does too. Then Dabo and Bao must take after their mother. Jiangwo, we've got grandchildren now. Yes, Rulin. Before we know it, we've grown old. No, we have to watch it again. Let me watch it one more time. My precious grandchildren are so adorable. Ooh, I just want to hold them. Fong Rulin was already imagining what it would feel like to have those babies in her arms. Perhaps we should go help Su-chan instead. But what about the children's mother? At the mention of the children's mother, Fong Rulin couldn't help but sigh. That good-for-nothing Su-chan, why is he so clumsy about this? Honestly, hurry up and bring our daughter-in-law home. It won't be long, Su Jiangwo assured her. Our son is outstanding. He'll surely succeed. Fong Rulin nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered something and bolted to her feet. Su Jiangwo asked, what's wrong? I'm going to transfer money to Su-chan. Fong Rulin searched frantically for her bank card. Su-chan only gets 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. How can he possibly raise babies? That's not enough formula for even one child. And there are 4 of them. It doesn't matter if Su-chan goes hungry, but we can't let our precious grandchildren go without food. Su Jiangwo saw nothing wrong with this reasoning. He immediately rose to help her search. You're absolutely right. Let's send more. Those are our precious grandchildren. After hanging up and heading home with the babies, Su-chan suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. What was that about? Had someone just spoken ill of him? Once home, Su-chan unlocked his phone and was startled to see an extra 100,000 yuan in his bank account, sent from the family account. Su-chan was momentarily stunned. On WeChat, in the group chat labeled Family, his mother Fong Rulin, who rarely ever messaged, had tagged him. You rascal, this money is for the babies. Don't you dare spend it. If you spend a dime, wait till you get home. I'll break your legs. Su Jiangwo chimed in, agreed. If you dare mistreat those babies, I won't be so polite. Su-chan, were they really grandchildren who'd forgotten their own son? Why was his fate so bitter? He glanced back at the babies. The babies stared at him with blank expressions, entirely unaware that 2 more people in this world now loved them. After transferring the money to Su-chan, Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin grew increasingly uneasy the more they thought about it. Throughout the day, they replayed the video over and over, unable to tire of it no matter how many times they watched. Finally, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. He slapped his thigh and made a decision. No, I'm going to see the babies. Fong Rulin hesitated, concerned. Don't go acting crazy. What will happen to our daughter-in-law if you do this? If I can't go openly, I can still go secretly. Su-chan stared at the bank balance, silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he typed a message in the family group chat. Su-chan, Mom, Dad, I don't need the money. I have enough. Su-chan, I'll transfer it back to you. You 2 spend it on yourselves. Don't worry about me. Su-chan, I can take good care of the babies too. Su-chan's heart ached as he typed, but he felt a smug satisfaction. His parents would surely think their son had made something of himself, right? They must be moved. Yet before 2 minutes of pride had passed, he saw Su Jiangwo curse in the group chat. Su Jiangwo, what nonsense. If you don't want to give it to my daughter-in-law. Su Jiangwo, say another word and I'll kick you out. Su Jiangwo, if you dare transfer the money back, don't ever come home. Su Chen instinctively typed 3 question marks. The next second, system notification, you have been removed from the group chat. Su Chen, fine. He had been kicked out of the group by his own parents. So the money couldn't be sent back. Su Chen silently put his phone aside and sighed. The babies saw this and tilted their heads to look at him. Daddy is sad. Daddy is unhappy again. No, we must make Daddy happy. But how? The little heads wobbled, thinking hard, and then little 3 pooped. Su Chen snapped out of it and rushed over to pick up little 3. Aren't you embarrassed, little third? He said while wiping and changing the diaper. A happy smile spread across his face. The other babies saw it. Their little heads turned again. Oh, so pooping makes Daddy smile. The 3 little ones wrinkled their brows as if in unison. One after another. Su Chen, big one, you pooped too. Little 2, you also. Cough, little 4, you. Su Chen only had 2 hands and he was in a fix. Wait, Daddy can't handle this all at once. The babies saw him flustered and were even happier than before, not feeling the slightest remorse. After a good while of busy work, Su Chen finally got all 4 babies cleaned up. Their little pants were washed and changed. He collapsed into a chair exhausted. But he had to admit he was quite happy. Just then the system chimed ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully taking care of 4 babies pooping at the same time. Special reward activated. Host, would you like to open the reward? Su Chen was a bit dazed. Open. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a system upgrade. After activation, the system will automatically upgrade. Do you wish to proceed? A bewildered Su Chen, it can upgrade. Yes. What will I get after the upgrade? After the upgrade, the system's rewards will be richer and skills more complete. Alright, go ahead and upgrade. As Su Chen finished speaking, ding. Congratulations, host, system upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the tea appraisal skill. Tea appraisal skill. Host can now evaluate the quality of tea leaves through sight and smell. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special seed acquisition permission. Special seed acquisition permission. Host can obtain special seeds through tasks including, but not limited to, vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs, etc. Tea appraisal skill. What use was that? Su Chen shook his head. He rarely drank tea, but the special seed acquisition permission was intriguing. Wasn't I buying seeds before? Ding. The seeds you bought were ordinary. The food you grew was good, but not the best. This is possible. Su Chen was shocked. He thought the vegetables he grew were already excellent. He never imagined there could be even better ones. Yes, host. That's amazing. When will I get the seeds, eh? It depends on the host's luck. Su Chen. Fine. After the upgrade, the system seemed to have become a little tsundere, but the potatoes, tomatoes, and other vegetables he bought from the market watered with spiritual spring water were already delicious. If something were even better, that would be incredible. Joyful Su Chen spun the babies around. Let's go pick up your mom. They picked up when Chi-Chi and arrived home at 7. Su Chen cooked dinner, fed the babies again, and finally had a moment to himself. When Chi-Chi had gone to take a shower, Su Chen picked up the clothes when Chi-Chi had left outside ready to wash them. As he lifted the garment, a light pink bra fell to the floor. Su Chen's pupils contracted. His wife was becoming less guarded around him. He thought for a moment, then picked up the bra. He felt its size with his hand and smiled softly. This should be hand-washed, right? Washing my wife's clothes is a man's glory. Su Chen quickly threw the rest of the clothes into the washing machine. He picked up the bra and a basin, gently washing it. The bathroom was divided into wet and dry areas. Through the frosted glass door, though he couldn't see inside, a graceful silhouette was cast on the door. Su Chen was lost in the sight. Just then when Chi-Chi, her hair dripping wet, wrapped in a towel, opened the bathroom door. They stared at each other, eyes wide. When Chi-Chi paused, her hand still drying her hair, her gaze dropped to the bra in Su Chen's hand, and she let out a startled cry. What was going on? How did her bra end up in Su Chen's hands? Lately, to avoid awkwardness, she had been filling a basin with water and washing her underwear in her room. Today, she had forgotten. When Chi-Chi was utterly mortified, her hand still clutched the neckline of her towel. Her face was still flushed from the bath. Without a second thought, she rushed over to Su Chen, snatched the wet bra from his hand, and stammered, I'll wash it myself. When Chi-Chi's words came out in a stutter, Su Chen held one side of the lingerie in his hand, while when Chi-Chi gripped the other. Seeing her shy expression, he felt a playful urge to tease her. Chi-Chi, what's wrong with you? When Chi-Chi's face flushed an unnatural shade of red, afraid to even lift her gaze to meet his. Seeing him refuse to let go, she softly chided, let go. Haha, I won't. Su Chen tightened his grip, slightly adding with a teasing tone, from now on let me wash these for you. No, that's not possible. Why not? When Chi-Chi could find no words to describe her feelings at that moment. Her heart raced, beating erratically with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. If you really can't, you could wash mine instead. Su Chen deliberately lowered his voice, whispering softly. That's even worse. Women had bras, but men's underwear. The moment when Chi-Chi thought about this, she felt completely flustered. Su Chen, you rogue. Su Chen reached out and habitually ruffled her hair, saying, but I only act this way with you. As he loosened his grip, the pressure on his hand decreased. When Chi-Chi quickly snatched the garment from him and swiftly turned to head into the bathroom. Before Su-Chen could say another word, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Left outside, Su-Chen could only laugh to himself. Haha, his wife was so adorable. After entering the bathroom, when Chi-Chi stared at her lingerie, growing increasingly flustered. How could she have let Su-Chen see them? They were pink. What do you think, she was childish? Don't men prefer more alluring styles? Aya. When Chi-Chi felt completely overwhelmed, she tossed the garment onto the bathroom floor in frustration. Moments later, after gathering her courage, when Chi-Chi picked it back up, Su-Chen had offered to wash it for her. It was the first time he had ever done so. When Chi-Chi found herself unable to bring herself to throw it away, she wrestled with the decision in the bathroom for an entire hour until she finally emerged upon hearing the baby's fussing. She kept her eyes forward, not daring to glance even once at Su-Chen on the sofa. In her heart, she silently repeated, I can't see him, I can't see him, I can't see him. Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi paused mid-step, forcing a cold expression as she replied, what is it? She still couldn't bring herself to look at him. It was far too humiliating. Su-Chen chuckled softly, saying, actually, they're quite lovely. Unable to bear it any longer, when Chi-Chi rushed into the bedroom, the door slamming shut behind her with a bang. Left outside was Su-Chen's booming laughter. Later that evening, after putting the babies to sleep, when Chi-Chi took out her phone and opened her contacts, she found Baba's number and hesitated, still too afraid to press call. Sigh. When Chi-Chi let out a soft breath. Forget it, she would figure it out later. On the weekend, in a small town on the outskirts of Ningzhou, Su Jiangwo had already packed his things early. He held his phone watching videos of his grandchildren while waiting by the roadside for a bus. Fang Ruyun had also said she wanted to come along. However, if the two of them went secretly, they would draw too much attention. After some discussion, they decided to let Su Jiangwo go alone first. At that moment, a man roughly Su Jiangwo's age walked up beside him, cradling a child who could not yet have reached 1 year old in his arms. The child's rosy cheeks were peaceful in sleep. Upon seeing Su Jiangwo, the man asked, Old Su, where are you headed? To visit my son. Su Jiangwo smiled warmly, oldly walking the baby again. Oldly nodded. Yes, what else is there to do now that I am retired? As for you, AI, Su-Chen is already 22 and still a sophomore. My son graduated college and got married at that same age. How else would I have grandchildren so quickly? Old Su, why not skip visiting your son and stay to help me watch the baby? I can lend you my long for a bit. Old Li and Su Jiangwo had grown up together. He was also the person who enjoyed competing with Su Jiangwo the most. Years ago, Old Li had married a full year earlier. Ever since Su Jiangwo had fallen behind in everything. His son was born a year later, started school a year later, and Su-Chen had spent 3 extra years in senior high. By the time Old Li's son graduated, Su-Chen was only a sophomore. Later, Old Li's son got married. His daughter-in-law became pregnant. Old Li now had a grandson. His grandson was nearly 1 year old. Each time, Old Li made a point to seek Su Jiangwo out to gloat. Today was no exception. Old Li loved nothing more than watching Su Jiangwo's exasperated, yet helpless expression. He expected Su Jiangwo to be furious upon hearing this. To his surprise, Su Jiangwo merely waved his hand dismissively. Old Li, your gloating won't last much longer. What? Planning to drag Su-Chen back for an arranged marriage? Let me tell you, Su-Chen has not even graduated yet. He should focus on his studies. Su Jiangwo replied. Who said anything about matchmaking? I am telling you, I already have a daughter-in-law. A subtle sense of pride washed over him as he spoke. How is that even possible? Old Li simply refused to believe it. Why not? Universities allow marriage now. Surprised? Seeing Old Li's expression shift, Su Jiangwo deliberately added, my daughter-in-law has already given birth to 4 little grandchildren for me. For mind you, not just one, understand. Your Long is certainly adorable, but I have 4 lovely grandchildren. They are called Unin, Xiao Xiao, Kong Kong, and Lulu. Surprised too. Quadruplets, 2 boys and 2 girls. Never seen anything like it, have you? Ha ha. Ever since Su-Chen had sent him videos, Su Jiangwo had memorized all his grandchildren's names. After being overshadowed by Old Li for over 20 years, today, he could finally have his revenge. Old Li's expression darkened. 4. You must be dreaming. Su Jiangwo, did you forget to take your medication this morning? In all his years, Old Li had only ever encountered twins. He had never heard of anyone bearing quadruplets. Especially since it was Su Jiangwo saying it. If this were true, Su Jiangwo would surely mock him forever. No, he could not believe it. Ha ha ha. Seeing Old Li grow agitated, Su Jiangwo became even more pleased with himself. What medication? I am in perfect health. I am off to visit my 4 grandchildren right now. Go ahead and envy me. Soon I will parade all 4 babies right in front of you. I will make you so jealous you will cry. Ha ha ha. Su Jiangwo was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Oof. Old Li was furious. I simply will not believe it unless you bring them here and stand them right in front of me. Ha ha ha. A car horn honked in the distance. Su Jiangwo waved. I am off. Old Li fumed with frustration. Especially since Long in his arms had begun to cry. Old Li carried the baby back home. Oof. I am so furious, so furious, so furious. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law watching television at home, Old Li marched over and scolded them angrily. What are you 2 doing? When are you having a second child? Go on now, stop dilly-dallying. Son and daughter-in-law. Dad, what is wrong with you? Weren't you the one who said having long was enough? Why do you want a second child now? Old Li pointed outside. That's Su Jiangwo. His son Su Chen had quadruplets. Quadruplets? How could I not be upset? Old Li's son said quadruplets. That has to be fake, right? Old Li's daughter-in-law replied. Actually, I saw a set of quadruplets online the other day. They were super cute, but there was only that one video, and nothing else afterward. Could that possibly be the Su family? Impossible. What are the odds? Dad, stop messing around. Raising children is so difficult now. Another one. No way. After Su Jiangwo got into the car and recalled the earlier exchange, he could not help but hum happily to himself. These past few days he had been unable to contain his joy. He had been cheerful wherever he went. His joy had become contagious. Someone nearby curiously asked, "Uncle, why are you in such a good mood?" Speaking of this, Su Jiangwo's words flowed freely, because my son and daughter-in-law gave me quadruplet grandsons. Quadruplets. The person beside him was astonished. Yes. Su Jiangwo was pleased with his reaction. The other passengers on the bus were asleep. That shout quickly drew people's attention. They looked over in disbelief. Really, 4? Yes, 4. As Su Jiangwo spoke, he took out his phone. On it was a screenshot of Su Chen's video showing his son and all 4 babies on the screen. Su Jiangwo was selfish. He had no intention of showing them the videos of the 4 babies. Those were all his. Let them envy him. As soon as Su Jiangwo pulled out his phone, people craned their necks. Wow, truly 4 babies. They're all so adorable. Look at these 2 baby girls with their little hair buns. And this baby boy so adorably clueless. And this baby boy has a hint of handsomeness when he smiles. Ha ha ha, so cute. Su Jiangwo, hearing their praise, was already grinning from ear to ear. His little grandsons were simply the most unbeatable in the baby world. Is that handsome guy up front your son? Your son is still young. Su Jiangwo nodded cheerfully. Yes, that's my little rascal, he's still in school. A few elderly people on the bus were envious. What? Still in school, eh? University. Amazing, amazing. If only my son were that capable, he wouldn't be 30 and still single. So envious, big brother, can you share how your son found a wife and fathered quadruplets? I'm going back to discipline my useless son and make him learn from this. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo grew even happier. Huh, I have no idea either. Someone interjected, isn't it obvious? It's because he's handsome. Everyone burst into laughter. Throughout the journey, Su Jiangwo was overjoyed. Upon arriving in the city, he immediately called Li Dong. Dongzi, come pick me up. Su Jiangwo was Li Dong's distant uncle. Li Dong, startled to hear of his arrival, exclaimed, Uncle, why are you here? I'll tell Su Chen right away. No, I came secretly, don't tell him. Why, oi? Li Dong was puzzled. Thinking of Su Chen and the babies, Li Dong grew tense. He debated whether to quickly notify Su Chen to prepare. Uncle, do you know something? Yes, Xiaochen said he gave me 4 little grandsons, and even sent a video. Li Dong breathed a sigh of relief. That's not right. Since you already know, why come secretly? For Xiaochen's wife. Su Jiangwo explained the situation. Li Dong was caught between laughter and tears. I see, fine, I'll pick you up. You know where Su Chen lives, right? Take me to a hotel nearby. Okay. On Sunday morning, Su Jiangwo woke up before dawn. To be precise, he hadn't slept all night. He was far too excited. After getting up, he went to the entrance of Lotus Community, waiting for the babies. He had prepared dry provisions and water, determined to stay all day to see the babies. Before long, Su Jiangwo spotted Su Chen. Su Chen was driving an SUV. It looked quite upscale, but Su Chen didn't see him. Strange, where did Su Chen get a car? Su Jiangwo was surprised peering into the car. It was empty. He cursed under his breath in anger. Rascal weekend, and no kids out having fun. I'll deal with you when I get back. Su Chen, fated to be dealt with, sneezed, rubbed his nose, and didn't notice anyone nearby. What's going on? Why do I feel like someone's watching me? Have I been feeling stressed lately? Su Chen shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. He was going to discuss some matters with Chen Hu today and had planned to bring the babies. But because of last night's events, when Chi-Chi insisted on not going, she said she needed to rest well. Su Chen had no choice but to drive alone. Meanwhile, when Chi-Chi had finished breakfast, prepared the supplies, and was taking the babies downstairs. After wandering around the entrance, when Chi-Chi realized she had nowhere to go, without Su Chen going out, felt a bit inconvenient. When Chi-Chi found herself increasingly dependent on Su Chen, she decided to take the babies for a stroll in the garden. Su Jiangwo at the entrance happened to witness this scene. His eyes lit up. Babies. For babies. They must be his. He wanted to greet them, but remembered he had come secretly. What if he scared his daughter-in-law? Speaking of which, this daughter-in-law was truly wonderful. Beautiful. No wonder he was Su Jiangwo's son. The more Su Jiangwo thought, the prouder he became. But the problem now was how to see the babies without arousing suspicion. As Su Jiangwo pondered, he noticed someone selling small balloons nearby. A flash of inspiration struck. Brother, I'll buy 4. No, I'll take all of these. Huh. Here's the money. Su Jiangwo slapped down 500 yuan, grabbed nearly 20 balloons, and walked away. The balloon seller, bewildered, approached the security guard. Who is that guy? The guard shook his head. No idea, he's been squatting here since morning, seems like he's waiting for someone. I don't know, looks suspicious. But Su Jiangwo paid no attention. He walked fast, afraid of missing the chance. Arriving at the park from a distance, he saw Chi-Chi laughing and chatting with the babies. Su Jiangwo found a spot nearby to secretly watch the babies. The moment he saw them, he trembled all over. Seeing the babies on the phone was cute, but not real. Now the 4 babies were right before him. Su Jiangwo felt dizzy, his heart surging with excitement, screaming internally, "Aw!" The 4 babies were absolutely adorable. His little grandsons were truly beautiful. They were the most beautiful babies he had ever seen in his life. Su Jiangwo wished he could rush over, hug the babies, and shower them with kisses and cuddles. But he dared not. He could only chuckle to himself. His eyes could not leave the babies. The babies, seeing the balloons, were ecstatic. They lifted their little hands and waved at the balloons. Ooh, balloons. So many pretty balloons. Like. Want balloons. The babies looked at the balloons, then tilted their heads to look at Wenqiqi, waiting for her to buy them. Wenqiqi also noticed the balloon seller. Seeing Su Jiangwo staring intently at the babies, she felt a strange sensation. But the babies were so excited, clearly wanting them. Wenqiqi had no choice but to push the stroller towards Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo's pupils suddenly dilated. His entire body trembled. His little grandsons were approaching. What should he do? What should he do? Should he hide? But these were his precious grandchildren. His most beloved babies. How could he turn away? Absolutely not. He wanted to hold them. The moment the thought arose, Su Jiangwo restrained his excitement and watched with a grin as the babies approached. The babies were all captivated by Su Jiangwo's balloons. Noticing Su Jiangwo smiling, Erbao, the baby who loved to smile, grinned back at him. When she smiled, her eyes crinkled into narrow crescents. Thump! Su Jiangwo felt as though his heart had been struck. This was too adorable. Truly worthy of being a Su family baby. Su Jiangwo could barely contain his emotions. Seeing him smile, the other 3 babies joined in grinning as well. In that instant, Su Jiangwo felt himself swooning all over again. This feeling, how blissful it was. Uncle, how much for your balloons? Wenqiqi approached and asked. Su Jiangwo hadn't fully registered her presence. Wenqiqi frowned. Uncle. Only when Su Jiangwo realized Wenqiqi was speaking to him did he pause, then quickly looked up to respond. Wah, what is it? How much is each balloon? Wenqiqi repeated. Su Jiangwo gestured toward the babies. Are you buying them for the children? Wenqiqi nodded. Su Jiangwo chuckled. They're free, all of them. Huh. Wenqiqi was taken aback. What kind of move was this? Su Jiangwo grinned. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I think they're cute and want to give them to the children, but I have one condition. May I hold them? Wenqiqi frowned again. This person, why did he feel so strange? Meanwhile, the babies had already grabbed the balloons from Su Jiangwo's hands. Wenqiqi reluctantly said, fine, but I still need to pay. No, really no need. Su Jiangwo waved his hands and carefully placed the balloons into the baby's grasp. He handed the extra balloons to Wenqiqi, then bent down to look at the 4 babies. He could no longer restrain his joy. Beaming, he embraced the dazed Debeo, whispering to himself, Debeo, I'm your grandpa. Wenqiqi held the balloons, staring at Su Jiangwo in bewilderment. This person wasn't quite normal, was he? After hugging Debeo, Su Jiangwo moved on to embrace Erbao. Erbao had been the first to smile at him. Erbao, grandpa's little cotton-padded jacket. Then he reached for Sambao. But when Su Jiangwo went to embrace Sibao, Wenqiqi finally couldn't bear it. In a fluster, she pressed the balloons back into Su Jiangwo's hands and shielded the babies with her body. I'm sorry, we don't want the balloons anymore. This person was truly too strange. She dared not accept them. Not I. Su Jiangwo's hands fell empty. He hadn't managed to hold Sibao. Wenqiqi was already swiftly pushing the babies away. Sibao turned her head to look at Su Jiangwo. This grandpa was so strange. He hadn't even held her yet while her brothers and sisters had him. Sibao was unhappy. So Sibao's mouth puckered, and she began to cry. Wenqiqi assumed Sibao was frightened and pushed faster. Sibao, don't cry. Mommy's taking you away now. Su Jiangwo grew even more anxious. Sibao was crying. How could such an adorable child cry? Su Jiangwo felt his heart was about to shatter. No, he had to follow and comfort Sibao. So the thought crossed his mind, and he followed after them. Wenqiqi had originally intended to go straight home, but she remembered the news reports she had been watching all along. Some people deliberately sought out where the babies lived, waiting until the parents were not home. Wenqiqi shivered. She decided to leave the residential compound first. Once she was outside the compound, it would prove she was not a resident. Surely that person wouldn't follow right. She would figure out how to shake him off later. Having made her decision, Wenqiqi led the babies out the door. The security guards at the gate knew all 4 babies by now and cheerfully greeted them. Wenqiqi was lost in thought. One of the guards noticed something amiss. What's wrong? Just as he was pondering, he saw the man with the balloons from earlier rushing out quickly, still clutching the balloons. In the direction he was heading was precisely where Wenqiqi had gone. The guard suddenly stiffened. No way. Call the police. The moment the thought struck, the guard immediately picked up his phone. After exiting the gate, Wenqiqi walked aimlessly. After walking a considerable distance, unable to see the person behind her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Passers-by here, and they were expressing their admiration. Such beautiful babies. Quadruplets, how envious. Several of the older individuals were still murmuring, if only our son and daughter-in-law could have quadruplets too. So well-behaved. As they spoke, one of them narrowed his eyes suddenly and said, strange, who is that old man? Something feels rather off. Could it be that? Hearing this, Wenqiqi was on the verge of tears. What should she do? She should call Su Chen. When Chi-Chi failed to realize that now whenever she encountered trouble the first person she thought of was Su-Chun. Several older women noticed when Chi-Chi was very tense and immediately positioned themselves beside her. Miss, don't be afraid, we'll protect you. What's the meaning of this? In broad daylight, is he causing trouble? I want to see what this person is up to. Among them happened to be one with a fiery temper. That woman could no longer restrain herself. Grabbing her bag, she strode towards Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo was still worried about Sibao and had not noticed anyone approaching him at all. Suddenly, smack. The woman swung her bag at Su Jiangwo, then launched into a furious tirade. What do you think you're doing? Why are you following that young girl? Are you planning something inappropriate? Su Jiangwo was thoroughly bewildered by the blow. He stammered nervously, what are you talking about? I didn't. How could that woman believe a sneaky-looking person? Have you ever met a bad person who admits to being bad? No. Several voices shouted in unison. Exactly. This guy's gone too far. We can't let him get away with this. When Chi-Chi felt somewhat sympathetic, but thinking of the babies, she said nothing. Su Jiangwo desperately tried to explain. But the more he explained, the more tangled it became. For Su Chen Sake, he could not reveal his identity. Was he really going to be beaten today? Su Jiangwo steeled himself. If he was going to be hit, so be it. Having seen his little grandchildren once was already worth it. Just at that moment, the police car arrived. The women who were about to strike immediately stopped. Su Jiangwo thought he was saved. But before he could feel relief, he saw the police officers walking toward him. Hello, someone reported that you harassed them. Please come with us. Morning. Su Chen drove to Qianhu's office building. The previous evening, Qianhu had called to discuss some matters. He was about to head upstairs when something below caught his eye, a newly opened shop. It was a tea house named Qian Cha Bai Hui. The storefront was spacious, yet surprisingly few customers inside. Remembering his newly acquired skill in tea appraisal, Su Chen decided to step in and try his hand at it. Upon entering, a cheerful sales clerk approached him with a bright smile. Sir, are you here to purchase some tea? What kind of tea are you looking for? I'd be happy to recommend some. We just opened today at Qian Cha Bai Hui, and there's a special discount on all purchases. Su Chen smiled. Then tell me about your teas. The clerk led him to a counter and pointed to the boxes inside. This is Wui Mountain de Hong Pao we received yesterday. It's the finest tea we have. I'm sure you're a true connoisseur, sir. Would you like to take a look? Su Chen nodded. Bring it over, please. Taking the tea, Su Chen opened the box, pinched a small amount, and brought it to his nose to smell. Immediately a line of text appeared in his mind. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. The leaves display an interplay of red and green with a fresh and lustrous appearance. The flavor is clean and sweet, and the fragrance lingers long after brewing. Appraisal result fake. Su Chen was startled. Wasn't this supposed to rely on his own sense of smell and sight? But then if the system had already made the judgment, it spared him the trouble. He glanced at the explanatory notes below. Shaking his head, he sighed and placed the tea back. Your shop lacks integrity. He hadn't deliberately lowered his voice. Everyone around could hear. The handful of customers present began to gather closer. The clerk's expression shifted slightly. Sir, what exactly do you mean? Su Chen pretended to inspect the tea once more. This tea is counterfeit, isn't it? Watching the clerk's face darken further, Su Chen continued. Well, it's not entirely fake. About 50% is genuine, mixed with many other types of tea leaves. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao with this quality should be a few hundred correct. Yet you're selling it at a premium price of 2,000 per box. That's hardly honest. All of this had come from the detailed notes beneath the system's appraisal result. Upon hearing this, the clerk anxiously protested. That's impossible. Our boss specifically sourced this from a premium supplier. It can't be fake. Our boss has been extremely clear. Never sell counterfeit tea. And our sales methods must be truthful and honest. How could he possibly sell fake goods? Su Chen frowned. So you're suggesting your boss doesn't know this is counterfeit either? The onlookers began murmuring among themselves. The clerk grew nervous. She had worked for her boss for many years. His character was beyond reproach. Her boss had personally guaranteed the authenticity of this tea. She believed in his word. You're doing this on purpose. You work in the tea trade yourself, don't you? Just then someone approached from the entrance. Xiao Ju, what's the matter? At the same moment, a familiar voice called out, Brother Su Chen. So you've arrived. Su Chen turned around and saw Qianhu walking in with a young man. The young man was in his mid-20s, slightly older than Su Chen. Upon hearing Qianhu call him Brother Su Chen, he immediately dropped his authoritative demeanor. Your brother Su Chen. Hello. I'm Tang Tiansheng. Xiao Ju, who had been about to complain, swallowed her words upon seeing this. He's Su Chen. Su Chen looked bewildered. You know me? Xiao Ju blushed and bowed her head in apology. Mr. Su, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize it was you. It seemed this matter was connected to Qianhu. Su Chen looked at him quizzically. What's going on? Qianhu walked over to Su Chen with a broad smile. Brother Su Chen, let me explain. This is my nephew Tang Tiansheng. He ran away from home to start a business hoping to make a fortune and impress his father. But who would have known? Qianhu sighed and continued. It's been 2 whole days and hardly any customers have shown up. We've been nearly desperate with worry. That's why I thought of asking for your help. As he spoke, Qianhu kept glancing behind Su Chen, his face full of anticipation. Goodness, he was about to see the babies again. How delightful. Ever since that last encounter, Qian, who had been utterly captivated. Unfortunately, the babies weren't here today. Chen, whose face fell with disappointment. The babies aren't coming today. Su Chen shook his head. Their mother is with them. Chen, who felt deeply dejected. Why didn't they come? Su Chen added, you want me to bring the babies over to help? Not entirely. I mainly miss those adorable babies, like 3 autumns apart in a single day. Chen, who brightened. But Tang Tianxing, and I do want to ask you and the babies for a favor. The babies are so cute. They're natural at boosting sales. Don't worry, it won't be for nothing. Tang Tianxing and I discussed it. 500 a day. What do you think? Su Chen furrowed his brow again. Chen, who thinking he was refusing, nervously offered, we can increase the amount if that's not enough. It's not about the money. Su Chen replied, it's about this tea of yours. What about the tea? Chen, who looked confused. At that moment the sales clerk spoke up timidly, this Mr. Su just said our tea is counterfeit. But how could our tea be fake? Upon hearing this, not only was Chen who shocked, but Tang Tianxing was as well. What? Counterfeit? I personally went to a tea merchant and bought this myself. How could it be fake? This? As Tang Tianxing spoke, a trace of guilt appeared on his face. He did not blame Su Chen. Instead, turning to the handful of customers whose faces were dark with anger, he said, I sincerely apologize, everyone. I sourced from trusted suppliers, but I never expected this. Please don't worry. Our staff will process your refunds immediately. Xiaoju, go quickly. Call every customer we've sold to in the past few days and inform them to come in for a refund. I need to re-examine our entire supply chain. We absolutely cannot sell counterfeit goods. Tang Tianxing's expression was grave. Su Chen was also somewhat surprised. He had expected the man to at least argue with him, not take such decisive action. A decent sort indeed. Chen, who curiously leaned in. Is this really fake? Before Su Chen could answer, Tang Tianxing said, tasting it will tell us. I have genuine tea here. Xiaoju, please bring 2 cups of boiling water. As the owner of a tea shop, Tang Tianxing had the habit of keeping his own tea on hand. He had examined the teas intended for sale, and on the surface there appeared to be no issues. Moreover, without a comparison, even tasting one alone wouldn't have revealed the truth. Fortunately, today provided an opportunity for comparison. He withdrew a small packet of tea from his pocket. This is genuine De Hong Pao from my father. I secretly brought some along. If the other batch is fake, the taste should be noticeably different. Su Chen nodded. Tang Tianxing was right. This was the best way to verify authenticity. Xiaoju soon returned with 6 cups of tea. She took some from the shop's tea and poured it into 3 cups, then added Tang Tianxing's tea into the other 3. A few minutes later, a rich tea fragrance wafted from the cup in front of Su Chen. Xiaoju was astonished. Is this real or fake? It smells wonderful. Before Su Chen could respond, Tang Tianxing answered himself. Fake? How could that be? Xiaoju asked in disbelief. Tang Tianxing said, smell this one here. Xiaoju walked over with suspicion, and as soon as she arrived, a faint scent of tea wafted out. What was remarkable was that although the tea fragrance was pleasant, it was not at all overpowering. It was very subtle, yet incredibly soothing to the senses. Xiaoju was astonished. Such a big difference. Then they both tasted it again. The fake one was fragrant, but somehow felt lacking. The real one, however, was different. The delicate aroma dissolved with the tea on the tongue, spreading through every pore of the body. It brought a sense of relief throughout the body. Chen, who remarked while tasting, it's really different. Su Chen, you're amazing. How did you know the tea leaves were fake? Tang Tianxing also looked at Su Chen. He too wanted to know how Su Chen had figured it out. As far as his own abilities, when he couldn't tell, he had just done it for the shop's reputation. If he hadn't refunded immediately, the customers would have made a scene regardless of whether it was real or fake. After tasting it, Tang Tianxing was convinced of Su Chen's judgment. Su Chen smiled. What if I said I could tell just by looking? Would you believe me? Tang Tianxing looked shocked. He studied Su Chen carefully and found that he indeed hadn't used any tools. Qian Hu and Tang Tianxing exchanged a glance and said in unison yes. Su Chen looked at Tang Tianxing with slight surprise. Qian Hu trusted him because they had worked together. But he had only just met Tang Tianxing. Seeing Su Chen's curiosity, Tang Tianxing said, Qian Hu told me about you. You're the supplier of those high-quality potatoes and tomatoes. And you cultivated them yourself? Someone who can grow things like that must have their own unique skills. Besides, you have 4 little ones, and you take such good care of them. You must be a trustworthy person. Su Chen was a bit embarrassed. Qian Hu really had been praising him about everything. Then Tang Tianxing said politely, Brother Su Chen, I'm sorry for the trouble. He smiled again. I have another favor to ask. Since you can tell at a glance, could you check if my source of tea is genuine? I bought these from 2 different reputable merchants. Su Chen nodded. He walked over, picked up a can of tea, and looked at Tang Tianxing for permission. Tang Tianxing stepped forward without hesitation and opened a can of tea worth 2,000 yuan. Su Chen took out some leaves, looked at them, and smelled them. The system, Wui Mountain De Hong Pao authentication, result genuine. Su Chen pretended to examine it carefully, and finally replied, this one is real. Tang Tianxing let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Brother Su Chen, thank you. If I had actually done something against my conscience, my grandfather would have killed me. Old Master Tang was a tea connoisseur. Tang Tianxing was the youngest son of the Tang family, often accused of not pursuing a proper career. Last month, he swore to build his own business, left home, and started his own venture. He had thought everything was going smoothly. But after opening the shop, no customers came. Chen, who gave him an idea and brought Su Chen to help. He had thought there might be a turning point. Instead, it turned into a big blunder. The Tang family valued integrity above all. Tang Tianqing's eyes shone as he looked at Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, I'm truly grateful. I didn't expect someone your age to have such ability. I'll pay you more, 2,000 a day. If you have time, bring the little ones to support me. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. 2,000. The baby's charm was really something. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. No need, no need. 1,000 is already too much otherwise. In the market, standing in for someone usually only paid 200 or 300 a day. Su Chen was about to refuse when Tang Tianqing said, Brother Su Chen, don't be modest. How about this? When the little ones come, you can also help me check the authenticity of the tea. 2,000 a day. I can't go any lower. Since Tang Tianqing had put it that way, Su Chen couldn't refuse. He agreed. All right, deal. But the babies can't stay here all day. Only half a day. So 2,000 for 2 days. Tang Tianqing saw Su Chen's insistence and nodded. Fine. Thank you, Brother Su Chen. I'm very grateful. After saying goodbye to the two, Su Chen drove home. On the way, Su Chen was still thinking. The babies were so young, yet they could already earn money. He should open an account for them. In the future, when the babies earned their own money, it would be saved. By the time they turned 18, it would be a considerable sum, right? It could also serve as a keepsake. Deciding to act, Su Chen turned the car toward the bank. But just then his phone rang. A stranger's voice came through. Mr. Su Chen, your wife and children are at the police station. Can you come? Su Chen's heart leaped into his throat. Police station? What happened? They might have encountered a trafficker, but don't worry, they're safe. Just need to make a statement. All right, I'm on my way. Su Chen let out a long breath and rushed to the police station. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo sat on a chair surrounded by uniformed officers. He looked anxious. You really misunderstood. I didn't intend to do anything to them. I just wanted to see the babies. I didn't mean to hurt them. When Chi-Chi sat on the other side silent. The babies were playing happily nearby. They were surrounded by a group of officers. Ever since they were brought here, these people had gathered around. They pinched the babies' cheeks. Then they patted their heads, utterly delighted. Wow, they're so cute. Quadruplets. I've never seen them before. So amazing. I love them. Their little hands are so soft. I'm in love. The babies cooperated, laughing wholeheartedly. Only little Four was staring intently at the confiscated balloons beside Su Jiangwo. While the balloons were so pretty, but the grandpa selling them seemed unhappy. How to make him happy? She decided to cheer him up. Little Four raised her little fist and babbled playfully at Su Jiangwo. Seeing her attention on him, Su Jiangwo's heart melted. He completely forgot he was in the police station and smiled at little Four. Be good, baby. As he spoke, he couldn't help walking toward her. He longed to hold her in his arms. The officer pressed him down. What are you doing? I want to hug her. Su Jiangwo muttered timidly. If Fang Rulin were here, she would be stunned. Su Jiangwo was usually a stern man with a fierce temper. But now, even when misunderstood, he was careful not to scare the babies. Hug her. Still saying you don't want to do anything to them. I really don't. Even if he wanted to, it was just to see them. They were his grandchildren. Su Jiangwo murmured again. Actually, I am the babies. He couldn't finish the sentence. Since the baby no longer needed Wen Chi-Chi's care, she found herself with nothing to do. Just then, hearing Su Jiangwo speaking, Wen Chi-Chi turned her gaze over in curiosity. Along the entire journey, she had been turning over Su Jiangwo's peculiar behavior in her mind. Something about it felt off. Moreover, Wen Chi-Chi couldn't shake the uncanny feeling that Su Jiangwo's face looked strangely familiar. Noticing Wen Chi-Chi's gaze fall upon him, Su Jiangwo swallowed the words already on his lips. Su Chen had warned him that Wen Chi-Chi hadn't fully accepted him yet. What happened back then was purely accidental, but he wanted to give Wen Chi-Chi a complete family. If he came out and admitted it so recklessly, wouldn't that ruin his son's carefully laid plans? And judging by today's situation, his daughter-in-law would surely form a terrible impression of him. What if she thought he had some strange quirk? What if she refused to let him see the babies from now on? At the mere thought, Su Jiangwo shook his head frantically in his heart. No, absolutely not. That sort of thing must not happen. Gritting his teeth, Su Jiangwo sat down. Let her misunderstand. So what? The worst that could happen was he got locked up for a few days. Just then the door of the police station swung open. Su Chen rushed in anxiously. Chi-Chi. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Su Jiangwo's entire body went rigid. He shot up from his seat. Before Su Chen could spot him, he darted beneath the only desk in the room as fast as he could. How humiliating is this? His son is here. What should he do? The officers who were playing with the babies were startled by Su Jiangwo's sudden movement. What are you doing? Sit still. Seeing the babies all staring at Su Jiangwo with wide eyes, they turned around to soothe the children. Be good little ones. The female officer said, Auntie's right here, don't be afraid. The male officer chimed in, Uncle's here too. Uncle will help you catch the bad guys. The female officer paused, sensing something was off. But at that moment, the babies, hearing their words, broke into happy laughter again. She didn't have time to dwell on anything else. Except for the fourth baby. His eyes were still fixed on Su Jiangwo. The fourth baby blinked his adorable big eyes. Grandpa is so funny. Grandpa is so cute. What on earth is Grandpa doing? Su Jiangwo paid them no mind and continued trying to squeeze under the desk. Realizing he couldn't fit any further underneath, he grew frantic, not knowing what to do. The officers couldn't help but laugh at him. Hey, tell me, what exactly are you doing? Before they could finish speaking, Su Jiangwo pressed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Then he whirled around, pressed his back against the wall, crouched low, and fell completely silent. The officers, is this guy crazy? But they decided not to bother with him anymore. Su Chen had arrived, and they still needed to explain things. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, when Chi-Chi rose to her feet and walked toward him. Ever since Su Chen had arrived, the constant knot of worry in her heart had finally begun to loosen. Noticing her anxious expression, Su Chen asked with concern, "Are you alright?" When Chi-Chi shook her head, Su Chen naturally took her hand. "Good. Let's go see the babies." In the past, when Chi-Chi would have immediately shaken off Su Chen's grip, but today she didn't want to pull away. For over this past year, when Chi-Chi had been alone, no matter how big the trouble, she had borne it all by herself, having grown accustomed to going it alone, to shouldering the responsibility of caring for the babies on her frail shoulders. If this had happened before, when Chi-Chi would surely have burst into tears. But today she didn't cry. She knew Su Chen would stay by her side. It felt so good having someone by her side. Almost imperceptibly, when Chi-Chi turned her hand over and held Su Chen's. Su Chen, his heart full of worry, didn't notice. Seeing the babies having a wonderful time playing with the officers, Su Chen finally felt relieved. Baby's Baba's here. The officers were shocked all over again upon seeing Su Chen, especially the female officers. Wow, the baby's dad is so handsome. I'm so jealous. Mom is beautiful too. No wonder she gave birth to such cute babies. I'm so envious. Su Chen ignored them. After calling out to the babies, he noticed only 3 were looking at him. The 4th baby, usually the most clingy, seemed to not have seen him at all. Su Chen felt a flicker of confusion. What was going on? Baby 4, the 4th baby, still didn't respond. Following the child's gaze, Su Chen saw a figure bowing his head, hunching his neck with his back turned to him. Was this person facing the wall in punishment? But why does he look so familiar? Su Chen pondered for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Is that the trafficker?" "Yes." The officer nodded. "But don't worry, the babies are all fine. Our female officers have been taking good care of them." Su Chen said nothing. He kept his eyes on the figure facing the wall and began walking toward him. When Chi-Chi grew a little nervous, Su Chen, "I'm fine." Su Chen gave when Chi-Chi a reassuring look, then continued staring. The more he looked, the deeper his brows knit together. Su Jiangwo was nearly dying of nervousness. He was usually a very strict father in Su Chen's eyes. If Su Chen recognized him in this state today, Su Jiangwo dared not imagine his son's reaction. He lowered his head even further. But Su Jiangwo had forgotten one thing. Su Chen was his son. Even from just a silhouette, Su Chen could clearly recognize him. Seeing Su Chen's tense expression, the officer assumed he was angry and intended to say something comforting. "Brother Su Chen, about that." "What the hell?" Before the officer could finish, Su Chen cursed under his breath. "The officer?" When Chi-Chi also looked at Su Chen in confusion, Su Chen waved his hand, explaining to the officer, "I wasn't talking about you, not about you." Then he pointed at the trembling Su Jiangwo, whose back was pressed against his. "Why are you here? Didn't we agree you wouldn't come first?" Su Chen was completely bewildered. The officers, and when Chi-Chi, were even more confused. The officer asked, "You know him?" Su Chen replied, "Of course I do." The officer, "Who is he?" "Su Chen, my dad." The officer, when Chi-Chi, Su Chen no longer cared about their puzzled expressions. He quickly strode over to Su Jiangwo and patted his back. "Dad, say something. Why are you here?" Su Jiangwo, his face crumpled in anguish, flinched. Seizing the moment when Su Chen couldn't see him, he dropped into a squat, hugged his head, and said in an altered voice, "I'm not your dad. I don't know you. Just go away." Su Chen, how in just a blink had he lost his dad altogether? Just because he was kicked out of the group chat, he was really disowned. This is too cruel. Behind him, the officers and when Chi-Chi were all utterly dumbfounded. When Chi-Chi's heart was in even more turmoil. If this really was Su Chen's father, that would mean, at the mere thought, she didn't even know how to describe her feelings. The officers' expressions shifted in an instant. Su Chen didn't care about any of that. He crouched down too, leveling himself with Su Jiangwo. Then he sighed heavily and forcefully turned Su Jiangwo's body around. "Dad, what's all this about? Why are you even at a police station? This isn't like you at all." Su Jiangwo only wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into at this moment. He covered his face tightly, utterly despondent. "I don't have a son like you." Su Chen thought. He still wouldn't admit it. The policeman couldn't help but laugh. "Is this really your father?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes, my own father." "Then why did you come to harass your babies?" Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "This?" He pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood. "Dad, you sneaked here, didn't you? You wanted to see the babies while I wasn't around." Su Jiangwo remained silent. He was furious. He only wanted Su Chen to leave quickly so that when Chi-Chi wouldn't remember him, next time they met, he could change his clothes and alter his appearance to pass unnoticed. But Su Chen insisted on exposing him. The moment Su Chen saw Su Jiangwo's expression, he knew his guess was right. He smiled. "If you really wanted to come, you could have just told me. I could have." Before Su Chen finished speaking, Su Jiangwo abruptly dropped his hands and sprang to his feet, glaring at Su Chen with fury. "What do you know? You little rascal, if it weren't for you." Su Jiangwo opened his mouth, but the words died on his lips. His daughter-in-law was still present, and some things simply could not be said. He truly had it hard. But those words, Su Chen, the newly minted father, understood immediately. Su Jiangwo was afraid he wouldn't be able to win over Wenqiqi. Afraid of becoming a burden to him. Yet missing the babies so much that he could only sneak over. Su Chen felt an inexplicable sting in his nose. Lately life had been overwhelming him with so many touching moments. Sigh. Su Chen exhaled and walked over to Su Jiangwo. Dad, thank you. By now the policeman had pieced together what was happening. So you really are father and son? Su Chen nodded. Yes. The policeman laughed. Having a disagreement? No, absolutely not. This was no disagreement at all. It was purely born of love. But how could a man like him utter such sappy words? His answer, however, appeared quite different through the policeman's eyes. The policeman looked at Su Chen oddly. Didn't your father say he doesn't have a son like you? Would he say that unless there was a conflict? Su Chen opened his mouth. How could he explain without betraying his father's good intentions? Upon hearing the policeman's words, Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Exactly. If he shifted all the blame onto his son, his daughter-in-law wouldn't dislike him anymore, would she? Perhaps she might even pity him and let him hold the babies more often. At this moment in Su Jiangwo's eyes, the baby status had completely surpassed Su Chen's. He sighed with emotion. Look, even the policemen are scolding you. How on earth do you behave as a son? Su Chen. He stared at Su Jiangwo strangely. Su Jiangwo then spoke to the policeman. Comrades, I'm sorry. This time it's my fault. I was provoked by this rascal. Otherwise I wouldn't have done such a foolish thing. I just miss my babies so much. Su Chen. Was something off? After hearing Su Jiangwo's explanation, the policeman's expressions towards Su Chen turned unfavorable. He patted Su Jiangwo's shoulder and shot Su Chen an exasperated look. Life isn't easy for anyone. So you're Su Chen, right? How could you treat your father this way? Look at how hard your father has worked. Your father raised you with such difficulty. Even if there are issues, can't you show him some consideration? Su Chen. He wanted to say something, but held back. When had his father become such a performer? Su Chen wanted to explain, but seeing the disgusted looks from the policeman and Su Jiangwo's earnest expression of, I'm telling the truth. He sighed inwardly. Under these circumstances, even explaining wouldn't help, right? They would only think he was unfilial. Looking at Wenqiqi's gaze toward him, there seemed to be something additional in it. Su Chen became alert. No, he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise he'd be labeled an unfilial son in no time, and that stigma might never fade. He had no choice but to say, I understand, officer. I'll take my father home now. Su Jiangwo chuckled inwardly. He was too clever. He was already looking forward to life ahead. With his hands behind his back, Su Jiangwo didn't even glance at Su Chen and quickly walked over to the fourth baby. This time he finally held the soft and cuddly little fourth baby. As soon as Su Jiangwo picked up the fourth baby, it began to coo and giggle. A grandpa is finally holding her. The moment Su Jiangwo saw the baby smile, his heart nearly melted. How could his little granddaughter be so adorable? Oh, she was hundreds of times cuter than old Li's boy. When he returned, he'd make old Li properly see what divine beauty looked like. At this moment, Su Chen walked over to push the babies. But before he could move, Su Jiangwo had already beaten him to it. Holding the fourth baby in one arm and pushing the stroller with the other, let me. The officer said, let the uncle handle it. Look how anxious the uncle is just to see the babies. The uncle truly loves the babies so much. The babies are so fortunate to have such a grandpa. Looking back at Su Chen, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes now. Su Chen, unable to explain his plight, could only reach out to pull Wenqiqi. Let's go. Having roughly understood what had transpired, Wenqiqi avoided his touch and turned to walk away. Su Chen shook his head and sighed helplessly. In this family, he didn't dare offend anyone. His status within the family had plummeted instantly. This was truly pitiful. He silently sighed for himself. Su Chen followed the two out of the police station. Behind him, the policeman's earnest words echoed, treat your father well. And your wife and babies. Whenever you have time, bring the babies over to play, all right? That way they could see the babies often. How delightful. Su Chen, who would come to the police station for fun on a regular basis. He waved his hand dismissively. Not coming, not coming, not coming. After getting into the car, the babies sat in the back. Su Jiangwo was the first to rush over, without hesitation settling beside the babies. He truly couldn't bear to be apart from them for even a moment. Wenqiqi sat in the passenger seat, and Su Chen noticed her expression wasn't quite right. It was as though she was troubled, yet unable to articulate what was bothering her. Su Chen asked curiously, what's wrong? Wenqiqi nervously twisted her fingers together and quickly replied, nothing. Wenqiqi was nearly at her wit's end. The moment she learned that Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father. Her face remained calm, but within she was already tossed by stormy waves. Even now she hadn't fully processed it. Su Jiangwo was Su Chen's father, which meant he was her future father-in-law. Good heavens. On their very first meeting, because of herself and the babies, her future father-in-law had been arrested. What was she to do? Wenqiqi had no idea that she had already regarded Su Jiangwo as her future father-in-law. She looked conflicted, her mind in complete disarray. How should she get along with Su Jiangwo from now on? Would he think she was being too much and end up disliking her? It was all Su Chen's fault. If not for Su Chen, none of this would have happened. Wenqiqi cast a cold glance at Su Chen. Su Chen, who was driving, suddenly felt an extremely chilling gaze and was startled. Are you really okay? No. Wenqiqi's voice also turned colder. Su Jiangwo, who was playing with the babies, said angrily, "You stupid kid, are you dumb? Just because Chi-Chi says it's fine does that mean it is? Look how scared you made Chi-Chi. As a man, shouldn't you comfort your wife? Not a trace of my charm from back in the day." Su Chen helplessly glanced at Su Jiangwo through the rearview mirror. Didn't he scare when Chi-Chi in the first place? Why was he being blamed for everything? Still, Su Chen didn't dare to argue back. His old man was getting addicted to his dramatic act again. After talking to Su Chen, Su Jiangwo immediately put on a beaming smile when he looked at Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, don't worry. I'll deal with him when we get back. If this kid bullies you again in the future, remember to tell me and your mother. Cough your aunt. We won't forgive him." The baby in his arms made a cooing sound. Su Jiangwo added, "And bullying the babies is unacceptable either." Su Chen silently glanced at Chi-Chi, then at the baby. His status in the family was truly getting lower and lower. Seeing Chi-Chi wasn't saying anything, Su Jiangwo assumed she was still angry. So he deliberately started scolding Su Chen again. "Stupid kid, what were you doing this morning? Making Chi-Chi take care of the babies all by herself. These are 4 babies. Where's your sense of responsibility? What if the babies start crying? How could Chi-Chi handle them alone?" To win over his daughter-in-law, the best approach was definitely to make his son take the blame. Su Jiangwo didn't feel sorry for Su Chen at all, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Su Chen was extremely helpless. His father was clearly enjoying himself, while making Su Chen take the blame. In order to stop suffering in silence, he had no choice but to say, "I understand, Dad. This kind of thing absolutely won't happen again. And in the future, no, never, absolutely never." "Oomph." Su Jiangwo snorted coldly, then started speaking to Chi-Chi again. "Chi-Chi, look, Su Chen already knows he was wrong. Why don't you forgive him? This kid Su Chen has his flaws, but deep down he's a good boy." Chi-Chi was amused by their well-rehearsed act of one leading and the other following. But seeing Su Jiangwo, she still felt a bit nervous. "Actually, Uncle, today, I insisted on taking care of the babies on my own. Su Chen has been working hard lately. I wanted him to get some rest. I didn't expect." Chi-Chi's voice grew quieter as she spoke. Hearing the earlier words, Su Jiangwo breathed a long sigh of relief. His daughter-in-law's tone suggested she had Su Chen in her heart. This stupid kid wasn't bad after all. The conflicted Chi-Chi kept wondering how to apologize to Su Jiangwo. At this moment, she plucked up the courage to ask, "I didn't expect to cause such a big misunderstanding. Uncle Su, don't you blame me. It's all my fault. If I had recognized you." Hearing this, Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, so you're talking about that? Why would I care about such a trivial matter? You did exactly the right thing. With 4 lovely babies, you absolutely have to be cautious. If it were me, I wouldn't have just sent them to the police station. Something else unpleasant might have happened. Chi-Chi, you did nothing wrong. There's no need to apologize." Finally, Su Chen added, "If anyone needs to apologize, it's this kid Su Chen. Su Chen, why is it his fault again? He was wrongfully accused." Chi-Chi, "No. It's okay, Su Chen didn't do anything wrong either." Seeing Su Jiangwo keep talking about Su Chen, Chi-Chi felt a faint sense of sympathy for him. She shyly said, "Actually, Su Chen treats me quite well. He's also very good to the babies. Recently, when I have classes, it's always Su Chen who takes care of them. Su Chen is a very responsible person. Uncle, I don't know what misunderstanding happened between Su Chen and you, or perhaps it's because of my presence that. Please forgive Su Chen." Chi-Chi blurted out all of this in one breath. She only then realized that Su Chen was gazing at her intently. Su Jiangwo burst out laughing. His daughter-in-law was starting to feel sorry for his son. "Excellent. Very excellent. Simply a divine assist. Forgive him, forgive him. I'm his father, I'd forgive anything he does. But daughter-in-law, you can't be too lenient with Su Chen. This kid just needs to be disciplined. From now on, I'll leave Su Chen in your hands. Discipline him however you like." Chi-Chi shyly nodded without saying anything. But inside she was thrilled. Su Jiangwo was starting to accept her right. That's great. Today's big misunderstanding was finally over. However, the way Su Dad and Su Chen interacted was quite amusing. She had often heard about the various conflicts between daughters-in-law and their husbands' parents. Chi-Chi had a vague feeling that she wouldn't have such conflicts. Su Chen glanced between the two, noticing that although his status in the family seemed a bit lower, but the relationship between the two seemed to have improved a bit. His dad seemed to have accepted Chi-Chi, and Chi-Chi had also accepted his dad. Su Chen, who had been worried for a long time, finally felt relieved. If he had known this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have stopped Su Jiangwo from coming. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Furong Residential Community, Chi-Chi got out of the car first. Since there were 2 men around, she didn't need to help carry the babies, so she just watched from the side. The security guard saw Chi-Chi and happily walked over. "You're back? Is everything okay?" Chi-Chi shook her head. "Everything's fine." The security guard peeked and saw Su Chen holding the babies along with another man, but didn't pay much attention. The security guard's happiest thing every day was being able to see the babies. At this moment, to do something for the babies he wished everyone in the world knew. As long as everything's fine, everything's fine. You don't know, today when I saw that person following behind you, I felt something was off. It was obvious they had bad intentions. As the security guard was speaking, he noticed Chi-Chi's expression was a bit strange. "Miss Wen, are you not feeling well?" Chi-Chi gave an awkward smile. "Oh no. Oh, you don't know? At that time I saw him following you out of the community again. How could I bear that? I couldn't stand by and watch the babies be in any danger, so I immediately took out my phone and called the police. Haha, isn't that smart of me? The security guard waited to be praised. By building a good relationship with the baby's parents, he would have more opportunities to interact with the babies in the future. As the security guard was thinking, he suddenly heard a cold snort. Smart. That was really too smart. The security guard, who was in the middle of speaking, suddenly felt a cold breeze blowing past. He turned his head and saw Su Jiangwo approaching him with a stern expression. As he reached the guard's side, he deliberately flashed a smile. The security guard looked as if he had seen a ghost. You. What's wrong with me? Aren't you that child trafficker? You're the one who's a child trafficker, and so is your whole family. Look, clearly I'm there, Su Jiangwo said as he pointed to the babies who were already grinning at the sight of him. I'm their grandfather. Speaking those words brought an inexplicable sense of pride to Su Jiangwo. In the morning when he had arrived, he had felt so suffocated. To avoid exposing himself, he had been fearful of everything, and the joy hidden in his heart could not be shared with anyone. But now things were different. Now that he had reunited with the babies, this was simply the most satisfying thing for Su Jiangwo. Especially seeing the security guard's shocked expression with his mouth wide open. Grandfather, yes. Su Jiangwo looked at the young security guard calmly. Envious. Jealous. I am the baby's grandfather after all. You were trying to get on good terms with the babies just now, weren't you? Keep dreaming. The security guard stammered. No way, right. Su Jiangwo turned his head sharply. Fourth baby quickly turned around, and at the sight of him opened his arms with a grin. Grandpa called me. Grandpa hug. Su Jiangwo naturally picked up the fourth baby. Fourth baby bounced about happily. The other babies immediately showed envious expressions, stretching out their arms waiting for Grandpa's hug. Then Su Jiangwo turned to look at the young security guard. See that? My granddaughter. And these three. My eldest grandson, eldest granddaughter, youngest grandson. Envious yet? I can hold them whenever I want, you can't. I can even lift them high, you can't. I get to see them every day, you can't. The security guard's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. How could this person be like this? He was truly envious. Ever since when Chi-Chi moved into this community, he had been able to see her carrying the babies in and out every day. But the babies, being shy with strangers, wouldn't let him hold them. He had tried several times without success, and had even scared the babies to tears. Later when Su Chun came, the babies were only slightly better. But that was only to the extent of not crying. They still wouldn't let him hold them. The security guard's greatest wish was to one day become close with the babies, to have them no longer harbor any reservations toward him. If that were the case, he would be the happiest security guard in the world. He had originally thought today would be an incredible opportunity, but unexpectedly his flattery had backfired completely. He felt like the most miserable security guard in the world. The security guard cautiously glanced between Su Jiangwo and Chi-Chi. Is this really the children's grandfather? When Chi-Chi nodded. No wonder the security guard didn't believe it. If someone had told her such an absurd idea that morning, she wouldn't have believed it either. Seeing the security guard's face change through a spectrum of colors when Chi-Chi inexplicably felt that the blows she had received didn't seem so numerous after all. After all, Su Jiangwo treated her well. She felt a bit sorry for the young security guard. She also found herself looking forward to future life. Oh, what a joyful family this would be. Su Chun, who had no voice in the matter, had stopped speaking altogether. After wrestling with his thoughts for a long while, the security guard looked at Su Jiangwo's face once more, which had completely transformed into something else entirely. He chuckled and approached Su Jiangwo to greet him. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. Even if you had known, you still wouldn't have been able to hold my grandson. The security guard. He was completely at a loss for words. All he could do was watch helplessly as Su Jiangwo strode away proudly with the babies. After Su Jiangwo arrived, Su Chun, who couldn't even reach the baby chair, gave the security guard a sympathetic glance. They were all in the same boat. But the security guard seemed to be in a slightly worse position than him. He felt balanced. After returning home, Su Jiangwo pushed the babies into the room. Seeing the tiny one-bedroom apartment, a sudden pang of sorrow struck his heart. For babies, his son and daughter-in-law were actually crammed into a single one-bedroom apartment to live. According to Li Dong, it was a rented place. His daughter-in-law and little grandchildren must have suffered so much, right? The moment Su Jiangwo thought of this, he glared coldly at Su Chun. All of this was Su Chen's fault. If not for Su Chun, how would his little grandchildren have to endure such hardship? Feeling waves of coldness from Su Jiangwo, Su Chun. Dad, what's wrong now? Had he done something wrong again? No way. He hadn't even dared to say a word. Taking advantage of the moment when Chi-Chi had gone to the restroom, Su Jiangwo pulled Su Chen aside and whispered, "Son, don't you think you should have a house?" Su Chen didn't quite understand why Su Jiangwo suddenly brought this up, but he still nodded. Yeah. He had originally expected Su Jiangwo to scold him for being unsuccessful, never expecting that before he could finish speaking. He heard Su Jiangwo continue, "Wait a moment. Let me talk to your mother. We'll withdraw all the family's savings and give them to you. Go buy one right away." Hearing this, Su Chen's nose tingled with emotion once more. The father who had scolded him all the way was always the first to step forward when he faced difficulties. Dad, he suddenly wanted to say something sentimental. But before he could speak, he heard Su Jiangwo continue, "Cut the nonsense. I'm not buying this for you to live in. It's for my little grandchildren and daughter-in-law. It doesn't matter if you end up sleeping on the street, but how could I let my little grandchildren and daughter-in-law sleep outdoors? I'll transfer the money tomorrow. You go ahead and find a suitable place yourself. Oh right, put my daughter-in-law's name on it. You don't deserve it. Su-Chen. Fine. His sentimental words were stifled before they could escape. But Su-Chen knew. Su Jiangwo understood him well. Once he committed to someone he would never let go. Whatever belonged to Wen Qiqi would be his. Su Jiangwo was still muttering under his breath. Really raising a son is truly not easy. Oh how pitiful I am. As he spoke he took out his phone and called Fong Ruolin. This matter could not wait another moment. Seeing this, Su Chen took the phone from Su Jiangwo's hand. Su Jiangwo exploded instantly. What are you doing? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. No need to buy. Su Jiangwo, you brat, don't tell me you think since she bore your child you can just abandon her. Playing for free. You damn kid, believe it or not I'll break your legs. Su Chen offered another faint smile. He leaned close to Su Jiangwo and whispered in his ear, Dad, I already have a house. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened instantly. You? Su Chen quickly made a shushing gesture, casting a glance toward Wen Qiqi's direction. Keep your voice down. Seeing Su Jiangwo about to explode again, Su Chen hurriedly explained, I'm planning a surprise for Qiqi. I haven't told her yet. Only then did Su Jiangwo breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought this foolish son of his intended to selfishly keep the apartment for himself. Had that been the case, he would have beaten him senseless and thrown him out of the house, teaching him a lesson about the harshness of the world. But after a moment's reflection, Su Jiangwo's eyebrows furrowed again. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Su Chen, someone gave it to me. Who? Do you take them for fools, giving away a house? At a loss, Su Chen had no choice but to recount how Zhang Weiqiang and Li Yu had come to see the babies and share in the joy, while conveniently omitting any mention of the system. You know how to farm. Dad, could you stop looking at me like I'm an imbecile? I can do plenty of things. I'm not a child anymore. Su Jiangwo remained skeptical. Don't do anything illegal, or I'll be the first one to expose you. Su Chen gave a helpless smile and nodded. Yeah, all right. Only then did Su Jiangwo exhale in relief. He returned to the sofa, picked up Dabao, and teased the baby, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. His son was finally becoming someone. Perhaps he could trust him now. Glancing at Su Chen, a sense of inexplicable pride swelled within him once more. Noticing his father's satisfied expression, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Dad, don't you think I'm pretty amazing? Oof. Su Jiangwo snorted coldly. You? Amazing? If you've got what it takes, bring your daughter-in-law home right now. At that, Su Chen was rendered speechless. For him it was indeed impossible at present. But Su Chen's resolve was firm. Don't worry. Qiqi will definitely marry me. Then I'll be waiting. When the time comes, I'll give Qiqi a huge red envelope. Oh, my little grandbabies, you're so adorable. Grandpa loves you. Speaking these words, Su Jiangwo held each baby close one after another, kissing them again and again. It was simply heavenly happiness. Seeing Su Jiangwo in such high spirits, Su Chen was about to go to the kitchen when his father spoke again. Wait, where did you get that car? Su Jiangwo had nearly forgotten about that entirely. That vehicle was unmistakably expensive. Before Su Chen could say a word, Su Jiangwo warned, Don't tell me you bought it yourself. Believe me, I could have you back in that police station squatting right now. Su Chen, never mind. Dropping everything at once would surely overwhelm his father. Better to take it slow. I rented it. With so many babies getting around is inconvenient. Qiqi still has classes to attend, so I rented the car for now. Rest assured, the moment I have the money, I'll buy one outright. Su Jiangwo nodded with some lingering doubt. All right. Just let me know if you need money and your mother, and I will figure something out. Yeah, okay. Su Chen understood that if he refused, Su Jiangwo would be deeply hurt. So he simply nodded. At that moment, when Qiqi emerged from the bathroom, seeing Su Chen and Su Jiangwo, she offered an awkward smile. She still felt rather uncomfortable, as though something were off. She intended to retreat to her room and leave the father and son some alone time with the babies. However, before she could reach the doorway, Su Jiangwo intercepted her. Qiqi, come here. Sit over here. The whole family should sit together. Look, the babies are all watching you. The whole family. When Qiqi paused in surprise, Dabao was in Su Jiangwo's arms while the other three babies sat in their strollers, all gazing at her with delighted expressions. Sanbao even reached out, asking to be held. Mama is so pretty. Mama smells so nice. I want to be held. When Qiqi found it hard to resist walking over. But Su Chen and Su Jiangwo hadn't seen each other in ages. Shouldn't she give them some time together? Observing when Qiqi's hesitation, Su Jiangwo shot Su Chen a chilling look. Su Chen immediately caught on. Qiqi, come sit over here, or those three babies will start crying any moment. Mentioning the babies dispelled her hesitation entirely. The babies surrounded Su Jiangwo, leaving only one empty spot, right beside Su Chen. In front of an elder, when Qiqi had originally wanted to keep her distance, feeling awkward, but she had no other choice now. She walked over and sat beside Su Chen. Watching the two of them, Su Jiangwo's face blossomed into a happy smile. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. You're a lucky fellow. Su Chen smiled back. Dad, aren't you lucky too? Mom is beautiful as well. Su Chen had heard that Fong Ruolin had once been the most admired flower in the village. The moment Fong Ruolin was mentioned, a look of sheer pride spread across Su Jiangwo's face. Naturally, your mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. At least in my eyes. As for you lad, treat your wife well, or else. Heh. Su Jiangwo's cold chuckle sent a chill through the air. Su Chen shrank his neck slightly and turned to Wen Qiqi. Qiqi, look, Dad's being mean to me again. He pitted himself. He wanted someone to defend him too. When Qiqi, suddenly put on the spot, felt a flicker of nervousness, especially upon hearing that word dad. She wanted to protest, but with Su Jiangwo present, she dared not. She could only smile anxiously, cheeks flushing red. Uncle Su Chen treats me really well. She had already said those exact words earlier in the car. This was the second time today, and without the bashfulness of the first occasion. Over these past few days, she had deeply felt how blessed she was to have Su Chen by her side. So when Qiqi repeated, really well. Hearing the compliment, Su Chen gazed at Wen Qiqi's rosy cheeks, and his heart began to flutter. His wife had praised him. His wife had finally praised him today. If Su Jiangwo weren't right there, Su Chen would have been tempted to lean in and kiss her. Witnessing their interaction, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. You two. Such a lovey-dovey couple. Enough. The babies are hungry. Let's go prepare their formula. Where's the milk powder? Su Jiangwo placed a bow into the stroller, his stern demeanor melting into extraordinary tenderness. Good babies, Grandpa will go make your milk. Be good now, all right. As he spoke, he turned to Wen Qiqi, who was just about to rise. Qiqi, stay seated. Su Chen and I will handle it. Then with a cold glance aimed squarely at Su Chen, he snapped, you. Come over here. These are things you ought to be doing. How could you bear to let Qiqi do them? Hurry up. When Qiqi wanted to say something, but Su Chen silently stopped her. It was his moment to shine. Today was the day he would make his father see him in a new light. Su Jiangwo swaggered into the house, saying as he walked, you little brat, let me tell you something. When you were little, I mixed your milk powder, changed your diapers, washed your clothes, and even fed you. These traditional virtues must not be lost. Today I will pass them all on to you, so learn well. From now on, take good care of the babies. If I ever see the babies unhappy, I will break your legs. Su Chen, whose legs were threatened with breaking every single day. Okay, Dad. I know, Dad. The mere thought of finally making his father see him in a new light made Su Chen inexplicably happy. Su Jiangwo was still muttering on. In his father's impression, Su Chen had always been a good-for-nothing who could not do a single thing right. Since he started kindergarten, he had barely spent any time at home. Afraid Su Chen would fall behind in his studies, Su Jiangwo had enrolled him in countless tutoring classes. Later, when Su Chen entered high school, he became even busier. He had spent 3 years in senior high, and his heart ached for his son. Finally getting into university, who would have thought that within just 1 year he would end up with 4 babies? He is a grown man now. Su Jiangwo mused to himself. Since he was an adult now, he needed to do what an adult should do. Su Jiangwo picked up a milk bottle and began. Let me tell you, for babies under 7 months old you should add. But before he could finish, Su Chen had already picked up the other 3 bottles and grabbed the formula, beginning to scoop powder into them. Su Jiangwo grew slightly nervous. What are you doing, boy? But before he could stop him, Su Chen had already put the formula into one of the bottles. The amount was just right, not too much and not too little. Then came the second. The third. Seeing Su Jiangwo still dazed, Su Chen took the remaining bottle from his father's hand. After adding the formula, Su Chen began pouring in the water, which had been prepared long beforehand. His movements were practiced and efficient. When he finished, he noticed Su Jiangwo was still spacing out. With a sigh, he handed 2 bottles with slightly less formula to Su Jiangwo. Dad, what are you doing? Aren't you going to feed the babies? Let's go. The 2 bottles in your hand are for Bao and Bao. They are girls, so they eat less. Su Jiangwo finally snapped out of his shock. He stared at Su Chen in utter disbelief, his words stumbling. You. Su Chen knew his father was deeply stunned. But he simply asked calmly, what's wrong? How do you know how to do this? Su Jiangwo never expected Su Chen to prepare the formula so quickly. He had always thought Su Chen could not do anything. It's simple. Su Chen replied. I've been doing this for a long time now. Su Jiangwo still could not bring himself to believe it. As Su Chen walked out of the room, Su Jiangwo followed silently behind. Su Chen handed the bottles to Bao and Bao. Bao and Bao watched Su Jiangwo with expectant eyes. Su Jiangwo was still lost in thought. He simply could not believe that his son, whom he considered useless at everything, could prepare formula for babies. The movements were so practiced, it was clear he had been training for a long time. Was this really the same troublemaker from home? Daddy. Seeing his father did not move, Su Chen had to remind him, Bao and Bao are hungry. If you do not feed them soon, they will start crying. And not just any crying, the kind that cannot be soothed. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo quickly handed the bottles to Bao and Bao. Bao gave a sweet smile. Bao pouted her lips. Grandpa made the milk today? You must drink it all up, and then Grandpa will be so happy. Each baby received their bottle and began eagerly. Su Jiangwo remained seated beside them, lost in thought. Su Chen felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Dad, Su Chen asked with a grin, isn't your son impressive? Were you moved? Let me tell you, ever since I saw the babies I have been. Su Chen could not resist showing off. After being ridiculed the entire way by Su Jiangwo, he had to save face in front of his wife. Otherwise, how embarrassing. However, before Su Chen could finish, Su Jiangwo let out a cold snort. Impressive, my foot. Clearly, Qiqi taught you. She is the real impressive one. Why are you not thanking Chi-Chi properly? What are you strut about for? Su-Chen. Why was his father so stubborn? But his father was not entirely wrong. Without Wen-Chi-Chi, he would not be where he was today. Su-Chen actually turned around intending to thank her. But when Chi-Chi said to Su-Jang-Wo, Uncle Su-Chen learned all this on his own. I did not teach him. He is very smart, and picked it up quickly. The babies all like him too. Su-Chen was thrilled inside. Oh, his wife was praising him again. Hearing this, Su-Jang-Wo muttered, he learned it himself. Yes. But you should not get arrogant. Isn't this what you should be doing? Do you expect someone else to raise the children for you? Su-Chen. Fine. It was truly difficult to hear a single compliment from his father. Forget it, he should stop expecting anything. After all, this was indeed what he should be doing. Only then did Su-Chen feel somewhat at peace. Watching the babies finish their bottles, Su-Chen went to clean them up with Wen-Chi-Chi following behind to help. Su-Jang-Wo, who had been sitting idle on the sofa, quietly turned his head and wiped his eyes when the two were not paying attention. His eyes were a bit moist, but he made sure they did not see him do it. A moment later, Su-Jang-Wo could not resist taking out his phone and sending a message to Fong Rulin. Rulin, our son, has really made something of himself. Dad, what are you doing? As Su-Jang-Wo was about to say more, Su-Chen poked his head out from the bathroom. Su-Jang-Wo quickly hid his phone. He raised his voice. What else would I be doing? Of course I am sending your mother photos of the babies. You good-for-nothing son. Your mother is still waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Su-Chen quickly replied. Okay, I will work hard and bring mom over too. Su-Jang-Wo snorted dismissively and said nothing. A while later, he sent another message to Fong Rulin's son, says he will bring you over next time to see the babies. By the way, the babies are so cute. After sending these messages, Su-Jang-Wo also recorded a video of the babies and sent it all to Fong Rulin. After Su-Chen and Wen-Chi-Chi finished their tasks, Su-Jang-Wo waved his hand. Chi-Chi, come here. When Chi-Chi looked at Su-Chen, Su-Jang-Wo added, you useless son, come here too. Su-Chen walked over and sat down. Su-Jang-Wo started taking something out of his pocket, while saying, your mother told me that when I came, if I had the chance to see Chi-Chi, I must give this to her. When Chi-Chi looked a bit surprised. What is this? Su-Jang-Wo held a simple, yet dark red box in his hands. The box was not large, but exuded an air of extraordinary elegance. As he handed it to Wen-Chi-Chi, he said, open it, and take a look. Su-Chen was startled upon seeing the box. Then a mysterious smile spread across his face. Chi-Chi opened it quickly. When Chi-Chi took the box, hesitated for a moment, and slowly opened it. Inside the box lay a warm and lustrous jade bracelet, pure white, with a hint of light, ink, exquisite and translucent, captivating the heart. When Chi-Chi's expression froze. This jade bracelet was evidently worth a fortune. She stared in shock at Su-Chen and Su-Jang-Wo. She had never met her future mother-in-law, and this was only her first meeting with her future father-in-law. And yet they were about to give her such a precious gift. When Chi-Chi could hardly believe it. This bracelet was passed down from Su-Chen's grandmother to his mother. She has treasured it, saying it would one day be for her future daughter-in-law. Su-Jang-Wo said with a smile. When Chi-Chi bit her lip and looked at Su-Chen. But she and Su-Chen hadn't even started dating, let alone talked about marriage. How could she accept it? Just as she was about to refuse, Su-Chen said, keep it. It will be yours sooner or later. In this life you can only appear on my family's household register. His domineering tone made when Chi-Chi blush instantly. Su-Jang-Wo burst into laughter. Haha, alright. Chi-Chi, no need to feel embarrassed. If this brat Su-Chen treats you badly, I'll kick him out of the house, and you can be my daughter instead. When Chi-Chi, who had been tense, was amused by Su-Jang-Wo's words. Su-Chen, whose family status had plummeted, said, Dad, isn't that a bit too much? Who was the biological child here? What's wrong with it? If you can't even take care of your wife, what good are you to me? Su-Chen. Forget it. He wouldn't argue with his dad. After saying that, Su-Jang-Wo shot Su-Chen a glare. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping Chi-Chi put it on? He was truly clueless. Did he need to be taught everything? Su-Jang-Wo grew increasingly disdainful of Su-Chen. Hearing this, Su-Chen quickly said, right, Chi-Chi, come here, let me help you put it on. When Chi-Chi wanted to refuse, but it was too late. Su-Chen had already taken the box, and in one swift motion, grasped her hand. Held by a large hand, when Chi-Chi's heart began to race. She looked at Su-Chen nervously. Su-Chen picked up the jade bracelet, and carefully slipped it onto her wrist. A cool sensation spread from her fingertips to her wrist, along with the touch of Su-Chen's fingers. When Chi-Chi's face burned. Done. As soon as she heard Su-Chen speak, she pulled her hand back without hesitation. If this continued, she would suffocate. Seeing when Chi-Chi wearing the bracelet, Su-Jang-Wo said cheerfully, perfect, it fits just right. It seems this bracelet was made for you. Chi-Chi, you and Xiaochen are a perfect match. When will you go back with him to see his mother? This was an invitation to meet her future mother-in-law. Hearing this, Su-Chen had to look at Su-Jang-Wo. Truly masterful. When Chi-Chi stammered, I'll go when I have time. Ha, good. Then your mother and I will be waiting for you at home. Su-Jang-Wo turned to the babies with a doting expression. And my little grandchildren, you must visit your grandma soon. Although the babies didn't understand Su-Jang-Wo's words, they giggled happily when he looked at them. Su-Jang-Wo instantly beamed with joy. When evening dinner time came, Su-Jang-Wo glanced at the kitchen and walked in. What's for dinner? Su-Chen, go downstairs and buy some groceries. I'll cook tonight. He wanted to show off his skills to make his future daughter-in-law think he was a capable man preparing for the day he could personally take care of his grandchildren. Su Jiangwo was already scheming in his mind. "There's food in the fridge," Su Chen said as he followed Su Jiangwo into the kitchen. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo rolled his eyes at Su Chen. "Don't you know fresh vegetables are better? How lazy can you be buying so much and keeping them in the fridge? You don't care about nutrition, but my grandchildren and daughter-in-law do." Su Chen. It was over. His dad was getting more and more annoyed with him. If he didn't step up, he might not even be allowed into the house anymore. That wouldn't do. Su Chen hurried into the kitchen, opened the fridge door, and said, "Dad, why don't I cook?" As he spoke, he took out a potato and a tomato. Can you cook?" Su Jiangwo was about to scold him further when he suddenly noticed the potato and tomato in Su Chen's hand. He was instantly stunned. The words of reprimand died on his lips. "Did you just buy these?" "No, they've been in the fridge for a day." Su Chen had taken them from his space and placed them in the fridge that morning before leaving. Su Jiangwo was baffled. He asked incredulously, "Where did you buy them?" "Su Chen, I cultivated them myself." Su Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. You grew these?" "Yes." Su Chen handed the tomato to Su Jiangwo. "This one too. Oh, by the way, there are cucumbers in the fridge. Dad wants some. They're pretty tasty. People eat them like fruit, and they sell well. Let me wash one for you to try." Su Chen turned around and grabbed a cucumber. Before Su Jiangwo could react, Su Chen had already washed the cucumber and handed it to him. He took it dazedly and took a bite, hardly believing it. Instantly, Su Jiangwo's eyes widened. The flavor, crisp and refreshing with a hint of sweetness, 10 times better than an ordinary cucumber. "Dad, how is it?" Su Chen looked expectant. Despite being disliked, he still hoped to earn his father's approval. Su Jiangwo was too busy to reply, nodding and munching on the cucumber. Bite after bite. Even after finishing the whole cucumber, he still felt unsatisfied. He looked at Su Chen, then at the fridge. He wanted to ask for more, but felt embarrassed. So he just glared at Su Chen. "Brat, why aren't you moving out of the way?" Seeing Su Jiangwo's expression, Su Chen finally felt satisfied. He chuckled and deliberately blocked the fridge door. "Dad, is it good, eh?" His stance seemed to say he wouldn't stop until he got a compliment. Su Jiangwo. "Su Chen, Dad, if you want more, just tell me, and I'll get you some." Su Jiangwo. "Su Chen, Dad, and these tomatoes, they're really good too. Are you sure you don't want to taste?" Su Jiangwo. This son of his. Was he going to tear the roof off if not disciplined for a day? But it was really delicious. What to do? Should he ask? Su Jiangwo wrestled with himself for a while, then made a major decision. Su Jiangwo stared at Su Chen coldly. Before Su Chen could even react, he casually plucked a tomato from the cutting board, rinsed it under the tap, and began eating. "Humph. Expect him to praise you. Never." Su Chen stood there utterly bewildered. "Dad, you're not playing by the rules. Enough talk. You wanted to cook, now get out there and do it." He would never admit how much he actually wanted to eat. Since his son was going to cook, he might as well let him. He was curious to see what his son could actually pull off. Su Chen sighed in resignation and nodded. "Fine, wait here, Dad." Su Jiangwo didn't even glance at him. Gnawing on the tomato, he casually grabbed a cucumber from the refrigerator and headed out, munching all the while. Noticing when Chi-Chi, sitting in the living room, he gestured toward her. "Chi-Chi wants some. I can grab you something too." When Chi-Chi shook her head, she'd already eaten plenty these past few days. Delicious as it was, she still needed proper meals. Seeing she wouldn't take any, Su Jiangwo continued chewing as he made his way over to the babies. Debao was tilting his head, staring blankly, lost in some thought. Erbao's face lit up the moment he saw Su Jiangwo, his eyes crinkling into happy slits. Sambao was absorbed in his own little game. Sibao waved his arms cheerfully, gazing at Su Jiangwo with a bright smile. "My babies are so good." The moment he saw them, any lingering irritation from Su Chen vanished into thin air. "That brat, but my little grandbabies love me." He squatted down to play with them. Sibao instinctively grabbed Su Jiangwo's arm, stretching out his tiny hand for the cucumber in his grip. It was as if he wouldn't give up until he got it. That determined little demeanor made Su Jiangwo burst into laughter. He handed the cucumber to Sibao, whose small fingers immediately closed around it and brought it toward his mouth. Su Jiangwo grew anxious. Wait. Sibao, you're too young for this. Save it for when you're older. Be good, be obedient, or Grandpa's going to get upset." Sibao looked at Su Jiangwo with utter confusion. What was Grandpa talking about? Upset. Grandpa was going to get upset. But Grandpa's little beard was so cute. As if he'd discovered a new world, Sibao dropped the cucumber and reached for Su Jiangwo's whiskers. Su Jiangwo was just happy to see him let go of the cucumber when suddenly a sharp pain hit his chin. "Ow. Sibao, let go, little one, it hurts." Despite the protest, Su Jiangwo leaned forward slightly, letting Sibao pull as he pleased. A child's hands were so tender, his own discomfort was nothing compared to the risk of hurting Sibao. The commotion soon drew the attention of the other three. Debao snapped out of his daze. Erbao giggled even harder. Sambao finally turned his gaze over. Then, all three babies joined the fray. Su Jiangwo's left arm was seized by Debao. His right arm was grabbed by Sambao. Erbao couldn't reach, growing so frantic he was on the verge of tears. Su Jiangwo quickly offered his own head. Erbao successfully tugged a handful of Su Jiangwo's hair. Seeing this, when Chi-Chi called out anxiously, "Babies." Su Jiangwo hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's fine. I'm not hurt. As long as the babies are happy, hee hee. Grandpa likes them best. When Chi-Chi felt a sudden wave of emotion. If Su Jiangwo didn't truly adore these children, he would never behave like this. With Su Chen, Su Jiangwo was quick to scold him. But in front of the babies, he was a completely different man. All along worried about the fallout from today's misunderstanding with Su Jiangwo, when Chi-Chi finally relaxed. Smiling, she said, "Uncle, you shouldn't spoil them so much. It's all right. My little grandsons, I want to spoil them." When Chi-Chi said nothing more. This heartwarming scene was simply too precious. If only her own father could be like this. When Chi-Chi lowered her head, a hint of melancholy crossing her mind. Dinner was ready soon after. As Su Chen stepped out of the kitchen, he found Su Jiangwo thoroughly enjoying himself with the babies. Su Chen sighed. "Dad, dinner's ready." Su Jiangwo, currently holding her bao, and Si Bao in his arms, barked, "Serve the rice." Su Chen, ugh. When would his status in the family ever improve? Just then when Chi-Chi walked over. "I'll help you." "Yeah, okay." Su Chen nodded, watching when Chi-Chi slip into the kitchen and get to work with practiced ease. His father was out there having a wonderful time with the kids. Su Chen was suddenly struck by a wave of emotion. Who would have thought that at 22 he'd suddenly gained an entire family? This feeling was truly happiness. After serving the meals, Su Jiangwo finally shuffled over, grumbling all the way. Having devoured quite a few cucumbers and tomatoes, he was already half full. Since his son had treated him that way just now, he wouldn't be holding back either. During the meal, he intended to tease and scold his son a few more times. That way the kid would remember his place. Lost in thought, Su Jiangwo made his way to the dining table. The moment he saw the dishes on the table, his eyes widened again. Potato and chicken, tomato and egg stir-fry, braised fish, cucumber and century egg soup. The meat had been freshly taken out of the freezer by Su Chen. 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 3 large bowls of rice. Sprigs of cilantro floated atop the potato and chicken. The tomato and egg glistened with a vibrant hue, and the braised fish was perfectly intact. More importantly, the aroma wafting from these dishes was absolutely divine. Su Jiangwo's mouth watered uncontrollably. "You made these?" "Yes, Dad. Smells good, doesn't it?" Recalling everyone's reaction at Zhang Weiqian's place last time, Su Chen knew the cooking skills granted by the divine chef manual guaranteed outstanding results. He wanted to see just how long his father could keep up the stubborn act. "Humph. We eat in silence." "Dig it." Su Jiangwo snorted, took his seat, and picked up his chopsticks. Su Chen sighed, and sat down as well. "Chi-Chi, let's eat." He handed the chopsticks to Chi-Chi. Unable to stay silent, she offered a gentle reminder. "Uncle, Su Chen's cooking is actually really good." Su Jiangwo let out another dismissive snort. "I know exactly what he's capable of. Probably just edible at best." Saying that, he picked up a piece of the braised fish. The moment it touched his tongue, Su Jiangwo's eyes shot wide open. This. What sort of divine flavor is this? He remembered dining at upscale restaurants in Ningzhou City before. His own cooking had always been excellent, earning consistent praise from Feng Rulin and the neighbors. But right now, he suddenly felt those were merely child's play. This braised fish was 100 times better than anything he could make. No, 1,000 times better. The burst of flavor instantly awakened his taste buds. This was far too delicious. Su Jiangwo couldn't help but want to express his astonishment. However, catching Su Chen's expectant gaze, he immediately swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Absolutely not. That damn kid would get cocky. Su Chen had been waiting a long time, but although Su Jiangwo paused, he said nothing. He seemed to be savoring it slowly. Su Chen finally couldn't hold back. "Dad, is it good, eh?" Su Jiangwo ignored Su Chen. He remained as steady as a mountain, taking another piece of chicken for himself. As it entered his mouth, Su Jiangwo was once again stunned. Chicken and potato cubes made by ordinary people often carry a hint of gamey flavor. But the chicken Su Chen made was not only free of any unpleasant taste, but also tender and delicious, showcasing the texture of the chicken to perfection. The potatoes were an absolute masterpiece. Upon entering the mouth, the rich aroma burst forth, pairing perfectly with rice. Su Jiangwo quickly took a mouthful of rice. Indeed, delicious, delicious, delicious. Su Jiangwo smiled contentedly in his heart. Seeing Su Jiangwo silent, Su Chen had to ask again, "Dad?" Su Jiangwo still said nothing. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would break his composure. Then he took a bite of the tomato and egg dish. He scooped a spoonful and placed it on top of the rice. Eating it together with the rice, the sensation was simply sublime. What a delight. What a sheer delight. Su Jiangwo had never tasted such wonderful food. He longed to devour 3 bowls immediately. Su Chen silently watched Su Jiangwo. "Dad, oh Dad, is it so hard to give your son a compliment?" When Chi-Chi hadn't eaten either, she also wanted to see Su Jiangwo's reaction. But Su Jiangwo's face remained expressionless. After finishing, he glanced at Su Chen, and when Chi-Chi, "Why aren't you two eating?" Su Chen was deeply disappointed. Extremely disappointed. He felt all his efforts had been in vain. Could it be that he had made a mistake today? Was the food not good today? Unwilling to accept it, Su Chen took a piece of fish for himself and tasted it. The texture was smooth and delicate, melting on the tongue. The fresh fragrance of the fish was not diminished in the slightest. It tasted pretty good. Su Chen frowned in confusion, then took a bite of the potatoes. This was also delicious. Then he tried the tomato and egg. This was even better, wasn't it? What was going on? Had his father's sense of taste malfunctioned? Su Chen finally couldn't hold back. "Dad, are you okay?" Su Jiangwo shot Su Chen a glare, but still said nothing. In truth, he was already ecstatic inside. This was too delicious. Too delicious. Too delicious. Could his son please stop talking? He was just ruining his meal. Realizing Su Jiangwo wasn't moving, Su Chen served Wen-Chi a dish and then started eating quietly himself. Su Jiangwo's eating pace was not fast, but his chopsticks never stopped. Soon a bowl of rice was finished. Su Jiangwo was far from satisfied, but if he went for more now, wouldn't Su Chen notice? What if he became proud? But he couldn't resist either. Su Jiangwo was in a dilemma. Just then Wen-Chi stood up. "Uncle, let me get you some more." Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. What a thoughtful daughter-in-law. He nodded imperceptibly, handing his bowl to Wen-Chi. "Good, thank you, daughter-in-law." How could he refuse rice served by his daughter-in-law? This was no longer his fault. Wen-Chi smiled. She filled Su Jiangwo's bowl. Su Jiangwo continued eating in silence. Su Chen was bewildered. This was wrong. Other people's reactions were so strong, and only Wen-Chi, who was used to the food, showed no reaction. Why was his father so unresponsive? Could it be that the food didn't suit his father's taste? That didn't make sense. He had cooked according to his father's preferences. Su Chen glanced at Su Jiangwo, puzzled. Then he noticed something. Although Su Jiangwo wasn't eating fast, each bite was chewed slowly and thoroughly, clearly savoring it. Moreover, his usual portion was just one bowl. Just now, when Wen-Chi offered to refill, he didn't refuse. In no time that bowl was nearly empty. This man was pretending, wasn't he? Su Chen smiled faintly. He didn't call Su Jiangwo out. Su Jiangwo's second bowl was also nearly finished. At this moment he was deeply conflicted. What if he wanted more after finishing? If he didn't finish, it would be too obvious. Su Jiangwo was struggling to hold back. But if Su Chen found out, wouldn't all his pretense be for nothing? Conflicted, Su Jiangwo could only eat slowly, mouthful by mouthful. When only the last bite of rice remained, he dared not eat it. Just then he saw Su Chen stand up. "I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. You two go ahead and eat." Wen-Chi glanced at Su Chen but said nothing. Su Jiangwo's heart leaped with joy. Here was his chance. But he still grumbled hypocritically, "Going to the bathroom during a meal? You're the only one with so many quirks." Su Chen smiled and turned to head to the bathroom. In truth, he didn't need to go. But he couldn't just watch his father suffer like this. Oh, after all, he was the son. Taking advantage of Su Chen's absence, Su Jiangwo immediately filled another bowl of rice. Wonderful. He could eat again. Su Chen washed his hands in the bathroom and then came out. Seeing Su Jiangwo's bowl full again, he said nothing. Instead, Wen-Chi quickly said, "I gave Uncle another bowl of rice. Uncle, please take your time." Su Jiangwo's heart leaped again. His daughter-in-law was truly wonderful. Unlike some son who wouldn't even give him a cucumber. Outrageous. Su Jiangwo nodded and began to eat earnestly. Su Chen smiled without a word. Before Su Jiangwo finished his third bowl, Su Chen gathered his own bowl and chopsticks and headed to the kitchen. "I'm full, I'll go clean up a bit." Thus, Su Jiangwo successfully got his fourth bowl of rice. In the end, stuffed to the brim, he leaned back in his chair feeling like his stomach was about to burst. Yet he still wanted to eat. It was just so delicious. Wen-Chi collected the dishes and took them to the kitchen for Su Chen. Su Jiangwo grew more and more satisfied with his daughter-in-law. After resting for a good while, Su Jiangwo finally managed to stand up. Seeing Su Chen's busy figure, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but smile. "You little rascal, I'm still your father. You think you can outsmart your old man? You've got a long way to go. Better not bother with Su Chen. Time to go play with the little grandchildren." In the kitchen, Wen-Chi handed Su Chen dishes while asking, "Su Chen, why didn't you just serve your father yourself?" She could see that Su Chen's trip to the bathroom and his later retreat to the kitchen were all to let Su Jiangwo eat more. Su Chen smiled. "My dad cares about face. Getting him to admit I'm good in front of me is too hard. But he's my dad, so this is all I can do. If I had served him, he might have stopped eating just to save face." Su Chen spoke casually, but Wen-Chi etched every word into her heart. She was moved. Such a father-son bond was truly beautiful. Wen-Chi felt both envy and a pang of sadness. Seeing Wen-Chi fall silent, Su Chen asked offhandedly, "Chi-Chi, what about your dad? When will I get to meet him too?" Wen-Chi hadn't expected Su Chen to ask that suddenly. She paused hesitantly, lowering her head. "My father." It had been over a year since they last made contact. She wondered how he was faring. "Perhaps when the opportunity arises." Wen-Chi's mood was somewhat low. Su Chen nodded. "All right. Chi-Chi, if there are conflicts between you and your father, you should take the initiative to resolve them. Perhaps things aren't as you imagine them to be." After speaking, Su Chen stepped out. Sometimes people needed their private space. He could see that there were definitely some unresolved issues between Wen-Chi and her father. But since she wasn't willing to talk about it, he didn't press the matter. Su Chen firmly believed that one day Wen-Chi would be willing to share with him. Walking out, he saw Su Jiangwo playing with the babies. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Su Jiangwo speak. "Su Chen, how are you two going to sleep tonight? How about you two take the bedroom, and I'll sleep in the living room?" Su Jiangwo gestured toward the sofa. Su Chen was taken aback. Wen-Chi, who had just reached the kitchen doorway, also stopped in her tracks. Her heart suddenly raced. The house was truly too small, and Su Jiangwo's suggestion made practical sense. But the thought of sharing a room with Su Chen, Wen-Chi felt nervous just imagining it. What if Su Chen actually went to sleep in the bedroom? What if he tried to do something to her? Wen-Chi felt at a loss about what to do. Just then she heard Su Chen say, "Dad, how about we both sleep in the living room?" You sleep on the sofa, and I'll sleep on the floor. He wasn't unwilling to sleep in the bedroom, but doing so would put great pressure on Wenqiqi. Things hadn't reached that point yet of forcing it would only cause harm. Besides, he still hadn't figured out what exactly had happened a year and a half ago. Su Chen wanted to give Wenqiqi enough respect. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Jiangwo gave him an approving glance. His son was indeed impressive. The consideration was thorough and well-rounded. Then his old father would have to make do. Su Jiangwo silently sighed for himself. Then he added, enough with the floor sleeping. Do you really expect your old man to keep you company? Keep dreaming. I've booked a hotel room outside far better than your sofa. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Jiangwo embraced the 4 babies one more time before reluctantly leaving. Oh, he couldn't bear to be apart from the babies for even a moment. What could he do? But for his son Sake, he could only endure it. This good-for-nothing son. Swearing under his breath, Su Jiangwo stepped out the door. Seeing Su Jiangwo leave, Wenqiqi grew anxious. Su Chen, how about letting your father sleep in the room? How could someone be asked to stay elsewhere right after arriving? Su Chen said, it's fine. Brother Dong arranged it for him. It's definitely safe. But watching his father's retreating figure, Su Chen felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Next time his father came, he would surely give him a warm home. That evening, after feeding the babies, Wenqiqi hesitated for a while before opening the door and walking to the living room. Su Chen had just lain down and was playing with his phone. Seeing Wenqiqi approach, he sat up. What's wrong? Are the babies fussing? No. Wenqiqi answered hesitantly. From her expression, Su Chen knew she definitely had something on her mind. So he asked with a smile, then what's wrong? Are you inviting your husband to sleep in the bedroom with you? Wenqiqi. She rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Stop being silly. All right, wife. Understood, wife. Su Chen made room for her and gestured for her to sit beside him. Wenqiqi walked over to Su Chen and handed him a bank card. Su Chen was surprised. What's this for? Wenqiqi said, there's 20,000 yuan inside. It's money I earned doing design work during the breaks while caring for the babies. It was originally meant for buying formula for the babies. But now it's not needed. Would you like to have it? As she spoke, Wenqiqi's head lowered. I know it's not much. I'll look for other work recently, do more, and give it to you. You save some money too. If we work hard, let's buy a house. After saying these words, Wenqiqi sniffled. Next time Uncle Su comes again, he must stay at home. We can't let him stay at a hotel. Wenqiqi had thought long and hard before coming up with this solution. Fearful that Su Chen would refuse, she added, this is also a gift for the children's grandfather. You can't refuse it. Watching her, a warm current suddenly flowed through Su Chen's heart. At this moment, he could no longer control himself. He pulled Wenqiqi over and enclosed her in his embrace. Su Chen, you. Startled by this gesture, she struggled to rise. Su Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse. Don't move, or I can't guarantee what I might do. Wenqiqi dared not move anymore. Held by Su Chen, her heart pounded relentlessly. Wenqiqi tensely stiffened her body. I don't mean anything else. I know. Su Chen whispered softly. You don't mean anything else, you're just afraid I'm too tired. Afraid my father won't be happy. Afraid the children won't have a good life. Chichi, how can you be so kind? As he spoke, Su Chen rested his head on her shoulder. Such warmth he never wanted to let go of in his entire life. If it were the past, he might truly have lost control. But now he couldn't bear to. The woman in his embrace was so wonderful. He couldn't bear to hurt her. He wanted to wait for her and wholeheartedly accept her. From now on, they would never be separated again. After being held for a while, Wenqiqi's cheeks grew hot. She felt like she was going mad. Fortunately, Su Chen released her. Wenqiqi saw a faint smile on his face. The smile was shallow, yet it held boundless charm. She felt dizzy. Quickly, Wenqiqi tossed the bank card into Su Chen's arms. Take it quickly, or I'll be angry. All right, I'll take it. Su Chen didn't refuse. He put away the bank card and said to her, go inside and sleep. Rest early. Wenqiqi nodded, and only then did Su Chen take out the bank card again. He opened his phone, accessed WeChat, and found the transfer function. He still had over 30,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Su Chen transferred 30,000 to Wenqiqi's card. Then he placed the card in her school bag. Then satisfied, he fell asleep. His own wife deserved to be pampered by him. He was somewhat looking forward to seeing Wenqiqi's reaction upon finding out about the money. The next day was Monday. Su Jiangwo arrived home early. Su Chen was about to take the babies and see Wenqiqi off to school, when without moving, he heard Su Jiangwo say, don't bring the babies. I'll stay home and watch them. Su Chen paused. Dad, are you sure? What's wrong? Don't you trust your old man? Su Jiangwo was quite indignant. If you can handle it, why can't I? Su Chen said. All right, then I'll be right back. Dad, call me if you need anything. Yes, scram quickly. Su Chen left. Su Jiangwo looked at the babies sitting in their strollers and showed an affectionate smile. Baby's grandpa's here. Inside the car, Wenqiqi asked with concern, is everything really all right? Although Su Jiangwo had looked after Su Chen before, that had been when there was only one child. But now there are 4. Don't worry. I'll drop you off and come right back. Wenqiqi nodded reluctantly. After they left, Su Jiangwo happily entered the house. The 4 babies were looking around in bewilderment. Upon spotting Su Jiangwo, the eldest tilted his head and wrinkled his brow slightly, while the second stretched out his arms, babbling cheerfully. The third munched contentedly on his teether, while the fourth jumped about happily. The more Su Jiangwo looked, the happier he became. His little grandbabies were simply adorable. and so well behaved. The scene was perfectly harmonious. That rascal Su Chen actually doubted his abilities. How dare he? He would show those babies some real love. With that thought, Su Jiangwo sat down, picked up the eldest, kissed the second, amused the third, and finally lifted the youngest into his arms. Little four, your daddy says you're the naughtiest. Is that true, dear? Grandpa thinks your daddy is talking nonsense. Look how cute our little four is. How could you possibly be naughty? It's because your daddy isn't capable enough to take care of you. I won't talk to daddy anymore. Come, let grandpa play with you all. Tickled by Su Jiangwo's playful words, the youngest burst into giggles. The sound was contagious. All three other babies joined in laughter. Today it's grandpa taking care of us. Grandpa is so cute. I want grandpa to hold me. The room erupted into joyful chaos. Su Jiangwo was over the moon. 5 minutes later, Su Jiangwo heard the eldest, who had been quietly dazing off, start to cry. He quickly set down the youngest. What's wrong, eldest? Are you hungry? Let grandpa prepare your formula right away. Just wait a moment. The eldest nodded blankly, a single tear rolling down his cheek. He truly was hungry. Su Jiangwo got up and went to prepare the bottle. Soon the formula was ready and he handed it to the eldest. Be a good boy, eldest. Time to drink your milk. The eldest lifted the bottle and gulped it down eagerly. Su Jiangwo watched with delight. But the other three babies were not pleased. Seeing their sibling drinking while they had nothing, the second's cheerful expression turned to a frown and he burst into tears. The third threw down his toy, glanced at the eldest, then at the second, and finally at Su Jiangwo before letting out a wail. And the fourth sniffled curiously in Su Jiangwo's arms. Something smelled wonderful. Could it be milk formula? She had never tasted it before. But grandpa hadn't prepared one for her. What should she do? She was so hungry. The fourth blinked her big eyes again and again. She noticed Su Jiangwo wasn't paying attention to her while her older siblings were all crying. The fourth felt that if she didn't cry too, something was missing. So she pouted her lips and joined in the wailing. Su Jiangwo, busy comforting the eldest, saw the second crying and hurried over to soothe him. Before he could finish calming the second, the third started crying as well. He went to comfort the third. But before that was settled, the fourth was wailing too. Su Jiangwo suddenly felt utterly lost. What's going on? Little four, why are you crying too? Are you hungry as well? Wait, grandpa will prepare your formula right away. Su Jiangwo approached the baby chair, intending to place the youngest inside. But the moment she touched the chair, the fourth cried even louder. She wriggled her body and clung tightly to Su Jiangwo, refusing to let go. Little four, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa will be right back. Su Jiangwo patted the youngest's back anxiously, but she ignored him completely and cried harder. With the youngest occupied in his arms, Su Jiangwo couldn't reach the other two. The second and third stared at him with big tear-filled eyes, their tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Su Jiangwo tried to comfort the youngest while simultaneously attending to the second and the third. Meanwhile, the eldest had already finished his formula. Seeing Su Jiangwo still holding the youngest and not taking away the empty bottle, he grew restless. His stomach rumbled loudly. After 2 more rumbling sounds, an unusual odor filled the room. The eldest had soiled his diaper. Su Jiangwo's panic intensified. Eldest, is that you? Come on, little four, let go for a moment. Grandpa will be right back. But the youngest refused to release him, so Su Jiangwo had no choice but to gently place her on the bed. Lost grandpa's warm embrace, the youngest wailed even louder. Woo woo woo. Grandpa doesn't love me anymore. How sad. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiangwo rushed to prepare formula for the other 3 babies. Murmuring to himself as he worked, how much powder did I use again? Don't cry, babies. Grandpa is coming. Water, yes, water, water, water. In his fluster, Su Jiangwo knocked over the water bottle. It tipped over and the hot water spilled out. Su Jiangwo. He wanted to slap himself. Now he had to start boiling water all over again. With the formula unfinished and the babies still fussing, Su Jiangwo decided to change the eldest's diaper first. After removing the eldest's tiny pants, Su Jiangwo quickly cleaned up the mess. Meanwhile, seeing that grandpa was ignoring them, the second, third, and fourth babies shed even more tears. Woo woo woo. Grandpa only cares about the eldest. Grandpa can't see us. We're so pitiful. Su Jiangwo was sweating profusely. Babies, don't worry. Grandpa will be done in a moment. Just wait a little longer. But the babies didn't understand his words at all, and each cry grew louder than the last. Finally, after dealing with the eldest, the water boiled. Su Jiangwo went to cool it down. Suddenly, the third soiled his diaper too. Su Jiangwo. He was going crazy. How could his adorable grandbabies be so high maintenance? One person simply wasn't enough. What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Su Jiangwo was overwhelmed and completely at a loss. He hurriedly prepared the formula before turning to attend to the third. Soon the entire room was filled with the sweet scent of milk formula mixed with the pungent odor of baby waste. Just as Su Jiangwo was rushing to change the third's diaper, the youngest's face flushed red. Accustomed to breast milk rather than formula, she accidentally spilled the entire bottle. Her freshly changed clothes that morning were now covered in milk stains. Su Jiangwo was on the verge of losing his mind. He finally couldn't take it anymore and grabbed his phone. An hour had passed. That damn kid. Why wasn't he back yet? Meanwhile, Su Chen was leisurely making his way home. Knowing his father loved children, he had wanted to give him some alone time with the babies. His home was already very close. Suddenly his phone rang. Su Chen picked it up and saw it was Su Jiangwo calling. He frowned. Dad, what's wrong? Are you coming back or not? Don't you care about the babies? Su Jiangwo's scolding roared through the phone. Hearing that tone, Su Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. Had something happened at home? Panicking, he quickly said, I'll be right back. After hanging up, Su Chen rushed home as fast as he could. He threw open the door and froze in shock. The room was in utter chaos. The entire scene was indescribably messy. Su Jiangwo was holding the little pants of Dabao and Sanbao in his hands. Dabao and Sanbao, still without their new pants, stared at Su Jiangwo with bewildered expressions. Herbao's hair was disheveled, her little braid long gone. Sibao lay sprawled on the bed, wailing loudly, her tiny hands grasping at the air. Her clothes had been changed, but she was wearing Dabao's outfit. If ever there was a scene of utter devastation, this was it. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. What are you standing there for, you brat? Help me. Su Jiangwo erupted in a torrent of scolding. Hurry up and check on Sibao. I can't find her clothes. Dabao's clothes aren't finished washing yet, and Sanbao's need changing too. And her hair. Su Jiangwo was nearly incoherent. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Su Jiangwo's face turned cold. You still have the nerve to laugh. Dad, weren't you the one who insisted on taking care of the babies? Shut up. Su Jiangwo refused to admit that he was the one who had reduced the scene to such chaos. Hurry up. Though Su Chen had made a few teasing remarks, his hands were already moving without pause. He walked over to Sibao and scooped her up. The moment Su Chen held her, Sibao, who had been wailing just moments before, instantly stopped crying. Carrying Sibao, Su Chen approached Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. The three babies looked at him with curiosity. With one hand, he gently patted Dabao on the head. Then he ruffled Erbao's hair and finally said to Sanbao, Look, mommy's over there. Isn't mommy beautiful? He was pointing to the photo of Wen Chi-Chi that sat on the bedside table. Little Sanbao followed Su Chen's pointing direction with a dazed look. Sure enough, she saw mommy. Sanbao wiggled with joy. Wow, mommy is so beautiful. Mommy is the most beautiful person in the world. In that brief moment, Su Chen had already found Sibao's clothes. With nimble hands, he changed Sibao, then dressed Sanbao and Dabao in their pants. Finally, he quickly prepared bottles of milk for the babies. Soon all the little ones were happily drinking. Su Jiangwo was still standing at the door, dazed. Su Chen walked over to Su Jiangwo and without hesitation took the pants from his hands. Dad, let me handle it. Su Jiangwo was momentarily at a loss. He couldn't understand why Su Chen managed to do everything so quickly with the same motions, and why the babies seemed so cheerful. Could he have done something wrong? Su Jiangwo was unconvinced. He walked into the room, and the babies turned to him with adorable little smiles. Their expressions seemed to deny that they were the very ones who had just driven him to the brink of exhaustion. Su Jiangwo grumbled. You four little rascals, how can you be so biased? The four babies had no idea what Su Jiangwo was saying. They just laughed even more joyfully. Su Jiangwo let out a silent sigh. With Su Chen's return, the room returned to order, and Su Jiangwo could finally catch his breath. He sat beside the babies, watching Su Chen busying himself in the bathroom. A strange mix of bitterness and pride welled up inside him. His son had grown into someone capable of handling things on his own. After washing the little pants, Su Chen skillfully hung them up to dry. When he came back to the living room, Su Chen found Su Jiangwo staring at him. He smiled and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Jiangwo replied quickly. But recalling that he had never praised his son in all these years, he added gruffly, Humph, you're good at housework. Keep it up. But don't let my little grandchildren suffer any hardship. Su Chen sighed at this. Even when complimenting him, Su Jiangwo had to say it in such a twisted way. Still, he was content. I know, Dad. Don't worry. Su Jiangwo nodded, then, as if remembering something, asked, If you're taking care of the babies, what about your studies? This had been a lingering concern of his. He hadn't dared ask in front of Wen Chi-Chi, afraid of making his daughter-in-law overthink. Now that it was just the two of them and the grandchildren, Su Jiangwo voiced his worry. Su Chen had known this question would come up eventually. I've already taken leave with my advisor. Don't worry about the school, I won't miss any exams or any other school activities, and I'll graduate on time. Not only would he graduate, but he also planned to earn a scholarship every year. Don't let yourself slip. Su Jiangwo snorted again and fell silent. After lunch, Su Chen received a phone call. It was from Chen, who, Brother Su Chen, are you free this afternoon? Tang Tianxing's tea shop has reopened, and I was thinking of inviting you to bring the babies and help out. Sure, I'll come. After hanging up, Su Chen explained the situation to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo was astonished. They're so young, and they're already going to help. Can they manage? Su Chen smiled. You'll see when we get there. Your little grandchildren are quite remarkable. Su Jiangwo followed Su Chen to Qianxia by Hui with a mix of doubt and curiosity. As soon as they got out of the car, Qian Hu and Tang Tianxing rushed over. Brother Su Chen, you're quick. Oh, the babies are here. Qian Hu's eyes crinkled with joy. They're so adorable. Let uncle give you a hug. Tang Tianxing's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had heard that Su Chen had 4 adorable babies, and that every time Su Chen sold vegetables, once the babies arrived, business would boom. But it was only hearsay. Tang Tianxing had never seen Su Chen's babies before. He had seen plenty of other people's children, but never such tiny ones with such magnetic charm. So although he knew Qian Hu wouldn't lie to him, he was still skeptical. Until now. he saw Su Chen's 4 little milk dumplings. He was instantly stunned. Chen, who had said Su Chen's babies looked like they had stepped out of a painting. That wasn't quite right. It was exactly that. They were even more adorable than children from a painting. Oh no, they were cuter. Tang Tianxing couldn't suppress his excitement and dashed toward the babies. Su Chen thought Tang Tianxing was coming to greet him. He extended his hand and said Tang. But before he could finish the word, Tang Tianxing zipped right past him, leaving only a back view. Su Chen, last time he came, Tang Tianxing seemed to treat him with considerable respect. How could it be that today, with the babies present, he was completely invisible? Tang Tianxing couldn't care less. He and Qian Hu reached the 4 babies, wanting to pick them up, but they hesitated, afraid of hurting them. Su Jiangwo had never seen such a scene. He was a bit stunned too, until he saw the 2 men standing beside the babies, grinning with immense fondness. Su Jiangwo grew anxious. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my babies. Qian Hu and Tang Tianxing paid no heed to what Su Jiangwo was shouting. Qian Hu cradled Da Bao, holding Bao close to his chest, while Tang Tianxing lifted Zi Bao and gently stroked Sen Bao's soft cheeks. Wow, they're so adorable. Bro, your genes are incredible. Excuse me, do your babies need a godfather? I can do it. Tang Tianxing had entirely abandoned his usual dignified persona, wholly immersed in the joy of holding the infants. Su Jiangwo, who had just come from carrying the babies out of the car, had not observed Qian Hu and Tang Tianxing greeting Su Chen. Now, seeing his precious grandchildren being carried away, he became quite indignant. Move aside, move aside. Su Chen helplessly approached. Dad, it's perfectly fine. They simply adore babies and would never harm them. Su Chen gestured toward Qian Hu. This is Mr. Qian Hu, the contractor overseeing this neighborhood market. And this is Mr. Tang Tianxing, proprietor of this tea establishment. Su Jiangwo stood momentarily speechless. They're both business owners. Indeed. Su Chen then gestured toward his father and addressed Tang Tianxing. And Qian Hu, this is my father. Tang Tianxing and Qian Hu showed no inclination to relinquish the infants. Yet they spoke with expressions of contrition. Brother Su, we sincerely apologize, the babies are simply too charming. We lost control. Likewise. I too long for such delightful offspring. Tang Tianxing's composure was nearly shattered. Qian Hu chuckled heartily. Tianxing, are you envisioning fantasies? Tang Tianxing felt somewhat crestfallen. He was well aware that not all men possessed such exemplary genetics. Nevertheless, genuine envy coursed through him. Am I not permitted to indulge in idle reverie? Begin by finding yourself a consort. Tang Tianxing. Was such surgical precision of remark truly warranted? He was utterly crushed. Observing the infants being carried and manifesting contentment rather than distress, Su Jiangwo remained silent. Instead, an ineffable pride blossomed within his breast. His grandsons were truly exceptional. So many individuals held them in such high regard. Perceiving the 2 men still engaged in their verbal sparring, Su Chen lacked the heart to interject. Will the establishment open this afternoon as scheduled? He had, after all, brought the infants along to work that very day. Open, we are opening. Merely observe how close I came to forgetting our obligations. Uncle Qian, your fascination with infants is the cause. You grow rooted upon beholding them. Pray direct that remark elsewhere. Do you not exhibit identical behavior? Tang Tianxing possessed no viable counterargument. With unhesitating decisiveness, each man secured 2 infants and proceeded toward the establishment. Su Chen and Su Jiangwo, their hands now empty. It appeared they had been reduced to instrumental functionaries. They were compelled to carry the vacant infant seats inside. Within the establishment, several saleswomen, including Xiao Ju, had awaited a considerable duration. The original intention had been to commence operations in the forenoon. However, as Su Chen had previously indicated their inability to arrive during morning hours, Tang Tianxing had rescheduled to the afternoon. Who among reasonable persons would select an afternoon commencement? Such timing lacks auspicious connotations. The group harbored mild discontent. After deliberation, they resolved to reproach Su Chen once he arrived accompanied by his progeny. Nevertheless, upon Tang Tianxing and Qian Hu's entrance bearing the 4 infants, the women's gazes fixed motionlessly, entirely unable to process the spectacle. Tang Tianxing inquired with visible curiosity, what aileth you? They propelled Xiao Ju forward. You shall articulate. Xiao Ju writhed with embarrassment, stammering indecisively. All her rehearsed rhetoric had deserted her mind. There remained insufficient time to formulate fresh objections. Pointing tremulously at the infants cradled within Tang Tianxing's arms, she gasped, this. Are these Master Su's offspring? Indeed so. Tang Tianxing responded, casting a downward glance at the infant within his embrace. Truly, the more he gazed, the more bewitching they appeared. He harbored a fervent desire to retain them permanently, surrendering them not to Su Chen. Xiao Ju shared her astonishment. This transcends adorable. Tang Tianxing remarked. You also find them charming. Ha! Xiao Ju experienced renewed shock. Was the proprietor genuinely laughing? The man who ordinarily maintained the austere demeanor of a cultivated gentleman, consistently poised and reserved, when had he ever exhibited such unrestrained mirth? Had her perception erred? The remaining saleswomen similarly stood confounded. Their prior agreement lay entirely abandoned, as their attention became riveted upon the infants, unwilling to divest themselves of the sight. Someone venturingly inquired, might we also cradle them? Su Chun, having just entered and overheard the query, responded, "By all means you may." Xiao Ju, positioned nearest to the infants upon hearing this, quickly rushed toward Tang Tianxing. Tang Tianxing was supporting San Bao and Si Bao. The instant San Bao beheld Xiao Ju, his diminutive countenance radiated delight. San Bao extended his tiny arms, inclining toward Xiao Ju's embrace. "Oh, a handsome Annie. So magnificent. Pray lift me." Although Tang Tianxing harbored reluctance to surrender little San Bao to Xiao Ju. However, as San Bao himself demonstrated eagerness to proceed, he could offer no resistance. Xiao Ju successfully secured San Bao. At this juncture her heart thrummed with jubilation. Good heavens! So supple and fragrant. What ought she to do? She cherished them profoundly. Who had spoken disparagingly of the infants moments prior? Such conduct merited rebuke. San Bao perceived Xiao Ju's elation. He grasped her visage and pressed his own cheek against hers, rubbing gently. Xiao Ju stood upon the precipice of euphoric agitation. So supple, so supple, so supple. The infant appears to favor her. How blissful she felt. The other saleswomen also hastened forward, each claiming an infant from Tang Tianxing and Xian Hu. Those who failed to secure an infant remained clustered nearby, their eyes brimming with expectation. Under no circumstances would they permit this day to conclude without cradling the progeny. Xian Hu and Tang Tianxing, who had been radiantly holding the infants, found themselves at a loss for utterance. Regrettably, as proprietors, they could not descend to the saleswomen's stratum. Alas, the condition of being an employer proved most wretched. They would exchange positions with the saleswomen were it possible. Observing that they too lacked infants to cradle, Su Jiangwo experienced immediate gratification. A fitting recompense for your infant appropriation. Ha ha. Tang Tianxing stood resignedly aside, his scrutiny never wavering from the progeny. No, he must secure more opportunities to cradle them henceforth. Yet by what manner might he encounter the infants more frequently? Tang Tianxing pondered momentarily, then experienced a sudden illumination indeed. Could he not merely increase his collaborative ventures with Su Chun? Accordingly, Tang Tianxing approached Su Chun and stated, "Brother Su Chun, pray examine whether these tea selections meet acceptable standards." Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo's countenance registered profound astonishment. Su Chun possesses such expertise as well. Although Su Jiangwo didn't drink much tea, he knew that discerning the quality of tea leaves was no ordinary skill. Tang Tianxing exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Su, didn't you know?" Su Jiangwo looked at him blankly, waiting for an explanation. Tang Tianxing said, "Brother Su Chun is truly remarkable. He can tell real tea from fake at a single glance, surpassing even many tea connoisseurs." Chen, who chimed in, "Yes, Brother Su, your son is truly extraordinary. Can you share the secret of how you raised him? I want my son to learn from him too." The flattery made Su Jiangwo's heart bloom. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. No, you're exaggerating. My son isn't that amazing, ha ha ha. In truth, Su Jiangwo was deeply moved inside with a hint of inexplicable emotion. His son was so impressive. He had even basked in his son's glory. Tang Tianxing, Qianhu, uncle, you practically have the words "my son is this amazing" written all over your face, don't you? Su Chen heard their conversation and felt helpless. He knew that if he didn't explain, Su Jiangwo would interrogate him later. So as he walked, he said, "I learned it during my year at school." Since he rarely came home from college, he just made up an excuse. Su Jiangwo nodded. All right, then why don't you go take a look at Boss Tang's goods? What if Boss Tang gets anxious? Su Chen had no choice but to go. His father never praised him anyway. Tang Tianxing watched the two with envy. Qianhu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Tang Tianxing sighed. "If only I could have such a good relationship with my family." Qianhu didn't have the heart to discourage him. He followed Su Chun to where the new tea leaves were displayed. Soon Su Chun inspected the newly arrived tea and found no issues. Tang Tianxing let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Brother Su Chun, I'm truly grateful. It's nothing, a simple favor. Then we'll officially open for business." "Yes." Su Chun nodded. The door opened, and he didn't idle, but went to help. Qian, who stood beside Su Jiangwo, moved. "Having a son and grandchildren like this is truly a blessing. Brother Su, I envy you." Su Jiangwo was once again elated by the words. He patted Qianhu on the shoulder. Just as Qianhu expected Su Jiangwo to comfort him, he heard, "Don't overthink it. Not everyone is so lucky." "Qianhu, is this supposed to be comforting?" "It's more like a dig." But Su Jiangwo's words were so true that he couldn't refute them. "Brother Su, you. Time to work." Having put someone down, Su Jiangwo felt even happier. He went to the babies, pushed their stroller to Tang Tianxing, and asked, "Boss Tang, what do we need to do?" Tang Tianxing was now unusually respectful to Su Jiangwo. "Nothing, just stay in the shop and have fun." "Huh, that's simple. Don't we need to set up a stand outside, or hand out flyers?" Su Jiangwo had seen such promotions on TV. Tang Tianxing smiled. "No need, as long as the babies are here, nothing else is required." Su Jiangwo glanced at the babies in confusion. They were happily wobbling their little heads, and looking around utterly delighted. But was such a casual promotion really effective? Su Jiangwo deeply doubted their strategy. He wanted to offer suggestions, but no one paid him any attention, so he just stood by to see if he could help. Su Chun had said that helping here came with pay, 500 yuan for half a day. This was a tea shop, not a children's clothing store. If the earnings were poor, he'd have to talk to Su Chun about not taking the money. Otherwise, it would be awkward. As Su Jiangwo thought this, he noticed many people on the street looking their way. They pointed and whispered in groups, as if discussing something. Then the crowd drew closer. Su Jiangwo finally caught what they were saying. Wow, what adorable babies. Quadruplets. So cute and well-behaved. Look at that one. He's just staring into space like a little puppet. And this one, when she smiles, her eyes squint. Ah, such a sweet smile. Ah, this one, he keeps looking at you. Does he think you're pretty? Look at the one on the far right. What is she looking at? She's making funny faces every now and then, isn't she? Ah, cute, cute, cute. I'm dying. She's pierced my heart. What do I do? Su Jiangwo was stunned, speechless. Were these people this crazy? But recalling his own reaction when he first saw the babies, he understood. He had been the same at first. Even now, he wasn't immune. He still couldn't resist wanting to hold them. Su Jiangwo once again felt a surge of pride. Then someone shouted, "Aren't these the babies of that young man who sold potatoes at the market?" Yes. Those potatoes were delicious. I bought a lot and stored them at home. Wow, you're so lucky. Well, I didn't get any. How miserable. Later he sold cucumbers and tomatoes. Each one was better than the last. I've been using them as my main food lately. Great for losing weight. When they saw Su Chun, they were shocked. It really is him. Little brother, what are you selling today? I'll buy some. Me too. Hurry up and bring out your goods. Everyone craned their necks to get a better look at the babies. Su Jiangwo, this is too much, isn't it? They wanted to buy without knowing what was being sold. Could it really be like this? He silently glanced at Su Chun, then at the babies. He knew the babies were cute, but was Su Chun really that handsome? Su Jiangwo even wondered if his son had been swapped. When did he become so charming? Well, he was 1.8 meters tall, neither too thin nor too fat, with good posture and a constant smile. Was that considered handsome? Su Jiangwo thought long and hard, but couldn't figure out what made Su Chun so sought after. If anything, maybe it was because he looked like him. That thought made Su Jiangwo feel much better. Indeed, looking like him meant being handsome. At that thought, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but smile. Chen, who standing nearby, looked confused. Brother Su, what are you doing? Su Jiangwo gazed in Su Chen's direction and remarked calmly, "Oh, nothing. I just think my son is rather handsome." Chen, who was taken aback, "You only just realized that? If your son didn't already have a child, he'd definitely have hordes of girls chasing after him." "Oh no, even now that he has a child, there are still plenty of girls pursuing him. It's just that he's utterly devoted to the child's mother. Sigh, I wonder how beautiful she must be to make Su Chun so infatuated. If only I could have a son like that." Chen, who had never met Wenqiqi. Su Jiangwo burst into laughter upon hearing this. His son seemed to be giving him more and more pleasant surprises. "Don't worry, you won't have that opportunity." Chen, who? Why did he even come to discuss this with Su Jiangwo? This was simply infuriating, and he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Chen, who decided to go help Tang Tianxing instead. When Su Chen heard people asking, he replied straightforwardly, "What we're selling today is tea leaves. However, I'm not the one selling this tea." No one caught the latter half of Su Chen's sentence. The first half alone was enough to stir up the crowd. "So it's tea. I'll buy some tea too. My husband happens to love tea, so I'll buy a little extra." With that, people began to swarm into the store. Su Chen couldn't help but say again, "Ahem, everyone quiet down and listen to me." The crowd fell silent. Only then did Su Chen repeat his earlier words, "This tea is being sold by my brother Tang Tianxing, but I've inspected it. It's all authentic. So whether you buy it or not, it's up to you." Tang Tianxing also chimed in, "You can rest assured. If the tea is counterfeit, I'll refund 10 times the price. I mean what I say. Also, anyone who buys tea this afternoon will get a 10 discount. Thank you, brother Su Chen, for supporting me." The crowd suddenly understood. So it's a brother selling it. That's fine. This young man's brother must be as honest as he is. I'll buy it. Me too. The crowd surged into the store. The sales clerks who had been playing with the babies had to get up and start selling tea. The 4 babies sat in their high chairs watching the endless stream of people waving their arms and legs with great joy. Su Jiangwo stood to the side, his expression full of emotion. Not only could his son earn money, but even the babies could bring in profit. He was content with his life. The store was filled with joy, and outside people kept flocking in. Business was booming, even boosting the sales of the neighboring shops. They came over one after another to thank Su Chen, but in reality, they were just taking the chance to see the little babies. At 4 o'clock, Su Chen's phone rang. Seeing that it was Wenqiqi, he answered immediately. "Chichi. What's up? I have no classes this afternoon after the second period, so I'm heading back. Are you and the babies at home?" Su Chen said directly, "Wait, I'll come pick you up." "No need. Are you busy? Just tell me the address, and I'll come by myself. It's still early, I'd take the babies out for a bit longer." "All right then." Su Chen gave Wenqiqi the address. Tang Tianxing, overhearing the call, asked curiously, "What's up? If you have something to do, go ahead." Su Chen shook his head. "It's nothing. My wife is done with class and wants to come over." "Class?" Tang Tianxing was stunned. "She's still in school?" "Yes, senior year." "Only senior year?" Su Chen, realizing Tang's shock, smiled and said, "Nowadays you can get married and have kids in college." Tang Tianxing couldn't control his expression and rolled his eyes. He felt like he was going crazy. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he even ask that? Wasn't he just asking for misery? A guy who graduated 2 years ago and still hasn't found a girlfriend. How pitiful was that? Tang Tianxing decided to humbly seek advice. "Brother Su Chen, how did you win over your girlfriend?" "Me? I didn't chase her. Come to think of it, it was a chance encounter. That didn't count as chasing, did it? Tang Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. All right, brother Su Chen, you don't have to say anything more. Su Chen, what's wrong? Hearing their conversation, Chen, who burst out laughing. Brother Su Chen, you've successfully crushed my nephew. Su Chen rubbed his nose. He hadn't meant to. Chen, who stepped forward and patted Tang Tianqing on the shoulder, laughing. Tianqing, it's not that your uncle Chen wants to discourage you, but I forgot to mention, Su Chen is also still a student, only a sophomore. Tang Tianqing. Chen, who added, I heard his wife is even the campus beauty. Tang Tianqing. Chen, who continued, and brother Su Chen is a scholarship recipient. Tang Tianqing. Comparisons are odious. He didn't want to talk anymore. Su Chen wanted to explain something, but given the situation, the more he explained, the messier it would get, so he let it go. Su Jiangwo was overjoyed. His son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren were all being praised together. He was truly the winner in life. Tang Tianqing was conflicted. Extremely conflicted. He simply got up and went to help in the back room. Su Chen looked a bit worried. Is boss Tang okay? Qian, who shook his head, it's fine. If you don't give him a hard time, he'll never go looking for a girlfriend. His parents are worried, sick, haha. Qian, who laughed heartily. Su Chen could only smile along. Half an hour later, the people busy inside suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance. Tang Tianqing asked blankly, what's going on? Someone at the door shouted, a beauty. There's a beautiful woman coming this way. Wow, she's gorgeous. Qian, who immediately patted Tang Tianqing on the shoulder. Quick, Tianqing, here's your chance. Don't you want a girlfriend? That beauty walking over looks great. Go give it a try. Maybe you'll even end up with an adorable baby. When Chi-Chi stepped out of the car and slowly made her way toward the tea shop Su Chen had mentioned, hearing that the little ones would also be working, a flicker of worry crossed her mind. They were still so young. Was it truly all right for them to be out in public like this? As she neared the entrance of the tea shop, she spotted the 4 children. They sat in a neat row right at the doorstep, laughing and chatting with the passers-by, looking exceptionally joyful. The crowd stood at a safe distance from the children. Su Jiangwo positioned himself nearby, keeping watch, ensuring no one ventured too close out of fear of accidentally harming the little ones. In the past, when Chi-Chi rarely saw the children wear such radiant smiles, a wave of comfort washed over her. It seemed Su Chen's decision had been the right one after all. But where was Su Chen? When Chi-Chi furrowed her brow searching for him, but finding no sign, Su Jiangwo, terrified of leaving the children unattended, simply exchanged a glance with Chi-Chi before returning to his watch. At that moment, a man in a suit emerged from the tea shop. The instant he laid eyes on Chi-Chi, his face flushed crimson. Beautiful. Truly stunning. Dressed in a white dress, Chi-Chi resembled a fairy who had stepped straight out of a painting. The gentle furrow of her brows carried a sorrow so poignant it evoked endless pity. Tang Tianqing's eyes widened, transfixed. The surrounding crowd was drawn in as well. Holy crap, is that a fairy? She's incredibly beautiful. She's as gorgeous as a celebrity. Don't you think she's even more beautiful than a celebrity? What incredible luck today. I get to see adorable kids and a stunning beauty. These are simply the 2 things I love most in this world. What should I do? I want to ask the beauty for her contact info. Several men shifted restlessly, eager to act, yet none dared to step forward. Tang Tianqing hesitated, as well, his feet refusing to move. Seeing this, Qian, who shoved Tang Tianqing forward without hesitation. What's there to be shy about? At this rate, when will you ever measure up to Su Chen? Su Jiangwo watched from the side, utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Qian, who explained, Brother Su, look at that beauty over there. I sent Tianqing to ask for her WeChat and pursue her. Su Jiangwo glanced up and recognized Chi-Chi. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qian, who stared at him, completely lost. Brother Su, what are you laughing at? He won't succeed. Qian, who? Brother Su, you can't say that. While our Tianqing may not rival your son Su Chen, he's still quite handsome. I think he has a chance. Can't you at least offer a blessing? Su Jiangwo shook his head. Sigh. It's not that I don't want to bless him. Even if I did, his son would never agree. However, Su Jiangwo held back the latter half of his sentence and instead asked, where's Su Chen? He's inside helping out. Tell him to come out quickly. Hold on. Let me first see if my nephew can win over the beauty. Su Jiangwo sighed and shook his head helplessly. By then, Tang Tianqing had already reached Chi-Chi. The sight of her only made him more flustered. When Chi-Chi finally realized someone had approached, she glanced at him blankly, clearly puzzled as to what he wanted. Tang Tianqing kept his head bowed, wrestling with his nerves for a long moment before finally asking, Miss could I get your WeChat? When Chi-Chi looked even more bewildered. Who are you? Wow. The beauty was actually responding to him. Tang Tianqing was thrilled. He quickly straightened his clothes and introduced himself. I'm the owner of this tea shop. My name is Tang Tianqing. Nice to meet you, miss. He extended his hand, hoping to shake hers. Upon hearing he was the tea shop owner, Chi-Chi smiled. At the entrance, Qian, who witnessed this scene and couldn't resist nudging Su Jiangwo. Brother Su, look. The beauty is smiling at my nephew. I told you there was a chance. Hep. Su Jiangwo sneered and shook his head. He didn't share that optimism. Meanwhile, Su Chen had finished his work and noticed the shop was empty. A crowd had gathered at the entrance instead. Curious, Su Chen made his way over. Spotting Qian, who blocking the path, he asked, What are you doing? Qian, who pointed toward Tang Tianqing and Chi-Chi. Watch my nephew court that girl. Huh. Su Chen glanced in that direction and was instantly stunned. Damn it. What's wrong? Qianhu asked. Su Chen said, Boss Tang wants to pursue this girl. Qianhu replied yes. Su Chen sighed and shook his head again. Then he started walking toward the exit. Qianhu looked utterly bewildered. Why did things feel so off? Su Jiangwo and Su Chen's reactions were far too abnormal. Everyone was eagerly waiting for gossip, yet these two acted so aloof. Qianhu pondered carefully, studying the scene repeatedly, then suddenly remembered something. He was horrified. Then he raised his voice and shouted, Tianxing, come back. Tang Tianxing, however, was at a crucial moment in his confession. After the numerous setbacks he'd endured today, he had decided to seize this opportunity. He refused to believe that after winning this girl over she wouldn't be as stunning as Su Chen's wife. Emboldened by this thought, Tang Tianxing summoned his courage and asked once more, Miss, would you? When Chi-Chi smiled again, that single smile left Tang Tianxing dazed. She was simply too captivating. He was already envisioning names for their future children. Just as he was basking in his triumph, suddenly the beautiful woman ahead spoke. Boss Tang, is Su Chen here? Tang Tianxing jerked his head up, staring at her in utter shock. Su Chen. Yes, I've come to find Su Chen. Tang Tianxing seemed to recall something, his expression one of disbelief. You? Who are you? Just then, Su Chen's voice rang out from behind him. Chi-Chi, you've arrived. Tang Tianxing spun around in astonishment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He looked from Su Chen to Wen Chi-Chi and back again. In that instant, an emotion he could only describe as sheer awkwardness flooded his mind. He pointed at Wen Chi-Chi, then at Su Chen. You too. You. Su Chen remained calm. Boss Tang, this is my wife. Tang Tianxing was completely stunned. In that very moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Ahem, I'm sorry about that, brother Su Chen. I didn't know, Tang Tianxing said, nearly laughing himself stiff. He desperately wanted to turn around and have a good fight with Qianhu. If not for Qianhu's instigation, how could he have done such an embarrassing thing? Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Ignorance is no crime. When Chi-Chi looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? Su Chen smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying nothing. His wife was so endearingly naive. She hadn't even realized Tang Tianxing was deliberately trying to strike up a conversation. Huh. Su Chen's gesture carried too intimate a tenderness about it. Immediately the crowd erupted into exclamations. Wow, that move. So sweet. Isn't that the father of quadruplets? Could this woman be the mother of the quadruplets? Obviously yes. Oh man, aren't they just showing off? You're just now realizing that. The dog-neglected person complained, this is too much. But still the guy's so handsome, and the girl's beautiful too. I'm so sour, boohoo. Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi had already reached Qianhu. At this moment, Qianhu was nearly driven mad. He never expected things to turn out this way. Tang Tianxing had just stomped into the shop in a huff. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Qianhu quickly bowed his head and apologized. Su Chen, let's go, boss Qian. Qianhu didn't finish his sentence, but he understood Su Chen's meaning. He didn't want to embarrass him, so he simply dropped the subject. Qianhu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He made a silent vow that regardless of what happened, he would consider Su Chen his friend. Su Chen and Wen Chi-Chi made their way over to Su Jiangwo. The babies who had been surrounded by people finally spotted Wen Chi-Chi. The youngest of the triplets was the first to light up. He had been wriggling happily in a pretty girl's arms. The young woman thought the little one was enjoying her company, but the moment he saw Wen Chi-Chi, he stretched out his arms and bounced around with a grin. The girl had considered holding on a bit longer, but seeing Wen Chi-Chi, she immediately handed the baby over. Everyone could tell this little one had a preference for beautiful older sisters. Wen Chi-Chi was hundreds of times more beautiful than her, something she could clearly see. Once held in Wen Chi-Chi's arms, the baby immediately grabbed her face and planted eager kisses all over it. Yay, mommy's back. Baby San loves mommy the most. Mommy is so pretty. The other three babies saw this and also reached out their arms, waiting for Wen Chi-Chi to hold them. But Wen Chi-Chi could only manage to hold one baby at a time. Su Chen, with no other option, picked up Air Bao and Si Bao, one in each hand. Fortunately, both of them were equally fond of being held by their father. With Su Chen holding them, they stopped fussing. Da Bao, with his adorable and calm demeanor, ended up in Su Jiangwo's arms. Da Bao was rather laid back, and as long as he could see his parents, he was content. For a moment, the scene grew harmonious. 3 generations of a family, 7 souls in all. The grandfather cradled his grandson. The beautiful mother held her youngest son. The handsome father held his 2 little sweethearts. The image was simply too touching. This family is ridiculously perfect. With all 7 members looking this good, how are we supposed to cope, eh? Who else would say it, but they really are stunning. Such a visually pleasing family. Excuse me, if I wait 20 years for their son, is it still possible? Get lost. The person who asked was met with a volley of exasperated eye rolls from the crowd. After lingering at the entrance for a while, the group made their way into the shop. Xiao Ju and the other salesgirls caught sight of Wen Chi-Chi. In that instant, their mouths fell open in astonishment. Good heavens, a fairy. Is that Mr. Su Chen's wife? She's far too beautiful. As expected, handsome men need beautiful women by their side. Only then can they have cute babies. I've got no chance. Even if there's no chance to bear children, we still have the opportunity to hold them. Huh. Think about it, Mr. Su Chen and the babies visit the shop occasionally, so aren't we as staff members in the best position to hold them? That's actually true. While this is the first time I felt so blessed to work as a salesgirl. I love my job. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. When Chi-Chi held San Bao with a blush of shyness, yet also radiated pride. All of this was what Su Chen had brought into her life. Even Su Jiangwo felt a profound joy. Had he known raising children brought such happiness, he would have urged Su Chen to marry long ago. But wait, that wouldn't have led to meeting when Chi-Chi. Su Jiangwo found himself caught in thought. The afternoon passed quickly, and all the tea in the shop had been sold. Tang Tiansheng was overjoyed. He had originally planned these teas would take at least 10 days to sell. He beamed at Su Chen. Now I have something to report when I go home. Brother Su Chen, thank you so much. As he spoke, he awkwardly apologized to Wen Chi-Chi. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry about earlier. When Chi-Chi was taken aback by the term sister-in-law, Tang Tianxing appeared older than both her and Su Chen. Su Chen was equally perplexed. Boss Tang, what are you doing? Oh, it's nothing. Age doesn't matter. I believe you both deserve to be called brother and sister-in-law, and that's what matters. Su Chen could only shake his head in resignation. Then Tang Tianxing produced a large red envelope and handed it to Su Chen. Take this today's payment. Su Chen hesitated. Weren't we agreeing on monthly settlement? Besides, this is far too much. The stack of money looked to be around 20,000 yuan. Tang Tianxing waved his hand. Not at all. What you brought me today was invaluable. This is nothing. Besides, I'm counting on seeing those babies more often in the future. You can't let me down, so just take it. Seeing Su Chen refuse, Tang Tianxing offered the money to Wen Chi-Chi. How about you take it, sister-in-law? Wen Chi-Chi glanced at Su Chen. Seeing him nod, she accepted the money. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. We're truly grateful to both of you. Tang Tianxing could already imagine the old master's astonishment upon seeing these results. The tea shop was nearly emptied. After bidding farewell to Tang Tianxing, Su Chen led Wen Chi-Chi and the others away. The crowd, still reluctant to leave, gradually dispersed. Back at home, Su Jiangwo was still caught up in the excitement. Those babies are simply amazing. Truly worthy of being my Su Jiangwo's grandsons. Eager to share the news, Su Jiangwo took out his phone and posted to his moments as soon as he arrived home. The photo showed the 4 babies from behind. The caption read, "My dear grandson, our family's treasure. Grandpa loves you so much." The post was set to visible only within a specific group. The group label read Brothers United as Family. This group contained 4 members, Su Jiangwo, Old Li Wu Jianzhong, and Li Li. They were all brothers from Su Jiangwo's military days. Old Li's real name was Li Zhanzhong, and he shared no kinship with Li Li. They simply happened to have the same surname. Li Li, on the other hand, was Li Dong's father and maintained a distant cousinly tie to Su Jiangwo. With his new grandsons, Su Jiangwo resolved to show off properly. He wanted to see their reactions, but he wasn't about to post the babies' faces. He had no intention of letting them get a look at such adorable grandkids. Su Jiangwo couldn't wait. It was sure to be entertaining. In a small town on the outskirts, a WeChat group named Brothers One Family erupted in chaos. 3 people were frantically ing Su Jiangwo. Wu Jinzhong, Old Su, what did you post on moments? Li Li, what about these little grandchildren? Li Li, when did your son get married? Wu Jinzhong, isn't Xiao Chen still in college? Wu Jinzhong, and you posted 4 quadruplets. Who are you kidding? Li Li, who are you kidding? Only Old Li remained silent. In truth, he was already furious. He had been happily at home taking care of the baby, pondering what to cook for dinner, when he suddenly saw Su Jiangwo's post. It instantly reminded him that Su Jiangwo had gone to the city, supposedly to see his 4 little grandchildren. After 2 days of careful thought, Old Li deeply felt that the possibility of Su Jiangwo having grandchildren was 0. After all, even though university students could now marry and have children, such occurrences were still extremely rare. Su Chen had always been a diligent child. Since his college entrance exam results were unsatisfactory, he kept retaking it. He certainly wouldn't abandon his studies for marriage. So Su Jiangwo definitely couldn't be seeing his grandchildren. What was he doing in the city? Old Li casually opened moments. When he saw the photo of the back that Su Jiangwo had taken, Old Li was stunned. He picked up his phone and examined it closely and carefully. From the figures, it was indeed 2 boys and 2 girls. Old Li frowned, stood up in disbelief, and moved the phone to a brighter spot for another look. Could it really be quadruplets? Impossible, right? What was Old Su showing off? Was he doing it on purpose? Just then he also saw the group chat messages. So Old Li angrily replied, "Old Li, it's obviously fake. If Old Su really has 4 grandchildren, I'll do a handstand for 5 minutes. Li Li, Old Li, isn't that a bit much? With your physique, a handstand for 5 minutes. Can you even manage to get upside down?" Wu Jinzhong, I reckon Old Li thinks it's impossible for Old Su to have 4 grandchildren. Li Gu, what do you think? Li Li, being the oldest among them, was called Li Gu to distinguish him from Old Li. Li Li, I also think it's unlikely. Wu Jinzhong, same here. Old Su, what's going on with you? Over on his end, Su Jiangwo was nearly laughing himself silly reading their messages. Su Chen was cooking while Wen Chi-Chi was tidying things up. Su Jiangwo was alone watching the babies and playing with his phone. When he laughed, the babies stared at him in confusion. Then one by one they all started laughing too. Su Jiangwo happily said to the babies, "How do you know? Your great uncles don't believe you exist. This is hilarious. This time I'm definitely going to make them regret it." Ha ha. Su Jiangwo's laughter echoed through the entire room. Even the busy Su Chen heard it. Su Chen poked his head out of the kitchen and asked curiously, Dad, what's wrong? None of your business, just cook. Su Chen had no choice but to focus on cooking again. Still he felt a bit helpless. Before when he came home his dad would cook for him. But ever since his dad found out he could cook these past 2 days he practically shoved Su Chen into the kitchen every day. Such a drop in status. Such a fall in family standing. Su Chen shook his head and sighed it was truly miserable. Su Jiangwo had no time to bother with Su Chen. He picked up his phone and seeing that none of them believed him sent a message, Oldly, are you serious? Su Jiangwo, if I do have 4 grandchildren will you do a handstand for 5 minutes? Oldly was about to put down his phone when he saw Su Jiangwo's message. He chuckled coldly and muttered to himself, this Su Jiangwo is acting like it's real. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Oldly immediately picked up his phone again and started typing. Oldly, what? You don't believe me. What if you really don't have any? Su Jiangwo laughed. This was a provocation. Quadruplets were indeed rare, but Su Jiangwo had encountered them. He grabbed his phone and typed furiously, what about you two? Don't you believe me either? Wu Jianzhong Li. Wu Jianzhong, I don't believe it. Li, I don't believe it either. Su Jiangwo, do you both want to do handstands too? After sending those words, Su Jiangwo started snickering. They were all nearly 50, and their bodies were far from what they used to be, though they had been capable of anything in their youth now. A handstand would be half the battle. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this opportunity. Wu Jianzhong, perform it. Li, old Su, are you serious? Su Jiangwo, dead serious. If you just believe me, you won't have to do a handstand. But Li still thought it unlikely. After thinking for a long time, he came up with a compromise. Then I'll remain neutral. See how fitting for his name. Oldly couldn't stand it anymore. Oldly, old Su, don't just talk about us. What if you don't have any? Oldly, what then? No penalty. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and sent a message. Then I'll do a handstand for 20 minutes. Oldly. Wu Jianzhong. Old Su is going all out. Could it be true? Li, ha ha ha, thank goodness I was smart. Wu Jianzhong. Oldly, you set me up. Oldly was also getting anxious. A handstand for 20 minutes. Given Su Jiangwo's current condition, it would cost him more than half his life. Was he truly insane? Could he really have 4 grandchildren? Oldly thought carefully. Still he braced himself and replied, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Oldly, Wu Gu, if he really does have them, I'll do your handstand for you. Humph, he refused to believe that Su Jiangwo could actually have 4 grandchildren. Wu Jianzhong. Alright. Su Jiangwo was already laughing uncontrollably. Su Jiangwo, ha ha ha, Oldly, you're done for this time. Su Jiangwo, and no asking for help. Su Jiangwo. You wait, I'm going to play with my little grandchildren. Bye-bye. He quickly logged off WeChat. The meal wasn't ready yet, and the babies were happily gathered around him. Su Jiangwo felt more and more like laughing. He was definitely going to be the ultimate winner this time. Meanwhile, Li read through the group chat messages again carefully. The more he read, the more something felt off. Su Jiangwo was usually bad-tempered and spoke harshly. But today he kept laughing, and his tone seemed very cheerful. No, something was wrong. He thought for a moment, then stood up and called his son Li Dong. The call connected, and Li Dong's voice came through. Hello, Dad. Li Dongzi, do you know that your Uncle Su went to Ningzhou? Li Dong, I know. Li, then do you know about Su Chen having quadruplet babies? Li Dong was shocked when he heard that. Dad, how did you know? Li, your Uncle Su posted on Moments. It seems true. Li's voice carried a hint of surprise and an inexplicable joy. Li Dong frowned and thought, it's true. The baby is already 6 months old. So fast. Li was astonished. Yeah, but Dad, why didn't I see Uncle Su's post on Moments? Li Dong also had Su Jiangwo's WeChat. Like his father, he rarely posted anything other than health tips. Li was stunned at this. You didn't see it? No. Li fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Old Su, you made it visible only to us. Ha 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 ha, this is going to be fun. Li Dong was perplexed. Dad, what's wrong? Nothing, just that your Uncle Li is going to be in trouble. Li suddenly looked forward to that day. He was also glad he had stayed neutral today. Li was about to say something more when he heard Li Dong. Alright, I'll stop here. Dongzi, you need to hurry up too. If not, just come back for blind dates or else your dad will be laughed at again. Li Dong gave an awkward smile and replied perfunctorily, okay Dad, I got it. I'll hang up. I'm waiting to watch the show. After hanging up, Li checked his Moments again and found no post from Su Jiangwo. Speaking of which, he had never met Su Chen's baby and wife. He had always missed the chance due to being busy. Were the babies really that adorable? Li Dong also felt a sense of anticipation. After dinner, Su Jiangwo lingered, unwilling to leave. He kept playing with the babies until they grew sleepy, then reluctantly rose to his feet. Su Chen sensed something was off with Su Jiangwo and asked, Dad, what's wrong? Su Jiangwo's gaze remained fixed on the babies as he let out a long sigh. I've been away for 3 days. Your mom is worried. I have to go back tomorrow, but... He couldn't bear to leave his little grandchildren. What should he do? He really wanted to take them home. Su Chen could read Su Jiangwo's thoughts and said helplessly, it's okay. During the National Day holiday, I'll talk to Chi and see if we can bring the babies back. Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up instantly. You said that. He had been racking his brains on how to get Su Chen to come home for the holiday. Now he didn't even need an excuse. Su Chen nodded. Work hard, son. Even if you don't come back, you must send Chi and the babies back. Otherwise, don't ever come back. The holiday was only a few days away. Then he could make Old Lee fulfill his promise. And he could show off the babies. It was going to be such a joyful thing. Su Chen. Why did he feel like a delivery tool for the babies? Seeing Su Jiangwo's anticipation, Su Chen couldn't let his father down. He could only nod. I'll try my best. Dad, what time is your train? I'll see you off tomorrow. Oh, at 10. Su Jiangwo left after saying that. In the evening, when Chi-Chi finished washing up and returned to the room, she saw Su Chen sitting on the sofa staring at her. When Chi-Chi in her pajamas with wet hair felt a little embarrassed. Her face flushed. What are you looking at? Su Chen stood up and walked over to Chi-Chi. Before she could react, he took the towel from her hand. Chi-Chi was startled by the gesture. Then Su Chen gently placed the towel on her head and began to dry her hair. Su Chen was more than half a head taller than Chi-Chi, making the angle perfect. Chi-Chi was stunned. Su Chen's voice soon came from above. Chi-Chi, let me blow dry your hair. I can do it myself. Chi-Chi's voice grew softer and softer. She didn't know why, but she seemed unable to refuse Su Chen anymore. Her cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple. Su Chen pretended not to hear and pulled Chi-Chi to sit on the stool. What did you say? Nothing. Chi-Chi shook her head. In the past, she used to read romance novels and always dreamed of having a boyfriend who would pamper her just like the heroines in the books. Now her dream had come true. Su Chen's movements were gentle. Chi-Chi sat there, the warm air flowing through Su Chen's fingers onto her head. Her freshly washed hair still carried a faint, refreshing fragrance. Su Chen suddenly loved this kind of life. Someone to care for, someone to love, someone to keep him company. And a bunch of adorable babies. His life seemed to be on a roll. Well, it actually was, since he was a man with a system. Just as her hair was almost dry, Su Chen inadvertently let the hairdryer blow past her ear. A strand of hair fell onto Chi-Chi's face, nearly getting into her eyes. Chi-Chi blinked. Su Chen chuckled at the sight. He bent down and gently brushed the hair away from her face, revealing her delicate, flushed features. Looking further down, he dared not look any further. Chi-Chi opened her eyes to find Su Chen staring at her. The intensity in his gaze left Chi-Chi at a loss. The next moment, she felt him lean in. Before she could react, a gentle kiss landed on her cheek. Chi-Chi was stunned. Su Chen picked up the hairdryer again and calmly resumed drying her hair. Then a soft whisper of a love confession drifted. Honey, you're beautiful. Chi-Chi no longer cared whether her hair was dry. She stood up abruptly. Her heart was pounding out of control. She dared not look at Su Chen, rushed into the room as fast as she could and closed the door. Su Chen, still holding the hairdryer, was a bit dumbfounded. Was she shy again? But at least she hadn't rejected him. It was good. He tidied up the living room. Su Chen lay back on the sofa. A dreamless night. Chi-Chi, however, had a restless sleep. The next morning she got up and saw Su Chen busy in an apron. He looked up at her and asked, Chi-Chi, do you have your household registration booklet with you? Chi-Chi's eyes widened in shock. She clenched her hands tightly. What's wrong? Su Chen came out with the dishes and saw Chi-Chi looking nervous, so he couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat and said deliberately, let's go get our marriage certificate. Chi-Chi lowered her head even more. She thought about last night's kiss. In that moment, she could almost hear her own heartbeat. Seeing this, Su Chen burst out laughing. All right, I'm just teasing you. I want to open a bank card for the babies since they've been making money lately to save it for them. Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's not there. Just use yours. It's not there. Oh well. Su Chen set the porridge on the table and let out a quiet sigh. He had originally planned to trick her into handing over the household registration while she was flustered. He had great use for it, but she hadn't brought it with her. Let's eat first. Su Chen sat down and served her favorite dish onto her plate. Chi-Chi didn't find anything unusual about needing a household registration to open a bank card. Her mind was entirely consumed by the matter of getting married. This was the second time Su Chen had brought it up. However, her household registration was still at home. After finishing the meal, Su Chen walked Chi-Chi to school as usual. Upon returning from the school, he immediately drove to the hotel where Su Jiangwo was staying. The hotel was right next to Furong Community. Su Jiangwo had said his train departed at 10, so stopping by on the way was perfectly timed. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, the receptionist's eyes widened upon seeing the 4 babies. Wow, so cute. Are those quadruplets? Are you that young man who sells potatoes? Su Chen nodded. He never imagined his reputation had grown so large. The receptionist's face flushed red instantly. You're so handsome, sir. No wonder the babies are so adorable. She felt a twinge of jealousy toward the baby's mother. Su Chen waved his hand. It's because the mother's genetics are excellent. The receptionist's jealousy turned to admiration. A man who openly praised his wife like this was hard to come by. He gave women such a strong sense of security. Handsome, great with children, and so devoted to his wife. Where on earth could one find a man like that? She was thoroughly envious. Seeing the receptionist spacing out, Su Chen had to ask on his own, excuse me, how do I get to room 601? Room 601. A flash of surprise crossed the receptionist's eyes. You're going to 601? Yes, my father is staying there. I'm seeing him off. But he already left this morning. What? Su Chen looked at the receptionist in astonishment. The receptionist thought for a moment. Oh right, he told me when he left that if his son came looking for him, I should say he complained you were taking too long and had taken a taxi to the station instead, telling you to take good care of the babies. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. That old man still so tsundere. Thank you, miss. With that, Su Chen carried the babies and left. The receptionist looked bewildered. Why was everyone acting so strangely today? Only the babies were perfectly lovely. Su Chen carefully placed each baby into the car. After finishing, he clapped his hands. Well, babies, let's go to the station and look for Grandpa. I wonder if that old man can find the bus on his own. He won't even let me drive him. He's just afraid of taking up Daddy's time. Your grandpa's sharp tongue but soft heart hasn't changed one bit after all these years. The babies stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Though they didn't understand what he was saying, they had caught the word Grandpa. The babies perked up instantly. Grandpa. They were about to see Grandpa. How happy. Meanwhile, at the train station, the ticket purchasing area was packed with people. Su Jingwo stood at the entrance of the queue looking ahead to estimate how long it would take. The sea of heads stretched as far as the eye could see. Su Jingwo couldn't help but remark, "Oh, it's been ages since I last came to Ningzhou. There are so many more people now." Standing beside him was a middle-aged man of similar years with a crew cut and not particularly tall. Hearing Su Jingwo's comment, the crew cut man chimed in. "Yeah, I haven't been here in a long time either. Fortunately, my son bought my ticket and is going to pick it up now." "Old brother, where's your son?" Su Jingwo paused at the question, then smiled. "My son. He's at home taking care of my little grandchildren." Little grandchildren. The crew cut man had never heard such a term. After a moment of thought, he finally understood. "You mean your grandkids, right?" Su Jingwo didn't answer. The truth was he had 2 grandsons and 2 granddaughters, which was why he used that term. After all, granddaughters could half the sky too. His happiness was something they wouldn't understand. The crew cut man noticed Su Jingwo's mysterious air and assumed there was something unspeakable. He sighed sympathetically. "Sigh, brother, at our age, when we can enjoy the blessings of our children and grandchildren, we should make the most of it. I have a grandson too, but my son still came to see me off. He even brought my grandson along. You should have a stern talk with your son when you get back, or he'll never realize how important you are as a father." Su Jingwo silently glanced at the crew cut man. One grandchild was certainly easy to manage, but he had 4. Bringing all 4 to the station, Su Chen would be fine with it, but Su Jingwo himself wasn't confident about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slipped away so early today. Su Jingwo shook his head. "I'm fine. My son is quite busy. I can manage on my own." The crew cut man was at a loss for words. "You? Is there some unspoken difficulty, brother?" He suspected the old man's son treated him poorly. The people around them overheard the conversation and grew agitated. What kind of son lets his father stand in line all by himself these days? The old brother is so elderly, and his son won't even see him off. Unbelievable. Sigh. Su Jingwo, who was not yet 50. "You're the one who's that age, and the whole lot of you are that age." Still, they meant well. Su Jingwo couldn't bring himself to say anything. At that moment, the crew cut man's son approached. The baby in his arms was already 1.5 years old. The baby was sweetly calling out Grandpa. That single word made Su Jingwo stop in his tracks. He silently thought to himself, when my little grandchildren learn to call me Grandpa. 4 of them surrounding his knees. What a blessed life that would be. Su Jingwo looked forward to such days. But his expression in the crew cut man's eyes only deepened his envy. The crew cut man sighed again. His son curiously asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" The crew cut man recounted the whole story. The crew cut man clicked his tongue inwardly. "Uncle, where are you headed? Let me buy you a ticket instead." "Wait a moment." Su Jingwo quickly waved his hands. No, it's unnecessary. It's fine, uncle. I'm already at the station." Though baffled by the son's behavior, they couldn't bear to see an elderly man like Su Jingwo squeezing into such a long queue alone. Just then a wave of exclamations erupted from the ticket window. Su Jingwo looked up and saw Su Chen. Pingtu Ji's son had no idea what had just happened. He asked tentatively, "Uncle, how about you give me your ID card first?" No need. Su Jingwo waved his hand and chuckled. Pingtu Ji's son frowned. The commotion at the entrance grew louder. "Wow, 4 babies. So adorable, so adorable, so adorable. I'm crying from cuteness. Are such looks even real?" Is the man pushing the stroller their father? He's so handsome. He looks so young, probably just over 20, right? This is truly a winner in life. Su Chen hadn't expected such a reaction when he arrived at the station. There were too many people. The 4 babies, seeing so many people for the first time, looked around happily and occasionally showed off their cuteness to the crowd. Or made funny faces. In short, Su Chen felt both happy and overwhelmed. Fortunately, the crowd didn't intend to surround them. Perhaps worried the babies would be scared or hurt, they kept a certain distance. Su Chen felt a little relieved and walked into the ticket hall. Su Chen spotted Su Jingwo at once. He was standing there grinning from ear to ear. Pitu Gu also saw Su Chen and the 4 babies. He was stunned. 4 babies. And every single one so beautiful. Pingtu Ji's grandson was also good looking. But compared to Su Chen and the 4 babies, he was far behind. Pingtu Gu suddenly began to envy this man. Whose children were these? So impressive. Pingtu Ji's son was even more bewildered. He had never seen quadruplets. In fact, when his wife was pregnant, the doctor had misdiagnosed twins. Pingtu Ji's son was overjoyed. He happily prepared a pile of clothes too of everything. But unfortunately, later checks confirmed it was a single birth. He was extremely disappointed then, and the incident made him feel constantly that his child was missing one. Over a year later, he still felt regret. At this moment, seeing Su Chen's 4 babies, his eyes were full of envy. Dad, look, they really are quadruplets. So well behaved. The baby in his arms also looked at the 4 babies and pointed at them. Grandpa, Daddy. Doll is here. The child's words made everyone around laugh heartily. Whose child is this? So enviable. Looks like he's looking for someone. Su Jiangwo raised his head proudly. People noticed that Su Chan was pushing the babies toward them. They erupted again. They're coming. They're walking toward us. Is the person he's looking for over here? Oh, the babies are smiling at us. So cute, so cute. In fact, the 4 babies had spotted Su Jiangwo. After 2 days of contact, they were very familiar with him. At this moment, Dabao was staring blankly at Su Jiangwo. Erbao's eyes were squinting with laughter. Sanbao was looking at Su Jiangwo while searching for cute young ladies. Heavens, such a hard choice. Want Grandpa, but there are pretty Annies over there. Sanbao was torn, not knowing what to do. Sibao stretched out his arms, waving his little hands for Su Jiangwo to hold him. Su Jiangwo's heart nearly melted. The hearts of the people around nearly melted too. Wow, so good, so good, so good. Want to kiss, want to hold, want to pinch. Woo, would I get hit if I rushed over? People considered the possibility of just going over to hug the babies. Su Chan helplessly signaled to the babies, "Don't be naughty, we're going to find Grandpa." The 4 babies seemed to understand and stopped moving. Su Chan walked to Su Jiangwo's side and under everyone's gaze called out, "Dad, why did you sneak away? I said I'd see you off. Pingtu Ji's son." The crowd around Su Jiangwo. "Dad, this poor old brother is his father." Oh no, the old brother suddenly wasn't pitiful at all. It was they who were pitiful, right? The handsome guy meant he was supposed to see him off, and the old brother had sneaked away. The crowd looked at Su Jiangwo in confusion. Pingtu was also dumbfounded. "Old brother, you." Su Jiangwo picked up the most restless Sibao, laughing happily. "I said it wasn't that my son didn't see me off, I told him not to. But thank you all just now. My little grandsons are here." Huh. Sibao was rubbing against Su Jiangwo's face, his face full of happiness. Pingtu, little grandsons. That was the explanation. He suddenly felt a bit ignorant. Oh no. He was a bit pitiful. He had just been sympathizing with the other man, but now he realized he was the one most miserable. Pingtu felt very sad. The little baby in Pingtu Ji's son's arms had already started playing happily with Sibao. He gently pinched Sibao's cute little face and mumbled indistinctly, "Baby. Doll. Cute. Daddy, a doll." Pingtu Ji's face reddened with embarrassment. "Sorry, uncle, my son. It's okay." Su Jiangwo waved his hand. This young man had just offered to buy him a ticket. He was a good lad. "Your baby is cute too." Pingtu Ji's son could tell that his son's looks were far behind those of the 4 divine babies. But being complimented still made him happy. "Thank you, uncle. Young brother, you're amazing." Su Chun, who had been praised, felt a little helpless. Bringing the babies out really was different. The people around finally reacted. "You came to see your father off. That's great. Taking care of 4 kids yourself and still seeing off your father. No wonder the old brother is so happy. If my son were that impressive, I'd walk home." Haha, who was just bad-mouthing the old brother's son? The person who had been called out laughed heartily. "Carefree. Who said that? Definitely not me." More laughter erupted around. The other 3 babies in the stroller gathered around Su Jiangwo, each looking at Sibao in his arms with envy. Whimper. Why doesn't Grandpa hold them? He only holds Sibao. Dabao is unhappy. Erbao is unhappy. Sanbao is unhappy too. What to do? Of course, cry. Then the 3 babies started crying one after another. The crowd watching immediately panicked. What's wrong? Why are all the babies crying? Oh dear, what can we do? Even those who had raised their own children were at a loss with the 4 babies. Su Jiangwo was the most worried. He quickly squatted down, holding 4 Bao in one arm, while coaxing Dabao, "What's wrong? Oh, Erbao and Sanbao, Grandpa's precious treasures, please stop crying. Su Chen, what are you doing? I told you not to come see them off. I told you to stay home and watch the babies. Why did you come here? Look how sad my little grandchildren are." The strangely scolded Su Chan. Sigh. Never mind, people with low status in the family could only endure it. Su Chen also had to squat down. He looked at Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao, then at 4 Bao. He finally understood. "Dad, why are you calling me? Hurry up and comfort the kids." Su Chen said calmly, "Why don't you put down 4 Bao and hold those 3 instead?" My. Su Jiangwo looked at Su Chan, then at the 3 babies crying their hearts out. Somehow he suddenly felt Su Chen's words made sense. So he squatted down, placed 4 Bao back in the stroller, and picked up Dabao. Dabao stopped crying. After holding him for a while, Su Jiangwo put him back and picked up Erbao. Erbao hugged Su Jiangwo and planted a kiss on him. Then came Sanbao. Sanbao rubbed against Su Jiangwo's face. All 4 babies stopped crying, each overjoyed. "Grandpa's holding us. Grandpa isn't playing favorites. So happy, so happy." Su Jiangwo looked at the 4 babies bewilderedly. What's going on here? Everyone around was moved to tears of envy. Hearing Su Jiangwo's words, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Brother, you can't even see this. They're being jealous. Ha ha ha, so cute. Babies can be jealous too. Seriously, if my family had such well-behaved babies, I'd wake up laughing from dreams." Su Jiangwo finally realized. Jealous? They're this young and already know jealousy. Su Chen smiled and said, "Dad, they remember you now. They know you're their grandpa, so of course they'll get jealous." Hearing this, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain his excitement. He burst into joyful laughter. My babies actually got jealous. My little grandchildren remembered their grandpa. Did you hear that? My little grandchildren know I'm their grandpa. The crowd. We heard. Brother, keep it down. Is it really alright to wear happiness so plainly on your face? After making a fuss for a while, Ping Tu Gu remembered and asked Su Chen, your dad hasn't bought tickets yet, has he? If we keep delaying like this, it'll be dark by the time we get back. He wouldn't admit it was because he was a bit jealous and wanted Su Jiangwo to separate from his little grandchildren sooner. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo suddenly paused. Right, I still need to go home. I'll go buy tickets. Su Chen, take good care of my little grandchildren. If anything happens to them, I won't forgive you. Su Chen sighed and smiled helplessly once more. He really was just a tool for dropping off the kids. What a pity. But he was his real dad after all. There was nothing he could do, so he just agreed. No need to go buy them, Dad. Su Chen said, I knew you wouldn't be able to buy tickets online, so I picked them up on the way here. Wait, let me go get them. Su Jiangwo was slightly stunned. He had thought his son wouldn't remember such things. He didn't want to cause his son trouble either, so he hadn't mentioned it yesterday. He never expected his son to actually remember. After all, he was his son. Su Jiangwo was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he remained quite cold. Then why haven't you gone yet? I need to properly say goodbye to my little grandchildren. I'm going. Su Chen handed the stroller to Su Jiangwo and went off to retrieve the tickets on his own. As soon as he left, Su Jiangwo couldn't hold back his smile any longer and chuckled with satisfaction. Everyone around shed envious tears once more. Brother, you're too blessed. No, I need to share in brother's good fortune. Brother, may I hold the baby? Su Jiangwo said proudly. Go ahead, just be careful. The man was absolutely thrilled. He quickly squatted down and picked up to Bao. Seeing someone hold the baby, the others gathered around as well. He stroked Bao's little curls, pinched Bao's chubby cheeks, then ruffled Bao's hair. Finally, he was completely satisfied. When Su Chen returned with the tickets, he handed them to Su Jiangwo. Dad got them. There's 20 minutes left, you should head into the station. Su Jiangwo, who was happily playing with the babies, pretended not to hear. Once he left, he wouldn't see the babies for several days. He wasn't happy about it. Su Chen had no choice but to call out again, Dad. Su Jiangwo replied, I know. Why are you shouting? Su Jiangwo grumbled as he took the tickets, feeling a bit disappointed inside. He had thought that by saying goodbye while the babies were asleep yesterday, he wouldn't feel so reluctant today. But this damn kid Su Chen insisted on bringing the babies to the station. Now look, he couldn't bear to leave. He kissed the babies one last time and bid them farewell. Then he walked toward the entrance, turning back every few steps. Su Chen had seen enough. He said, Dad, why not just stay? Su Jiangwo replied, don't be silly. The babies are important, but your mother is important too. With the babies having you to keep them company, your mother would be all alone at home. Hurry up and work hard to buy a house and support the family, so you can bring us over to enjoy our golden years someday. Scram. After scolding Su Chen, Su Jiangwo quickly walked away. Su Chen stood there muttering to himself, soon Dad. The onlookers around him for some reason suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy themselves. This feeling, so sweet, so happy, but it was also so bittersweet. I wish my relationship with my dad could be this good. Me too. This family is simply winners in life. Envious. After leaving the station, Su Chen took a few more photos of the babies and sent them to Su Jiangwo. Only then did he leave. He didn't go home. Instead, he drove to the law firm. Today, he had an important matter to attend to. An hour had passed since he emerged from the law firm. The system, which had been silent for so long, suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on triggering a special reward. What? The system responded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a Dilong Zhai Black card membership. Would the host like to claim it? Dilong Zhai. Su Chen quietly repeated the name, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the most prestigious restaurant in Ningzhou? The name Dilong Zhai was something Su Chen remembered. In Ningzhou City, it was a symbol of status and prestige, a place accessible only to those with wealth and influence. What was the system giving him a black card for this place? The system replied, yes, Dilong Zhai. With this black card, you can make any request of Dilong Zhai. It requires no money. They will fulfill all your wishes. This is the only black card in the world. This good, eh? Su Chen was startled. This benefit was too incredible. Host, do you accept it? Of course I accept it. Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted. He happened to be worrying about where to take Wen Chi-Chi for her birthday. At that moment, he had an epiphany. System. Yes. Are you giving me this card so I can take Wen Chi-Chi for her birthday? Host, this is a super dad system designed to serve the babies and their related figures, such as the baby's mother, to enhance their happiness. Just as expected, the system was amazing and so thoughtful. Thank you. Su Chen received the black card and drove directly to Dilong Zhai. He had lived in Ningzhou for years, passed by Dilong Zhai many times, but had never entered. Today was the day to finally see it. At the same time, inside Dilong Zhai, manager Lan Meng, dressed in professional attire and high heels, arrived at the hall at top speed. Notify everyone that today we will welcome our most distinguished guest. Everyone hurry up with the preparations. Today Dilong Zhai is not open for regular customers. The waiters asked, what's wrong, Manager Lan? Why so formal suddenly? What kind of VIP is this? Lan Meng had a stunning figure, and her professional outfit accentuated her curves. Throughout Dilong-Zhai, everyone knew Lan Ming was a formidable woman whom no one dared to challenge. But today something seemed different about her. Lan Ming took a deep breath upon hearing this. Even she found it somewhat surreal. Answering her staff's questions, she gave a faint smile and replied, "The black card holder." "What? Who?" "The only black card holder of Dilong-Zhai." "No way. I always thought it was just a legend." "There really is such a person." Hearing her staff continue to chatter, Lan Ming couldn't help but say, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go." The waitresses immediately scattered. That was the black card holder after all. It was said that owning a black card meant having the same authority as the boss. They had to obey any request. Yet since Dilong-Zhai opened, this person had never appeared. The waitresses gathered and discussed. Guess what kind of person they would be? They must be some greasy middle-aged uncle. Aren't successful men all like that? Big bellies. Sigh, I was hoping for a handsome guy I could flirt with. That would be a diamond bachelor. You're dreaming. Work quickly. If you keep chatting, Manager Lan will scold us. At the entrance of Dilong-Zhai, the waitress named Xiao Lan, assigned to intercept guests, waited for the big shot to arrive. She was nervous. It was her first time receiving such an important figure. If she made a mistake, would she be scolded? Although she was just a waitress at Dilong-Zhai, the salary was quite high. Xiao Lan pondered how to make a good impression on the VIP. Just then she suddenly saw 4 little babies walking toward her. Xiao Lan's eyes lit up. Wow, could these be little angels? One of the baby boys wearing a hat was waving happily at her. This was too cute. What should she do? She wanted to hug them so bad. But she had to work. Xiao Lan's heart was aching. But why were they walking toward her? Xiao Lan became happy at once. When she saw Su Chen, she was stunned again. This young man was so handsome. Was he the older brother of these 4 babies? Su Chen looked young, still somewhat boyish, and Xiao Lan didn't think he was a father. As Su Chen walked over, he saw Xiao Lan grinning foolishly. He was slightly confused. "Miss, may I ask?" Hearing his voice, pink bubbles immediately formed in Xiao Lan's heart. His voice was also so pleasant. He was simply her dream prince. She wanted to flirt with him, but she still had work to do. Xiao Lan concealed her shyness and said formally, "I'm sorry, sir, we're not open for business today." Su Chen frowned in surprise. "Not open? Such bad timing. Never mind, I'll come back tomorrow." "Thank you, miss." Saying this, Su Chen pushed the babies to leave. Sanbao's eyes kept falling on Xiao Lan, his little eyes full of confusion. "Miss is so pretty. Why does dad want to leave?" Whimper, whimper. How could Su Chen care about Sanbao's little thoughts? If Dilong-Zhai wasn't open, they would have to go elsewhere. Seeing Su Chen leaving, Xiao Lan felt a wave of disappointment. She gritted her teeth and decided to get contact information first. "Hey young man, although we're not open today, we'll be open in the future. How about you leave me your WeChat, and I'll tell you when we're open." She couldn't bear to let such a handsome guy leave like this. Besides, if she got this guy, she would become the sister-in-law of 4 cute babies. Just thinking about it made her happy. Su Chen turned around, saw Xiao Lan blushing, and deliberately kept his distance. "No need, I have to take my babies home." Xiao Lan suddenly looked up, unable to believe it. "Why, your baby?" "Yes, they're all my children, aren't they cute?" Su Chen decided to use the babies to ward off romantic advances. Xiao Lan nodded blankly. So cute. They were really too cute. But how could this young man have children? Such a pity. But why was he taking care of the babies alone? Where was the children's mother? "The mother is still in school." A casual question from the waitress made her pause. "Still in school, eh?" "Yes, a college student." Xiao Lan's mouth hung open again in surprise. She felt like she had received too many shocks today. She couldn't process it all. "I see." Xiao Lan could only suppress her thoughts. "Then we can still add WeChat. When we open to the public, I'll let you know." Her wish wasn't fulfilled, but being able to see the babies more was also good. Xiao Lan comforted herself. After all, the babies were so cute. Su Chen thought for a moment and took out his phone. "That works. Tell your manager when she comes back that someone with a black card came looking for her and asked for some help." Before Su Chen finished speaking, he saw Xiao Lan lift her head in shock. "What did you say you have?" Su Chen thought Xiao Lan hadn't heard him clearly, so he repeated, "Your Dilong-Zhai's black card." Black card. Xiao Lan looked at Su Chen in disbelief. "Are you the mysterious person who holds the black card? What about the middle-aged man they spoke of? What about the greasy look? What about the potbelly?" None of these words matched the young gentleman before her. Xiao Lan simply couldn't believe that the legendary black card holder could be so young, so handsome, and so approachable. Su Chen nodded. "I suppose that's me." After all, the system had said there was only one black card. Xiao Lan broke into a joyful smile. "Sir, please follow me." Su Chen was a bit confused. "Aren't you not receiving guests today?" "The reason we're not receiving guests today is precisely to wait for you." Xiao Lan explained. "I've been waiting here for you too. President Lan has been expecting you for some time." As she spoke, she led Su Chen into the restaurant. At that moment, the waitstaff inside Dilong-Zhai had already finished their preparations and were waiting for the mysterious person to arrive. All of them were brimming with energy. Some were still discussing, "Do you think we should be extra respectful when he arrives? If we do poorly, will we be scolded? This is driving me crazy. Why did such a big shot suddenly show up?" As they were talking, they saw Xiao Lan leading someone inside. One said, "He's here, he's here. Xiao Lan has come in. Everyone don't say anything wrong." The group quickly found their positions and stood properly. They occasionally glanced sideways towards Xiao Lan's direction. Soon they saw a man and 4 babies. The man looked very young with a faint humble smile that radiated courtesy. The babies were adorably dazed, looking around curiously at the unfamiliar surroundings. The waitstaff immediately burst into chatter. Who was that man? He's so handsome. And those babies are so cute. Could he be the black card holder? Are you dreaming? How could the black card holder be a young guy? Did Xiaolon let another handsome guy in because she's smitten again? Oh, Xiaolon is asking for trouble. A few of them looked at Xiaolon with concern. Xiaolon, walking ahead of Su Chen, was unaware of her colleagues' worries. She felt immensely proud. Her colleagues would never guess that this handsome man was the black card holder. She couldn't wait to see the looks on their faces when they found out. Xiaolon walked calmly over to a few of them and asked, "Where's President Lon?" One of them said nervously, "Xiaolon, what are you doing? Don't you know that today we—" Xiaolon interrupted her, "President Lon is upstairs, right? I'll go find her." Then she turned to Su Chen and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Su Chen nodded. The elevator was in use, so Xiaolon decided to take the stairs to be faster. Su Chen stood where he was waiting for her. Several waitstaff whispered among themselves, "What's wrong with Xiaolon? Aren't we not receiving guests today? I don't know. Maybe she thinks the babies are cute and went to ask President Lon." In their eyes, Su Chen was too young. So even though Xiaolon had said she was going to fetch Lan Ming, they still didn't believe Su Chen was the person they were waiting for. But soon they were captivated by the babies. The babies stared with wide eyes looking around. Especially one little boy. He started smiling at them. His expression was incredibly adorable, making people want to pinch his cheeks. Although the waitstaff had received various training at that moment, they couldn't resist. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Young sir, may we hold the babies?" Su Chen nodded. Sure. They immediately came over happily to hold the babies. Two of them also comforted Su Chen. "Young sir, did you come to reserve a table today? We can't serve today, so going to ask President Lon won't do any good. Why don't you leave your contact information and come back another time?" Su Chen was about to speak when suddenly the elevator doors opened. 5 minutes earlier, on the second floor of Dilong, Zhai Lan Ming was busy working. One of her staff reported, "President Lon, a man and 4 babies have arrived." 4 babies? Lan Ming frowned. As a strong career woman, Lan Ming was unmarried, disliked children, and focused only on her career. She had always believed that men and children were obstacles on her path to success. The staff added, "Yes, the babies are very cute. No matter how cute they are, I said no guests today. What is Xiaolon doing? I'll go see for myself." With that, Lan Ming turned and went downstairs. She took the elevator and didn't run into Xiaolon. When she stepped out of the elevator, she maintained her aloof demeanor. Seeing a group of waitstaff gathered together, she was about to scold them. How dare they? During work hours, what were they doing? She was about to speak. Suddenly, she saw the babies among the waitstaff. At that moment, Lan Ming's breath caught. She stared at the babies in disbelief. These were really babies. They looked like dolls. Lan Ming had seen children before, and plenty of bratty ones at that. That was the root of her dislike for children. But today she couldn't bring herself to dislike these babies at all. The harsh words she had intended to say died in her throat. The waitstaff realized Lan Ming had arrived. Nervously, they tried to hide the babies behind them. They all knew Lan Ming's temperament. They feared that if Lan Ming scolded them, it would affect the babies. Su Chen also sensed the commotion and turned to look at Lan Ming. Lan Ming's breath caught again. This man was incredibly handsome. But who was he? Why had he come to Dilongzhai at this hour? Lan Ming clasped her hands together to hide the flutter in her heart and walked towards Su Chen and the babies. "Hello, sir." She was about to continue when suddenly she felt a baby's gaze on her. Following the gaze, she saw a little boy staring at her. The boy was adorable with long eyelashes and bright eyes. He blinked, then blinked again. Then he smiled. He giggled, "Pretty sister, so nice, I like it, I like it." As he smiled, Lan Ming's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She never thought she would one day fall for a baby. She was about to compose herself when the smiling baby stretched out his arms and babbled at her. Lan Ming's breath quickened. "Oh my god. So cute, so cute, so cute. I want to hold him, I want to hold him, I want to hold him. What should I do?" Lan Ming could barely contain her excitement. After uttering a single sentence, Su Chen fell silent, his gaze fixed on San Baobao. He let out a helpless chuckle. Gently tapping the baby's head, he said, "San Baobao, stop it." The little rascal had a habit of demanding a hug every time he saw a beautiful lady. It was truly embarrassing. San Baobao looked from Su Chen to Lan Ming, bewildered. Huh. Daddy wouldn't let the pretty lady hold him. Why? But the lady was so beautiful. He wanted a hug. San Baobao's eyes darted around, then he made up his mind. Never mind Daddy. He absolutely had to be hugged. So he raised his arms even higher. The waitresses noticed Lan Ming had fallen silent. They thought it was promising. After all, the babies were adorable, Lan Ming might take a liking to them. The waitresses decided to help Su Chen out. "Manager Lan, this baby likes you. Go on, give him a hug. He's so cute." Lan Ming could barely stand. She clenched her hands tightly, suppressing the urge to scoop San Baobao into her arms, and said earnestly, "Sir, I'm sorry, but we really can't serve any guests today at Dilongzhai." Su Chen felt a bit helpless. How could he explain that he was the black card holder without embarrassing these young ladies? Just then a voice came from the staircase. "Manager Lan, so you've come down already." The speaker was Xiaolon. She had gone up to the second floor, but didn't see Lan Ming, so she had to come back down. And there was Lan Ming, standing in front of Su Chen. She exclaimed excitedly, "You've already met this gentleman. Manager Lan, what should we do next?" Lan Ming was baffled. "Xiaolon, what are you talking about? The other waitresses also looked confused. Xiaolon, aren't we here specially to entertain the black card holder today? Lan Ming, yes. Xiaolon, this gentleman is him. Lan Ming. Everyone. The black card holder was so young. The black card holder had 4 babies with him. Shouldn't a black card holder be a pot-bellied middle-aged man? That didn't make sense. There were successful people this young. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Sorry, I was about to tell you, but I never found the right moment. Lan Ming stared at Su Chen in disbelief. His humility shocked her again. This was the black card holder of Dilongjai. He could command Dilongjai to do anything. Normally, when entertaining such an important figure, they were extremely cautious, afraid of making a mistake. Yet this man in front of her was so polite. The waitress's eyes sparkled. They had long forgotten their earlier discussions about the black card holder. Now all they wanted was to get closer to Su Chen. Lan Ming was the first to react. Suppressing the flutter in her heart, she said cautiously, "Sir, may we see your black card?" The waitresses? Had manager Lan lost her mind? When had she ever been this gentle? But Lan Ming couldn't care less about their reactions. She simply couldn't control herself. Su Chen casually took the black card from his pocket and handed it to Lan Ming. "Is this it?" Lan Ming was stunned again. This was the only black card of Dilongjai, and it was casually stuffed in his pocket. This young man was no ordinary person. Lan Ming took the black card respectfully. After a glance, she immediately nodded. "Yes, this is it. You are Mr. Su Chen, aren't you? I'm sorry I was terribly rude just now. I am Lan Ming, the manager of Dilongjai." When Lan Ming received the news this morning, she only knew the black card holder's name was Su Chen. She never expected him to be so young. Su Chen waved his hand. It's fine. Manager Lan, I came to trouble you with something today. Please go ahead." Lan Ming hadn't expected Su Chen to be so courteous, and her admiration for him grew. Su Chen said, "The day after tomorrow, I'd like to book Dilongjai for the whole day. Is that possible?" Lan Ming nodded. "Of course. With the black card, you can ask Dilongjai to do anything for you. But may I ask what you'll be using it for? Do you need us to set up anything in advance? And what cuisine would you like the chef to prepare? I'll make the arrangements." Lan Ming said politely. Su Chen thought for a moment. "I'll tell you the setup later. As for the chef, no need. I'll bring my own. Oh, and Manager Lan, there's one more thing. I'm planning a birthday surprise for my wife. So please keep this booking a secret for now. I'll come with the babies first." When Su Chen said this, the waitresses were stunned again. He was using the black card to book Dilongjai for his wife's birthday. Such a grand birthday celebration. Suddenly, they felt a pang of envy. Mr. Su's wife was so lucky. Lan Ming was also taken aback by Su Chen's purpose. She nodded. "Okay, but you're bringing your own chef. Do you need us to prepare the ingredients?" Su Chen shook his head again. "No, I'll bring everything myself." "Thank you, Manager Lan." Lan Ming was curious. What kind of chef could be better than Dilongjai's? After all, Dilongjai had top-tier chefs. She felt she needed to witness this. Su Chen then discussed the decoration details with Lan Ming before taking his leave. The babies were having a great time playing with the waitresses. It took Su Chen some effort to coax them into their strollers. After he left, every waitress in Dilongjai watched his retreating figure. At that moment, each of them was green with envy and filled with anticipation for the woman who would be celebrating her birthday here. Su Chen returned home. It was already 4 in the afternoon. After feeding the babies milk powder and changing their diapers, he took out his phone and made a call. At the same time at Ningzhou University, it was class dismissal. When Chi-Chi and Shun Mingyao went to the restroom together, suddenly Shun Mingyao's phone rang. She took out her phone and glanced at the caller ID, feeling a bit confused. "Why him? What's wrong?" When Chi-Chi noticed Shun Mingyao's unusual mood and asked with concern. Shun Mingyao quickly put her phone away. "Nothing, Chi-Chi. You go to the restroom first. My mom is calling me. I'll be right there." "Okay." When Chi-Chi nodded, Shun Mingyao took her phone to a corner and pressed the answer button. "Handsome Su. What's the matter? Calling me at this hour instead of Chi-Chi. That's not quite right, is it?" It was Su Chen on the line. Before Su Chen could speak, Shun Mingyao continued. "I'm telling you, although I admit you're handsome and charming, I won't steal Chi-Chi's man. If you don't have a good reason today, I'll go tell Chi-Chi right away and tell her to leave you with the babies." Holding the phone, Su Chen was speechless. What was this girl thinking? All right, Shun Mingyao, I have something serious to discuss with you." Hearing Su Chen so serious, Shun Mingyao stopped joking. "Go ahead, what's the serious matter?" "Do me a favor." "A favor for you? But I'm Chi-Chi's best friend. I should help Chi-Chi, not you. I'll let you come to my place next week to eat and play with the babies." Su Chen directly interrupted Shun Mingyao. Hearing this, Shun Mingyao's expression turned into delight. Really? Just say what favor. I'll go through fire and water to get it done." As long as she could hold the babies and eat Su Chen's cooking, what was friendship? It didn't matter. "It's not that serious," Su Chen said helplessly. "The day after tomorrow after class, could you bring Chi-Chi to Dilongjai?" "Dilongjai?" Shun Mingyao was shocked. "Are you crazy? Or did I hear wrong?" "Su Chen, I'm not crazy and you didn't hear wrong. It's Dilongjai." "Shun Mingyao, is it the Dilongjai I'm thinking of?" "Su Chen, yes, there's only one Dilongjai in all of Ningzhou." Realizing this, Shun Mingyao exclaimed, "Wow, Su Chen, you're awesome." "Su Chen, Shun Mingyao, isn't the day after tomorrow when Chi-Chi's birthday?" "Wait, let me check my memo." Su Chen still didn't speak. A moment later, Shun Mingyao said, "It really is." "Su Chen, are you planning a surprise for when Chi-Chi?" "That's amazing." No, I'm so excited. That's Dilongjai. Su Chen, you're incredible. Su Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, wondering if asking Shen Mingyao for help was the right decision. Miss Shen, calm down. If Chi-Chi finds out, the surprise will be ruined. Shen Mingyao realized she was too excited. She cleared her throat and tried to compose herself. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'll try not to get excited. I'll try my best. Su Chen said, not try, you must. I'm counting on you. Shen Mingyao suddenly felt immense pressure. Alright, rest assured I'll get it done. After hanging up, Shen Mingyao was still thrilled. When Chi-Chi came out, she saw Shen Mingyao giggling to herself. So she asked curiously, what's wrong? Shen Mingyao quickly wiped the smile off her face. Nothing. I'm just happy. Let's go back to class. When Chi-Chi, but aren't you going to the restroom? Shen Mingyao only then remembered that she had been so excited she hadn't gone. Class was about to start soon. Shen Mingyao couldn't care less. Oh, forget it. I won't go. When Chi-Chi looked at her strangely, she felt something was off about Shen Mingyao. Time passed quickly. 2 days flew by. During these days, a rumor had been circulating in Ningzhou. DeLongzai had been booked by someone, a mysterious person. Everyone in Ningzhou knew DeLongzai's status in the city's dining scene. A single meal there cost tens of thousands. Normally reservations were needed in advance. Yet someone had actually booked the entire DeLongzai. Who was so impressive? Netizens were astounded. Who could be that powerful? No idea. We sent people to inquire, but DeLongzai's staff are very tight-lipped. We couldn't find out anything. Apparently the person who booked it doesn't want any information leaked. That's incredible. Even DeLongzai can be commanded like that. DeLongzai's behind-the-scenes boss is a big shot based in the capital. Exactly. Why did this mysterious person book the whole place? We did find out that it's to celebrate his wife's birthday. This answer stunned the netizens. What? A birthday? Well. Is this showing off his love? Looks like it. Another day of being a lemon. Excuse me, does this big shot mind having another girlfriend? Sis, count me in. I'm willing to be his third concubine. I'll be the fourth. I'll be the fifth. I'll be the 10,086th. When Chi-Chi saw this news on the evening of the 29th, the 30th was her birthday, she felt a little jealous. She shared the same birthday as that woman online. She was still a bit envious. But Su Chen had asked her if her birthday was coming soon. Tomorrow. She would also have a surprise, right? When Chi-Chi suddenly looked forward to her own birthday. September 30th. 6 o'clock in the morning. When Chi-Chi heard Su Chen bustling about in the living room. Lying in bed, her heart swelled with quiet emotion. Had he really risen this early to prepare a gift for her? Su Chen truly excelled at every undertaking. When Chi-Chi rolled onto her side and gazed tenderly at the babies. The 4 babies slept soundly. Sambao and Sibao, unaware of whatever dreams had taken them, kept puckering their lips. The sight was utterly darling. An overwhelming sense of bliss washed over her. Su Chen had already prepared breakfast, so he would come fetch her soon, wouldn't he? When Chi-Chi suddenly felt like indulging in a day of laziness. Just this once would be willful and remain in bed waiting for Su Chen to call her. 6:30. Silence. 7 o'clock. Nothing. 7:10. Still nothing. At 7:30, when Chi-Chi could bear it no longer and climbed out of bed. When she cracked the door open, a spark of anticipation still flickered in her chest. But the moment she stepped inside, she was left utterly bewildered. The living room was immaculate. Aside from a spot of extra tidiness, there was absolutely nothing else. Su Chen was occupied in the kitchen, seemingly frying dough sticks. When Chi-Chi stretched her neck to peek inside, the busy Su Chen, as he lowered the dough into the hot oil, turned back to call out, "Chi-Chi, you're awake." When Chi-Chi felt a pang of disappointment. She had secretly hoped those would be the first words, "Happy birthday, Chi-Chi." Instead, she managed a faint smile and asked, "Why are you making the youtiao yourself today?" "I found the store-bought ones inedible, so I thought I'd give it a shot. I happened to wake up early, of course." Su Chen explained, lifting the golden fried dough sticks from the pot. "Chi-Chi, just hang on. I'll be finished in a jiffy." Beyond the frying dough and a pot of congee simmering on the stove, the kitchen held nothing else. When Chi-Chi masked her lingering disappointment and nodded, "All right," she retreated to the washroom. By the time she emerged, Su Chen was calling her to breakfast. When Chi-Chi sat down with mechanical obedience and began to eat, the dough sticks were exquisite, yet a hollow ache lingered in her chest. The babies stirred awake not long after. Su Chen took them to be dressed, while when Chi-Chi remained seated in the living room, lulled by the sounds of their giggles and his gentle coaxing. When Chi-Chi tried to comfort herself, Su Chen taking such diligent care of the 4 babies was in its own way the grandest gift imaginable. By the time Su Chen emerged, when Chi-Chi had long since finished her meal, Su Chen, busy mixing formula for the little ones, asked, "Shall I drop you off at Ningda first, Chi-Chi? Otherwise you'll miss the morning sessions. I'll eat when I return. It makes no difference." When Chi-Chi nodded silently, Su Chen invariably anticipated her every need. Perhaps she was merely expecting too much. As they descended the stairs and settled into the car, when Chi-Chi's mind still wandered. Could the gift have been placed in the vehicle after all? Alas! Upon opening the door, she found nothing but the usual ordinary interior. The journey to campus proceeded without incident. It was only when she stepped out of the car that when Chi-Chi finally lost her composure. "Su Chen, you." Su Chen glanced over as he adjusted the rearview mirror. "Huh, what is it? Did you happen to forget something?" Su Chen wore a thoroughly puzzled expression. "Forget what?" "The infant's formula. I bought it already. Oh, and I've hoarded a substantial supply of diapers too. We're in no short supply, rest assured. Su Chen continued to drone on about household matters. When Chi-Chi eventually managed a thin smile. That's good then. With that she turned away, her spirits dampened, and walked through the gates of Ningda. Just then Su Chen's phone rang. It was Shen Mingyao. Though she kept her voice hushed, her excitement and bewilderment still spilled through. Su Chen, what on earth are you playing at? Dilong Zhai has been entirely privately booked today. Why are you asking me to bring Chi-Chi there? Shen Mingyao found it hard to believe Su Chen possessed the means to reserve such an establishment. The sudden news had nearly driven her mad before dawn. Wasn't Su Chen simply orchestrating a prank? Hearing this, Su Chen merely chuckled, don't worry. You'll understand once you arrive. And what if I humiliate us both on arrival? Shen Mingyao retorted, exasperated. Let me make one thing clear, Su Chen. If we're turned away at the door, I'm personalizing Chi-Chi to dump you the moment we're back. Su Chen countered smoothly. You may come stay at my place and eat for a whole month. Shen Mingyao hesitated for a beat before relenting. Very well, brother Chen. Count on me. I'll find some way to get Chi-Chi there. Even if I have to drag her there by force, so be it. After all, it was a month's worth of free meals. It practically amounted to a month of uninterrupted playtime with the little ones. How wonderfully blissful that sounded. What was a minor embarrassment compared to such rewards? It simply didn't matter. When Chi-Chi entered the classroom, the lecture had not yet begun. Shen Mingyao was slumped listlessly in her seat. Upon spotting Chi-Chi, Shen Mingyao's eyes brightened instantly. Chi-Chi, over here. When Chi-Chi approached and sank into the chair beside her, her face devoid of expression, Shen Mingyao studied her friend with puzzlement. Chi-Chi, what's the matter? Aren't you happy? When Chi-Chi shook her head faintly. Nothing. All right. Chi-Chi, isn't today your birthday? Spill it. How are you and Su Chen planning to celebrate? Shen Mingyao probed deliberately. When Chi-Chi said nothing, Shen Mingyao doubled down. Surely not. No plans at all. No hint of a gesture. Just letting the day pass. This simply won't do. What is Su Chen thinking? Has he forgotten his own wife's birthday? With that, Shen Mingyao whipped out her phone, feigning the intent to call Su Chen and reprimand him outright. When Chi-Chi gently restrained her. It's all right. Su Chen has been remarkably busy. Busy is no excuse. Does that mean a husband simply abandons his wife's birthday? Shen Mingyao voiced her complaints aloud while secretly reveling in the drama. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, don't hold it against me. If I didn't push this, Chi-Chi would never have agreed to come out. Under Shen Mingyao's probing words, when Chi-Chi's spirits sank even further. When Chi-Chi kept silent, Shen Mingyao draped an arm over her shoulder. Forget him. If he won't celebrate it for you, I will. Tonight, I'm taking you out for an incredible feast. When Chi-Chi offered a weak smile. But I should head back to look after the babies later. Shen Mingyao, doesn't Su Chen live there too? Isn't he perfectly capable of watching them? Tell him to stay and babysit. Shen Mingyao declared with puffed cheeks. The entire day passed in a fog for Weniki. Even after classes ended in the late afternoon, Su Chen had not made a single phone call. After classes dismissed, Shen Mingyao muttered curses under her breath, trailing alongside when Chi-Chi toward the west gate. I really hope Su Chen shows up. I am going to properly interrogate him for forgetting our Chi-Chi's birthday. This is outrageous. I ought to simply strangle him. Shen Mingyao monitored when Chi-Chi's expression with every word. Seeing how profoundly despondent she appeared only fueled Shen Mingyao's secret satisfaction. Chi-Chi, don't blame me. This is entirely your husband's fault. Upon reaching the west gate, when Chi-Chi realized with a sinking heart that Su Chen was nowhere to be seen, nor were the babies in sight, her phone remained stubbornly silent, bereft of even a single message. Shen Mingyao immediately resumed her tirade. He really didn't come. Good heavens. This Su Chen is driving me up the wall. Does he think his handsome face grants him license to do as he pleases? Surely this is too much. When Chi-Chi shook her head, Mingyao, please stop. Let me just call and check. In all their time together, even when Su Chen was drowning in work, he had never once failed to pick her up. She dialed his number and waited an uncomfortably long stretch before the call connected. When Chi-Chi heard Su Chen's voice on the other end, smooth and entirely unreadable. Chi-Chi, what's the matter? At 1 p.m, Su Chen called Tang Tiansheng to request time off, then took the babies to Dilong Zhai. Lan Meng had been waiting for Su Chen there for quite some time. When Su Chen arrived, the babies were immediately taken away by the waiting waiters. Seeing Su Chen, Lan Meng said hesitantly, Mr. Su, do you really not need a chef? Su Chen shook his head. Lan Meng was reluctant to give up. After all, it was a birthday banquet, and without a chef or a cake, was this really acceptable? Moreover, Su Chen was a black card holder. She dared not be negligent. She looked around and noticed that Su Chen had not brought a chef with him. So she cautiously introduced the person beside her, Mr. Su, this is Peng Liang, the head chef of Dilong Zhai. I specially called him over today to assist. If you need anything, just call for him. Su Chen looked up and saw a portly man. This fatty was even larger than Zhao Dashing. He was wearing a chef's uniform, standing respectfully to one side. Mr. Su, whatever dish you wish to prepare, just let me know. I have extensive knowledge of various cuisines and will certainly ensure your satisfaction. My specialty lies in desserts and cakes, which would be perfect for a birthday banquet. Su Chen smiled. No need indeed. I plan to prepare it myself. Just provide me with a kitchen. Su Chen had already brought all the ingredients and was ready to begin. Peng Liang and Lan Meng exchanged glances, both stunned. You'll do it yourself? Yes, this was their first time encountering someone who requested to cook at Dilong Zhai. However, Peng Liang still felt uneasy. After all, he was a black card holder. If anything went wrong, and their boss held Dilong Zhai accountable, the consequences would be dire. It's fine. Would you mind helping me move the ingredients to the back kitchen? Then alright. Peng Liang had no choice. He never would have imagined such a thing. As the top chef of Dilong Zhai, he had been reduced to a mere porter. Lan Ming also showed concern. Mr. Su, are you truly going to cook this yourself? Yes. Seeing their evident worry, Su Chen said, then wait nearby and call for me when needed. That works. Only then did they feel somewhat reassured. The waiters in the banquet hall watched the scene in confusion. Some more expressions of envy. Wow, this young man is making a cake himself for his wife. It seems he's cooking the dishes too. How envious. But can this young man actually cook? Given his youthful appearance, few would possess such culinary skills, right? They harbored their doubts. One of them laughed. What's the harm? If I had such a handsome and devoted husband, even if the food weren't tasty, I'd finish it all. I feel the same way. It's about sentiment. That young lady is so blessed. Now I'm curious about how beautiful she is. Peng Liang and Lan Ming went together to help Su Chen carry the ingredients. As they carried large and small bags of potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, radishes, onions, flour, and other items into the kitchen, Peng Liang remained bewildered. Could this actually work? Birthday banquets typically featured elaborate dishes. While these ingredients would be needed, they seemed rather casual. Peng Liang was quite worried. Su Chen casually handed Peng Liang a green radish. You should taste this. All the ingredients brought today were purchased by Su Chen yesterday at the market, then cultivated within his spatial dimension. Though he hadn't yet obtained the special seeds mentioned by the system, based on his experience with potatoes and cucumbers, these would surely not be unpleasant. Peng Liang was somewhat confused, but still accepted the radish. Eat it like this. While carrying the items earlier, he had noticed something unusual about these ingredients. They appeared far fresher than normal. Yet according to Peng Liang's experience, these materials still fell significantly short. Su Chen nodded. Yes, eat it this way. Peng Liang hesitantly washed the radish. Seeing Su Chen's encouraging gaze, he reluctantly took a bite. After all, he could hardly refuse a black card holder. Then suddenly he was completely stunned. This texture. As a top-tier chef, Peng Liang's sense of taste and smell were sharper than others, allowing him to better master cooking techniques and flame control. He wasn't unfamiliar with green radishes, yet he had never tasted one this delicious. Previous green radishes always carried a hint of spiciness, but this radish upon first bite revealed a subtle sweetness interwoven with a delicate fragrance. One bite inevitably led to a second. Peng Liang chewed rapidly. When Lan Ming entered, she happened to witness this scene. She too was somewhat bewildered. Peng Liang, what are you doing? Peng Liang pointed to the radish, then to himself. There was no time to speak. Lan Ming, are you hungry? We have other food in the kitchen, right? Let me find something for you. As Lan Ming spoke, she walked toward the refrigerator. Peng Liang grabbed her arm, broke the radish in half, and offered it to her. Taste this. Lan Ming glanced between Peng Liang and Su Chen, sensing something odd about both of them. Still, she took a bite. Then she froze. This radish is incredibly delicious. Right? I thought so too. Did Su Chen bring all these ingredients? Peng Liang nodded while chewing. Lan Ming could no longer resist. She finished the entire radish in one go before turning to Su Chen in astonishment. Su Chen was already cracking eggs. He was preparing a cake. That morning he had recorded the dishes he intended to make onto his skill book. He now possessed all the required skills. The eggs and meats had been specially purchased and washed with spiritual spring water. Though the enhancement was not as dramatic as with the vegetables, they were still far superior to anything available commercially. Lan Ming had intended to inquire about the source of Su Chen's radishes, but upon observing his technique, she was once again stunned. Donning an apron, Su Chen shed some of his usual sharpness and instead exuded a gentle warmth. While crafting the cake, he was intensely focused, yet his movements flowed with extraordinary expertise. As the manager of Dilong Zhai, Lan Ming had witnessed Peng Liang's chef team prepare dishes. She had always believed that Peng Liang and his team as top-tier chefs brought an artistic quality to their work. But today she saw Su Chen. Su Chen's movements were swift, remarkably so. Yet every action was perfectly executed. Simple cooking was transformed into something aesthetic impossible to look away from. Peng Liang had finished his radish and longed for another. Standing with his back to Su Chen, he had not noticed Su Chen's actions. Just as he was about to ask for another radish, he noticed Lan Ming lost in thought. Curious, Peng Liang called out, "Manager Lan." But before he could finish, Lan Ming silenced him. Lan Ming stared fixedly at Su Chen and gestured toward him. Peng Liang turned his head to look. In that instant, Peng Liang was utterly stunned. As a top-tier chef, Peng Liang had witnessed countless scenes. He had also trained innumerable apprentices. He had always believed his techniques were second to none in Ningzhou's culinary circles. Even if he couldn't claim first place, he would never fall below the top 5. But now seeing Su Chen, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat. What was Su Chen doing? Every movement was perfectly executed. Separating the egg yolks from the whites was done with no hesitation whatsoever. The force applied when kneading the dough was just right. Even during the final carving stage, every one of Su Chen's knife strokes was precise and purposeful, leaving nothing unnecessary. It was as if he had etched everything he intended to make into his mind, requiring no conscious thought. Peng Liang knew that in cooking, carving craftsmanship was the most challenging aspect. One mistake, and all prior efforts would be ruined. So even after more than a decade of practice, he remained meticulous, constantly fearful of any error. Yet Su Chen handled it all with such effortless grace. He gazed at Su Chen in astonishment, wanting to ask something, but afraid of disrupting his concentration. Peng Liang simply watched Su Chen. He watched for a full hour. Finally, Su Chen stopped his movements. The cake was finished. The masterpiece was complete. Su Chen breathed a great sigh of relief. This had been a massive undertaking. For this entire hour, he had thrown himself completely into the task, terrified that any imperfection would require starting over. Fortunately, the invincible culinary divine skill book was unmatched. But why did he feel someone was staring at him? Su Chen looked up blankly and saw Lan Meng and Peng Liang both still in a state of shock. Su Chen waved his hand. "What's wrong with you two?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Peng Liang finally snapped back to reality. The next moment, he rushed straight to Su Chen's side, trembling as he pointed at the cake. "Did you make all of this?" Lan Meng, who had recovered even sooner than Peng Liang, had the boy gone mad. "Peng Liang, weren't you just watching?" Peng Liang nodded nervously. "Oh yes. I was watching Master Su Chen cook. I'm terribly sorry I got too excited. I have never seen anyone create something so complex, so perfect, and so quickly. And your knife skills and techniques are incredibly impressive. Master Su, forgive my presumption, but may I ask who you studied under? Such mastery, such techniques. Without a master's guidance and at least 10 years of practice, it would be nearly impossible to achieve, wouldn't it? As far as I know, there are perhaps only a handful of such masters currently alive in all of Huagua." Peng Liang couldn't wait to find that person and become his apprentice himself to elevate his own skills. Praised so warmly, Su Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Could he honestly say he had only learned this afternoon? Even if he told Peng Liang and Lan Meng, they would never believe him, would they? Su Chen gave a helpless smile and fabricated an excuse. "Sorry, Brother Liang. My master doesn't really want people to know about him." "Oh, that makes sense. Masters tend to stay hidden after all." Peng Liang chuckled warmly and asked somewhat awkwardly, "Master Su, could you teach me?" He specialized in desserts as well. But after witnessing Su Chen's skills, he felt his own work was utterly beneath consideration. Lan Meng could hardly bear to watch anymore. This was her own exclusive craft. How could she let such a skill be passed on so easily? Wasn't this putting Master Su in a difficult position? Lan Meng said, "Peng Liang, you're being unreasonable." However, before she could finish, she heard Su Chen say, "Of course I can." Lan Meng, had she misheard? Was there really someone this straightforward? Wasn't he the least bit hesitant? This was a skill for making a living after all. Peng Liang by this point had already jumped up with joy. "Wonderful. Master Su, how about I become your apprentice? Please teach me more in the future." Lan Meng, was this even the same proud chef Peng? Su Chen waved his hand. "There's no need for a formal apprentice ceremony, is there?" Peng Liang, thinking Su Chen refused to take him as a disciple, grew despondent. "Chef Su, do you think I'm too foolish?" Lan Meng, Peng Liang, have some dignity. Where's your self-respect? Su Chen was amused by Peng Liang as well. "No, it's like this. I don't have a chef's certificate, nor do I care about any of those elaborate rules. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. There's no need for such formality." After saying this, Su Chen couldn't resist adding, "Chef Peng, President Lan, please don't keep calling me Master Su. Just call me Su Chen. It feels rather awkward." Hearing this, Lan Meng laughed. This holder of the black card truly had no airs about him at all. She liked that. Unfortunately, someone else had already claimed him. Lan Meng silently sighed to herself. Then with a warm smile, she said, "Then stop calling me President Lan. Just call me sister." "All right, Sister Lan, Brother Peng." Peng Liang was nearly wild with joy. Excellent. Brother Su Chen, you're incredibly skilled. Your future sister-in-law will definitely love this cake. If I were your future sister-in-law, I'd be moved to tears." Su Chen glanced at the cake and smiled. "I hope so." Peng Liang no longer harbored the slightest doubt about Su Chen's abilities. He walked over to Su Chen's side and spoke to him like an eager apprentice. "Brother Su Chen, what are you doing next? Let me help." "No problem. Use me however you like. I know this kitchen better than anyone and will certainly be of assistance." Seeing Peng Liang's enthusiasm, Su Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only nod and agree. "All right." Lan Meng did not leave either. From then on, she watched Su Chen cook. His knife skills, his techniques, his abilities, each one more astonishing than the last. And yet, despite all of this, he showed not an ounce of arrogance. Peng Liang kept asking questions from all directions, but Su Chen never seemed the least bit annoyed. He continuously explained things to Peng Liang. Such a wonderful person indeed. Lan Meng felt a pang of sourness in her heart. Lan Meng was 30 years old this year. She still hadn't found a partner. Her personality was aloof and independent, and she had always believed she could live better without a man. But today she suddenly wanted to find a man. If it were someone like Su Chen, she would fully embrace it. At 6 in the evening, all the dishes were ready. Su Chen conveniently prepared complimentary foods for the babies as well. He had originally planned to feed them himself. However, once the complimentary food was carried out, the waiters competed to take it away. I'll feed them. I love this adorable little guy. I want to feed him. I like this little princess. And this little rascal. And this tough girl, haha. Mister. Sue, please rest. Leave it to us. The four babies were looking at Sue Chen, blinking their eyes. They blinked again, as if saying, Daddy, look how amazing we are. We have so many fan sisters. Daddy's so silly he doesn't have anything. Sue Chen sat helplessly beside them, watching the babies happily playing with the waiters. Lan Meng stood beside him, also watching with an envious expression. Brother Sue Chen. Moi. Sue Chen turned his head. Lan Meng asked, what kind of woman has you so completely devoted? This was a question that Lan Meng had pondered throughout the entire afternoon. She still couldn't figure it out. A man like Sue Chen, young, handsome, skilled at childcare, and a cook rivaling the finest chefs. What kind of woman would he fall in love with? Sue Chen glanced down and smiled faintly. A very kind woman. Lan Meng frowned, puzzled. There are plenty of kind women out there. Why not consider others? For instance, your sister here. As she spoke those words, Lan Meng shot Sue Chen a flirtatious glance, half joking, yet undeniably alluring. Lan Meng was stunningly beautiful. At least she knew that is how men described her. She simply wasn't looking for a partner. Otherwise, a mere wave of her hand would draw countless admirers flocking to her doorstep. Noticing Sue Chen's frown, Lan Meng pressed on. I don't mind at all that you already have for little ones. If given the chance, she wished she could keep them by her side every day. Ha! Sue Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Lan, don't joke like that. Someone like you, your suitors, must be lining up outside Dilong, don't you think? Lan Meng understood immediately. He was declining her. A sour feeling settled in her chest. She had wanted to say more, but just then Sue Chen's phone rang. He saw it was Wen Chi-Chi calling and smiled. Picking up the phone, he tried to sound calm and asked Chi-Chi what's wrong. On the other end, when Chi-Chi's voice carried a hint of nervousness, Sue Chen, are you busy with the babies? Sue Chen paused for a moment before replying. Yes, we're still at the tea shop. Noticing Lan Meng about to speak, he held up a finger in a silent gesture. When Chi-Chi desperately wanted to say she was done with classes, but the words felt too demanding upon reaching her lips. Instead, she managed, it's okay, you go ahead and finish up. I'll head back on my own. All right. Sue Chen replied, I'll get back to work. Go home early. When Chi-Chi hung up the phone, a deep sense of loss washing over her. Curious, Lan Meng asked, why didn't you tell her the truth? Sue Chen chuckled softly. Because I want to give her a surprise. Lan Meng's heart ached even more. How wonderful it must be to have a man like him. Ning University Westgate. As soon as the call ended, Shun Mingyao's scolding rang out beside Wen Chi-Chi, really not coming. What's wrong with Sue Chen? Does he think now that he's won you over with the babies you're no longer useful to him? Chi-Chi, what good is a man like that? Don't go back. Let me take you out to celebrate your birthday. Wen Chi-Chi shook her head. But the babies? Well, what are you worried about? Sue Chen will take care of them. Shun Mingyao grabbed Wen Chi-Chi's arm and dragged her toward the exit. Shin Mingyao knew that if Sue Chen were present, he would surely scold her severely. But she felt helpless. Wen Chi-Chi's world revolved entirely around Sue Chen and the children. The babies couldn't be scolded, so Sue Chen it was. Wen Chi-Chi remained uneasy. Before she could finish, a furious curse erupted from nearby. Damn it. The speaker was Li Wenhao. He had been waiting in the corner near the west gate for a long time. He had come hoping to see the babies. Sue Chen hadn't sent him any videos of the little ones for several days. Li Wenhao had been surviving on old clips, barely coping with the longing. Today he could no longer hold back. He decided to go apologize to Sue Chen. Even if it meant taking a beating, he would make Sue Chen promise to send daily videos afterward. However, Sue Chen never appeared. Instead, he got Wen Chi-Chi and overheard her conversation with Shin Mingyao. The more Li Wenhao listened, the angrier he became. What the hell was Sue Chen thinking? Not even remembering his wife's birthday. Was he even a man? Furious, he burst out, sister-in-law, what's going on? Sue Chen forgot your birthday. Wen Chi-Chi stayed silent. Li Wenhao continued railing. Damn it, is this something a man should do? I'm calling this bastard right now and giving him a piece of my mind. Sister-in-law, wait a second. Shin Mingyao had never seen Li Wenhao so domineering. But don't pick up the phone. This is Sue Chen's scheme, for heaven's sake. If he made that call, how could the surprise still work? What a reckless teammate. Shin Mingyao immediately stopped Li Wenhao. What are you hitting him for? What good would it do? Being reminded by someone else. That's hardly meaningful. Scum. Hearing this, Li Wenhao found her reasoning sound. You're right, Sue Chen is a real scumbag. While cursing, an idea struck Li Wenhao. At a moment like this, if he could win over Wen Chi-Chi, wouldn't it be far more convenient to ask her for photos in the future? Oh, he was too brilliant. Bro, I'm sorry. It's not that I won't help you. It's that you brought this on yourself. With that thought in mind, Li Wenhao immediately sidled up to Wen Chi-Chi. Never mind, sister-in-law. If he won't celebrate with you, I will. Let's go. I'll take you to somewhere delicious. I'm hungry anyway. I'll call and order a cake right away. Once a sister-in-law, always a sister-in-law. How can your birthday be treated so carelessly? Shin Mingyao shot Li Wenhao a strange look. Why did his words sound so twisted? Still, who cared at this point? As long as they could get Chi-Chi to leave with them, anything was fine. Shin Mingyao added. Right, and there's me too. I know a place with incredible food. Come on, Chi-Chi, let me take you. Whether they ended up as third wheels or embarrassing themselves, it was boring going alone. Better to drag Li Wenhao along. To avoid awkward silence, Li Wenhao eagerly chimed in. Let's go, sister-in-law, don't be polite. I'm paying. Let's go. Shen Mingyao didn't wait for Wen Qiqi to respond before hailing a cab. Li Wenhao stepped forward, opened the door, and ushered Wen Qiqi inside. During the ride, Li Wenhao kept badmouthing Su Chen. That bastard really deserves a beating. Sister-in-law, don't be upset. In the future, I'll bring the brothers to teach him a lesson. If he dares to mistreat, you just dump him. I'll introduce you to a handsome guy. Actually, I've got just the person. Don't worry, he won't mind at all that you have children. And he'd be more than willing to help raise the babies. Listening to Li Wenhao's words, Shen Mingyao cast a sympathetic glance his way. This guy was truly hopeless. Before Li Wenhao could finish his tirade, the taxi driver couldn't hold back any longer. Are you guys going to Dilongjia to catch your husband cheating? Dilongjia. Hearing that name, both Li Wenhao and Wen Qiqi froze. The driver continued. Yeah, isn't that where you said to go? They've booked the whole place today. Unfortunately, Dilongjia is heavily guarded. Outsiders can't get in. I wonder which big shot is hosting. Probably some birthday celebration, right? With you two storming off cursing about scumbags, I assumed you were going to catch him in the act. Li Wenhao looked bewilderedly at Shen Mingyao. She was the one who called the car. She was the one who gave the address. Why were they going to Dilongjia? Everyone knew Dilongjia was hosting a grand birthday banquet today. Showing up like this would only make things more painful for Wen Qiqi. Shen Mingyao was equally flummoxed at this point. She hadn't expected the driver to blab so quickly. She had been planning to just drag Wen Qiqi straight inside. Now this. After racking her brain for a while under tremendous pressure, she finally came up with a plausible excuse. Shen Mingyao feigned ignorance and asked, someone is celebrating a birthday at Dilongjia. No way. I had no idea. I was actually planning to take Qiqi there to throw her a surprise party. Li Wenhao scoffed. You're going to Dilongjia for a birthday celebration. A single meal there would cost tens of thousands at minimum. They were merely students after all. Shen Mingyao retorted, what? Are we not allowed to go? Her dismissive attitude irritated Li Wenhao deeply. With a grimace, he steeled his resolve. Fine for the kids. Let's just order something affordable at Dilongjia. Yes, we can go. If they can celebrate there, so can we. After all, it's just someone treating them. Perhaps we can slip in unnoticed. It would still be an honor to spend a birthday at Dilongjia, at least once in our lifetime. Li Wenhao's heart ached at the thought. Shen Mingyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if we cannot enter dining nearby, would still be delightful. That's reasonable, perfectly reasonable, Li Wenhao replied with a forced smile. Wen Qiqi observed their exchange and chuckled involuntarily. These two were truly absurd. Nevertheless, her spirits had lifted considerably. Yet a lingering unease settled in Wen Qiqi's heart, as though something significant was destined to unfold today. Outside Dilongjia, the atmosphere had grown notably vibrant today. Even the surrounding shops seemed to bask in the reflected splendor. People gathered with deliberate curiosity, eager to glimpse the extraordinary woman who had drawn such attention, and which formidable figure wielded such influence. As Shen Mingyao and the others alighted from their taxi, they happened to witness the spectacle unfold before them. Li Wenhao could barely contain his indignation. Blaze it, this is absurd. Wen Qiqi hesitated. Mingyao, perhaps we should ask the driver to take us elsewhere instead. Shen Mingyao refused to yield. Su Chen had promised her a month of complimentary meals along with the opportunity to spend time with the adorable children. No other prospect could compare to such an offer. Maintaining her composure, Shen Mingyao replied, we have already arrived. Shall we not at least observe the festivities? Qiqi, you know I cannot resist a captivating spectacle. Wen Qiqi sighed and followed her out of the vehicle. The moment they stepped onto the pavement, the assembled crowd fell into stunned silence. Good heavens, she is breathtaking. So radiant. Is she the beauty everyone speaks of? Certainly not. Did you notice she arrived by taxi? A prominent figure's companion would never travel by such means. She would undoubtedly have a dedicated driver, someone insisted. That reasoning holds merit. What a pity to deny such exquisite features. Wen Qiqi remained unmoved by their speculation. Li Wenhao frowned disapprovingly. These people are truly. Shen Mingyao felt a prickle of anxiety. What if a person of great consequence awaited within? What if they inadvertently offended such a figure? Shen Mingyao closed her eyes briefly, then summoned thoughts of the endearing children. With newfound resolve, she braced herself for whatever might come. She began walking toward Dilongjia, silently imploring, Su Chen, appear quickly. Please appear at once. Witnessing her determined stride, Li Wenhao wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Shen Mingyao, have you lost your senses? What purpose does approaching them serve? Do you seek humiliation? Return at once. Surrounded by watching eyes, being escorted away would constitute the ultimate disgrace. Shen Mingyao remained silent, yet unease gnawed at her. Why was Su Chen absent? Had he not promised to simply bring her along? Could he truly be jesting? Was this some cruel prank? Such treatment exceeded acceptable bounds. Wen Qiqi shared her confusion, calling softly, Mingyao. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly vocal. Where does she intend to go? Is she actually heading toward Dilongjia? She marches toward certain ruin. Let us await the entertainment. She will be expelled shortly. Dilongjia admits neither commoners nor undesirables. Shen Mingyao's conviction waned further. Li Wenhao watched the unfolding drama in bewildered silence. Sister-in-law, this situation. Wen Qiqi hurried forward, seizing Shen Mingyao arm. Mingyao, cease this folly. Let us depart for another location. Shen Mingyao faced mounting desperation. What direction should she take? Should she summon Su Chen directly? Before she could formulate a solution, an unexpected event intervened. Suddenly the grand doors of DeLong's eye swung open. When Chi-Chi grew more anxious. "We must depart immediately." The crowd erupted in excitement. "Observe." Staff emerged from DeLong's eye to eject the intruders. "Such a lovely young woman. A tragic waste. Perhaps I should ascend and offer consolation." "What opportune timing." "I concur." Men stirred with anticipatory energy, while women hesitated to witness the confrontation. Shen Mingyao considered retreat. Li Wenhao swiftly positioned himself protectively before Wen Chi-Chi. As a gentleman, he could not permit two young women to face harassment alone. If reproach were forthcoming, he alone would endure it. "Sister-in-law, step aside," he instructed. Moments later, astonishment gripped the group. From the entrance of DeLong's eye emerged a young waitress. She approached with a cordial smile, each step drawing nearer. Suspicion clouded Li Wenhao's thoughts. Did prestigious establishments employ such refined tactics? Did they dispatch attractive attendants rather than security personnel? Were their guards required to possess such grace? As the waitress drew nigh, Li Wenhao forced composure upon his features. "We shall depart immediately. Pardon our intrusion." Xiaolon, mistaken for mere staff, regarded him with puzzlement. What transpired? They wished to depart so hastily. If they departed, what manner of reception awaited Mr. Su? Xiaolon had recently been summoned by Su Chen, who specifically indicated Wen Chi-Chi. Upon spotting her, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiaolan's countenance. Quickly comprehending her assignment, she descended to escort Wen Chi-Chi upward. Observing Li Wenhao's protective stance, Xiaolon experienced a moment of bewilderment. Nevertheless, she upheld the exemplary standards expected of DeLong's eye's personnel. With a gracious smile, she inquired, "Might I inquire if you are Miss Wen Chi-Chi?" Xiaolan's expression radiated warmth. The assembled crowd marveled anew. Those positioned at a distance could not discern her words, but could only conjecture curiously. What manner of greeting is this? Was she not intended for removal? Why such gentleness? Perhaps this represents the DeLong's eye standard. Li Wenhao gaped in profound astonishment. Shen Mingyao mirrored his perplexity. How did DeLong's eye staff recognize Wen Chi-Chi? Had Su Chen genuinely reserved accommodations there? Could the individual who monopolized the establishment truly be Su Chen himself? Wen Chi-Chi shared the collective astonishment. "How do you know me?" Xiaolon confirmed she had located her target. "Miss Wen, if you would accompany me." Wen Chi-Chi regarded her with uncertainty. "Accompany you where?" "An individual has awaited your arrival for some time, Miss Wen," Xiaolon responded with due respect. Before Wen Chi-Chi could comprehend the circumstances, Shen Mingyao seized her hand and guided her forward. "Chi-Chi, proceed. We shall enter." Li Wenhao teetered on the verge of hysteria. Standing motionless, it required considerable reflection before he grasped the critical detail. Within those walls they awaited Wen Chi-Chi specifically. Yet did Su Chen not intend to celebrate Wen Chi-Chi's birthday? Where had that robe disappeared to? Recalling some pressing matter, Li Wenhao extracted his mobile device and transmitted a message to Su Chen. "Rogue, do not claim I failed to warn you. Hasten to DeLong's eye immediately. You face certain dishonor." Desiring assurance of comprehension, he appended hastily, "This time I speak truthfully." As brothers, Li Wenhao permitted himself such insolence towards Su Chen. However, should any other individual dare similar audacity, he would never condone it. Su Chen, standing on the third floor, found an excellent vantage point, gazing out the window waiting for Wen Chi-Chi's arrival. Soon he spotted Li Wenhao. Su Chen paused, taken aback. How did that guy end up following them? Before long his phone buzzed. Su Chen glanced at the screen and saw a WeChat message from Li Wenhao. Su Chen chuckled helplessly. He didn't bother replying and simply tossed his phone into his pocket. Jealous? Was he jealous of himself? That guy truly had a bizarre train of thought. Lan Meng was also waiting nearby. She desperately wanted to see what kind of woman could make Su Chen refuse her without a second thought. Otherwise she would never accept it. When she finally saw Wen Chi-Chi, Lan Meng's pupils slightly contracted. Lan Meng, having built her career and encountered many beautiful women, cold and glamorous, proud, petite, and exquisite, cute, gentle, had never seen anyone quite like Wen Chi-Chi. Such an ethereal, striking beauty was a first. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Lan Meng asked in disbelief, "Is she your wife?" "Well," Su Chen replied proudly, "technically my future wife." Lan Meng was stunned. "Then your children?" "She gave birth to all of them." "But..." Lan Meng studied Wen Chi-Chi closely, even more shocked. "Are you certain she has given birth?" No woman who had borne children could possibly maintain such a youthful figure and innocent charm. Lan Meng refused to believe it. Su Chen nodded. "Otherwise, what did senior sister Lan think? How did my children come to be?" Lan Meng looked again carefully. Indeed, Wen Chi-Chi's brows carried a faint resemblance to the children. Lan Meng was instantly crushed. She had only just been considering. If Su Chen's wife were unattractive, she might make an effort to pursue him herself. But clearly she had been thoroughly defeated. Lan Meng smiled. "I concede. Brother Su Chen, you found a truly stunning wife." Su Chen never took his eyes off Wen Chi-Chi. Realizing she couldn't capture Su Chen's attention, Lan Meng sighed and asked, "Should we begin?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded again. Lan Meng turned and went about her tasks. Downstairs, the onlookers stood in a crowd, faces full of confusion. What's going on? Were they escorted inside? Is it really true? Is that beauty the main character of today? Nobody could quite believe it. Xiaolan walked with Shin Mingyao, and when Chi-Chi for quite a while noticing that Li Wenhao hadn't caught up. Worriedly she asked, Mrs. Isn't that gentleman coming with you? He appeared to be with the two of them. Surely a friend. Leaving him outside seemed improper. Shin Mingyao also noticed Li Wenhao lagging behind. So she called out angrily, Li Wenhao, what are you spacing out for? Are you coming or not? This was all arranged by Su Chen today. Shin Mingyao was eagerly anticipating Chi-Chi's reaction when she found out. That fool only knew how to waste time. Li Wenhao originally had no intention of going, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He knew Su Chen's family circumstances. He didn't believe Su Chen had the means to book Di Longjai. It must be some other man behind this. Absolutely not. How could another man steal his bro's wife? Since his bro wasn't there, he would handle it himself. Unless he caused an uproar, he wouldn't be called Li Wenhao. Coming. Li Wenhao hurried forward. As he walked, he thought to himself, son, father is risking his dignity for you today. You'd better treat father to a proper meal later. When Chi-Chi felt dizzy the entire way. When she saw the server, that strange sensation rose within her again. Today Su Chen had been acting peculiar all day. He was such a meticulous person, yet he had specifically asked why she couldn't remember her own birthday. What on earth was going on? Was all of this his doing? On second thought, Su Chen wasn't wealthy enough. But still. The more she thought, the more confused she became, so when Chi-Chi simply gave up trying to figure it out, she decided to go upstairs and see for herself. The group reached the elevator, and Xiaolan pressed the button for the third floor. Third floor. Li Wenhao couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, this really is lavish. The third floor was Di Longjai's most expensive banquet hall. The more Li Wenhao thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He turned to Chi-Chi and said, sister-in-law, don't worry. If any bastard dares to harass you, I'll deal with him immediately. After all, she was his bro's wife. A true friend would go through hell and high water for his brother. Shin Mingyao glanced at Li Wenhao, as if he were an idiot, utterly exasperated. This guy's reaction time was painfully slow. Xiaolan's expression grew strange. Harass? What harassment? None of your business. Just keep leading the way. The elevator arrived at the third floor. Li Wenhao rolled up his sleeves and smoothly stepped in front of Chi-Chi, who was about to exit. Sister-in-law, wait here. Let me check who the bastard is first. Shin Mingyao, forget it. If this guy wants to embarrass himself, let him. The elevator doors opened. Li Wenhao charged out quickly. He had imagined someone waiting outside with roses for Chi-Chi. He was fully prepared to step forward and throw a punch. However, the moment he stepped out of the elevator, Li Wenhao was dumbfounded. The banquet hall was completely dark. The lights were off. The curtains were drawn. It was 7 o'clock in the evening and darkness had already fallen outside. In the pitch blackness, nothing could be seen. Chi-Chi was equally bewildered. What was happening? But Shin Mingyao's face lit up with a smile. Su Chen really knew how to have fun. What kind of surprise was this? She was eager to find out. Li Wenhao lost it. After a brief silence in the darkness, he finally snapped. What the hell is this? What do you want? Turn on the lights if you've got the guts. Tell that dog to come out and face me. You want to steal Brother Chen's woman. Keep dreaming. Let me tell you something. As long as I, Li Wenhao, am still breathing, your schemes will never succeed. Believe it or not, I can knock your teeth into the dirt right now. The darkness was utterly silent. Li Wenhao's words echoed clearly to everyone present. Shin Mingyao. She desperately wished she didn't know him. When Chi-Chi had tried to stop Li Wenhao, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Su Chen, hidden in the shadows, rubbed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. Lan Meng, however, couldn't help but laugh. She whispered, your friend is quite amusing, isn't he? Su Chen rubbed his brow again. Yeah, just a bit silly. Why on earth did that kid follow them along? Sigh. The matter from last time still hadn't been settled. After cursing for quite a while, and receiving no response, Li Wenhao grew even angrier. What a temper. If you don't turn on the lights now, I'm coming in. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Li Wenhao gritted his teeth. In the darkness, Lan Meng whispered to Su Chen, shall I turn on the lights? Su Chen nodded. Yes. The moment Li Wenhao's 3 left his lips, next moment, the hall lights flickered on, and then Li Wenhao stood frozen in disbelief. The banquet hall lit up. Around it were various floral decorations. The large chandelier overhead emitted a soft pink glow, gentle, beautiful, and sweet. Beneath the chandelier, from the elevator entrance to the massive round table in the center, stretched a long carpet. On the carpet, colorful balloons were scattered on both sides. From time to time, they were arranged in the shape of hearts. It felt like a corridor filled with floral whispers. The table was round, adorned with a variety of exquisite dishes. Dozens of dishes were neatly arranged, emitting an enticing aroma. Beside the table stood 2 rows of beautifully dressed waitresses. Next to the front row of waitresses were 4 baby chairs occupied by 4 babies dressed as princes and princesses. Cute little hearts were pasted on their faces. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, they laughed joyfully like 4 adorable lucky dolls. Shin Mingyao's heart nearly melted. If Chi-Chi weren't the protagonist, she would have rushed over to hug and kiss them. The waitresses, upon seeing Chi-Chi, bowed in unison and said, "Happy birthday, Miss Wen." After a brief moment of surprise, Chi-Chi bit her lip, trying hard not to let tears fall. Shin Mingyao was also moved to tears. Su Chen stood at the corridor. Lan Meng turned to look at him and said, "It's your turn." Su Chen nodded. He was about to step out. Suddenly, Li Wenhao, who had been silent, burst into an angry roar. Damn it. Who the hell did this? making it so romantic. Do you think my sister-in-law will even glance at you? You even brought the 4 babies here. Isn't that too much? I'm telling you the kids belong to my brother Chen, and Wen Qiqi is his too. Whoever you are, get this stuff out of here now. After saying this, Li Wenhao turned to Wen Qiqi and said, Sister-in-law, let's take the babies and go. Brother Chen must be waiting for you at home. Li Wenhao still hadn't figured it out. He had been classmates with Su Chun for over a year and knew him well. A scene like this was something Su Chun could never have orchestrated even if he sold him. Wen Qiqi waved her hand without speaking. Li Wenhao's face turned green. Sister-in-law, don't tell me. You. Before he could finish, Shen Mingyao shouted, Li Wenhao. Shen Mingyao was speechless. If Li Wenhao continued, he might get himself beaten to death by Su Chun for his reckless words. Forget it. Since she was the one who led him onto this pirate ship, she might as well protect him. Li Wenhao, however, was in no mood to listen. He said angrily, and you, Shen Mingyao, did you deliberately bring my sister-in-law here? What's your intention? Are you in cahoots with them? Let me tell you why. Before he could finish, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Howsy. Li Wenhao was startled and turned around saying, Damn, Brother Chen, you finally came. I was about to fight for you. Hurry up, you. As his eyes swept over Su Chun, Li Wenhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Then he turned his whole body around. He looked at Su Chun in disbelief. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Su Chun was pushing a huge cake. The cake had 6 tiers, each a different color. Yet when combined, they didn't seem jarring at all. On the contrary, it was exceptionally beautiful. At the top of the cake were 6 little figures carved from an unidentified material, 2 adults and 4 babies. The adults were a man and a woman. The man wore casual clothes, and the woman a pink dress. The 4 babies sat hand in hand beside the adults. One looked dazed, one wore a smile, one gazed adoringly at the woman, and one sat very improperly, clearly mischievous. Li Wenhao was stunned. He didn't know how to react. Seeing this, Su Chun said softly, move aside. Li Wenhao mechanically stepped aside, still dazed. Shen Mingyao also stood beside Li Wenhao. She never imagined Su Chen could create such a romantic scene. For a moment, Shen Mingyao's nose tingled. She felt envious, but also happy. The waitresses had all stepped aside, waiting for Su Chen to approach. The moment they saw Wen Qiqi, they knew it was impossible to take Su Chen away from her. She was so beautiful that even the combined beauty of all of them couldn't compare. At that moment, they realized that the baby's good looks weren't just from Su Chen. Half of the credit also went to Wen Qiqi. This couple was simply a stunning pair. With the babies, they were the envy of all. Lan Meng stood in the darkness, her eyes moistening. Peng Liang was the first to notice. Curiously, he walked to her side and asked, what? Is President Lan actually moved? He remembered how many men Lan Meng had turned away. Those who pursued her had given her a nickname. The merciless nun, a loveless, emotionless nun. Peng Liang thought the term fit her well. She was a workaholic. She never let personal feelings affect her. Lan Meng rubbed her eyes and said coldly, what are you talking about? How could I be moved? I just think they look so beautiful. Peng Liang didn't expose her. He nodded and laughed, haha, yes. They really are beautiful. And they match so well. Those babies are like little angels. Big angels and little angels are the perfect fit. Wen Qiqi had completely forgotten how to react. The moment she saw Su Chun, her mind went utterly blank. When the waitress Xiaolan had called her, she had guessed it might be Su Chun. But she never expected this version of Su Chun. Wen Qiqi had imagined many birthday scenarios and wondered what gift Su Chun would give her. But she never thought it would be so grand. No girl is immune to romance. Wen Qiqi was no exception. For the past year and a half, she had disguised herself as a strong woman and a resilient mother. But she also longed for someone to always be by her side, holding an umbrella for her. Today, Su Chun wore a suit and had specially styled his hair. He looked less gentle and more sharp, but even more handsome. Standing there, he was incredibly charming. The 6-tier cake before him, and the little figures on it deeply touched Wen Qiqi's heart. The adults were Su Chun and her. The children were the 4 babies. Others might wonder why he did it, but Wen Qiqi understood at a glance this was a family. Wen Qiqi sniffled. After a moment, she heard Su Chen say, Qiqi, come here. Su Chen's voice was soft, yet everyone present could hear it. All eyes turned toward Wen Qiqi, filled with both envy and jealousy. Yet the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl upward. How delightfully sweet. Could such a romantic birthday celebration truly exist? They were absolutely green with envy. Wen Qiqi paused for a moment. She was close enough to Su Chun to see his expression clearly. He looked at her, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. At this moment, the babies were placed on either side of Su Chun. Spotting Wen Qiqi, they both stretched out their little arms as if calling for her. Wen Qiqi was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She could no longer control herself. She lifted her feet and slowly walked toward him. Watching her approach, Su Chen's smile deepened. He opened his arms, waiting for her to come closer. Finally, Wen Qiqi reached him and stood before him. Su Chun chuckled softly, stepped forward, and without hesitation pulled her into his embrace. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Some waiters couldn't hold back, covering their faces as envious tears streamed down. Shen Mingyao stood beside Li Wenhao, her nose twitching as she fought back tears. Oh, my Qiqi is so fortunate. I'm truly happy for her. When Shen Mingyao first learned that Wen Qiqi was pregnant, she had been terribly worried. At that time, she had wondered which scoundrel was so cruel. If when Chi-Chi hadn't stubbornly refused to reveal the father's identity, she would have tracked him down and given him a sound beating. But only today did she realize when Chi-Chi's persistence had been entirely worthwhile. Li Wenhao stared blankly at the scene before him, completely stunned, lost in thought. Lan Ming leaned against the doorframe, her eyes slightly glistening. What a curious feeling, she thought. Perhaps she should also find a boyfriend. Peng Liang couldn't stop grinning. President Lan, look. They're so happy. Indeed. President Lan, I want a wife too. Then why haven't you gone looking? I'm on it right away. Peng Liang muttered to himself as he spoke. If only she could be as beautiful as Miss One. Lan Ming burst out laughing. Chef Peng, sometimes you need to face reality. Peng Liang said nothing but still felt delighted. Wrapped in Su Chen's warm embrace when Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. Su Chen leaned close and whispered softly, Chi-Chi, happy birthday. In that instant when Chi-Chi's tears flowed freely, the birthday wishes she had waited for all day had finally come true. The babies, sensing their parents' emotions, began to fuss. All of them tilted their heads, cooing and babbling happily. Playful Sanbao and Si Bao raised their little hands, begging to be held. Debao and Bao were jumping around as well. Today was simply wonderful. Soon after, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Kiss. Kiss. Hurry up, give her a kiss. Don't just hug. This atmosphere calls for a kiss. Finally, the cheers brought when Chi-Chi back to her senses. Instinctively, she tried to push Su Chen away, but he gently grasped her hands. When Chi-Chi's face flushed instantly, overwhelmed with emotion just moments before she had failed to notice the crowd watching. Now embarrassment mixed with an unfamiliar sense of happiness. When Chi-Chi lowered her head, Su Chen followed suit. He ruffled her hair and smiled gently. Shy. When Chi-Chi said nothing, she bowed her head even lower. Her face grew hotter and her heart began to race. Amused by her reaction, Su Chen said, Come on, let your husband give you a kiss. I'm not your wife yet. When Chi-Chi's voice grew quieter and quieter. Huh. Su Chen laughed softly. Soon enough. As he spoke, Su Chen slowly drew closer. When Chi-Chi looked irresistibly charming, everyone around widened their eyes, eager to witness this pivotal moment. Someone had already pulled out their phone to capture the moment. Shen Mingyao had wiped away tears 3 times over. Overwhelmed with emotion, she didn't know what to do. Such a beautiful scene filled her with hope. For one day, she might experience something equally wonderful. Just as Su Chan was about to press his lips to hers, suddenly, what the hell? A startling roar erupted. When Chi-Chi was startled and pulled away from Su Chen's kiss, Su Chen's expression turned icy. Damn it. Li Wenhao, are you trying to die? He fixed his murderous gaze upon Li Wenhao, the source of the interruption. At that moment, Li Wenhao was practically bouncing on his feet. He seemed still immersed in his own world, only now snapping back to awareness. As if struck by inspiration, he pointed at Su Chan. Bro, the one hosting a birthday banquet for his girlfriend at DeLongzai today. Wouldn't happen to be you, would it? You set this up on purpose. You had Shin Mingyao bring sister-in-law here. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Listen to this. What earth-shattering revelation have I stumbled upon? Bro Chen, you're amazing. Absolutely legendary. So the guy who got played is actually playing himself? But Bro Chen, where did you get the money? Wait. This doesn't add up. Bro Chen, did you win the lottery? Everyone. Shin Mingyao. Su Chen, is this guy insane? Don't they realize it's obviously Su Chan? But was that even the point? Shouldn't everyone be watching whether they kiss or not? Who on earth is this guy? Su Chan wanted nothing more than to march over and punch Li Wenhao right then and there. What an idiot. How could he ruin such a perfect moment? Just as Su Chan was fuming when Chi-Chi in his arms burst into laughter, Su Chan was instantly infected by her mirth and his anger dissolved like snow in sunlight. He looked down and saw when Chi-Chi demurely covering her lips, then gently pushing him away. Alright Su Chan, I need to hold the baby. Look, Sanbao will start crying any moment. Thank you today, thank you so much. No sooner had when Chi-Chi finished speaking than Sanbao, perfectly in sync, let out a loud wail. Su Chan sighed in resignation. He had no choice but to let go of when Chi-Chi. He could ignore everyone else's demands, but not his son's. He shot Sanbao a deeply resentful glare. When Chi-Chi picked up Sanbao nuzzled against her cheek, then deliberately flashed a joyful look at Su Chan. Su Chan. That kid's doing this on purpose. Su Chen made a silent decision, no visiting that pretty big sister for the next few days. Oh, the drama. Faced with his son, he knew he couldn't compete. Little Sanbao had no idea how grim his fate would become. Being held by mama feels so wonderful. When Chi-Chi quickly immersed herself in playtime with the babies, Li Wenhao finally snapped out of his daze. Something felt off. Why was everyone staring at him with such murderous intent? Had he done something wrong? Li Wenhao carefully scanned the scene and immediately went pale, especially after catching Su Chen's killing stare. He nervously took 2 steps back. Bro Chen, carry on. My bad, oh my bad. I won't disturb you any longer. Su Chen, carry on my grandmother's foot. Seeing Su Chen approach, Li Wenhao immediately turned and ran casually, pulling Shen Mingyao in front of him as a human shield. Heroine, save me. Shen Mingyao touched her forehead and stepped aside without a second thought. In the entire banquet hall, Li Wenhao only knew 3 people: Shen Mingyao, Su Chen, and Wen Chi-Chi. If he had asked anyone else to shield him, it would have been far too humiliating. Besides, Shen Mingyao had long stopped taking his side. With no other option, Li Wenhao shifted his gaze to Wenqiqi. He kept repeating over and over, "Sister-in-law, save me. I don't want to die. Sister-in-law." Wenqiqi, who was holding Sanbao, was nearly laughing herself sick. Seeing Su Chen about to strike Li Wenhao, Wenqiqi shook her head helplessly. "Su Chen, it's time to cut the cake." At his wife's call, Su Chen immediately stopped. "All right, coming." Before leaving, he shot Li Wenhao a fierce glare. "You kid, you're done for." Revenge was mandatory for Su Chen. Li Wenhao, thoroughly terrified, turned to flee. Shen Mingyao blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" "Fleeing for my life, obviously. My son kills without blinking." Especially after what he'd just done to disrupt someone's important moment, Li Wenhao still had a shred of self-awareness. Shen Mingyao shook her head in exasperation. "Such a coward. Nonsense, this isn't cowardice, this is biding my time." "Biding your time for what?" Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes. "Don't say I didn't warn you. The food on that table over there is incredibly delicious. You'll regret it forever if you miss it." The moment the lights came on, Shen Mingyao had spotted the table overflowing with dishes. She had no doubt they were all made by Su Chen. True, she also thought Li Wenhao was being ridiculous today, but Su Chen hadn't dealt with him yet. How could she let him walk away? Shen Mingyao couldn't wait to see Li Wenhao get what was coming to him. This guy was just begging for it. Hearing this, Li Wenhao asked curiously, "Really?" "Of course it's true. This is DeLongzai. Do you think you could afford to come back here again?" "I suppose not. A single casual meal here would cost him half a year's living expenses. No way he could afford to come here again." Thinking it over, Li Wenhao found Shen Mingyao's reasoning quite sound. So he cautiously glanced back and made his way toward the food. Wenqiqi placed baby Sanbao into his high chair and walked over to the cake. Everyone was eagerly waiting, hoping to get a slice as soon as it was cut. The cake looked absolutely delicious. Yet Wenqiqi still hadn't moved. Su Chen had been holding out the knife to her for quite some time. Curious, he asked, "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" Wenqiqi shook her head. "Nothing. I can't bear to cut it. You made this all by yourself." "Everyone. Sister, please just cut the cake already." That was a lot of PDA to swallow. Su Chen smiled embarrassedly. Li Wenhao, now completely bewildered, muttered, "By himself? That can't be right. My son knows how to make a cake." Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes again. "Su Chen can do plenty of things. Li Wenhao, then can his cooking even be eaten?" He expressed his doubts. After all, in their dorm, they could only boil instant noodles using their own portable appliances, and the pots were constantly burnt because no one was watching them. Shen Mingyao said, "Then don't eat a single bite later." Li Wenhao, "Fine, I won't. Besides, I'd be worried Su Chen's food was poisoned anyway." Shen Mingyao felt that today she had exhausted her supply of eye rolls. Oh, and all the dishes on that table were also made by Su Chen. Li Wenhao was dumbfounded. "No way. I don't believe it. If Su Chen made all this, I'll eat the table myself." Shen Mingyao shook her head and stopped wasting words on Li Wenhao. Su Chen patted Wenqiqi's head and said gently, "You decide. Everything here is made for you." Wenqiqi lowered her blushing face with a soft smile. By now the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Peng Liang broke first. "Bro, Su Chen, aren't you trying to drive us mad? I've been waiting for this cake all afternoon. Can I still get a piece today?" Others chimed in, "Tell me about it, we've already had our fill of dog food. If you don't let us eat the cake now, that's just cruel. This cake is huge. It doesn't look easy to cut. Can't you hold your girl's hand and cut it together?" Su Chen chuckled helplessly. He looked at Wenqiqi tenderly and asked, "Chi-Chi?" Wenqiqi's face flushed red again. Just as Su Chen thought she might refuse, he saw Wenqiqi give a tiny nod. A wave of joy rose in his chest. His wife had agreed. He smiled and stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist in an embrace from behind. Then Su Chen's right hand covered Wenqiqi's right hand on the knife. "Here, let me help you." Behind her was the solid warmth of his chest, and in her hand was his steady, warm touch. With so many people watching, Wenqiqi's face burned crimson. She could barely bring herself to look up. Seeing her like this, Su Chen chuckled softly and whispered beside her ear, "Don't be afraid. Come on." The onlookers were nearly going mad. "Damn, are we eating dog food again? Pretty obvious, isn't it? I want to throw a punch." "Same." Then all eyes turned toward Li Wenhao. "Li Wenhao." Someone suddenly called out, Look, they're about to cut it. How sweet. How warm. At this moment I wish I were Wenqiqi." "Me too." Their eyes were filled with hearts more excited than if it were their own birthday. Su Chen smiled. Then holding Wenqiqi's hand, he raised the knife and cut into the cake. The next moment inside Su Chen's mind, the system's voice rang out, "Ding. Congratulations, host, on triggering a new quest. This is a choice-based quest. Choice 1, press the cut piece of cake gently onto Li Wenhao's head. Reward 1 tea garden, a packet of premium Longjing seeds, a premium fishing rod, and 2,000 yuan in cash. Choice 2, distribute the cake equally among everyone. Reward 1,000 yuan in cash." Su Chen, was this really meant to be his choice? The system was doing this on purpose, wasn't it? Even the system couldn't stand Li Wenhao anymore. "Li Wenhao, oh Li Wenhao. This time you can't blame Daddy for this." When Chi-Chi noticed Su Chen had paused and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Chi-Chi. The top layer of cake is reserved for you." On top were 6 adorable little figurines symbolizing a family of 6. When Chi-Chi nodded, After serving the first layer, Su Chen began cutting cake for everyone. First came Lan Meng, then Peng Liang and Shen Mingyao. Next the waitstaff. Peng Liang took the first bite. As he had said, he had waited a full afternoon for this cake. The moment Su Chen had finished making it, Peng Liang had been desperate to try it. Now he finally got to taste it. The instant it entered his mouth, Peng Liang lit up. Peng Liang had never tasted such exquisite cake. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is incredible. No wonder they call him Chef Su. Not only is it not cloying, but there's also a delicate hint of sweetness. No chef in all of Dilongjia could replicate this texture." His words immediately heightened everyone's anticipation. You see, Peng Liang was a top-tier chef at Dilongjia with particularly extraordinary expertise in desserts. Moreover, they had originally assumed that Su Chen, being so young, certainly couldn't produce anything noteworthy. When they learned that all these dishes on the table were made by Su Chen, they had been looking forward to it for a long time. Each of them took a bite, and then they all exclaimed in surprise. Especially Shen Mingyao. She could barely restrain herself. "Su Chen, your culinary skills have improved even further. Delicious, so delicious. This is simply the best cake I've ever had." Li Wenhao looked utterly bewildered. Is this really made by Su Chen? Su Chen, while cutting himself a large slice of cake, nodded. "Yes, your dad made it. Want to try some?" Li Wenhao had no sense of the impending danger. As he approached, he nodded eagerly. "Sure, let me taste." With those words, he walked towards Su Chen. The next moment, his pupils dilated wildly. The cake Su Chen was holding was already smashing toward his face. Li Wenhao tried to dodge, but someone behind him gave him a push. Smack! A whole cake covered in cream landed squarely on Li Wenhao's face. Damn it! Li Wenhao was nearly driven mad. "Son, what are you doing?" "Su Chen, trash. What do you think I'm doing? You didn't stay at school properly. Why did you come out with us?" Su Chen, while speaking, cut another piece of cake. No. I was wrong. Okay." Li Wenhao begged for mercy while backing away. "It's all because you didn't send me the videos of the babies. I really wanted to see the babies so much. Brother Chen, I didn't mean it. Brother Chen, I was wrong." Li Wenhao begged, repeatedly wiping cream off his face as he spoke. Taking advantage of Su Chen's momentary distraction, he quickly stepped forward and unceremoniously smeared cream all over Su Chen's face. "Haha, son, you miscalculated, didn't you? Daring to scheme against me. TSK. Li Wenhao was overjoyed. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded him. Each of them held a cake. Li Wenhao looked utterly confused, his grin slowly turning bitter. What are you going to do?" Led by Shen Mingyao, everyone began to laugh. That smile sent a chill down Li Wenhao's spine. Shen Mingyao said, "What do you think we're going to do?" Li Wenhao, Miss, please. Don't be fooled by this bastard Su Chen's looks. Sure, he's handsome, but..." Before Li Wenhao could finish, a barrage of cakes from the group slammed into him without mercy. The entire scene erupted into chaos. "Su Chen is just a little handsome. He's very handsome. You ruined such a beautiful moment, and you want to beg for mercy? Although we also didn't want to watch you two show off your affection. But this kind of public display shouldn't be destroyed like this." People chattered excitedly, closing in around Li Wenhao. His screams echoed throughout the entire banquet hall. Before long, he had become a walking cake sculpture. Su Chen had been pushed to the periphery by the crowd, his face covered in cream. When Chi-Chi, unable to bear watching any longer, came over with a tissue and handed it to him. "Here, wipe your face." Su Chen naturally took Chi-Chi's hand and used it to wipe his face. When Chi-Chi shyly tried to pull her hand away, but Su Chen gave her no chance. When Chi-Chi grew flustered again, you. Haha. Su Chen was amused by Chi-Chi's reaction. He let go of her hand and pulled her close by his side. "Chi-Chi, I haven't finished what I was about to do just now." When Chi-Chi smiled faintly, raised her hand to cover Su Chen's face, and said earnestly, "Su Chen, what's wrong?" Su Chen sensed that Chi-Chi seemed to have something she wanted to tell him. He listened attentively. When Chi-Chi bit her lip, mustering her courage, and finally asked, "Do you remember when we first met?" Su Chen thought for a moment, and said, "You mean that summer vacation 1.5 years ago? Back then, right? Actually, why did you leave back then?" Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, he saw Chi-Chi smile, turn around, and go embrace the baby. She clearly didn't want to continue this topic. Su Chen could only drop it. But what did Chi-Chi mean by that? Could it be that they had known each other before that night encounter? Why couldn't he remember anything at all? Su Chen scratched his head in frustration. Li Wenhao, squeezing through a gap in the crowd, seized the opportunity to crawl towards Su Chen. The cream all over his body immediately transferred onto Su Chen. The culprit Li Wenhao showed no sign of feeling guilty. He was still laughing heartily. Su Chen finally lost his patience. "You little punk, you brought this on yourself. Your grandpa's here." Then he charged straight at him. The scene descended into chaos once more. The only one who hadn't joined the fray, Lan Meng, came over to Chi-Chi and pinched San Bao's chubby cheek. San Bao immediately reached out for a hug. Lan Meng smilingly picked up San Bao and held him in her arms. Little San Bao nuzzled and squirmed in her embrace. Lan Meng's heart softened. "He's so cute." When Chi-Chi also smiled, "Thank you. San Bao is too mischievous." No problem, Miss One." Lan Meng deliberately glanced towards Su Chen's direction. "Do you like Su Chen?" If she didn't, perhaps she still had a chance. Lan Meng suddenly wanted to grasp that slim opportunity. When Chi-Chi also glanced over that way, Su Chen was engaged in a cake fight with Li Wenhao. He looked like a big child. Yet it was this very big child who had been taking such meticulous care of her lately. She smiled sweetly. "Of course I like him. I do like him. Lan Ming's expression darkened slightly, then she smiled again. But I heard that you two aren't married yet. When Chi-Chi nodded, How could that be? You already have children, and Su Chan is old enough to get married. Universities allow marriage now, right? They do. When Chi-Chi smiled, but didn't say anything further. Seeing her expression, Lan Ming gradually understood. Actually, if there's any misunderstanding, you could explain it to Su Chan. When Chi-Chi nodded again, I know. Then she lowered her head, bit her lip, and whispered to herself, but he doesn't remember me anymore. The him from back then didn't like me at all. If he found out it was me and that I deliberately, he would surely despise me, wouldn't he? When Chi-Chi had pondered this question for a long time. When school started, she had spotted Su Chen on campus for the first time and hurriedly made her escape. She not only feared causing trouble for Su Chen, but was also terrified of shattering the image he had of her as the campus beauty and every boy's dream girl. When Chi-Chi suddenly felt a wave of fear at that moment. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't remember her anymore. Later, Su Chen grew increasingly kind to her. When Chi-Chi began to crave this tenderness, she couldn't bear to let it go, yet dared not take the risk. She would find another opportunity. At least now she was certain that Su Chen liked her very much, and she too truly liked Su Chen. So much so that her eyes could only focus on him, unable to look away. Lan Ming, drawn to Su Chen and the babies, hadn't caught what when Chi-Chi was muttering to herself. So she asked softly, what did you say? When Chi-Chi shook her head and smiled. Nothing. I'll work hard. Lan Ming chuckled. Yeah, but if you don't, Su Chen will end up being someone else's. When Chi-Chi smiled, but said nothing. Lan Ming sighed again. I'm so envious of you. You'll find someone too. Haha, I hope so. But Su Chen doesn't exactly look like a father, does he? When Chi-Chi smiled and glanced towards Su Chen. But in my eyes, he is the father of these children. Always will be. The cake war in the banquet hall lasted a full 20 minutes. Not only Li Wenhao and Su Chen, but even the waitstaff were covered in cream. Shen Mingyao had cream all over her hair. She was utterly speechless. Just as she was about to pick up her cake and continue, Li Wenhao panted and stood up. All right. Truce. If we keep this up, there won't be a single cake left. What are we supposed to eat? Li Wenhao's words instantly reminded everyone. Right. What would they eat after all this fighting? This cake was incredibly delicious. They couldn't let Li Wenhao have it all. So everyone scattered in different directions. Li Wenhao and Su Chen were the two most unfortunate people, covered head to toe in white cream, on their bodies, faces, and clothes. At that moment, they sat beside each other in silence. After a brief pause, they both smiled. Li Wenhao patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said, Son, you did great today at this birthday banquet. Father is very pleased. Get lost. Su Chen muttered under his breath. Shen Mingyao, off grabbing cake, kindly handed Li Wenhao a piece as she passed by. At last able to eat cake, Li Wenhao had no time for banter with Su Chen. He took a bite and was utterly stunned. Is this cake really made by you? Su Chen nodded. It's too delicious. Li Wenhao devoured a mouthful, then stood up to grab another piece and sat back down. After finishing 2 pieces, Li Wenhao still wasn't satisfied. I can't believe it. My son actually made something this delicious. Su Chen, could you at least compliment properly? Seeing Li Wenhao about to grab another piece, Su Chen couldn't help but say, eat less. There are dishes over there. Though they were made for my wife, I'll graciously let you taste a bit. Li Wenhao was shocked. Those were all made by you. Li Wenhao remembered that Shen Mingyao had told him Su Chen made those dishes. But he simply refused to believe it. He had even bet with Shen Mingyao to eat the table. Now hearing Su Chen claim it, Li Wenhao could only think that both of them were crazy. How could Su Chen possibly have made that entire spread of dishes? The presentation alone wasn't something an average person could achieve. Su Chen ignored him. Meanwhile, Lan Ming, Peng Liang, Shen Mingyao, and the others had already started eating. Su Chen had mentioned earlier that he wanted the birthday to be lively, so he invited the waitstaff to join the feast. The waitresses had a great time playing with the babies and found Su Chen to be unfailingly approachable. So they let loose. This celebration was truly delightful. Around the dining table, voices of delight kept rising. Wow, these ribs are amazing. These chicken pieces too, hands down the best I've ever had. And this dessert beats Chef Peng's hands down. Chef Peng, you're being defeated. Peng Liang laughed heartily. I can't argue with that. He was thoroughly impressed by Su Chen. Proficient in all major cuisines, that was the dream of countless chefs in their lifetime. Sadly, most could only reach the pinnacle in one particular field. Lan Ming also tasted a bite. Brother Su Chen, your skills are incredible. Then she turned to Wen Chi-Chi. Sister Chi-Chi, you're so blessed. Wen Chi-Chi smiled shyly, pride swelling in her heart. Her man was simply amazing. Su Chen had already walked over and sat beside Wen Chi-Chi. Li Wenhao panicked. Damn, I'm coming too. Let me taste. Seeing some dishes nearly finished, Li Wenhao felt that if he didn't act now, he'd miss out entirely. He sat down and immediately picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of braised fish. The next moment, Li Wenhao's eyes lit up. Oh my, this is absolutely heavenly. Without another word, Li Wenhao dove in and began devouring the food. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes. Li Wenhao, what happened to eating the table? Li Wenhao had no attention left for such things. Mouth full, he mumbled, I'll eat the table later, don't rush me. Su Chen helplessly served Wen Chi-Chi her favorite dishes. People ate while casting glances at Su Chen. After the earlier battle, any sense of distance between them and Su Chen had vanished. They teased him cheerfully. Look, we're not just eating food, we're eating dog food too. We're way too full today. Li Wenhao lifted his head from his bowl and mumbled, I'm different. All I see is food. Shen Mingyao rolled her eyes once more. The babies played nearby, and seeing everyone so happy were delighted too. They waved their arms and legs excitedly. People ate while turning around to coax the babies. The entire scene was wonderfully harmonious. An hour later, the huge spread of dishes which they had thought would never be finished was completely gone. Even the cake had vanished. Everyone rose burping contentedly. When Chi-Chi also intended to go coax the babies, Su-Chen suddenly stood up and said solemnly, Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi was startled, what is it? Everyone froze. What was Su-Chen about to do? Su-Chen smiled gently. I haven't given you my gift yet. Everyone. Wait, what did he mean the gift hadn't been given? Hadn't they been eating all this time? Weren't those dishes and the cake gifts Su-Chen had prepared for Wen Chi-Chi? Was there something more? As they were pondering, Su-Chen took out a contract. Li Wenhao only saw a thick stack of A4 paper. He looked utterly speechless. Son, what are you giving me paper for? Don't tell me you're planning to hand in homework for your senior sister. Everyone. Shen Mingyao, Li Wenhao, maybe you should just keep quiet. Su-Chen paid them no mind. He handed the stack of paper to Wen Chi-Chi. He said earnestly, do you still remember what you told me a few days ago? You said we should work hard and save up to buy a house. Look, I bought one. I originally wanted to put it directly under your name, but your household registration book wasn't on you, so I went to a law firm and with a lawyer as witness drew up a property transfer contract. From now on, this house is yours. Are you happy? Su-Chen spoke while gazing tenderly at Wen Chi-Chi. As soon as he finished, everyone was stunned. Peng Liang, this is way too much dog food. Li Wenhao, calm down, you gotta get used to it. I've eaten even more than you. Shen Mingyao, why doesn't anyone give me a house? I'm so mad. Lan Ming, now that's a real man. Everyone, a house as a birthday gift. That's incredible. A birthday banquet at Imperial Dragon Restaurant, and a house too. I'm so jealous, so jealous. Someone asked, Su-Chen, why did you wait until the end to give the gift? Su-Chen turned his head and said calmly, I was afraid you'd be too full on dog food to eat the meal I worked so hard to prepare. Everyone, you're being a bit too humble brag, aren't you? But no one dared to object. After all, the food was really delicious. And the dog food was really sweet. Miss Wen, what are you waiting for? Take it, hurry up. When Chi-Chi stared blankly at Su-Chen, she seemed to not fully understand Su-Chen anymore. He was becoming more and more remarkable and more to her liking. She smiled gently and took the contract. She suddenly remembered that day when Su-Chen asked for her household registration book, saying it was to open bank accounts for the babies. So the real purpose was this. When Chi-Chi's heart tightened and tears of gratitude welled up, seeing her like this, Su-Chen reached out and pinched her cheek. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Don't cry. Your husband is pretty amazing. When Chi-Chi laughed through her tears, perhaps it was the atmosphere. Or maybe Lan Ming's earlier words had stirred her. When Chi-Chi whispered, Su-Chen, don't move. She decided to let herself be impulsive today. No matter what the future held, whether he would still treat her this way. But today she was truly happy. Su-Chen was slightly stunned. The next moment, when Chi-Chi stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and without hesitation kissed Su-Chen on the cheek. The gentle fleeting touch made Su-Chen freeze completely. He didn't react at all. People gasped again. Holy crap. What did I just see? Are they killing us singles? I'm dead. Li Wenhao yelled. Brother Chen, what are you still standing there for? Are you stupid? Sister-in-law just kissed you, what are you? Su-Chen suddenly snapped back to reality. Chi-Chi just kissed him. Chi-Chi kissed him. His wife kissed him. Su-Chen instinctively reached out to embrace Wen Chi-Chi. But when Chi-Chi was already too shy to lift her head, her heart was in turmoil. It was racing uncontrollably. Oh my god, what had she done? Su-Chen didn't hesitate and pulled Wen Chi-Chi tightly into his arms again. Chi-Chi, this feels so good. This feeling was truly wonderful. Everyone started cheering again. When Chi-Chi shyly pushed Su-Chen away, I need to go tend to the babies. She didn't dare look at Su-Chen nor at the others. She ran straight to the babies who were staring at Su-Chen and Wen Chi-Chi in confusion. What are daddy and mommy doing? They look so happy. No, we want kisses too. We want kisses. And so, the third baby who was closest to Wen Chi-Chi quickly grabbed her hand, and before she could react, stole a kiss. Having succeeded, he giggled happily. Wen Chi-Chi, who was blushing and flustered, was amused by the third baby. She patted his little head. Be good, little three. Then the first, second, and fourth babies all babbled and waved their little hands at Wen Chi-Chi. They couldn't reach mommy to kiss her. Not happy. Mommy, come closer. Wen Chi-Chi had no idea what the babies wanted. She thought they were upset, so she asked worriedly, what's wrong? Babies, what's the matter? Su-Chen saw the babies' expressions and laughed. Chi-Chi, they want kisses too. The babies bounced with joy. Yes, daddy is right. Babies want kisses too. When Chi-Chi smiled, she leaned her face close to the first baby. Smack. The first baby kissed her. Then the second baby. Finally the fourth baby. When the fourth baby saw mommy coming, she grabbed Wen Chi-Chi's face without hesitation. One kiss wasn't enough. She kept kissing and laughing happily, refusing to let go. Yeah, the fourth baby kissed mommy the most. The fourth baby is the best. Mommy, be happy. When Chi-Chi couldn't stop smiling. The four babies surrounded her, taking turns kissing her. Su-Chen stood nearby, occasionally helping to steady the babies. The others watched enviously from the side, no one disturbing them. Today was destined to be her most unforgettable birthday. When Chi-Chi felt she would never forget this day for the rest of her life. After a while, Shun Mingyao and the waitstaff came over to play with the babies. Li Wenhao burping walked up to Su Chun, and when no one was looking pulled out a bank card and handed it to him. Su Chun looked at him suspiciously. Li Wenhao carefully avoided the gaze of when Chi-Chi and the others patted Su Chen's shoulder and said, "Son, your dad only has 15,000 here. That's my living expenses for half a year. Take it." "Alright, I just told Lin Lu and Wang Lei, those two bastards, that you're in urgent need of money and asked them to help out. They chipped in some too. It's probably already been transferred to you. Keep it safe." Seeing Su Chen about to say something, Li Wenhao added, "Don't worry, I didn't tell them about you and when Chi-Chi. You decide how to tell them later. But this Imperial Dragon restaurant, one meal here must cost a fortune. You poor bastard definitely don't have that kind of money. And you even bought a house with money from home. You're really, sigh. The four of us should have scraped together a few tens of thousands. If it's still not enough for the bill, I'll ask Lin Lu and the others to think of something else. Go talk to that boss Lon and smooth things over. I'll give you more later." Su Chen looked at Li Wenhao with a strange expression. Finally he smiled and took the bank card. Without a word he walked away. Li Wenhao, damn, this bastard can't even say thank you. If it weren't for the fact that I almost messed up today, I definitely wouldn't have given you the money. Su Chen took the bank card and walked over to Wen Chi-Chi. The four little ones were seeking hugs, so Su Chen picked them up. The others quietly left to give the two some privacy. When Chi-Chi was startled when she saw the bank card in Su Chen's hand. "What are you doing with that bank card?" "How's he gave it to me? He probably wants to treat me to a meal." When Chi-Chi saw Li Wenhao stomping his feet with a doleful expression beside her, she was about to burst out laughing. "You're so lucky to have brothers like these." Although Li Wenhao always did foolish things, when Chi-Chi could see that their bond was genuine. "Yes, so I accepted it." Su Chan said with a smile, "We have to teach him a lesson or he'll do something embarrassing next time." When Chi-Chi then remembered the question she had been wanting to ask Su Chun, she thought for a moment then asked, "Where did the house come from?" Su Chun had just realized that when Chi-Chi was about to ask this question, he had long prepared his answer. "I earned it myself. Don't you remember? Your husband is now in business. I'm very wealthy now." When Chi-Chi was amused by Su Chen's expression. "Stop it. I'm not kidding, Chi-Chi. From now on our life will only get better and better. I will also make sure you and the babies live a better life. Trust me." Su Chen's words warmed when Chi-Chi's heart. She was full of hope for their future. Today Su Chun had moved her more than she could express. Lan Meng stood not far away watching them with an envious gaze. Peng Liang walked over and handed Lan Meng a piece of candy. President Lan stopped looking. "It's too sweet. Here, have something sweet." Lan Meng, who rarely ate candy, casually peeled the wrapper and put it in her mouth. It was truly sweet. That day the whole city of Ningzhou was buzzing about one thing, the birthday banquet at Delongzai. People couldn't get in, nor could they capture anything from the outside. They waited at the entrance for a full day, but no one came out. What was even more frustrating was that the female lead who had arrived by taxi was dismissed as an ordinary passerby. So when she had arrived, everyone was too busy watching the spectacle to notice. No one thought to take photos. It wasn't until she had gone inside that people realized their mistake. As a result, the only rumor circulating now was that the female lead was stunningly beautiful. Who she was, nobody knew. Meanwhile, at Ningzhou University, inside the boys' dormitory, Lin Lu and Wang Lei leaned back in their chairs, their faces filled with worry. "Lin Lu, lazy, what the hell are those two bastards Li Wenhao and Su Chen up to? Why haven't we heard anything yet?" "Wang Lei, exactly. The money was transferred ages ago. Is it enough? If not, I'll go borrow more." "Forget it," Lin Lu said. "Let's just borrow some money and transfer it directly. Otherwise, if something really goes wrong, it'll be too late." "Wang Lei, right, I'm coming with you." The two quickly joined the ranks of those borrowing money. From time to time they would sigh. Delongzai was so lively today, and Haozi and Su Chun actually went out to cause trouble. "They're celebrating with music and song, while we have to eat instant noodles for half a year. What a damn life. How miserable. So miserable." After hesitating for a while, the two managed to borrow only a small amount. After transferring all the money to Su Chun, they lay down and closed their eyes to rest. Half an hour later, the dormitory door swung open. Li Wenhao hummed a little tune as he entered. The two saw Li Wenhao covered in mess splattered with cream cake, and instantly woke up. "Damn it, son, where the hell have you been? Were you beaten up? Which bastard did this to you?" Saying this, the two were about to get out of bed to back Li Wenhao up. Li Wenhao saw their reaction and almost laughed out loud. But remembering that they had emptied all their savings, he truly couldn't bring himself to laugh. He waved his hand and said, it's fine. Just celebrating someone's birthday. I'm okay. Celebrating a birthday, and you look like this, eh? Anyone would think you went to Delongzai." "Li Wenhao, didn't I go to Delongzai?" He held back and said nothing. "It's just a friend." The commotion got a bit out of hand. Lin Lu and Wang Lei believed him. In truth, if Li Wenhao had said he went to Delongzai, they wouldn't have believed it either. Lin Lu muttered, "You went to celebrate someone's birthday? What about the money? What exactly happened?" Wang Lei, "Yeah, could it be that the babies are in trouble? Since Li Wenhao was fine, it must be something on Su Chen's side." The two shuddered. No. Even if something happens to you two, the babies can't come to any harm. I need to ask Brother Chen." Lin Lu and Wang Lei took out their phones and frantically Su Chen in the group chat. Lin Lu's son, what's going on? Son, are you okay? You need to keep a close eye on the babies. Lin Lu, if something's wrong, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Wang Lei, even if Lin Lu and I have to sell ourselves, we'll raise the money for you. Li Wenhao, seeing their messages. Are these two crazy? Sell themselves. Who would want that? Still seeing them, so worked up, Li Wenhao's mood calmed somewhat. After all, he couldn't be the only one to lose face. Unfortunately, after messaging for a long time, Su Chen in the group never replied. The two wondered, could Su Chen really be in trouble? Li Wenhao turned over and lay down to sleep. At this moment, Su Chen was probably somewhere making love to Wenqiqi. He wasn't worried about him at all. Furong residential area. Su Chen was leading the babies upstairs. He had been driving the entire way, so he hadn't seen the messages in the group. After going upstairs and putting the babies inside the room, Wenqiqi immediately closed the door. Su Chen, locked outside, looked thoroughly bewildered. Thinking back on today's events, he realized his wife was being shy. Su Chen helplessly rubbed his nose and smiled. Chi-Chi, I didn't plan to do anything. When Chi-Chi didn't respond, Su Chen heard the sound of her pouring hot water inside. He had no choice but to use his trump card. Open the door for me. I was planning to give the babies a bath. At the word bath, the babies became even more excited than when Chi-Chi. They pointed at her one by one, stammering, as if to say, Mommy, I want a bath. Mommy, open the door quickly. Mommy, I need to poop. When Chi-Chi realized the babies had completely allied themselves with Su Chen, remembering that everyone was covered in cream that day and couldn't sleep without a bath, she had no choice but to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Su Chen rushed in without hesitation and embraced Wen Chi-Chi. Her heart leaped into her throat. WH, what are you doing? Don't move. I just want to tell you something. When Chi-Chi lowered her head. What? Su Chen sighed and spoke softly. Come home with me tomorrow. Seeing when Chi-Chi remained silent, Su Chen added, your future mother-in-law wants to meet you. Tomorrow is National Day. 7 days off. Su Chen had promised Su Jiangwo that he must bring Wen Chi-Chi and the babies back. Otherwise, he would really be kicked out by Su Jiangwo. When Chi-Chi nodded. Okay. She remembered that Su Jiangwo had told her to go back during the holiday. Then she might as well go and take a look. That place would also be her home from now on. Thinking of Su Jiangwo, when Chi-Chi felt that life in the future shouldn't be too difficult. Her future mother-in-law must be a good one as well. Su Chen ruffled Wen Chi-Chi's hair again before going to bathe the babies. By the time they were all asleep, it was already 9:30 in the evening. After Su Chen lay down, he asked in his mind, System. Here. What about the prize? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have obtained a tea plantation. The ownership contract has been placed in the space. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a pack of premium Longjing tea seeds. These seeds can be used together with the tea plantation. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a high-quality fishing rod. The rod has been placed in the trunk of the SUV. Congratulations, host, on receiving 2,000 yuan in cash, which has been deposited into your bank account. Su Chen entered the space and took a look. Sure enough, he saw a contract and a pack of tea seeds. As for the fishing rod, since it was already in the trunk, he couldn't see it now. But why did the system give him a fishing rod? Forget it. The system wouldn't trick him anyway. He would keep it for now. Thanks. You're welcome. The system fell silent after speaking. Su Chen then took out his phone. Opening it, he saw a flood of messages on Alipay. Lin Lu transferred 10,000 yuan. Lin Lu transferred 5,000 yuan. Lin Lu transferred 10,000 yuan. Wang Lei transferred 2,000 yuan. Wang Lei transferred 1,000 yuan. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Those bastards. Were they afraid he wouldn't accept it on WeChat? They even transferred directly to Alipay. With so many transactions, they must have been slowly scraping together the money, right? He smiled. Then a text message came in. The message read, your XX bank card has received a deposit of 3,000 yuan. Su Chen was baffled. He quickly opened WeChat. There was a message from Chen, who brother Su Chen 3,000 this month's dividend. Take it well. So it was a dividend. Su Chen smiled and replied to Chen, who thanks. Then he saw the messages in the dormitory group chat. Most of the messages were nonsense from Lin Lu and Wang Lei. Li Wenhao hadn't said a word. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. He thought for a moment and then replied. Su Chen, it's nothing. The babies are doing great. Soon he was bombarded by Lin Lu and Wang Lei. Lin Lu, damn son, you're still alive. Lin Lu, forget it, whether you're alive or not doesn't matter. Just let me see the babies. Wang Lei, grandson, you okay? Wang Lei, is it serious? What's going on? Su Chen's heart ached. Su Chen, really, it's nothing. Su Chen, I have things to do. Gotta go. Su Chen. Oh, by the way, please open your phones in 5 minutes. Don't forget. Inside the dormitory, Lin Lu and Wang Lei were both confused. What does Su Chen want us to open our phones for in 5 minutes? Who knows? How's he, do you know? Li Wenhao, who was about to fall asleep, said, I don't know. Maybe he has something. We'll find out when we check later, won't we? Alright. The three were silent. Shortly after, Lin Lu received an Alipay notification transfer reminder. Su Chen transferred 3,000 yuan. Damn. Lin Lu couldn't help but curse. Is he crazy? What's wrong? What's wrong? Wang Lei hurriedly leaned over to ask. Lin Lu, check your phone. Wang Lei nervously opened his phone. Soon he also received an Alipay message. Transfer reminder. Su Chen transferred 3,500 yuan. Wang Lei. Why did Su Chen transfer money to me? Is he crazy? And he gave me an extra 5000. Me too, I also got an extra 5000. Damn, Li Wenhao cursed and stood up looking at the two in disbelief. Su Chen transferred money to you. Yeah, what about you? The two looked at Li Wenhao in unison. Li Wenhao touched his phone in confusion, then thought blankly. Then he slumped on the bed. I gave Su Chen my bank card. Wang Lei Lin Lu what? Li Wenhao can't be transferred back, right? Wang Lei Lin Lu. Seems like it. Damn. Then I lost 5000 yuan. Wang Lei and Lin Lu looked at Li Wenhao sympathetically. However, they soon thought of another question. Why did Brother Chen transfer the money back? Doesn't he need money? It's only been a while. The two quickly took out their phones and frantically Su Chen in the group. Lin Lu, Su Chen son, what are you doing? Keep this money for yourself. Wang Lei, Su Chen, don't worry about us. At worst, we'll just eat instant noodles for a few more months. Su Chen was amused. He remembered that Wang Lei hated instant noodles the most. When they were at school, he would rather buy a bunch of steamed buns than eat a single bite of instant noodles. He sighed and began to reply. Su Chen, I don't need it. You keep it. Su Chen, the extra money is on me, treat it as a meal. And remember to give the babies a big red envelope when the time comes. Li Wenhao anxiously asked with his phone, Brother Chen, what about mine? Li Wenhao, I should have an extra 5000 too, right? Li Wenhao, I'll come find you tomorrow to get my bank card. Su Chen, Dad is going home tomorrow. Li Wenhao, isn't that too much? He frowned and thought for a while, and the more he thought, the more he felt something was off. The proposal to pool money for Su Chen today was his own idea. How did it end up with him losing out instead? He turned his head and glared coldly at Lin Lu and Wang Lei. The two shivered. Son, what are you doing? Li Wenhao sneered. Then he quickly rushed over. Su Chen gave you both an extra 5000 each, right? From now on, my meal allowance is yours. Remember to bring food for Dad. Lin Lu, Wang Lei, this grandson wants to get beaten again today. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get him. October 1st. Everyone was on holiday. Su Chen woke up the babies and Wen Chi-Chi early in the morning. They packed up and prepared to go home. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi looking nervous, Su Chen specially comforted her, don't worry. My mom is just like my dad. She'll only kick me out of the house. If you go, I can keep my place in the family. Wen Chi-Chi was amused by Su Chen. Seeing the effect, Su Chen added, after the National Day holiday, I'll take you to see the house. There are many things waiting for you, the mistress of the house, to arrange. When he said, mistress of the house, Su Chen deliberately emphasized the words. Wen Chi-Chi didn't refute. I know. Su Chen smiled gently. What a wonderful life this was. Getting into the car, Su Chen was about to leave when he received a call from Li Dong. Xiao Chen going home. Su Chen had been busy these past few days. He hadn't seen Li Dong for several days, so hearing Li Dong's voice brought a wave of warmth. I'm heading back too, Brother Dong. How about you? I am as well. Shall I give you a ride? Li Dong had heard from Li that Su Chen planned to return home during the holiday. Without a car, and with 4 children plus a wife to care for, Li Dong couldn't help but worry about the journey ahead. That's why he had called early that morning to check on the situation. Su Chen immediately grasped the implication behind the question. There's no need, Brother Dong. I have a car now. Oh, you bought a car? Yes, I've been doing some small business lately and made enough to afford it. Want to head back together? Sure, what kind of car did you get? Just a beat-up old car. Alright, I'll come pick you up. Li Dong hung up, but couldn't shake his curiosity about what kind of humble vehicle Su Chen was referring to. With several babies accompanying Su Chen, Li Dong worried the journey might be uncomfortable. If things got too difficult, he could always let Su Chen drive his own car instead. The children were still young and shouldn't have to endure hardship. As he reasoned through these possibilities, Li Dong soon arrived at Su Chen's residence. Upon seeing a black SUV parked at the entrance, he paused in surprise. He hadn't expected anyone wealthy to live in Furong residential community. Setting his own car aside, he waited for Su Chen to appear. Before long, Su Chen's voice reached him from ahead, Brother Dong. Brother Dong, over here. Li Dong turned toward the sound and spotted Su Chen standing beside the SUV waving at him. Getting out of his vehicle, Li Dong approached Su Chen. What are you doing? Where's your beat-up car? Let me drive my car instead. You can't have the babies going through all this hardship. Su Chen gestured toward the SUV behind him. No need. This one was specially designed for the babies. Li Dong. This? Which one? Su Chen patted the SUV's hood. Exactly this one. Li Dong was stunned. This is your beat-up car. Su Chen nodded. Yeah, Li Dong. What kind of beat-up car was this? It had to be worth over $1 million. He realized how absurd it had been to suggest Su Chen drive his own car. Where are your wife and the babies? Li Dong decided to change the subject. The moment he finished speaking, the rear door opened, and Wen Chi-Chi stepped out. Are you Brother Dong? I'm Wen Chi-Chi. When Li Dong saw her, he caught his breath. What kind of fairy was this? He glanced skeptically at Su Chen, who smiled and said, your sister-in-law. Li Dong. Was he deliberately seeking torture today? As a single man forced into an arranged marriage match, he had actually worried about someone with a wife and children. Li Dong awkwardly greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. Where are the babies? The babies cried fussily inside the car. Wen Chi-Chi picked up the 4th baby, who had been making the most noise, and gave her a kiss before turning to look at Li Dong. There's a strange uncle here. Who is this? What are daddy and mommy doing? The fourth baby looked at him with a playful glint in their eyes. Li Dong found himself holding his breath once more. This is fourth baby, Wen Qiqi said, handing the child to Li Dong without hesitation. He took the baby eagerly. How incredibly cute was this little one. Remarkably, the baby bore a slight resemblance to Su Chen. This only heightened his anticipation for meeting the other three. He couldn't help but peer into the car again. Su Chen, unable to bear the sight any longer, suggested, "Brother Dong, why not go inside and take a look? Or you could just leave your car and ride with us instead." The proposal sounded perfect, absolutely ideal. He'd be able to play with the babies up close. How delightful was that? Li Dong immediately agreed and climbed into the vehicle. Inside, the other three babies regarded him with a hint of confusion at first. Then they spotted fourth baby, who seemed thrilled to be held by the stranger. Since this uncle appeared to be kind and fourth baby detested bad people, the other three grew equally delighted. They crept toward him one by one. Li Dong was utterly stunned by their collective beauty. All four of them were exceptionally handsome. Not a single one lacking in good looks. It was almost unfair. While jealousy stirred within him, joy overwhelmed everything else. Throughout the entire journey, Li Dong played happily with the babies. The drive from Ningzhou City to Ningxi Town took about an hour and a half. Midway through, as they approached a service area, Wen Qiqi reminded Su Chen, "It's time to prepare formula for the babies." "All right, I'll pull over soon." Li Dong remained engrossed with the children. Once the car stopped at the service area, he opened the door to exit, but then noticed Su Chen quickly shifting sideways without hesitation to unbuckle Wen Qiqi's seatbelt. He then gently ruffled her hair and softly suggested, "I'll handle it. Go rest and take a walk." Wen Qiqi smiled sweetly and agreed. Li Dong, thoroughly ignored, watched in disbelief as the couple displayed such affection. His single heart nearly shattered. He suddenly wondered what his purpose was even sitting in this car. Was he really there just to witness this display of PDA? Su Chen, completely unaware of any wrongdoing, grabbed the bottle and stepped out to fetch hot water. After preparing the formula, Li Dong approached to offer assistance. "Xiao Chen, but Su Chen simply handed both bottles to Wen Qiqi as if he hadn't heard him. Wen Qiqi naturally accepted them. "I'll feed first and third," she said. "Then I'll take second and fourth," Su Chen replied. Li Dong ignored yet again, realized he might be completely unnecessary. Once the babies began feeding, they ignored him entirely. Standing alone in the cold wind, Li Dong pondered for a moment before deciding to use the restroom. After finishing feeding, Su Chen and Wen Qiqi settled the babies and effortlessly executed a series of motions, boarding, closing the door, starting the engine, and driving away, all in one fluid sequence. Only after traveling far did Wen Qiqi suddenly recall something. "Su Chen, didn't we forget something?" He frowned. It seems so, but what could it be? Meanwhile, fourth baby, seated in the car seat, kept babbling excitedly while pointing toward where Li Dong had been sitting moments before. "Daddy, the uncle. Where did the uncle go? No one's playing with fourth baby anymore." The instant Su Chen glanced over at fourth baby, realization struck him. "Damn, Brother Dong." Wen Qiqi suddenly remembered too. Brother Dong seems to still be at the last service area. Su Chen panicked slightly. "What should we do now? How could we forget Brother Dong?" Wen Qiqi suggested hesitantly, "We'll exit at the next service area, make a U-turn, and go back for him." Su Chen nodded. "That's our only option. Let me call him first." Meanwhile, the forgotten Li Dong stood bewildered at the exact spot where the car had been parked. "Where's Su Chen? Where's Wen Qiqi? Where are the babies? Where's the car? Weren't they right here?" Had he mistaken the location? It had drizzled that morning. The weather was slightly chilly. When Li Dong stepped out of the car, he only intended to use the restroom, so he hadn't bothered to put on a jacket. At that moment, a cold wind swept past. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, he shivered from the chill. After a moment's thought, he decided to call Su Chen to check on the situation. However, his phone was also in the car inside the jacket pocket. Li Dong stood there completely at a loss. After 10 minutes of standing blankly in place, he could no longer endure it. He went to find a service area staff member. The staff member was a man in his 40s or 50s. Seeing Li Dong approach, he broke into a smile. "Young man, were you abandoned here?" Li Dong gave an embarrassed smile. "I suppose so. Cold, huh?" The uncle looked at Li Dong with sympathy. "Yes." Li Dong nodded. "Ha ha ha." The uncle couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Li Dong, uncle, please restrain yourself. I feel even colder now." The uncle himself felt his laughter had gone a bit too far, so he cleared his throat and said, "Sorry, young man. I've often seen on short videos that people forget their wives at service areas. I never thought a man could be forgotten too. Ha 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 ha, I couldn't help it." "Li Dong, uncle, is this really okay with you?" He shivered and carefully asked, "Could I come in and warm up?" "Ha ha ha, come in." The uncle gestured Li Dong into his small room. Through the window, he could see people coming and going outside. Li Dong thought melancholily about when Su Chen would finally realize his cousin had been forgotten. The kind uncle poured Li Dong a cup of hot water. Then he just stared at Li Dong with a silly grin. He really couldn't hold it in. What should I do? Should I call my family? Li Dong had considered that. But, under these circumstances, calling his dad would surely result in being laughed at to death, right? Li Dong shook his head. Forget it. Bite the bullet and endure it. The uncle looked at Li Dong with renewed sympathy. "Bro, you're really having a rough time." How could he not be? This was truly miserable. Li Dong regretted it immensely right now. Why had he agreed to ride with Su Chen and parked his own car at their residential compound? If he had driven his own car, he wouldn't be in such a pathetic situation. Not only was he eating dog food, but he'd also been forgotten. Was there anyone more miserable than him in the world? Obviously not. Thinking of this, Li Dong shivered again. Sigh. So miserable. Su Chen had already arrived at the service area. He quickly took out his phone and made a call. After the call went through, he heard the phone ringing from the back seat of the car. Su Chen, your cousin's phone is in the car. No, we have to go back and pick him up. When Chi-Chi also nodded, Su Chen quickly exited the highway, turned around, and got back on heading return. On the way, Su Chen thought for a moment and said to Wen Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, we're almost home. There's something I think I should tell you. Moi. When Chi-Chi looked at him in surprise, Su Chen said, actually this car. He spoke while watching Wen Chi-Chi's reaction. Before he could finish, Wen Chi-Chi said, you bought it, didn't you? Su Chen was shocked. How did you know? Earlier, fearing she would worry, he had claimed he rented it. Wen Chi-Chi hadn't suspected a thing. You've been driving it for so long. How long can you rent a car? Wen Chi-Chi smiled. It's fine. My ability to adapt is quite strong. I don't know exactly what you do, but I trust you. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. His wife had really changed. How wonderful. Arriving at the service area, Su Chen quickly stepped out of the car. Li Dong inside the small room also saw Su Chen's car. Fearing Su Chen wouldn't notice him and another mix-up would occur, he hurriedly stepped out of the room. The uncle followed him out. Half an hour had passed. The uncle and Li Dong had chatted and gained a general understanding. It was this young man's cousin who had forgotten him. The reason was simply that the cousin and his wife were showing off their affection in the car feeding their baby and forgot about him altogether. The uncle was quite indignant. He decided to thoroughly scold this irresponsible cousin. Let him remember this lesson. Otherwise, next time this young man would suffer again. As soon as the uncle stepped outside, he saw Su Chen. Su Chen was approaching Li Dong with an apologetic smile. Brother Dong, I'm so sorry I didn't notice just now. Li Dong shook his head. It's okay. Hearing this, the uncle grew even angrier. He pointed at Su Chen about to scold him. Suddenly, a beautiful woman stepped out of the car ahead. The uncle paused in surprise. Is this your cousin's wife? Li Dong nodded. Then the uncle saw the beautiful woman take a baby seat from the back of the car. When the baby seat was unfolded, it revealed 4 seats arranged in a row. The uncle was stunned. And then, he saw the beautiful woman start carrying babies out of the car. When the first baby was held out, the uncle froze on the spot. So cute. His words of scolding were swallowed back down. Just as the uncle was about to walk over to get a better look, he suddenly saw the beautiful woman carry out a second baby. The second baby had 2 little pigtails and was looking around confusedly at the security uncle. The uncle lost it. His tough guy heart softened to crumbs. For a moment, the uncle stopped in his tracks. He had a feeling this beautiful woman could give him even more surprises. As expected, the next moment, the beautiful woman carried out another baby boy. The baby boy looked around everywhere as if searching for something. Then came another baby girl. The baby girl babbled incessantly, waving her arms continuously as if she had inexhaustible energy. At this point, all 4 baby seats were filled. The uncle's eyes went wide. FFF4 twins. TH, this are all your children. The uncle's speech became stuttered. Su Chen nodded. Yes. The uncle turned to look at Li Dong. Is this really your brother? Li Dong also nodded. Somehow, he had the feeling that the uncle who had just been ready to support him had changed somehow. Uncle, impressive. He turned and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Then he said to Li Dong, little brother, I'm not saying this to be mean, but if I had such a beautiful wife, I'd probably forget you on the highway too. Li Dong, uncle, look at you, why did you have to join in? The fact that they remembered you at all is already great. Li Dong, uncle, if it were me, I would have just driven home already. The babies would have to sit in the car for another hour because of you. That's torture. Li Dong, this isn't how the script goes, is it? Weren't you supposed to help him scold people? This uncle is too unreliable. Li Dong felt utterly despairing. In despair, Li Dong could only make his final plea, hoping the man might soften his heart. Uncle, enough, stop talking and hurry into the car. Ah, this young man is truly kind. No wonder he has such an adorable child. Li Dong. Fine then. He was single anyway. He felt guilty. After finally getting into the car, Li Dong had originally intended to stay a bit annoyed. But, as soon as the second baby spotted him, her eyes curved into a radiant smile. Li Dong couldn't keep up his anger for a single breath. Good heavens. A baby's charm was simply irresistible. He immediately picked up the second baby, who gurgled happily and pinched his nose with tiny hands. Soft little hands paired with that healing smile. Li Dong's heart was melting away. Forget it. Given that Su Chen had such an adorable child, he decided not to hold a grudge against him. Up front, Su Chen was still apologizing. Brother Dong, I'm truly sorry. Li Dong, it's fine. Ningxi Town. At the Su residence, Su Jiangwo was furiously typing on his phone in the Brotherhood Forever group chat. Su Jiangwo, Wu Jianzhong, Lili, old Li head, my son, daughter-in-law, and grandbabies are about to return. Are you 3 ready to have your jaws dropped? Wu Jianzhong, when Lili, I remember I'm neutral on this. Old Li head, Su, don't you have any shame? How long do you plan to keep this lie going? Is this even funny? Old Li head, if you just wanted to drink, why not simply call us? No need for all this. Old Li head, what's wrong? Planning to just round up 4 random babies, huh? Ha ha ha. Watching old Li Head's flustered reactions, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Jiangwo, haha, old Li Head, look at you getting all worked up. Su Jiangwo, what's wrong? Scared already? Do you think I'm that bored hunting for 4 babies? Just wait, I'll soon leave you speechless. Su Jiangwo, do you want to come over to my place? Old Li Head was in the middle of changing his grandson Longlong's diaper when he saw the message, nearly choking on laughter. He sent a voice message directly. Old Li Head, do you take me for someone with nothing better to do? I've got my own Longlong to look after. No time to play along with you. Wu Jinzhong, I think I'll skip it actually. He wasn't entirely convinced either. After all, quadruplets were extraordinarily rare. Su Jiangwo couldn't possibly be that fortunate. Only Lili replied swiftly, I'm going, wait for me. Su Jiangwo, Lili is always brotherly is the clever one. You too, Having sent those messages, Su Jiangwo was already imagining the 3 of them with their jaws dropped. Seeing Fang Rulin still sitting on the sofa in a daze, Su Jiangwo crept over cautiously chuckling. Rulin, don't be nervous. Everything will be fine. Our daughter-in-law is incredibly kind, and the little ones will be too. They'll surely take to you. They had better, otherwise spanking was warranted. After all, she was their grandmother. Fang Rulin clenched her hands and shot Su Jiangwo an exasperated glance. Who said I was nervous? I'm not nervous at all. I'm just. The more she spoke, the more she couldn't continue. Since learning 2 days ago that Su Chen was bringing the children back, Fang Rulin hadn't slept a single peaceful night. She had called Su Chen first thing that morning. Upon learning he had already set out, Fang Rulin had settled onto the sofa and waited. An hour passed, and she hadn't moved an inch. She was genuinely nervous. Her son had grown up overnight and was returning with his wife and grandchildren. She was overjoyed yet utterly unsure of how to be a good mother-in-law and grandmother. Noticing Su Jiangwo watching her with a cheerful smile, Fang Rulin steeled herself. I was just wondering what we're having for lunch. What does Chi-Chi like to eat? I'll go cook. Su Jiangwo was stunned. You'll cook? The meals were always his domain. Fang Rulin, yes I will. I'm going right now. She had to make a good impression in front of her daughter-in-law. Absolutely no slipping up. Su Jiangwo pondered for a moment, then couldn't resist. How about I go instead? No, I'm cooking personally. But you haven't cooked in all these years. Seeing the icy glare Fang Rulin shot his way, Su Jiangwo wisely kept his mouth shut. Fine, you cook. There are vegetables in the fridge, make something. All right. Fang Rulin rose composedly and walked calmly toward the kitchen. Everything appeared perfectly normal. But as she reached the kitchen doorway, thud, she slammed right into the door panel. Rulin. Su Jiangwo sprang up immediately. Fang Rulin waved him off. I'm fine. Don't bother helping. Just wait here for Xiao Chun. Su Jiangwo swallowed hard and said nothing. Soon after Lili arrived. The moment he stepped inside, Lili couldn't contain his eagerness. Where's Xiao Chun? Where's my niece-in-law? Where are the babies? He looked unusually tense. Noticing Su Jiangwo sitting so calmly, Lili found it strange. What are you doing? Waiting to greet them? Su Jiangwo studied him curiously. Why do I feel like you're more nervous than I am? I already called Dongzi. Lili laid his stance bare. Su Jiangwo chuckled. As always, Brother Li is the clever one. But Brother Li isn't Dongzi coming back to today. Aren't you waiting for him? What's there to greet about that lone dog? He knows how to find his own way. Come on, let's go pick up Xiao Chun. All right, let's go. Su Jiangwo was also growing eager. He cast a worried glance toward the kitchen, noticing Fang Rulin washing vegetables. She appeared reasonably composed. So Su Jiangwo headed outside. However, the two of them waited at the doorway for a full half hour. Su Chen hadn't arrived yet. Lili furrowed his brows. Where are they? They should have been here by now. They left at 8, it should be 9:30. Exactly what's going on? Su Jiangwo was growing anxious too. Lili, could it be they're not coming after all? Su Jiangwo, shut your crow's beak. Lili, was it really that serious? Admittedly, quadruplets were rare, but was there really any need to be this flustered? Another 20 minutes drifted by. Inside, the busy Fang Rulin also began growing restless. She had been in kitchen for an entire hour already. Why weren't they back yet? She couldn't help but step outside to check. The moment Su Jiangwo saw her, he grew anxious. Rulin, don't worry. Su Chen will be back any moment. If he dares not come back, I'll break his legs. Fang Rulin frowned. I'm not worried. I'm just going back to cook. With that, she spun around quickly and retreated back into the kitchen. Passing by the kitchen doorway once more, bang, she collided with a chair. But Fang Rulin straightened her clothes and walked into the kitchen as though nothing had happened. Lili couldn't help but laugh. Is Rulin nervous? Su Jiangwo shot him a withering look. And what do you think? Imagine meeting your future grandchildren for the first time. Would you not be nervous? Lili, I wish I could be this nervous. Alas, Li Dong didn't even have a girlfriend. Another 10 agonizing minutes passed. Still no sign of them. Su Jiangwo grew quite irked. I'm going back to call Xiao Chun. Saying so, he headed back inside. Lili thought for a moment and followed. Meanwhile, at the corner not far from the Su residence, a black SUV was slowly making its approach. Inside the car, when Chi-Chi nervously gripped her seatbelt. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Chi-Chi, don't be nervous. I'm here. You've already met my dad, and my mom is an exceptionally kind person. They won't make things difficult for you, and they'll prepare plenty of food. Every time I came back before, they always prepared so many of my favorite dishes. This time will be no different. I'm certain they'll grow to love you and the babies. I bet they're already waiting at the door right now. Hearing this, when Chi-Chi felt a flicker of anticipation, she took a deep breath and nodded. All right. The car pulled up to the gate. After unbuckling, when Chi-Chi's seatbelt, Chen stepped out. Ningxi Town was a modest little town. The town had no towering buildings or bustling streets. Fields and hills surrounded it on all sides. At the foot of the hills, a river wound through the landscape. The river mirrored the green mountains with fish occasionally swimming by. As soon as when Chi-Chi stepped out, she felt the air was remarkably fresh. She took a deep breath. She suddenly thought it would be lovely to retire here someday. The Su residence was a two-story house with a courtyard. Chen glanced around, but noticed no one at the entrance. He frowned. Where were his parents? Hadn't they come to meet him? Just then Chen heard his phone ringing. Then Su Jiangwo's angry shouts echoed from the courtyard. That damn kid, what's keeping him so long? When he gets back, he'll get what's coming to him. The voice grew louder. Chen hung up. Su Jiangwo, damn it. No, I can't wait. I'm going to Ningzhou to break Chen's legs. And bring the babies and daughter-in-law back with me. Chen. At that moment, Su Jiangwo had already reached the gate. Not wanting his legs broken, Chen stepped forward. Dad. Su Jiangwo paused for a moment. Chen had expected joy upon seeing him, but to his surprise, after that brief hesitation, Su Jiangwo acted as though he hadn't heard Chen's voice at all. He quickly made his way toward the car. Only when he reached when Chi-Chi did he stop and greet her. Chi-Chi, you're back. You're back. That's wonderful. Then he quickly jumped into the car. Before anyone could react, he hugged the eldest baby. Ha, the babies are back. Did you miss your grandpa? Grandpa missed you so much. Chen. Had he already become invisible to his own father? Seeing Chen frown, Lily walked over with a smile and calmly patted his shoulder. Don't worry, your dad will remember you in a moment. Chen, why do I feel even more pitiful? Lily calmly walked toward the car. He wanted to see what kind of babies could make Su Jiangwo so excited. When he reached when Chi-Chi, Lily was stunned. Who's this? She's too beautiful. Who is this girl? She'd make quite a match for his own son. Before this thought could fully form, Lily heard Chen say, Uncle Li, this is Chi-Chi, my wife. Lily. Chen then turned to when Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, this is Uncle Li Donga's father. When Chi-Chi politely greeted him, hello Uncle Li. Lily awkwardly scratched his head. Good. That's wonderful. Xiao Chun is impressive. As he spoke, Lily felt his heart ache. Such a gorgeous daughter-in-law. And Chen got her. What a pity. Meanwhile, inside the car, Su Jiangwo shouted joyfully. Brotherly, let me introduce you to my 4 little grandchildren. Hurry. Lily quickly leaned in half his body inside the car. The next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. 4 soft, cuddly, and adorable babies. They were staring at him with big blank eyes. Lily's heart trembled slightly. This. They're too cute. Aren't these babies straight out of a TV show? Su Jiangwo watched Lily's reaction with satisfaction and laughed heartily. How about them? Cute, right? This is Debao, my eldest grandson. Lily saw a sturdy little boy gazing back at him, drooling. This is Erbao, my eldest granddaughter. Lily saw a tiny girl with small pigtails smiling at him. This is Sanbao, my youngest grandson. Sanbao was twisting his head around as if searching for something. This is Sibao, my youngest granddaughter. Sibao was happily reaching out, asking Lily to hold him. Lily stared at them in amazement. His head went blank. So cute. So soft. So adorable. He really wanted to hold them. Su Jiangwo saw Lily about to reach out and grab all 4 babies, so he couldn't help himself, and pulled the reaching Sibao into his arms. Sibao, you need to let Grandpa hold you first. I'm the grandpa. This one is Uncle Li. The implication was clear. I'm the real grandpa. I should hold him first. If I don't hold him, nobody else can. Sibao seemed to understand and babbled something unintelligible. Lily was so envious he could have cried. What should he do? He really wanted to hold a baby too. He really wanted someone to ask for a hug. Just then, Li Dong, who had been quiet this whole time, realized he was being ignored. So he cautiously called out, Dad. However, Lily didn't even realize his presence at all, still enviously watching the 4 babies. Li Dong raised his voice and called out again, Daddy. Lily still didn't respond. He timidly asked Su Jiangwo, Old Suam, you see, I'm the only one who believed what you said. You might not let me hold them, but you shouldn't let those 2 hold them either. This. Lily's face was almost twisted into a tangled mess. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily at Lily's words. All right, I'll let you hold him, Sibao, go let Uncle Li hold you. He handed Sibao to Lily. Lily happily took him, smiling like a child. So soft. The babies are truly adorable. He ignored Li Dong. He realized that not only did Lily not notice him, not even Su Jiangwo, who was usually so happy to see him, noticed him. He had no choice but to silently get out of the car himself. After helping Su Chen take out the baby seat, he turned around to hold the babies. However, Su Jiangwo was already carrying Debao and Erbao down. Lily was holding Sibao. Sanbao sat all alone in the car. Watching Su Jiangwo, he let out a loud cry. Whoa. Nobody's holding Sanbao. Sanbao is so sad. Ying. This cry melted Su Jiangwo's heart. What should he do? He couldn't hold 3 by himself. Su Jiangwo was extremely conflicted at this moment, wishing he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Seeing this, Su Chen walked over and said, I'll take Sanbao. Let me handle this. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, Lily loudly declared, I can still hold 1 more. Sanbao, come to Uncle Li. Seeing Su Chen about to pick them up, Li Li said again, "Little Chen, you cannot compete with Uncle Li. Uncle Li is an elder. You should yield to him." Su Chen found himself speechless at this. He had no choice but to get in the car and hand the 3 babies to Li Li. Li Li happily picked up 2 of them and broke into a grin. He was already imagining if Lao Li Tu and Wu Jianzhong found out he was holding such adorable babies, they would surely die of envy, wouldn't they? Ha! Let them be envious. They truly deserved it. Li Li's heart had been completely captured by the babies. With all 4 children in his arms, Su Jiguo walked over to Wen Chi-Chi and said, "Let's go, Chi-Chi. We're home. Let's go in." Wen Chi-Chi nodded and reached for the baby stroller. Su Jiguo stopped her. No. Let Su Chen carry it. How could I let you do such heavy work? What is Su Chen good for? You pesky kid. Realizing he was about to get scolded, Su Chen hurried over with a helpless expression. Chi-Chi, go inside quickly. I'll handle it. When Chi-Chi nodded. As she moved the chair, Su Chen asked, "Dad, where's Mom?" When Chi-Chi also felt a twinge of hesitation. Su Chen had said his parents would come to pick them up, but so far she had only seen Su Jiguo. Was Su Chen's mother not at home? In truth, because she had met Su Jiguo before when Chi-Chi was not nervous around him. But regarding this future mother-in-law, she was so flustered she did not know what to do. Your mom is in the room cooking for you all. Cooking? Su Chen paused in suspicion, then shook his head and said nothing. How could Mom go cook? Wasn't Dad always the one who cooked? Let's go Chi-Chi. Don't worry about Su Chen. If he can't carry it back, he needn't come back at all. When Chi-Chi was amused by Su Jiguo, she teased playfully, "Alright Su Chen, you got this." Su Chen gave them a helpless look. They hadn't even entered the house yet, and they were already ganging up on him. But this feeling was really quite nice. Li Dong, similarly ignored, helped carry the baby stroller back. Walking into the living room, Li Li only noticed Li Dong while cooing at the babies. He asked in astonishment, "Huh? Dongzi, what are you doing here? When did you get back?" Li Dong. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Li, brother Dong came back with me. He was in my car." "Oh, I see." Li Li fell silent for a moment. "Then why didn't I see him just now, eh?" Li Dong. Was this really his own father? "Dad, I called out to you when we were in the car." Li Dong tried to explain, hoping to repair the bond with his father. Li Li, oh, is that so? I didn't hear you. Your voice was too quiet, wasn't it? Li Dong. Su Chen laughed again. Alright, brother Dong, come help me move things. There's more in the car." He wasn't the only one being ignored. That was actually pretty good, haha. Li Dong could only rub his nose and walk over to Su Chen. While carrying things, he muttered, "Little Chen. Yash, do you think I should hurry up and find a partner and have a kid just to maintain my relationship with my dad? Right?" Li Dong frowned. "But from what I've seen, you seem to have it even worse after having kids. Su Chen, why do you have to go and poke at my heart?" He really was miserable. After the 2 of them carried everything inside, Su Chen noticed Fong Rulin still had not come out. Moreover, the kitchen door was shut tightly. Su Chen asked suspiciously, "Dad, what is Mom doing?" "Cooking in the kitchen. Your mom said you were all back, so she wants to prepare a meal personally for Chi-Chi." Su Chen furrowed his brows again and called out twice toward the kitchen, Mom. A loud clanging sound came from within. Then came Fong Rulin's angry retort, "What are you yelling for? Are you summoning ghosts? My food isn't even done yet. Wait." When Chi-Chi's fingers clenched tightly upon hearing this. Was her future mother-in-law going to be difficult to get along with? Noticing when Chi-Chi's tension, Su Chen walked over and took her hand, offering a reassuring look. Then he deliberately called out, "Mom, your daughter-in-law is back. Aren't you coming to see her?" The kitchen fell silent. Su Chen called out again, "Your little grandchildren are back too." Fong Rulin's voice carried a hint of trembling. I know. They're back, that's all. I'm busy. You manage on your own. Do not disturb me." The moment Su Chen heard that voice, his nose tingled with emotion. Su Jiguo handed the 4 babies in his arms to Su Chen. "Let me go take a look." "Dad, don't go." "I'll go." Su Chen stopped his father. He patted Wen Chi-Chi's hand with his right hand and gave her a reassuring smile. Then he entered the kitchen. In the living room, the babies were curiously observing their surroundings. Li Li asked while playing with the babies, "Is Rualkin all right?" "She's fine." Su Jiguo shook his head. "She's just too nervous. You have no idea. These past few days she has been watching the babies' videos non-stop, often all night long. Chi-Chi, don't take it to heart. Your aunt. She simply does not know how to meet you all." When Chi-Chi shook her head. Having just heard Fong Rulin's voice, she could guess that this future mother-in-law must be experiencing very complicated emotions at this moment. Su Chen pushed open the kitchen door and saw Fong Rulin peeling potatoes. On the floor beside her lay a porcelain bowl, clearly just dropped. The moment Fong Rulin saw him, she quickly turned her head and said coldly, "What are you doing in here?" Su Chen walked over to Fong Rulin and looked up at her. Her eyes were red at the corners and tear stains still lingered on her face. Su Chen took the potato from her hand. "Mom, let me do it." "No need, I'll do it myself." Fong Rulin stubbornly ignored him. Su Chen chuckled. "Mom, you're peeling away almost 2 layers of this potato. What are we even going to eat?" Fong Rulin's hand froze. She realized the once enormous potato was now reduced to a tiny fragment. She handed it to Su Chen in one motion and said, "Then you do it. I'll peel the green onions." Fong Rulin took out another green onion. Before long, Su Chen shook his head helplessly again. "Mom, this green onion. If you keep peeling it, there'll be nothing left." Fong Rulin. She had no choice but to set down the green onion, light the fire, and begin stir-frying. Su Chen peeled potatoes while silently watching her. After the fire was lit, Fong Rulin began pouring in oil. But for some reason Fong Rulin's hand shook and half a pot of oil went in. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Mom, does oil cost money? Shut up. Fong Rulin took out a porcelain bowl, scooped out the excess oil, leaving only what was needed for stir-frying. The first dish was potato and chicken stew. Fong Rulin added the chicken pieces, stir-fried them briefly, and then began adding salt. After picking up the salt container, she spaced out once more. Su Chen watched in horror as more and more salt poured in. He quickly rushed over and snatched the salt container. Mom, let me. Fong Rulin was startled as well. She nervously stepped back, her nose tingling with acid. Son, is it that your mom can't do anything right? The more Fong Rulin thought about it, the heavier her heart grew. Would her daughter-in-law look down on her like this? She had originally hoped to make a good impression. But now, beyond the kitchen door separated by merely a partition, the babies were babbling and playing with Su Jiangwo, the sounds lively and cheerful. Fong Rulin had heard it the very moment they stepped inside. She yearned to throw open the door, yet she dared not. She did not know why. She had missed them for so many days, yet now that they stood before her, her nerves got the better of her. Hearing this, Su Chen poured the chicken pieces from the pot and said, "How could that be? Don't you remember how delicious your cooking was when I was a child? You even told me once that you stayed out of the kitchen to give my father a chance to cook, to encourage him to cook more. Actually, you cook better than he does." Fong Rulin paused, slightly stunned. She reflected on those earlier days. When she was young, it had indeed been true. She could not only cook, but handle all manner of household chores. But after marrying Su Jiangwo, he would vie to do everything himself. She found she no longer needed to, and so she grew accustomed to it. But now, if she were to help care for the little grandchildren in the future, what would she do if she could not even cook properly? Su Chen seemed to read her thoughts. Mom, Chi-Chi won't mind. What do you know? Fong Rulin shot Su Chen a sharp glance. You've been spoiled since childhood, and you can't even cook. Your father visiting your mother-in-law is hardly convenient. This is something only I can do. Su Chen smiled. Who says I can't cook? Your son is capable of anything. You're just boasting. Fong Rulin snatched the pot from Su Chen's hands, ready to resume her work. Su Chen deliberately set the pot further away. Mom, go take a look. Even if you don't want to see them, they really want to see you. Su Chen knew his mother desperately wanted to see the children, but her stubbornness held her back, so it seemed he would have stepped in and helped. Fong Rulin gritted her teeth and drew a deep breath. All right. She approached the kitchen doorway. Her fingers trembled, yet she could not seem to grasp the doorknob. Outside the door, Su Jiangwo and Li Li had been playing with the babies for a while when they noticed no sound coming from the kitchen. Su Jiangwo grew somewhat worried. When Chi-Chi also realized she ought to do something, so she rose to her feet and dragged the baby chair to the kitchen doorway. Then she gathered all the babies into the chair, seating them in a neat row. Afterward, she glanced at Su Jiangwo. Uncle Su, go ask Annie to come. Tell her the babies miss her very much. Su Jiangwo nodded and made his way toward the kitchen door. Inside, Fong Rulin had tried many times, but still could not succeed. Su Chen sighed and walked over, intending to help. Suddenly, the door swung open. Fong Rulin lifted her head sharply. What met her gaze were 4 adorable babies, 2 with tiny shaved heads, 2 with small ponytails. The first bald baby gazed blankly at Fong Rulin. The second with the ponytail broke into a smile, his eyes narrowing. The third bald baby, upon seeing Fong Rulin, grinned as well. This grandma looked so kind, he liked her. Baby 4 with his ponytail squirmed about and reached out his arms for Fong Rulin to hold. Su Jiangwo, hiding behind the door, smiled and pointed at Fong Rulin, saying to the babies, "Babies, this is your grandma." The 4 little ones looked at Su Jiangwo, then at Fong Rulin. Confused little heads filled with bewilderment. Grandma? What is grandma? But Grandpa looked so happy. Grandpa really likes grandma, so they should like grandma too, right? Thus all 4 little ones waved their arms and smiled at Fong Rulin. Yeah, if you smile, grandma will surely like you. Little third baby still wore a puzzled expression. Although this Andy, oh no, this grandma, even though she was old, for some reason, he liked her very much. Little second baby squinted at Fong Rulin, wondering confusedly, this grandma looks so familiar. Who does she resemble? Baby 4 and big baby both waved their arms, waiting for Fong Rulin to pick them up. Seeing the babies so delighted, Su Jiangwo chuckled. Rulin, they're asking for hugs. Su Chen also called from behind. Mom, go ahead and hold them. When Chi-Chi watched this scene, her heart swelled with warmth. It was evident that grandma loved the babies dearly. Just right. The babies seemed to like grandma as well. Under the watchful eyes of those present, Fong Rulin moved. They all assumed she would go hold the babies. But Fong Rulin swiftly passed by the babies without stopping and walked onward. Su Chen was stunned. Could it be that his mother did not like the children? Su Jiangwo was equally curious. Rulin, where are you going? Fong Rulin ignored them entirely and walked straight to Wen Chi-Chi, standing before her and gazing at her. Wen Chi-Chi instinctively wanted to take a step back, but remembering this was Su Chen's mother, she steadied herself and offered a warm smile. Auntie. Fong Rulin suddenly let out a sigh, then slowly took her hand. After studying her face carefully, she whispered softly, Chi-Chi, you have suffered enough. When Chi-Chi was startled, and her heart gave a sudden tremble. She seemed to understand what Fong Rulin meant. After speaking, Fong Rulin turned her head again and said sternly, Su Chen, come here. Su Chen, who had been moved at the kitchen doorway, walked over with a bewildered expression. Mom, what's wrong? Without hesitation, Fong Rulin struck Su Chen on the shoulder. Tell me, what on earth have you done? Chi-Chi is still so young, and you let her give birth entirely alone. Alone? When I gave birth to you back, then your father brought your grandparents, your maternal grandparents, your uncle, and your younger aunt. All of them keeping me company. I was so wrong that I cried. Chi-Chi bore 4 children all by herself. Back then, how wronged must she have felt? As Fong Rulin spoke, she could not help but wipe away her tears. Su Jiangwo also silently sighed behind her. Back then it had indeed been so. He had been so caught up in his own joy that he had forgotten the hardships his daughter-in-law had endured. The scolded Su Chen also sighed silently. Mama, but before he could finish his sentence, he heard when Chi-Chi anxiously grasping Fong Rulin's hand. Auntie, it is not Su Chen's fault. Really, it is not his fault. It was my own mistake. Back then Fong Rulin wiped her tears once more and interrupted when Chi-Chi. Su Chen, look at how sensible Chi-Chi is. She thinks of you and everything. You shameless fellow, you really. When Chi-Chi discovered that the more she spoke, the angrier Fong Rulin grew. She could only fall silent. Yet this kind of protection filled her heart with warmth. All the nervousness she had felt on the journey disappeared. Her future mother-in-law was truly quite wonderful. Su Chen let out a helpless sigh. Mom, I understand. I will treat Chi-Chi well. You said it. Fong Rulin said fiercely. You must take responsibility for your own words. My words stand. If I ever see you treating Chi-Chi poorly, I will have your father kick you out of this house. And let Chi-Chi become our daughter. Hearing Fong Rulin say this, Su Jiangwo also chimed in, absolutely right, your mother is correct. You pesky boy, make sure you remember that. Su Chen deliberately cast a wounded look at the two of them. Who actually gave birth to me? Stop it. Su Jiangwo and Fong Rulin said in unison. Su Chen. He had no choice but to turn and find when Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, look at them. You've got to stand up for your husband. When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. Li and Li Dong, who had been watching from the sidelines all along, couldn't help but show envious expressions. This family was so full of love. But if they kept going on like this, lunchtime would slip away. Li Dong cheerfully stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, Sister Rulin, come. Since you've coaxed your daughter-in-law, come see your little grandchildren now. They've been waiting for you to hold them. The 4 little babies were currently staring blankly at when Chi-Chi and Grandma, their eyes not blinking. Grandma was wiping away tears, which only surprised them more. Little heads were filled with big questions. Why is Grandma crying? Grandpa is happy, so Grandma should be happy too, right? Why? What can we do to make Grandma happy? Do we need to cry too? All right, they only know how to cry. The 4 babies pursed their lips, then pursed them again. Then with a wah they started crying. Next was the 3rd baby. Then the 2nd baby. Finally the eldest. One by one they tilted their heads and wailed at Fong Rulin. Yet not a single tear rolled down their cheeks. Seeing this, Su Jiangwo hurried over anxiously. Why are they crying? Babies don't cry. Ruelon, look at what you've done. The babies are crying now. Fong Rulin also grew anxious. She quickly turned around, flusteredly looking at the 4 babies. Don't cry. It's Grandma's fault. Grandma shouldn't have ignored the babies. Grandma's little hearts, don't cry. Fong Rulin wanted to hold the eldest, then the 2nd, then the 3rd and 4th. For a moment she was at a loss. What should she do? All 4 were crying. Who should she hold first? Su Jiangwo was also anxious. He shot a fierce glance at Su Chen. Xiao Chen, what are you standing there for? Su Chen had no choice but to walk over. It seemed he was not just a baby delivery machine, but also a baby soothing machine. Su Chen approached the 4th baby and gently picked him up. Then he said to the 3rd baby, no more crying. If you cry, Grandma will cry too. The 3rd baby blinked his eyes. Grandma will cry too. No way, Grandma can't cry. The 3rd baby stopped crying right away. Su Chen then walked over to the 2nd baby. 2nd baby, are you being good? The 2nd baby's crying paused. Su Chen, is 2nd baby the best behaved baby? The 2nd baby sniffled again. A tear hung at the corner of his eye, but wouldn't fall. 2nd baby must be a good child. Su Chen then walked over to the eldest baby. Eldest baby, look. Your younger siblings have all stopped crying. Wouldn't it be shameful for a big boy like you to still be crying? The eldest baby glanced at Su Chen blankly, then turned to look at the other 3 babies. He discovered that indeed everyone had stopped crying. Then. Eldest baby wouldn't cry anymore then. The 4 little ones suddenly stopped crying, and Fong Rulin breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen said to her, Mom, see, your son is quite capable. Fong Rulin shot him a sideways glance. If you hadn't refused to coax the babies earlier, would they have cried? Su Chen, hadn't he done it for her, just then? Fong Rulin, all right, let me hold little 4th baby. Come here, 4th baby. Upon hearing Grandma call her 4th baby, immediately beamed and nestled into Fong Rulin's arms. After holding 4th baby, Fong Rulin went to hold 3rd baby, then 2nd baby, finally the eldest. But the moment she picked up the eldest, she couldn't seem to put him down. The eldest seemed to really like Fong Rulin, clinging to her embrace and unwilling to let go no matter what. Lily, watching from the side, was nearly crying with envy. Unable to hold back, he took out his phone and recorded a video. Then without hesitation, he posted it to the Brothers Forever group chat. Such a heartwarming moment couldn't be enjoyed by him alone. Someone else had to share the sour feeling. Li Dong, who had been ignored all morning, finally found an opportunity to speak. Aunt Lan, the eldest baby looks a lot like you. Everyone paused briefly and turned to look at the eldest baby and Fong Ruolin. In fact, Su Chen himself also resembled Fong Ruolin somewhat. Although the eldest baby looked more like Wen Qiqi, certain features were similar to Su Chen's. And when those features aligned with Su Chen's, they looked even more like Fong Ruolin. Su Jiangwo said, "It makes sense now. No wonder our eldest baby wanted grandma to hold him. Lili, I have to say it really is true, haha." Fong Ruolin happily held the babies, reluctant to let go of any of them. These were all her precious grandchildren. The tension was gone, and Fong Ruolin's entire heart was focused on the babies. So she coldly said to Su Jiangwo, "You go cook." All right, I'll go." Just as Su Jiangwo was about to leave, he was stopped by Su Chen. "Dad, let me go." Su Jiangwo had been wanting to pass the task to Su Chen anyway. His son's cooking was truly delicious. He was about to nod when Fong Ruolin said, "You know how to cook?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded. Fong Ruolin couldn't believe it. "Will it be edible?" Su Chen helplessly replied, "I suppose so." Fong Ruolin looked at him skeptically, but didn't refuse. "If it doesn't turn out well, call your dad." "All right, I understand, Mom." Having said that, Su Chen was about to head into the kitchen. Su Jiangwo added, "Xiao Chen, steam more rice. Use both pots." Fong Ruolin, the 2 pots at home were enough for 10 people to eat. Normally half a pot was sufficient. Although there were more people today, 1 pot was definitely enough. "Why 2 pots? Jiangwo, what are you doing? Why steam so much?" "To eat. How can we finish all that? Wouldn't it be wasteful?" Su Jiangwo chuckled. "No worries, we'll finish it. Trust me." After all, back in Ningzhou, he, a person who usually only ate 1 bowl of rice, had devoured 4 full bowls. With so many people today, he figured they needed to steam more. Su Jiangwo could hardly wait to see everyone's reaction when they tasted Su Chen's cooking. It was sure to be wonderful. Meanwhile, Fong Ruolin, Su Jiangwo, Li and Li Dong played with the babies together. But Fong Ruolin seemed distracted. She kept glancing toward the kitchen doorway. In her memory, Su Chen could only make simple dishes, barely cooked through. With so many people to feed, she was quite worried. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help herself. "Jiangwo, could you go help out?" Su Jiangwo waved his hand. No need. Let Su Chen do it." Fong Ruolin had no idea where Su Jiangwo got his confidence. After thinking it over, she decided to check on things in the kitchen herself. When she reached the kitchen doorway and saw Su Chen through the glass window on the door, Fong Ruolin was utterly stunned. At this moment, Su Chen was cutting potatoes. His knife skills. Fast. Extremely fast. Even faster than Su Jiangwo. Fong Ruolin vaguely felt that even the chefs in the town's restaurants couldn't match this level of craftsmanship. She opened her mouth, but said nothing. Seeing her expression, Su Jiangwo walked over, took her hand, and whispered with a grin, "See, isn't our son incredible? So you don't need to worry." Fong Ruolin's heart felt bittersweet, but her face remained stern as she snorted, "He can only cook, that's all. Which man nowadays can't cook? If a man can't cook, how can he find a wife?" Su Jiangwo chuckled in silence. Ruolin was still being stubborn. Once she tasted Su Chen's cooking, she wouldn't think that way anymore. Su Jiangwo had completely forgotten that he himself had been just as stubborn before. When Qiqi noticed everyone's worry and suggested, "Uncle, Auntie, you take care of the baby. Let me go help Su Chen." With that, she walked into the kitchen on her own. When Su Chen saw Wen Qiqi, he gently ruffled her hair. "Why are you in here?" "I'm here to help." Wen Qiqi picked up a garlic bulb and asked, "How many cloves do you need?" Su Chen smiled at her earnest expression, "A whole one." "All right." Wen Qiqi peeled the entire garlic bulb, then went to wash the vegetables. Su Chen was chopping vegetables nearby. As Wen Qiqi washed, her hand slipped, and the vegetable fell into the basin. Water splashed everywhere. When Qiqi closed her eyes, her face and clothes were completely soaked. "Ah." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Qiqi, you." When Qiqi felt a bit embarrassed, "Am I too clumsy?" No, my Qiqi is the smartest." Su Chen chuckled as he took a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped Wen Qiqi's face. Wen Qiqi blushed with shyness. "Maybe I should go out and stop causing trouble. Haven't you heard that men and women working together make light work? Your husband here loves having you by my side." As they were talking, the kitchen door suddenly opened. Li Dong walked and glanced at them blankly. Seeing their actions, his pupils contracted, and he quickly turned around. "I didn't see anything. I just came to see if you needed any help." "Ahem, you two continue." With that, Li Dong decisively closed the door. Li Dong was conflicted. He had been watching the baby just fine outside. When Qiqi went in to help, and then Lili urged him to go help in the kitchen as well. And then, as soon as he entered, he was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Li Dong was utterly exasperated. Today he had really eaten too much dog food. Li Dong felt that he wouldn't need to eat for the entire National Day holiday. Was this his worst National Day holiday ever? Li Dong lowered his head and walked dejectedly to Li Li's side. Lili got annoyed just seeing him. "What? Didn't I tell you to go help?" Li Dong sighed. "Dad, why don't you arrange a blind date for me? I want a girlfriend." At these words, Li, Su Jiangwo, and Fong Ruolin were all shocked. Lili looked at Li Dong in confusion. "Didn't you hate blind dates before? You wouldn't even come home to avoid them." "That was because I was immature. Now I understand. Arrange one." Li Dong was determined. He had to find a girlfriend as soon as possible, then have a few cute chubby babies. That was his goal for this year. Inside the kitchen, after being interrupted by Li Dong when Qiqi turned back to washing vegetables, However, her gaze kept drifting to Su Chen. Men and women working together make light work. Indeed, it was true. And from this angle, Su Chen looked even more handsome. She had excellent taste. Su Chen noticed that when Chi-Chi's eyes hadn't left him for a moment. He grinned. What's the matter? Realizing your husband is getting more handsome. When Chi-Chi blushed and said nothing. Her shy demeanor clearly admitted it. Su Chen laughed happily and continued cooking. Meanwhile, at Old Li's house, Wu Jianzhong had just arrived carrying a bottle of liquor swaying slightly. He saw Old Li holding Long. Wu Jianzhong was a bit torn. Are we really not going to Old Su's place? What for? That old trickster Su is definitely faking it. How could there really be quadruplets? Wu Jianzhong felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Soon a WeChat notification arrived with a new message. Wu Jianzhong pulled out his phone to check. Old Li, whose phone screen had just lit up, said, "Don't bother. Brother Li sent a video with several kids in it." Old Li hadn't opened the video, but he could tell from the thumbnail. Old Su must have borrowed some kids from somewhere for a staged photo. Such a show-off. Come on, let's go eat and drink, forget about them. At the mention of drinking, Wu Jianzhong put his phone away. By noon, the four babies had fallen asleep. Fang Ruolin came to the kitchen door and called out, "Chi-Chi, come here a moment." Su Chen poked his head out of the kitchen. "Mom, what's up?" "None of your business, keep cooking." Su Chen completely ignored. Now that she has a daughter-in-law, she forgets her son. Su Chen had no choice but to turn back to cooking. When Chi-Chi was puzzled as Fang Ruolin pulled her into the bedroom. Fang Ruolin closed the door, led when Chi-Chi to the bed, and gestured, "Chi-Chi, sit down." "Annie, what are you doing?" When Chi-Chi looked surprised, Fang Ruolin smiled mysteriously and sat down beside her. She took Wen Chi-Chi's hand and gently pushed up her sleeve. On Wen Chi-Chi's arm was the jade bracelet that Fang Ruolin had asked Su Jiangwo to give her. "Chi-Chi, do you know what this jade bracelet means?" "It was left to me by Su Chen's grandmother, meant for the wife of the Su family. She told me that when I found the right daughter-in-law, I should give her this jade bracelet. Chi-Chi, I'm entrusting Xiao Chen to you. He has many small flaws, lazy, conceited, a bit childish, but he's a decent kid. Don't worry, if Xiao Chen ever dares to bully you, come back and tell me. I won't let him off." Fang Ruolin continued, "Your Uncle Su and I will definitely be on your side." When Chi-Chi smiled, "Auntie, I know. Actually, Su Chen isn't lazy. He's wonderful. He treats me well, he's good to the babies, he can cook, earn money, and he's family-oriented. Being with him makes me happy, and the babies are happy too." Fang Ruolin looked at Wen Chi-Chi in surprise. "Is that so?" "Yes, it is." When Chi-Chi lowered her head, smiling shyly. Fang Ruolin laughed. "You're always defending Xiao Chen. Wait, Annie has another gift for you." Fang Ruolin stood up, rummaged in the wardrobe for a moment, and then took out something. When Chi-Chi looked at Fang Ruolin suspiciously. Shortly after, Fang Ruolin thrust a bank card into Wen Chi-Chi's hands. "Chi-Chi, originally this money was meant for Xiao Chen to buy a house, but I heard from Uncle Su that Xiao Chen said he already has one, so I'll leave it to you." When Chi-Chi quickly stepped back, "I can't take this money. Annie, Su Chen and I will earn our own money. This is your and Uncle's hard-earned savings." Fang Ruolin took Wen Chi-Chi's hand and smiled. "I know, but this is a token of our appreciation. If you don't take it, your uncle and I will feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Just consider it a gift from us for our future grandchildren." When Chi-Chi was torn, Fang Ruolin, without waiting for a response, tucked the money into Wen Chi-Chi's pocket. "Take it, be good." Seeing Fang Ruolin's insistence, Wen Chi-Chi had no choice but to accept. "Thank you, Annie." Fang Ruolin nodded with satisfaction and pulled Wen Chi-Chi along. "Come on, time to eat. I wonder if that boy Xiao Chen can cook well." Wen Chi-Chi smiled, but said nothing. She could tell that Fang Ruolin was also very good to Su Chen. Perhaps she could let Su Chen give her a surprise. In the living room, as soon as Fang Ruolin came out, she saw a table full of dishes. There were 10 dishes in total, neatly arranged. She was stunned. Did Xiao Chen make all this? No one answered. Su Jiangwo pulled out a chair for her. "Ruolin, come and taste." After calling her, he also called Li, "Brother Li Dongzi, time to eat." Li and Li Dong were equally amazed. They had always thought Su Chen would just make a few simple dishes. Yet before long, he had already prepared 10 dishes and a soup. And they looked, smelled, and tasted delightful. Everyone sat down. Su Chen also came over and took his seat. Li Dong asked in surprise, "Xiao Chen, when did you learn to cook? Haven't you been in school all this time?" Su Chen replied helplessly, "I joined the school's cooking club." "Oh." Li Dong was skeptical, still thinking Su Chen's cooking wouldn't be that good. After all, he had never seen Su Chen cook before. Li Dong thought for a moment and said, "Don't give me too much rice, I'm not very hungry." He was almost full from the dog food. Su Jiangwo laughed. "Really?" Li Dong nodded. "Really. Dongzi, don't regret it later." "Why would I regret it?" Li Dong was puzzled, feeling that Su Jiangwo was acting strange today. Su Jiangwo didn't reply, instead turning to Su Chen. "Then give Dongzi half a bowl of rice." Soon everyone had their rice. Li Dong picked up a piece of spare rib closest to him, planning to just take a couple of bites. But the moment it entered his mouth, he was stunned. This was incredibly delicious. He looked up at the others and saw no one watching him. So without a word, he picked up a second piece of spare rib, then a third, then a fourth. When Li finally finished talking and was about to eat, he looked down and found the spare ribs almost gone. And in front of Li Dong lay a pile of bones. Li exclaimed, "Dongzi, what's wrong with you?" Fang Ruolin also looked incredulous. "Does Dongzi like spare ribs this much?" Li Dong, busy gnawing on a spare rib, had no time to reply. Lily said in surprise. He likes them, but not like this. Is the kid running a fever? While they were puzzled, Li Dong swallowed the spare rib, then picked up his empty bowl, walked to the rice cooker, and filled himself a heaping bowl of rice. A mountain of rice. Lily. He reached out to touch Li Dong's forehead. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo was laughing his head off. Li Dong sat down and started eating like crazy again. Lily, Dongzi, weren't you not hungry? Could his son be losing his mind? Li Dong, while shoveling food into his mouth, said, delicious, so delicious. This is really, really good. Lily. Fong Ruolin frowned. Even if it's good, you can't eat like that. Li Dong had no time to respond. He picked up another spare rib. He had never tasted such delicious spare ribs before. Seeing that the large plate of spare ribs was almost gone, Su Jiangwo finally couldn't help but remind, if you don't eat now, there won't be any left. Come on, Ruolin, have a taste. Su Jiangwo picked up a piece of spare rib for Fong Ruolin, then took one for himself. Only one piece remained in the plate. Lily. Fong Ruolin, hardly believing it, put the spare rib in her mouth and took a gentle bite. The next moment her pupils dilated. The flavor was incredible. She knew that Su Jiangwo was also a great cook. This spare rib was 100 times better than Su Jiangwo's. The rich aroma filled her mouth and the meat was tender and succulent without being greasy. The texture was simply divine. It was the best spare rib she had ever eaten. After a moment of awe, she too began to eat. Unfortunately, the spare ribs were gone. Fong Ruolin's face fell with disappointment. She looked at Su Chun, wanting to ask if there was more, but remembering her earlier doubts about him, she felt embarrassed. Luckily, Su Chun had already guessed her thoughts. He stood up and said, there's more, I'll get it. You all eat something else first. Fong Ruolin was overjoyed. Her son was so considerate. She decided to try the other dishes, and once she started, she couldn't stop. She was going crazy. The cucumber salad was crisp and refreshing. The kung pao chicken was tender and flavorful. The fish-flavored shredded pork was juicy and delicious. Even the simplest tomato and egg soup was incredibly tasty. Fong Ruolin was almost moved to tears. This was so good. She ate while looking at her son in disbelief. Lily was also going crazy. He hadn't even gotten a single spare rib. So he had to settle for the other dishes. One bite, and he instantly joined Li Dong in a frenzy of eating. Luckily, Su Chun had anticipated this outcome. He had made a little extra of each dish. By the end of the meal, 2 large pots of rice were completely cleaned out, and there was nothing left on the table. Everyone leaned back in their chairs, their bellies round and full. Fong Ruolin watched Su Chun washing the dishes, feeling a swell of pride. Lily patted his stomach, looked at Su Chun, then at his own son, and felt rather displeased. Su Chun not only had a beautiful wife, but also 4 adorable babies and culinary skills rivaling a chef's. What a perfect son. So Lily found Li Dong increasingly infuriating. Lily angrily scolded, get out of here. Li Dong, who was digesting his food, looked bewildered. Dad, what's wrong? Lily stared coldly and snorted, can you cook? Li Dong replied in surprise, no, didn't you say my cooking was terrible and told me to stop? Lily asked, do you have a girlfriend? Li Dong answered, no, didn't I say I was coming back for a blind date? Lily pressed, do you have a child? Li Dong, Dad, how can I have a child without a wife? Lily snapped, then get lost. Li Dong. Lily grumbled, truly you're useless at everything. Li Dong was utterly bewildered. His own father, Su Jiangwo, burst into laughter. Brotherly, don't be too hard on Dongzi. After all, not everyone is so fortunate, right? Li Dong. How did this make him feel worse? Lily was furious, but couldn't refute it. This round he had lost too thoroughly. Fortunately, there were still Wu Jianzhong and Old Li. Strange. Hadn't they seen the video? Why hadn't they replied? Weren't they shocked at all? Lily pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. The group was dead silent with only the video he had sent. Lily found it odd. He couldn't be the only one feeling sour. What was wrong with those two? He began typing. Wu Jianzhong, Old Li, what's up with you two? Why no response? Can't you see the babies? Old Li, who was eating, sneered. Wu Jianzhong, sitting across, asked curiously, what's wrong? Old Li tossed his phone aside dismissively. Brother Li is at it again. What's there to show off? It's obviously fake. Wu Jianzhong laughed. You know old Su cares about face. Maybe he put Brother Li up to it. That's true. Old Li was utterly contemptuous. He still didn't open the video. He picked up his phone and sent a voice message. Brother Li, how much did old Su pay you? Or did he treat you to a drink? Why are you helping him so hard? As Lily listened to this, Su Jiangwo heard it too. He burst into laughter. These two. Haha, I'll make them pay later. Brother Li, ignore them. They'll only believe it when they see it. Lily was helpless, so he dropped it. In the afternoon, the babies woke up. Su Chun took Wen Chi-Chi and the babies for a stroll in the town. Passing a restroom, Su Chun decided to go, asking Wen Chi-Chi and the babies to wait at the entrance. The babies looked around curiously, blinking and acting cute at passersby. Soon they were surrounded by a crowd. Wow, such adorable babies. And the mom is so beautiful. They're quadruplets. I've never seen quadruplets before. Wen Chi-Chi nodded. Yes. The person who spoke laughed. Really? So cute, so cute, so cute. Young lady, where are you from? The townspeople didn't recognize Wen Chi-Chi, so they started chatting. Are you from out of town? Wen Chi-Chi nodded again. Sort of. So well behaved. So adorable. Look, that little baby smiled at me. I'm melting, I'm totally melting. Not far away, a woman holding a 1-year-old child saw a crowd rushing in one direction. Driven by curiosity, she grabbed someone and asked, Xiaofan, where are you going? The person replied, don't you know? There are quadruplet babies over there. They say they're very cute. And the mom is like a fairy. Lin Xingyu, don't you want to see? The woman was Lin Xingyu. She was old Li's daughter-in-law. In her arms was her son Long Long. Hearing about quadruplets, she was stunned. Quadruplets? Really? That's only on TV, right? Xiaofan said, just go see for yourself. If you're not coming, I'm off. With that, Xiaofan dashed off. Lin Xingyu thought for a moment, sensing something off. She ran home, handed Long Long to old Li, and rushed out. Old Li was shocked. What's the hurry? Lin Xingyu shouted as she ran. Dad, I heard a beautiful woman with quadruplet babies is in town. I have to see. Look after Long Long. Before he could respond, she was already far away. Old Li frowned. Quadruplets. Wu Jinzhong was also suspicious. Could it be old Su's quadruplets? Old Li waved his hand. Impossible. Didn't you hear, there's a beautiful mom. Besides, Xiao Chen isn't that charming. Wu Jinzhong was speechless. They sat inside for a while, but couldn't sit still. Wu Jinzhong suggested quadruplets. Why don't we go see? Alright, let's go. I've never seen them before. Old Li picked up Long Long and headed out. At the same time, Su Jiangwo and Li Li, bored at home, were restless. Oh, the babies just left, and I already missed them. What to do? Li Li said, let's go find them on the street. We can help Xiao Chun and Chi Chi look after the babies and give them some alone time. Su Jiangwo slapped his thigh. Great idea. He had wanted to suggest it before dinner, but couldn't find a good reason. So he had to watch Su Chun and when Chi Chi take the babies out. Once outside, they quickly spotted the crowd gathered. Li Li asked curiously, what's going on over there? So lively. Su Jiangwo grinned. It must be my little grandbabies. Let's go find them there. Li Li felt a pang of envy. When would he have such adorable grandchildren? In his heart, he silently scorned Li Dong again. Wu Jinzhong and old Li soon reached the crowd. What greeted them were four little cuties being held by the surrounding people. Both men's eyes went wide. One of the tigerish little boys was looking around dazedly. Another adorable little girl was happily playing with the crowd. The third little boy kept asking for hugs from the young ladies. The last one was having the most fun. Wu Jinzhong had no doubt that if he could walk, this baby would be bouncing. Wu Jinzhong's heart melted. This is so cute. Your daughter-in-law wasn't lying. Long Long in old Li's arms also saw the cute babies. He anxiously patted old Li and babbled incoherently. But if you listened carefully, you could hear him repeating doll, doll. Long Long became more and more excited as he talked. He stretched his little body, reaching out to touch some of the babies. Baby, I want a pinch. Grandpa, hold me. Old Li chuckled hearing all this. Grandpa wants to hold them too. But how could he possibly get close to the babies? After pondering for a moment, old Li's eyes lit up. How about Grandpa goes to arrange a childhood betrothal for you? Old Li felt incredibly clever. Using children to attract children was the best strategy. Holding Long Long, he began pushing through the crowd. Wu Jiangwo saw an opportunity and rushed in after him. But there were too many people, and they simply could not squeeze through no matter how hard they tried. Just then, Old Li felt someone pat his shoulder. Being disturbed at such a critical moment, Old Li grew impatient. Who's there? Can't you see I'm busy? Su Jiangwo burst into hearty laughter. Old Li, what are you and Brother Wu doing? When he and Li Li had arrived earlier, they had spotted those adorable grandchildren of his. It went without saying that all these people had come for his little grandchildren. Su Jiangwo was about to head over when he spotted Wu Jinzhong and Old Li. They were holding Long Long and pushing hard into the crowd. Su Jiangwo's heart swelled with amusement. These two must have been captivated by the babies too. He deliberately walked over, planning to tease Old Li. Old Li, however, was quite frustrated. Of course I'm going to arrange a childhood betrothal for my grandson. See those two baby girls inside? They're going to be my granddaughter-in-law in the future. Pretty, aren't they? Envious. Su Jiangwo frowned. A childhood betrothal with his granddaughter. Was this man crazy? Keep dreaming. Su Jiangwo deliberately replied, envious. Old Li laughed. That's the spirit. Once my betrothal is sealed, you'll be even more envious. Li Li, who knew the truth, was nearly laughing his head off. Old Li, you've set your sights on someone else's toddler, so why can't you appreciate the Su family? Old Li shot back. Keep making things up, go ahead. Let me tell you, I haven't watched any of the videos you posted. If old Su really had for grandchildren, wouldn't he have brought them over to show off as soon as he got back? They haven't shown up yet, and only posted a video. Do you really think I believe that? Old Li stubbornly believed his reasoning was impeccable. In the end, Su Jiangwo was definitely lying. Su Jiangwo was at a loss. He pointed at the group of babies inside and smiled. Then do you know who they are? Old Li replied, I don't know. Su Jiangwo calmly said, they're my own grandchildren. Old Li stared at him in shock. Just when Su Jiangwo thought he might believe it, he suddenly heard Old Li curse. Old Su, have you truly lost your mind? Look at those four kids, which one resembles you? And look at how beautiful their mother is. Do you really think that's possible? Su Jiangwo was speechless once again. This Old Li was even more stubborn than he was. Li Li could no longer bear it. He patted Old Li on the shoulder. Old Li, take a good look at that sturdy young boy. See him? Right there. Li Li pointed at Bao and continued, does he look familiar? Old Li hesitated for a moment. Upon closer inspection, he indeed seemed somewhat familiar. For a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. But the thought that if he admitted it, Su Jiangwo and Li Li would gloat for days. Old Li felt he absolutely could not back down. He quickly came up with an excuse, familiar. Of course he's familiar. Have you seen their mother? Look how much he resembles her. Alas, it's a pity I don't have a granddaughter, otherwise I would have secured this boy as my future son-in-law. Oh right, I could have my daughter-in-law quickly give birth to a granddaughter for me. A difference of 2 or 3 years wouldn't be a problem at all. Old Lee grew more and more carried away. He was already envisioning a blissful future. When that time came, his home would be filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Simply delightful. Su Jiangwo snorted coldly at this. You're dreaming. Li Li helplessly rolled his eyes. Old Lee truly was beyond saving. Old Lee laughed. Old Su, that's just jealousy. Just wait, once I secure the betrothal you'll all regret it. You poor wretches with no grandchildren. The 3 pitiful souls. Seeing Li Li about to argue with Old Lee once more, Su Jiangwo grabbed him. Never mind, let him go. He won't turn back until he hits the south wall. Does he really think he can arrange a childhood betrothal? Keep dreaming. Li Li was equally helpless. Lin Xingyu had also overheard their conversation. She ran over to cheer Old Lee on. Dad, hurry up and go. As long as you can arrange the betrothal, I'll give birth to another granddaughter for you next year. Lin Xingyu had originally been unwilling to have more children. But if she could become related by marriage to such beautiful people, wouldn't that improve the family genes? Might as well have another child. She couldn't just let someone else get the benefit. Encouraged, Old Lee was overjoyed. Alright, I'm going now. Right away. In the crowd, when Chi-Chi also spotted Su Jiangwo. She was about to come over and greet him when she suddenly saw Su Jiangwo make a shushing gesture. When Chi-Chi said nothing further, she was simply curious about what Uncle Su was up to. Could there be some sort of surprise? When Chi-Chi was lost in thought, when suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd. The man was roughly the same age as Su Jiangwo, holding a baby boy in his arms. The boy looked to be about 1 year old. At that moment, he was pointing at Si Bao, who was not far away, beaming with delight. Sister. Sister is pretty. Sister. Grandpa, I want a sister. Old Lee smiled. Long Long, don't be in a hurry. Let Grandpa talk to sister's mother first, okay? After speaking, Old Lee cheerfully turned toward Wen Chi-Chi. Young lady, you're their mother, right? Wen Chi-Chi looked at Old Lee curiously. Yes, sir. Is there something you need? Hearing how polite this girl was, Old Lee's impression of her improved significantly. His determination to arrange a childhood betrothal with the babies grew even stronger. He smiled and said, this is our Long Long. He's 1.5 years old and very smart. He's already quite tall and will surely grow up to be a handsome young man. We will educate him well and help him become a promising person in the future. I just wanted to ask you, could we arrange a childhood betrothal? When Chi-Chi showed a skeptical expression, Old Lee thought he had frightened her, so he smiled again and said, don't worry, I just want to give my little grandson a chance. Let them get to know each other. If they don't agree in the future, I won't force it. Once they meet, the chances are much better. Little girl, how about leaving me your contact information? Where are you from? Is it far from here? Where will you send the child to school in the future? How about this? Tell me your address, and I'll send my little grandson to study there. When Chi-Chi was stunned by what she heard. Looking at Su Jiangwo again, he was holding back his laughter. When Chi-Chi roughly understood that Su Jiangwo knew this uncle, she smiled slightly and said, Uncle, I haven't figured out the school issue for the child yet, and as for my home, it's not too far, is it? If Su Chen's home could be considered hers. Old Lee was delighted upon hearing this. In that case, that's great. Let me tell you, I'm quite familiar with the teachers at the best kindergarten in the county. I can go talk to them and see if the baby can attend that kindergarten and receive the best education. Come on, what's your phone number? When Chi-Chi looked at Su Jiangwo again, seeing him nod quietly, when Chi-Chi didn't hesitate and took out her phone to share her WeChat. Old Lee was overjoyed. After adding WeChat, he gave Su Jiangwo a provocative look, beaming with happiness. Was he still claiming he couldn't arrange this marriage? Now you're regretting it, aren't you? Lin Xingyu also ran over happily. Dad, does this mean it's settled? Old Lee was thrilled. Yes, our Long Long has a girlfriend now. Some people don't even have a daughter-in-law, quite pitiful. Sai Long Long, why don't you go let grandpas hold you and satisfy your craving? They're all grandpa's brothers after all. Your grandpa Su will also perform a 20-minute handstand shortly. That's truly tragic, ha. Old Lee deliberately raised his voice, laughing openly and proudly. When Chi-Chi wanted to laugh, this uncle Old Lee cast a confused glance. What's wrong, little girl? Tell me if there's anything I can help with, I certainly will. When Chi-Chi said, actually this arranged marriage business. She wanted to refuse. It would be better for the children to fall in love freely. But she didn't know how to refuse. So she deferred to Su Chun. Let's wait until the child's father arrives before discussing this. Father? Where is their father? Old Lee also found When Chi-Chi's words quite reasonable. Right here. Before When Chi-Chi could finish, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Uncle Lee, what are you doing? Old Lee saw it was Su Chun and thought, this kid is here too. Perfect, he could really mock Su Jiangwo now. However, before he could say a word, he saw When Chi-Chi point at Su Chen right here. Old Lee's expression froze, staring at Su Chun in disbelief. Su Chen quickly walked over to When Chi-Chi's side and habitually ruffled her hair. What's wrong, Chi-Chi? When Chi-Chi pointed at Old Lee again, this uncle says he wants to arrange a marriage between his grandson and our baby. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Lee, are you talking about Long Long? Old Lee's expression changed rapidly. Why you? Wu Jianzhong reacted first, asking eagerly, Little Chun, is this girl your? Su Chen smiled. My wife, Uncle Wu, you're here too. Su Chen noticed their reactions and felt puzzled. Dad, Uncle Lee, you're all here. Something felt off. Old Lee finally caught on. Your wife. She's your wife, then these babies. They're all my children. Perhaps to prove Su Chen's words. The fourth baby opened his arms seeking a hug from Su Chen. Su Chen, without hesitation, took the fourth baby into his arms. The fourth baby kissed Su Chen and smiled with exceptional joy. Old Lee, who had cared for the babies for over a year, could tell at a glance. That was the smile babies reserved for those they were closest to. Old Lee was dizzy again. He felt like he couldn't process it anymore. Su Jiangwo was already laughing uncontrollably. He went to the third baby and picked him up as well. The cute third baby also kissed Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo smiled happily. Good third baby. Then, he turned to Old Lee and said, Old Lee, I told you long ago. Look at you, you just wouldn't believe it. How's that work out for you? Ha, you still want to arrange a marriage between my baby and yours. Dream on. My second and fourth babies will never be arranged to marry anyone casually. They're both the most precious little princesses in my family. Right, second baby. The second baby being held heard Grandpa speaking to her, although she couldn't understand a word of what he was saying. But she was just happy anyway. She waved her arms and legs and laughed. This smile was as if she agreed with Su Jiangwo's words. Old Lee's face turned dark with anger. You. Su Jiangwo, you. Li Li also helplessly walked over. He patted Su Jiangwo's shoulder, then patted Wu Jianzhong's shoulder. Sighed. Saw you too. I sent the video in the group chat, but you didn't watch it, did you, eh? Also look at the first baby. Doesn't he look like Rulin? Li Li shook his head as he spoke. He was about to cry from how silly these two brothers were. They were truly getting more stubborn with age. Old Lee only now looked at the first baby again. Upon looking, he discovered something. He also found that from certain angles the first baby really did look like Fong Rulin. He hurriedly took out his phone again. Finally opened the video on his phone. In the video, Li Li had specifically filmed a frontal view, so they could see clearly. Unfortunately, neither he nor Wu Jianzhong had watched it. Wu Jianzhong was also going crazy at this moment. He furrowed his brow and sighed. Old Lee, isn't this harming me? Then he looked at Su Jiangwo with a smile. Old Su, is it too late for me to admit my mistake now? Can I still hold our little grandson? Su Jiangwo, who said we with you? You're just as untrusting as Old Lee. Brother Wu, 5 minutes handstand. Wu Jianzhong was immediately torn. Forget 5 minutes. Right now he couldn't even do a 1-minute handstand. But these 4 babies were so adorable. He really wanted to hold them. Especially seeing Li Li had also picked up a baby. The babies were cutely wriggling in his arms. That feeling. How enviable. Wu Jianzhong's heart softened. Hee old Su, let's make a deal. It's all Old Lee's fault. If it weren't for Old Lee egging me on, I would never have done this. I was the one who was confused. Let me hold them for a bit. Su Jiangwo snorted coldly and said nothing. Wu Jianzhong then turned his gaze towards Su Chen. Little Chen, niece-in-law, you two should also persuade your fathers. Su Chen was amused by Wu Jianzhong's antics. Uncle Wu, Dad, what are you two up to? In the past they often bickered like this. But typically Su Jiangwo lost more often in their arguments. What was happening today? Why was Wu Jianzhong speaking nicely to him? Li Li laughed and recounted the bet they had made. This time not only Su Chen, but also when Chi-Chi joined in the laughter. You all. Su Chen felt helpless. Su Jiangwo said, you shut up, this has nothing to do with you. Finally having a chance to discipline his brother, how could he miss it? Old Lee, brother Wu, I've given you many chances. If you refuse the punishment, don't blame me for not letting you hold my babies. Su Jiangwo had no doubt about the appeal of his grandchildren. Old Lee was completely dumbfounded. If it were any other matter, he would never yield. But the 4 babies were so adorable. Long Long kept muttering about wanting to play with the babies. Old Lee's heart itched with longing. He pulled a long face, searching for a compromise. Just then the second baby smiled at him. When she smiled, her eyes crinkled into crescents and a shallow dimple appeared on her cheek. This utterly melted Old Lee's heart. Wow, a little granddaughter was truly wonderful. So sweet, so sweet, so sweet. What could he do? He wanted a little granddaughter too. Old Lee carefully approached the second baby. But before he could reach her, Su Jiangwo quickly stepped forward to block his path. Old Lee, what's this? Trying to sneak a hug of the second baby. Do you think I can't see? Second baby, come to Grandpa for a hug. Su Jiangwo quickly took the second baby into his arms. With the second and third babies on either side, they showered Su Jiangwo with kisses. Su Jiangwo's face crinkled with happiness, but it made everyone around him envious. Wow, is that a smile of pure joy? I wish I could hold 2 babies too. Sob, I'm so jealous. This grandfather is the happiest in the world. Look, the babies are kissing Grandpa again. Those kisses are so heartwarming. Wu Jianzhong and Old Lee were also envious to tears. Wu Jianzhong could no longer hold back. He decided to go all out. Fine, I'll do a handstand. To hold the babies, nothing else mattered. Old Lee was startled. Brother Wu, you. Don't talk to me, it's all your fault. Wu Jianzhong grumbled as he walked to a large tree by the roadside. At his age, doing a handstand straight up was impossible. He had to rely on the tree. Then Wu Jianzhong put his hands on the ground under everyone's gaze. With a loud grunt, he flipped upside down, his legs resting against the tree trunk. His hair was tinged with white, and his beer belly cultivated over the years looked especially comical. Wu Jianzhong's face turned red from the strain. But seeing the babies, his heart softened again and again. Worth it, worth it, worth it. He would hurry home and tell his rascal of a son to get married. He wanted to hold little grandchildren too. Old Lee grew anxious at the sight. Old Sue, if I also do a handstand, can you arrange a child betrothal between the second baby and my long long? The second baby's smile was so healing. Old Lee felt that with her around, every day would be happy. So he lowered his voice a little. Su Jiangwo rolled his eyes. Get lost. What kind of dream are you having? I'm telling you, Old Lee, from now on you're not allowed in my house, and you're not allowed near my babies. Seeing his two granddaughters warmed Su Jiangwo's heart. How could he allow anyone to covet them? Old Lee was startled. Old Su, are you upset? We've been brothers for so many years. Who's your brother? Get lost. Su Jiangwo scolded again. Old Lee was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Li Li quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. Old Lee apologized right now. Over the years, though the four brothers often bickered, they had never truly been angry. Today, Old Lee had gone too far. Old Lee realized his mistake. He quickly said, Old Su, I was wrong, I won't mention it again, don't be angry. Seeing Su Jiangwo still holding the granddaughter tightly, Old Lee's heart tightened. After a moment's thought, he said, Old Su, haven't you had your eye on my tea set? Su Jiangwo paused slightly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Old Lee continued, it's useless to me, anyway I'll bring it to you. And I won't breathe a word about the child betrothal from now on. I swear. At these words, Su Jiangwo's expression relaxed a bit. Fine, if anyone brings it up again, I'll be furious. Old Lee finally felt relieved and was about to say something. Then Su Jiangwo said, what about the tea set? Old Lee's family had an heirloom tea set, an antique worth collecting. Every time he visited, he couldn't bear to put it down, but Old Lee never let him touch it. I'll go get it right now. Old Lee hurried back, handed Long Long to Lin Xingyu, and ran home. What he had said earlier was indeed too much. The tea set was useless at home anyway, so he might as well give it to Old Su. And he wanted to visit the babies more often. Seeing Old Lee leave, Wu Jinzhong was speechless. Hey Old Su, that's unfair. How is it unfair? Do you have a tea set? Wu Jinzhong. No. Su Jiangwo, do you have an antique? Wu Jinzhong. No. Su Jiangwo, then what are you talking about? Wu Jinzhong was left speechless. Fortunately, when Chi-Chi couldn't stand by, she could see that these were Su Jiangwo's brothers, just joking around. That Uncle Wu looked so pitiful. When Chi-Chi stepped forward and said, Uncle Su, why not let Uncle Wu get up? We need to go back now, and it's not good for him to stay here. Hearing when Chi-Chi speak, Su Jiangwo's tone became gentle. All right, since Chi-Chi has spoken, brother Wu, you can get up. You should be grateful to my daughter-in-law. If not for her, Wu Jinzhong cast a grateful look at when Chi-Chi. All right. Chi-Chi is a good girl. Struggling to his feet, Wu Jinzhong quickly walked to when Chi-Chi. Xiao Chen has good taste. You must treat Chi-Chi well, or else. I, as your uncle, won't stand for it. Su Chen was called out and felt utterly helpless. How had his wife so quickly won over all the uncles? Why was he so unlucky? After speaking, Wu Jinzhong approached Su Chen, reaching out to hold the fourth baby. He had long noticed this little girl. Not only was she adorable, but she was also mischievous and full of tricks. Just now, while he was doing the handstand, the little one had been making faces at him. Wu Jinzhong couldn't wait to hold her. She was just too cute. When Si Bao saw Wu Jinzhong wanting to hold her, she looked at Su Chen in bewilderment, as if seeking confirmation. After seeing Su Chen nod, little Si Bao was overjoyed. Yay! Another grandpa was going to hold her. She was so happy. Si Bao loved grandpas the most. She opened her arms and happily threw herself into Wu Jinzhong's embrace. Wu Jinzhong, now cautious, felt incredibly nervous. How could there be such an adorable creature in the world? So soft, so sweet, so cute. He felt like he never wanted to let go. Wu Jinzhong's smile was uncontainable. Seeing this, Li Li also began to laugh. So he wasn't the only one enchanted by the babies. They were all baby slaves. Truly brothers. They carried the babies home. When Chi-Chi was finally free, after arriving home, within 5 minutes, Old Lee happily came running with Long Long in his arms. Once inside, Long Long kept pointing at Si Bao, and Air Bao, his eyes never straying. He desperately tried to crawl toward the two babies. He wanted to touch the doll babies. The doll babies were so cute. Old Lee put a shabby box on the table and said, Old Su, a tea set. Su Jiangwo quickly walked over and opened the box. Su Chen wondered what treasure could be so casually packed. When the shabby box was opened, Su Chen was slightly stunned. In his mind, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Detected a special item, a set of peach leaf spring purple clay teapot. This special item has extremely high collectible value, with only this set remaining in the world. When used with tea leaves grown from the spirit spring, the effect is excellent. A special item. This was the first time the system had flagged a special item. Su Chen approached to examine it. The tea set was a dark red, very ancient, but the patterns on it were clear. Clearly it was valuable. Su Jiangwo was already mesmerized. Although he didn't know much about tea, he loved drinking it. With this tea set, his tea sessions would gain a touch of elegance. Just as Su Jiangwo was about to reach for it, he heard Su Chen say, wait a moment. Su Jiangwo turned back. What's wrong? Su Chen walked over and picked up the tea set. Its surface felt slightly cool. He thought for a moment and decided to remind Old Lee. Uncle Lee, this tea set is quite valuable, isn't it? Are you really giving it to us? Old Lee waved his hand. It does have collectible value. It's been passed down from my grandfather's generation. But that was decades ago. My father didn't like tea, and in my generation this tea set has no use. It's just a decoration at home. How can it compare to the baby's charm? With that, Old Lee went to Si Bao and said, isn't that right, Si Bao? Xiao Chen, just keep it, otherwise I might throw it away someday if it gets in the way. Su Chen was speechless. He truly didn't care. Su Jiangwo, seeing Su Chen's thoughtful expression, asked curiously, what? You know about tea sets too? I've studied them a bit, Su Chen lied. Su Jiangwo took the tea set with a skeptical look. He muttered, how is it that you know everything? Su Chen heard this and immediately stopped talking. If he continued, Su Jiangwo would start to suspect him. Then he wouldn't be able to explain. As soon as Old Li held Si Bao, Long grabbed his leg and played happily with Si Bao. That evening no one went home. Su Jiangwo cooked dinner. Although he wanted Su Chen to cook, Feng Ruolin insisted that Su Chen take a break. Before cooking, Su Jiangwo looked at the crowd of people sitting in the living room. He muttered to himself, so many people. How many dishes would he have to make? All afternoon the 4 babies were divided among them. He hadn't even held them much. And now he had to cook for them. This loss made him unhappy. Su Jiangwo pretended to be angry. What's going on with you all? It's time to prepare dinner. Wu Jianzhong, holding air, Bao coughed lightly. Ahem, my family is at the kid's maternal grandmother's place, no one's home. Li Li, holding to Bao and amusing him, said, my wife isn't home either, I'm not going back. Su Jiangwo was speechless. He looked at Li Dong in confusion. Your son is back, don't you want to go home? Li Dong, under his gaze, said calmly, since my dad isn't going back, I'll stay too. Staying meant he could play with the babies. How wonderful. Su Jiangwo was speechless. He finally turned his gaze to Old Li. This man lived close, surely he needed to go home. Old Li said expressionlessly, Old Su, I already gave you a tea set, having a meal isn't too much, is it? Su Jiangwo was speechless. That was a fair point. He had no rebuttal. For this meal Su Jiangwo put in all his effort and made many dishes. Finally the demand was met. After the meal Li Li said discontentedly, Old Su, your cooking is far inferior to Xiao Chen's. Su Jiangwo gave him a cold look, if you don't like it, don't eat. Wu Jianzhong and Old Li both laughed. However, they were curious. Xiao Chen can cook too. Li Li said, you don't know this. Xiao Chen can do everything. Wu Jianzhong and Old Li exchanged glances, looking disdainful. Brotherly, aren't you going too far? Lying without even a draft just to play with the babies? Exactly, Xiao Chen is still a junior. Is that appropriate? Li Li smiled and said, you just don't understand. The food Su Chen made was heavenly. Li Li didn't argue further. He went back to play with the babies. After all, being with the babies was the happiest thing. The babies were surrounded by them. Su Chen and Wen Qiqi were free. Su Chen took Wen Qiqi for a stroll. The evening in Ningxi town was still a bit cool. As darkness fell, the sky was filled with stars shining brightly. They walked along the path by the river. Occasionally the chirping of insects sounded cozy and beautiful. Wen Qiqi looked up, a look of envy in her eyes. I haven't seen stars for so long. They're so beautiful. In the city such clear weather was rare. The last time Wen Qiqi saw a sky full of stars was when she was a child. Back then she loved to lie in her mother's arms counting stars, hoping that one day she could be as beautiful as them. Su Chen nodded. Do you like it? Actually, when he came back, Su Chen was a bit afraid. According to Aunt Li, Wen Qiqi came from a well-off family. But after giving birth, she cut ties with her family, which led to her difficult life. He wondered if she would look down on his humble country house. Wen Qiqi shook her head. I like it, I really like it. Su Chen, when we grow old, let's retire here. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. All right. How could his wife be so wonderful? Wen Qiqi was troubled for a moment, then suddenly became a bit down. Su Chen looked at her with concern and asked, what's wrong? Wen Qiqi looked up, gazing at Su Chen seriously. Do you think we can grow old together? Of course you can. Su Chen answered without a second thought. Why do you ask? Seeing Wen Qiqi fall silent, he let out a soft chuckle. The street lamp cast a dim glow. Walking on Wen Qiqi's right, he noticed her cheeks flushed under the light and couldn't resist reaching out to pat her head. Qiqi, what are you always thinking about? Wen Qiqi looked up, about to say something. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted across her feet. She let out a startled cry and jumped up. Su Chen caught her in his arms. Wen Qiqi squeezed her eyes shut, clinging to him tightly. Her body trembled slightly. What just ran past? What was that? The light was dim, and Wen Qiqi rambled in panic. Su Chen, who had been startled himself, was now nearly dying of laughter. He had also spotted the shadow. It was the one thing he'd seen most often since childhood. A rat. With few people by the river and vegetable fields nearby, rats were perfectly normal. Still, he had forgotten that Wen Qiqi was afraid of them. And lucky for him she was. Otherwise, how would his wife have leaped into his arms? And she was holding on even tighter now. The feeling was truly wonderful. Su Chen watched the rat scurry farther away, then tightened his own arms. Lowering his voice deliberately, he said, it's a rat. The moment he finished, Wen Qiqi's grip tightened even more. A rat. Wen Qiqi was terrified of such creatures. Su Chen was thoroughly pleased with her reaction. His voice softened further. It's getting closer. Wen Qiqi was on the verge of losing her mind. She felt goosebumps all over. She burrowed deeper into Su Chen's arms. His voice grew more frightening in her ear. It's at your feet now. Wen Qiqi jumped entirely. She hung on to Su Chen, burying her head deep into his neck. Where? Get it away, boohoo. Seeing the woman in his arms reveal such a girlish side for the first time, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He couldn't help it. He laughed out loud. Wen Qiqi sensed something amiss. She looked up in confusion, meeting Su Chen's face so close to hers. At that moment her face flushed crimson. She scrambled down in an instant. You tricked me. Huh. What to do when your wife is too adorable. Urgent waiting online. When Chi-Chi stomped her foot in anger. I'm ignoring you. She quickened her pace forward, only slowing down when she was 2 meters away. Su-Chun chuckled softly, deliberately saying, "Watch your step." The rat just ran past again. When Chi-Chi shrieked and ran back toward him. But remembering how Su-Chun had just teased her, she didn't know whether to go or stay. Standing there, she was agonizingly torn. Su-Chun intentionally walked a couple of steps toward her. "Alright, I'm kidding. But you can't stay too far from me. There are plenty of rats around here." Chi-Chi, so you're afraid of something after all. His wife's girlish demeanor was a rare sight. When Chi-Chi's face reddened at his words. Truly, she was making more and more of a fool of herself in front of Su-Chun. What to do? They walked one after another for a few steps. Suddenly, 2 people appeared ahead, a man and a woman. The woman had her arm linked through the man's. As if afraid to be seen, they deliberately veered to the side, keeping their distance. Su-Chun was taken aback. Did he look that terrifying? He took a closer look and immediately smiled. "Wang Qian, you're back too." Wang Qian was Su-Chen's elementary school classmate, also from Ningxi town. But Su-Chen was curious. Why was she so afraid of him? At that moment, Wang Qian was on the verge of tears. She had encountered Su-Chen twice in Ningzhou, and both times she'd been utterly humiliated. She was practically traumatized. She had finally found a boyfriend and brought him home. Yet even during an evening stroll, she ran into Su-Chun. Wang Qian felt she must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving. But since Su-Chen had called out to her, she couldn't pretend not to see him. Reluctantly, she braced herself. "Oh, it's you, old classmate." After greeting him, Wang Qian noticed a major issue. When Chi-Chi was walking ahead of Su-Chun, based on her own relationship experience, the two must have had a quarrel. So Wang Qian grew bold, deciding to flaunt her own relationship. "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." Before she could even say his name, when Chi-Chi suddenly let out a nervous little yelp. Then she quickly turned back and grabbed Su-Chen's arm. Su-Chen did something move up ahead. "Is there another rat?" Su-Chen instinctively pulled when Chi-Chi into his embrace. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Wang Qian. Was she being humiliated again? Wasn't that too much? No. She couldn't give up. Wang Qian turned and burrowed into her boyfriend's arms. "Honey, I'm scared too." But her boyfriend's face was filled with terror. Wang Qian was startled. "What's wrong?" Wang Qian's boyfriend shuddered once, then again. He asked nervously, "WH? What? Rat." Wang Qian. Her boyfriend quickly took 2 steps towards Su-Chen, even forgetting to pull Wang Qian along. "Bro, is there really a rat?" Wang Qian's boyfriend feared nothing else in life except rats. That was his Achilles heel. He had been bitten by a rat as a child, and the trauma lingered. Just hearing the word made him panic. But Wang Qian didn't know that. Su-Chen nodded. "Yeah, pretty big one." "Bro, are you afraid of rats too?" Wang Qian's boyfriend nodded vigorously. If he had known there would be rats, he would never have come for a stroll with Wang Qian. He was going crazy. He stared at the pitch-black road ahead, suddenly convinced that it was crawling with rats. He shivered. "Bro, can you walk us part of the way?" "Wang Qian, you're going to make me so mad." As she spoke, she too walked towards Su-Chun. After all, she was a girl, and rats were utterly inhumane creatures. She was scared too. Su-Chun found their reactions amusing. Alright, you can both walk with me. It's on the way anyway. Once we reach the bend ahead, there'll be streetlights, and the rats should be gone." Wang Qian's boyfriend nodded. "Alright, thanks, bro." Wang Qian wanted to say she didn't need it, but just thinking about those furry creatures gave her goosebumps. Forget it. Her life was more important. She nodded too. The two followed behind Su-Chun and Wen Chi-Chi. Su-Chun kept his arm protectively around Wen Chi-Chi. In contrast, Wang Qian's boyfriend was cautiously scanning his surroundings, looking terrified. He had no attention left for Wang Qian. Wang Qian. Why was she so unlucky? Humiliated everywhere. Too tragic, too tragic. They finally reached a brightly lit area. Wang Qian hastily dragged her boyfriend away. It was too embarrassing. She couldn't take it anymore. As soon as they left, Wen Chi-Chi quickly let go of Su-Chen's arm. Before he could react, she walked ahead of him. Su-Chun was about to speak, when his phone suddenly rang. He answered. On the other end was Su Jiangwo's urgent voice. "Su-Chen, come home now." At the Su residence, Su Jiangwo, old Li Wu Jianzhong, and Li Dong were watching over 5 children, including Long Long. Fong Ruolin had gone to make dumplings. Joyful moments always passed swiftly. It was already 9 in the evening. The babies gazed blankly at the several grandfathers and uncles. It was time for their milk. Why was no one preparing it? The eldest baby's stomach growled with hunger. The second baby's smile vanished, replaced by a sullen face. The third baby twisted his fingers together, dejected. The fourth baby kept fidgeting restlessly. Li Dong held the fourth baby, feeling as if he could barely keep hold. Li Dong asked in confusion, "What's wrong, little four?" But she couldn't speak. She whimpered, hungry, wondering why no one was feeding her. She pouted and looked around. Finding no one paying her any attention, her little heart felt deeply wounded. The fourth baby wanted her daddy. If he were here, he would definitely feed her. But where was daddy? He seemed absent, and mommy was gone too. She whimpered, remembering daddy always told her to be good. But she was so terribly hungry. She could barely control herself. Li Dong saw her pouting and was melted by her cuteness. Yet he still had no idea what was wrong. He thought for a moment. It was 9 o'clock. Maybe she was sleepy. So he cradled her diagonally in his arms. Imitating how others soothe children, he coaxed, "Be good little four, go to sleep." The baffled fourth baby looked up at him from below. She felt even more wronged. She didn't want to sleep, as she was hungry. She babbled incessantly. Li Dong thought she was just reluctant to sleep. He held her tighter. She endured and endured, but finally couldn't hold back. She burst into loud wails. At the same time, the third baby held by Li also began to cry. He was not only hungry, but also needed to pee. But this grandfather refused to let him go. Daddy said not to wet his pants. The third baby wanted to be a good child and obey Daddy. He held it in straining. His face turned red. Li remained bewildered. What's wrong with the third? Is he sleepy too? He even told Su Jiangwo, who was holding Long Long, "The third is sleepy, I'll put him to bed." Su Jiangwo was furious. The four of them had monopolized all the babies, and even old Li had taken the second baby. As a result, no one was holding Long Long. The poor boy could only snuggle up to Su Jiangwo. So Su Jiangwo, the baby's own grandfather, could only hold Long Long. Long Long's eyes frequently swept over the other babies, looking delighted. Hearing Li call him, Su Jiangwo replied impatiently, "Fine, fine, you put him to sleep." It was already 9, and these people still wouldn't leave, insisting on competing with him for the babies. Su Jiangwo was thoroughly displeased. Wu Jinzhong, holding the eldest baby, heard Li's words and glanced at the baby in surprise. "Is the eldest sleepy too? Should I put him to sleep?" The eldest baby, with a dazed expression, stared wide-eyed at his surroundings. He was very hungry. Where was Daddy? Where was Mommy? Neither was here. He needed to poop. He sobbed, remembering Su Chen's words to be good. They all tried hard to endure. But the fourth baby cried. The others, already feeling wronged, became even more aggrieved. They wanted to cry too. They couldn't hold it in any longer. Then the third baby also started crying. Not only did he cry, but he also wet himself. The second baby cried from hunger. The eldest didn't cry, but he pooped. A warm stream landed on Wu Jianzhong's hand, startling him. Realizing what it was, Wu Jianzhong nearly jumped up. "Old Su! Old Su! Old Su!" He resisted the urge to drop the baby, sweating nervously. He had almost no experience with babies. He felt dizzy. The eldest pooped. "Hurry! Help!" At the same time, Li shouted, the third peed. "Old Su! Old Su!" Su Jiangwo wanted to put Long Long down. But Long Long, not yet a year and a half old, was still small and couldn't stand steadily. Su Jiangwo rushed to the eldest side, but couldn't free his hands. He urged, "Brother Wu, go change his diaper. Wipe him, wipe him. The paper is over there. And you, brotherly, go too. Find some clean pants for them." Su Jiangwo directed, frantically overwhelmed. Wu Jianzhong and Li answered hastily, Okay, we'll go. But how do we wipe? Where are the pants?" The two were nearly frantic. Li Dong also yelled, "The fourth baby keeps fussing. What do we do, Uncle Su?" Old Li, seeing the second baby cry, felt his heart break. Stop it, stop it. The second is crying too. Be good, don't cry, Grandpa. Li is holding you." The more he soothed, the harder the second baby cried. Wu Jinzhong had gotten the paper. With trembling hands, he placed the eldest on his lap. The baby's cries grew louder. He thought he had hurt the baby. He grew more flustered. Hastily, he pulled off the diaper. About to toss it aside, his hand slipped, and it landed on his own clothes. Su Jiangwo. Everyone. Wu Jinzhong was about to lose it. All this. The eldest baby kept crying. Wu Jinzhong didn't know what to do. Over with the third baby, it was also a mess. Su Jiangwo recalled the scene in Ningzhou. Back then, he alone couldn't manage the babies. Now 5 people still couldn't manage them. This was. Su Jiangwo hurriedly called for Fong Ruolin. When she emerged, the scene was utter chaos. She assessed the situation and said anxiously, "Are the babies hungry? I'll prepare the milk. Jiangwo, go find some clothes for them." The scene instantly descended into pandemonium. 6 people together still couldn't regain control. Then, perhaps triggered by the baby's cries, Long Long started crying too. Su Jiangwo was nearly driven mad. "Forget it, I'll call Su Chen. You guys are really useless." In such a situation, only his son could handle it. After receiving the call, Su Chen and Wen Chi rushed back anxiously. Seeing the scene in the living room, they found it both amusing and exasperating. Wu Jinzhong's body and hands were covered in the mess Da Bao had soiled. Da Bao was placed aside by him, crying inconsolably. Wu Jinzhong paced back and forth anxiously. "The tissue, where the hell is the tissue? Old Su, help. Hurry up, Da Bao is about to become a poop baby." Air Bao clung tightly to Old Li, tears rolling down her face in large drops. Old Li was coaxing anxiously, "Be good, Air Bao Bao." Li holding San Bao was more nervous than the baby himself. His clothes were already soaked, yet he continued to struggle to soothe San Bao. San Bao, stop crying. What do we do? What do we do?" Si Bao's voice was remarkably loud. Li Dong, flustered and at a loss, spotted Su Chen first and scrambled toward him, explaining, "I didn't do anything to Si Bao, I swear. I have no idea why Si Bao is crying so fiercely. Pure survival instinct." Su Jiangwo paced the living room, barking orders this way and that, his brows knitted tight. "Sai, when is that damn boy Su Chen coming back? This house is turning upside down." Fong Riyun rushed about the kitchen, frantically preparing formula. But the more flustered she became, the worse she performed. Spotting Su Chen, Fong Riyun called out urgently, "Xiao Chun, come lend a hand." Su Chen surveyed the chaos and nearly burst out laughing. How could such adorable babies turn into little demons in their care? He was about to step in and help. Suddenly, ding, new mission detected. Please host sort out the chaotic scene before you, and take good care of the babies. Upon completion you will receive the reward tea production technique. Chen paused slightly. Tea production technique. Expecting me to learn tea making on my own. Yes, host, it can be used alongside the tea garden and tea seeds. Paired with the peach leaf spring purple clay teaware set, the results will be even better. Chen smiled quietly to himself. The system's recent rewards had all revolved around tea. It seemed he needed to delve deeper into the tea industry. He still remembered that tea plantation located not far from Ningzhou City. After the holiday, he should pay it a visit. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to focus on completing the task at hand. When Chi-Chi was equally stunned upon witnessing the scene. When she and Aunt Lee cared for the babies alone, they never encountered such chaos. Not even when Chen handled them solo did things spiral this badly. How could 5 or 6 people working together make matters worse? Without hesitation, she headed toward the kitchen while calling out, "I'll prepare the formula, you tend to the babies." Got it. The division of labor was clear. Chen quickly joined the fray. The others spotted him and regarded him as their savior. Su Jiangwo, you damn kid finally decided to show up. Wu Jianzhong, Xiao Chen, what should we do? Li San Bao needs to pee. Xiao Chen, how do we change the diaper? Old Li, Bao was driven to tears by all of you. Aren't you ashamed? Can't even care for a baby properly. The group immediately rolled their eyes at Old Li. Li Dong hurried over anxiously. Chen check on Si Bao. With everyone chattering and the children crying, the entire living room resembled a bustling marketplace. Chen waved his hand. Don't panic, take it one step at a time. Speaking which, he pulled tissues from his pocket and took the Bao. Uncle Wu, go wash up quickly. The Bao had been crying his heart out, but suddenly found himself nestled in a warm, familiar embrace. It felt incredibly comforting. The Bao opened his tightly shut eyes and peeked at Chen. Recognizing him, he stopped crying and looked at Chen through tearful sobs, as if protesting his plight. Chen chuckled while cleaning the Bao. "The Bao, this is the second time you've soiled yourself. Shouldn't you be embarrassed?" Hearing this, the little one opened his mouth to cry again. Chen gently wiped the Bao's bottom and said earnestly, "Don't cry, Baba, we'll give you a bath tonight." At the mention of a bath, the Bao instantly stopped crying. Meanwhile, Bao, seeing Chen attending to the Bao, her eyes darted back and forth as she pointed toward him, wanting to be held. Old Li carried Bao over. Chen gently pinched Bao's little nose. "What's wrong? Has Bao become a little crybaby too?" Bao felt terribly wronged. "Not at all. I'm just hungry." Fortunately, once close to Chen, Bao also ceased her crying. Chen glanced at San Bao once more before saying to Su Jiangwo, "Dad, San Bao's pants are in the suitcase I brought back, could you fetch them?" Su Jiangwo went to the room upon hearing this. Chen then turned to Li Dong. "Dong, go bring Si Bao over." Li Dong handed Si Bao over. Chen cradled Si Bao in one arm, letting the baby rest comfortably against his chest. His other hand deftly continued changing the Bao's diaper. The moment Si Bao felt the familiar embrace, the crying stopped. She opened her eyes and gazed at Chen repeatedly. Finally, after confirming it was indeed him, little Si Bao pouted on the verge of tears again. Chen smiled. "Little Si Bao, are you hungry?" Having guessed her thought, Si Bao, who was now old enough to understand words, nodded. Si Bao was so hungry. Si Bao was about to faint from hunger. But nobody was feeding her formula. The more little Si Bao thought about it, the sadder she became, feeling incredibly wronged. Tears the size of bean drops rolled down her cheeks. Chen's heart ached for her. Don't cry, don't cry. Mama will be here to feed you soon. Mama went to prepare formula for your brothers and sister." Si Bao looked at Chen puzzled, as if pondering his words. After a moment, she obediently stopped crying. Li Dong looked utterly astonished. "What's going on?" No matter how I tried to comfort her, she wouldn't stop crying. "How did you make her stop?" "Just by speaking." "Xiao Chen, do you have some secret technique?" Wu Jianzhong, Li and Old Li also gathered around, eager to learn from him. Chen shook his head. "No special experience. Just that I know they all need formula at 9 o'clock. All 4 babies are the same. Also, when the Bao furrows his brows, he's definitely about to poop. When San Bao needs to pee, he'll keep squirming around. Bao is the most considerate, rarely cries unless starving. As for Si Bao, well, Si Bao doesn't show obvious signs, just likes to fuss." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. As expected of the father, he really knows his children. "Sai, we've lived so many years for nothing. No, we must learn this. How else will we get along with the 4 babies in the future?" The group resolved themselves. They would learn to care for the 4 babies no matter what. In the kitchen, Fong Rulin's hands trembled. She had never taken care of so many babies at once before. Her heart raced with anxiety and urgency. When Chi-Chi came in, she smiled and said, "Annie, let me handle this." Fong Rulin handed the formula to Chi-Chi. Watching her prepare the milk with practiced ease, Fong Rulin felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. "Chi-Chi, you've suffered so much." According to Chen's account, he had only met the babies a month ago. Yet when Chi-Chi had carried them alone for 9 months, given birth by herself, and now had to raise all 4 babies on her own. Fong Rulin occasionally browsed the internet. She often came across news about postpartum depression. She thought to herself, if it were me with so many babies around, I would have gone mad long ago. Yet this frail young daughter-in-law had shouldered everything entirely on her own. Fong Rulin made a silent vow. She must treat Chi-Chi better, much better. Chi-Chi's hands never stopped moving. Soon she had prepared 3 bottles of formula. She handed a bottle to Fong Rulin and said, "It's fine, Auntie. I'm their mother. This is all something I should do." A mother grows strong. From the moment she had decided to bring them into the world, when Chi-Chi had prepared herself for everything. No matter how bitter or exhausting life became, she was determined to raise them well. But later Chen had appeared. Everything that had come before suddenly seemed less unbearable. "Shall we go feed the babies?" "Oh yes, let's go." Fong Rulin was deeply moved by Chi-Chi's demeanor. She wiped her moist eyes and walked toward the living room. Seeing the situation in the living room that Chen had already brought under control, Fong Rulin breathed a long sigh of relief. She had been terribly worried when the babies were crying just moments ago. She cast a silent glance at her son, who handled everything with effortless grace. In that moment she felt that her son had truly grown up. Fong Rulin smiled and handed the baby bottles to the little ones. Meanwhile, when Chi-Chi walked over to Li Dong and picked up the 4th baby. "Chen, I'm going to breastfeed the 4th one. Please take good care of them." When Chi-Chi did not worry at all, she trusted Chen completely. Chen nodded. "All right." Seeing this, Fong Rulin curiously asked, "Does the 4th baby still need breast milk?" Chen nodded. "Yes. When the 4th baby was little, he suffered from malnutrition, but he has improved a lot now. Especially lately, the 4th baby has become nice and chubby. I've been wondering when to wean him." Fong Rulin sighed and said nothing. She had seen everything that had just happened with her own eyes. 5 people could not manage as well as one Chen. The 4 babies were incredibly difficult to handle, yet in Chen's care, they were perfectly obedient. This kind of skill could never be acquired overnight. She felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Perhaps all her long-standing worries had been needless after all. Her son was no longer that mischievous boy who loved nothing more than playing around. He had grown up. He could take care of his wife. He could take care of 4 babies. And all she could do was ensure her son had no worries behind him and live a peaceful life. Before long, Su Jiangwo came out holding the baby's clothes. Chen took the clothes and was about to dress the 3rd baby. But the eldest baby was still in his arms. He was about to go place the eldest in the stroller when Fong Rulin reached out. "Let me hold him." Chen smiled and handed the eldest over. In no time he had changed the 3rd baby's clothes and then dressed the eldest as well. All 3 babies were now drinking their milk. Sitting in their baby chairs, they smacked their lips, happily, absolutely delighted. It was as if the rambunctious ones from just moments before were not the same children. Wu Jinzhong, Li Dong, and Old Li sat dazedly on one side, finally letting out a long breath of relief. They were exhausted. After all their years of life, this was the first time they had ever felt so overwhelmed. And yet, seeing the satisfied expressions on the babies' faces, they felt a deep sense of joy. Then they looked at Chen, and an unexpected wave of envy washed over them. Wu Jinzhong said, "Old Su, your son is truly excellent." Li sighed. "I wish I had a son as wonderful as his too." Saying this, he cast a subtle glance at Li Dong. "Li Dong." Old Li spoke up. "Old Su, what good deeds must you have done in your past life to deserve such a fine son and these lovely little grandsons?" Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Su Jiangwo burst into loud laughter. "You wouldn't know anything about that. That's because I surely saved the entire galaxy in my previous life. How are you compared to us? All you ever do is eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves." Everyone. The men rolled their eyes and decided to ignore Su Jiangwo entirely. It was nearing 10 o'clock. After finishing their bottles, the babies had fallen asleep. When Chi-Chi also placed the 4th baby on the bed, the 4 babies lay in a neat row, sleeping soundly with gentle snores. The group stood beside the crib, watching, so captivated that none of them wanted to leave. It took great effort for Su Jiangwo to finally drive the old men out of the room. He glanced at the time, somewhat puzzled. "What's going on with you all? It's already 10. Aren't you going home to sleep?" "Brother Wu, if I recall correctly, your wife doesn't allow you to stay out too late, does she? Shouldn't you have been asleep by now?" Wu Jinzhong replied coolly. "Oh, I told my wife that old Su insisted on keeping me here for the night. I'm not going back." Su Jiangwo, did he really say that? Didn't this man have any shame? It was obvious he simply couldn't bear to leave the babies. Yet he pretended otherwise. He then turned to Li. "Brother Li, what about you? Dongzi has only just returned from his holiday. Aren't you going to bring him home to meet the family?" Li replied, "Meet them? What's there to see? They already know him. He's at an age when he still has no girlfriend. It would be humiliating to bring him along. I'm not going back either. I refuse to be associated with someone like that." Li Dong, had he somehow become a shield? Su Jiangwo shot Li Dong a sympathetic look. Then he turned his attention to Old Li. Long had already fallen asleep in his arms. Old Li sat motionless. "Old Li, you. Oh, Long is asleep. It will be chilly tonight. What if he catches a cold from the wind on the way home? I'm not going back either." Su Jiangwo. Furious, he glared at the group. "Do you have no shame? You're simply camping out at my house, aren't you? Let me tell you, even if you stay, those babies will never be yours. I advise you to go home and sleep. Don't waste your time here." Wu Jinzhong stood up. "Old Su, look at what you're saying. How could we be such people? We brothers haven't had a proper gathering in ages. What a wonderful opportunity is this, wouldn't you agree?" Li quickly chimed in. Yes, exactly. Rulin, come on, hurry, and prepare rooms for us." After everything that had happened today, Old Li had already forgotten about Su Jiangwo's anger and had reverted to their usual bantering dynamic. "If you think I want to stay at your place. If Long hadn't fallen asleep, I would have left immediately." With that he proudly followed behind Wu Jinzhou. Su Jiangwo. You? All of you. Rule 1, don't bother with them. Let them fend for themselves. Fong Rulin smiled. Su Chen also broke into a grin. The truth was what his father cared about most were these very friends. The four of them frequently bickered, but their bond was genuinely stronger than ever. Su Chen shook his head and said, Dad, forget it. Let them stay. It's no trouble at all. Su Jiangwo was nearly livid. Do whatever you want. Su Jiangwo was beside himself with frustration. Fine. Figure it out yourselves. As he reached the bedroom doorway, Su Jiangwo turned his head and said sternly, Xiao Chen, the mosquito coils are under the coffee table. Don't let the mosquitoes bite the children. As for those few, don't bother with them. Su Chen shook his head. Sigh. Wasn't that just to remind the three uncles about the mosquito coils? Fong Rulin instantly saw through Su Jiangwo's intentions and smiled as she said, Let's go Wu Guli Go and Dongzi. You can stay downstairs. There are still 3 rooms downstairs. Only you take long to that room. The others agreed. After assigning the rooms, Fong Rulin fell silent for a moment. Su Chen also noticed the problem. Mom, where am I going to sleep? Su Chen's question caught Fong Rulin off guard. There were only 3 rooms upstairs in total. She and Su Jiangwo shared one. Old Li and Long shared another. The remaining room had 4 babies sleeping in the bed, and at most 1 more person, when Chi-Chi, could fit. If Su Chen were to join them, there simply wouldn't be enough space. Su Chen was also conflicted. He really wanted to sleep with Chi-Chi, but the question was whether his wife would even allow it. Even if she did, the bed still wouldn't fit another person. Just then Old Li, about to enter the room, pointed at the sofa. What about the sofa? Xiao Chen, you're young. Sleeping on the sofa is good for you. It builds character. Build character, my foot. Su Chen silently sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Fong Rulin's heart leaped with joy. Yes, Xiao Chen, you sleep on the sofa. Before Su Chen could respond, Fong Rulin grabbed Chi-Chi's hand. Come on, Chi-Chi, don't worry about Xiao Chen. He won't die. Su Chen. Did he really reach the point at home where just staying alive was enough? Heartbreaking. And yet he also felt a sweet warmth. Especially seeing how close Fong Rulin and Chi-Chi had become. He had once believed that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts were unavoidable. He had once worried about what would happen if his future wife and his mother ever clashed. Now it seemed there was nothing to worry about at all. When Chi-Chi followed Fong Rulin into the bedroom, as she closed the door, she deliberately glanced at Su Chen and smiled. This home was so incredibly warm. She loved it so much. No wonder Su Chen's personality was so wonderful. That night, once everyone had fallen asleep, Su Chen lay quietly on the sofa communicating with the system in his mind. System? Yes. The reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the tea production technique. With this technique, you can process tea leaves on your own. Of course, if the materials are excellent, you can even produce top-grade tea. Please consider this yourself, host. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then asked, if that's the case, combined with the premium Longjing seeds you rewarded me with, couldn't I produce top-grade Longjing tea? Theoretically speaking, yes. Then can the spiritual spring space grow tea plants? Theoretically speaking, yes. I understand. Su Chen reasoned. The system gave him land to avoid being discovered. After all, nothing in the real world could grow vegetables or tea overnight. The greenhouses outside Ningzhou City could only meet temporary needs. In the future, if he acquired more real land, he could grow things in reality. These problems would no longer exist. Thinking of this, Su Chen said again, since it's possible, let's try it. Fortunately, the tea set was nearby. Su Chen stepped into the system. He didn't plant all the tea seeds. He planted only a small amount. Then he watered them with spiritual spring water, and the tea bushes grew rapidly. Remarkably, the leaves that grew were almost entirely tender young shoots. No sorting was needed. They were all perfect for making tea. Overjoyed, Su Chen picked the tea leaves. Beside the spiritual spring, a tea processing room appeared automatically. Su Chen stepped inside without hesitation. Thanks to the system's enhancement, the picked tea leaves automatically underwent the withering process. As soon as Su Chen entered the tea processing room, he began rolling the leaves. After rolling came the frying stage. Su Chen's body seemed to possess muscle memory. His movements were extremely skilled. After about an hour, all the tea was processed. Su Chen brought the tea leaves to his nose and inhaled. The fragrance was clean and delightful. This smelled really good. According to the tea appraisal technique, the tea was 100% authentic Longjing. Moreover, it could be classified as top grade. Su Chen quickly exited the system. He went to the kitchen, boiled some water, and then opened the purple clay teapot on the coffee table. Su Chen didn't know the correct tea brewing method. He put the tea leaves in and simply poured water over them. Shortly afterward, the tea fragrance filled the entire living room. Su Chen poured himself a cup. He took a careful sip. The flavor was light, yet left a lingering aftertaste. He murmured, "What fine tea." After drinking several cups, it was already past midnight. Su Chen collapsed and fell asleep immediately. In the middle of the night, faintly and vaguely, he sensed someone standing beside him. He drowsily cracked one eye open. He saw Fong Rulin standing beside him holding a blanket. Su Chen quickly closed his eyes again. Today his mother had favored Chi-Chi all along. He had thought she would forget about him once she had a daughter-in-law. But it seemed he was wrong. Fong Rulin gazed at her peacefully sleeping son. She silently let out a sigh. The night was slightly chilly. She remembered that when Su Chen was young, he always forgot to cover himself with a blanket. Every midnight she had to get up and tuck him in multiple times. Thinking of this, she couldn't fall back asleep. She finally got up and fetched a blanket. As expected, even though he was already a father now, Chen hadn't changed that old habit of his at all. Fong Rulin sighed and draped the blanket over Chen. Chen didn't open his eyes, but instinctively rolled over. This movement caused the blanket to slip off. Chen couldn't help but curse silently to himself. That roll of his mother would scold him if she knew. Chen dared not move anymore. Pretend I'm not awake. But to his surprise, the expected scolding never came. He heard Fong Rulin sigh again. Then she approached him. She picked up the blanket from the floor and tucked it over him again, carefully folding the edges. After finishing all of this, Fong Rulin reached out and gently patted Chen, just like when he was little, coaxing him to sleep. At that moment, Chen suddenly realized that when his mother was beside him, he could still be a child. Fong Rulin patted for a while longer. She realized Chen wouldn't kick the blanket off again. Then she rose and returned to the room. In the latter half of the night, Chen slept soundly. The next day, as dawn broke, Fong Rulin got up to make breakfast. Su Jiangwo also stretched and rose from bed. Chen on the sofa was still asleep. He spotted the teapot on the coffee table and paused. What is this kid doing? Drinking from an antique teapot in the middle of the night. Su Jiangwo spoke as he walked over, casually picking up the teacup. He happened to be thirsty as well. The November weather wasn't too cold yet. He took a sip of the cooled tea. The moment the tea touched his lips, Su Jiangwo was astonished. This flavor. The tea was rich and aromatic with a faint orchid fragrance, sweet and light on the palate, leaving an endless aftertaste. Su Jiangwo couldn't resist. He poured himself another cup. After finishing that, he was still not satisfied, so he poured a third. By the fifth cup, he realized the teapot was empty. A sense of loss washed over him. No, he had to have another pot. Su Jiangwo rushed to the kitchen to boil water. Fong Rulin asked in shock, "What are you doing?" "Drinking tea." "Are you that thirsty?" "Thirsty? Not really, but he just wanted to drink." Su Jiangwo nodded. Once a pot of water was boiled, Su Jiangwo quickly finished it. He wanted to brew a third pot, but he was simply too full. Su Jiangwo couldn't help it and started running to the bathroom. When Chen woke up, he noticed the coffee table had been disturbed, but didn't think much of it. The babies were awake, so he hurried to help when Chi-Chi dressed them and changed their diapers. Wu Jianzhong and Lili woke up late. As they came upstairs, Wu Jianzhong immediately spotted the teapot and tea leaves. He paused. Strange, old Su is so eager to drink tea early in the morning. He walked over and picked up the tea leaves to sniff them. Instantly, a fragrant aroma entered his nostrils. Seeing Su Jiangwo come out, Wu Jianzhong asked, "Old Su, are these tea leaves yours?" "No." Su Jiangwo shook his head. Everyone was puzzled. Chen came out and heard the conversation, so he admitted, "I brought them back from the city." Wu Jianzhong nodded. "I see. They smell quite nice, Xiao Chun. How much for this tea?" "Sell me some. A friend is coming in a few days and he loves tea. I'd like to entertain him with it." Chen smiled. "Uncle Wu, feel free to take whatever you need. Why be so polite with me?" Wu Jianzhong was delighted. "Then I'll take some." After breakfast, Chen's phone rang. He answered, and an excited voice came through. "Chen, I heard you're back." "Wang Zan?" Chen asked in surprise. Yes, it's me. How's it going, brother? Is college fun?" Wang Zan was also Chen's elementary school classmate and Wang Chen's cousin. In elementary school, he had a good relationship with Chen, but later, since he didn't go to college, they lost touch. Without a doubt, Chen knew Wang Chen must have told him about his return. Chen nodded. It's okay." Wang Zan continued excitedly. "Haha, I'm calling to tell you I have a girlfriend. We're getting married in a few days. I want to take a few days off before the wedding to hang out with the brothers. Come along. Let's soak in some good fortune. Maybe you'll find a girlfriend this year." Wang Zan grew more cheerful as he spoke. Yesterday, he heard from Wang Qian that Chen was back, but she didn't mention Chen having a girlfriend. Today, he was especially happy to call Chen. Chen laughed upon hearing this. "I'd better not go." He still had to take care of the kids and Chi-Chi. Wang Zan shouted, "How can that be? We're all counting on you. Don't you remember the days when we used to catch fish in the river as kids? Let me tell you, I recently discovered a fantastic fishing spot. All the buddies love fishing. Let's go together." "Fishing?" Chen frowned. Could this be the purpose of the system's fishing rod? Ding. "Congratulations, host, a new mission has been activated. Please go fishing with your buddies. Mission reward, a small car." "What the? A small car?" Chen fell silent for a moment. Su Jiangwo didn't have a car, and he had to take the bus to the city. He had been considering buying him one. Wasn't this perfect? On the other end of the line, Wang Zan didn't hear Chen's voice, so he urged Chen. "Brother Chen. All right, I'll go." "Great, I'll tell the guys. Meet at the roadside west of the town at 10. Wang Zan happily hung up. Just then Wang Qian deliberately walked over and asked, "So, is Chen going?" "Yeah, brother Chen played with us, so well as kids, of course he's coming." "Xiao Qian, you seem very interested in Chen." Wang Qian stepped back awkwardly. "What are you talking about? I just happened to see him in Ningzhou. Aren't you and Chen good friends? Wouldn't you invite your good brother to your wedding?" Wang Zan nodded. "You have a point." Wang Qian finished and walked away without looking back. But as she turned, she smiled. After returning home yesterday, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She had thought that with a boyfriend, she wouldn't be fed dog food when encountering Chen. Yet unexpectedly, her boyfriend was also afraid of mice. Worse, it forced her to follow Su Chen and his group back. She had eaten her fill of dog food. After a night of thinking, Wang Qian told her cousin Wang Zan about Su Chen's return. She couldn't be the only one eating dog food. Their former classmates didn't know Su Chen had a wife and kids. Let them feel the pain of being tormented. Wang Qian couldn't wait to see their consternation. At the Su family home, after hanging up, Su Chen planned to tell Wen Qiqi. He intended to take Wen Qiqi and the babies fishing. But as soon as he reached the kitchen, Fang Ruolin said, "Xiao Chen, Qiqi and I are going shopping. We'll take the babies. Today you're on your own." "Su Chen, what's going on?" He looked at Wen Qiqi. Wen Qiqi smiled. "And he said she wants to take me and the babies out for a walk. You probably don't like shopping, right?" It wasn't about whether he liked shopping or not. It was clearly a way to ditch him. Su Chen silently mourned for 2 minutes. Finally he said, "Fine, I'll go fishing with my friends." Wen Qiqi was curious. "You know how to fish?" Fang Ruolin laughed heartily. Xiao Chen used to go catch fish in the river with his rowdy friends when he was young. He always came back soaking wet. Guess what? The fish were so tiny, not even worth cooking. Wen Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. Su Chen was helpless. "Mom, I'll definitely catch big fish today. We'll have fish head soup tonight." Fang Ruolin rolled her eyes. "Enough, get out of here." Su Chen went downstairs and took the fishing rod from the trunk. It looked like an ordinary rod, just slightly better in material. After getting the rod, Su Chen headed to the meeting spot west of the town. Wang Zan and the others hadn't arrived yet. Su Chen thought for a moment, then took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Wen Qiqi via WeChat. Su Chen recalled that the last time he transferred money to her bank card there had been no movement, nor had she come to question him. This indicated that his silly wife had not yet discovered the money. Going out shopping always required money. After the transfer, Su Chen pocketed his phone and waited for Wang Zan and the others to arrive. Soon, Wang Zan arrived with 4 or 5 brothers. They drove 2 cars. Seeing Su Chen, Wang Zan leaned out of the window and said, "Chen, good, get in." Su Chen got in the car and saw several familiar faces: Zhang Yuan, Xie Yuntian, Lu Fei, and Chang Yi. They were all Su Chen's elementary school classmates. Apart from Wang Zan, they all attended universities in different cities. Unexpectedly, they had all returned for the National Day holiday. After warmly greeting Su Chen, their eyes fell on the fishing rod in his hand. "Su Chen, what brand is your fishing rod? I've never seen it before." They had been keen on fishing in recent years. Every weekend or holiday they would invite a few friends to go fishing together. Thus they were quite knowledgeable about fishing rods. The rod in Su Chen's hand, though appearing well made, was not of any brand they recognized. Su Chen hadn't expected the system-given rod to be so unique. He said, "I just bought it casually by the roadside." Casually? Xie Yuntian took it and examined it, then said, "Su Chen, fishing has its nuances. If you choose a poor rod, it greatly affects your performance. Then you won't catch any fish." Su Chen was surprised. Really? Was that a thing? Wang Zan was also baffled. "Su Chen, have you never fished before?" "No, I haven't." Su Chen shook his head. During his freshman year, aside from class, he spent his time sleeping and gaming in the dorm with Li Wenhao and the others. He had almost no outdoor activities. As Li Wenhao would say, spending that energy outdoors was better than playing a few more rounds of games. The dorm mates all agreed. Wang Zan and the others exchanged glances upon hearing Su Chen's words. Fishing had become their favorite outdoor activity, yet Su Chen had never tried it. Xie Yuntian said anxiously, "Then you probably don't know much about fishing, right?" Su Chen nodded again. Xie Yuntian thought for a moment and said, "So this is your first time. How about using my rod? I just spent a lot on a new one yesterday. I researched it for half a year. Use it, and you'll surely return with a big catch today. Don't thank me, we're brothers, it's only right." Xie Yuntian patted Su Chen on the shoulder. In Xie Yuntian's view, Su Chen was a first-timer. If he didn't catch anything, it would definitely dampen his spirits. They had felt the same way during their first time, especially seeing others haul in big fish. It was a bitter disappointment. They hadn't seen Su Chen in a long time, and as a brother, he couldn't bear to see Su Chen upset. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, "No need, I'll use mine." Wang Zan and the others were stunned. "Chen Gu, Xie Yuntian's rod is amazing. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "Exactly. I've asked him several times, and he won't even let me see it. Too bad a poor man like me can't afford such a good one. That rod costs tens of thousands. Yuntian, since Su Chen doesn't want it, can I use it?" Lu Fei leaned over and said to Xie Yuntian. Xie Yuntian slapped Lu Fei on the shoulder. "Don't think I don't know you made your own fishing rod, all right? Use your own. I was only lending it to Chen Gu because he doesn't have a good rod. This is his first time fishing." The others chimed in, "That's true." Chen Gu, think it over. Su Chen still shook his head. He was counting on completing the task to get his car back. Whether he caught fish or not was actually not important to him. Seeing Su Chen so stubborn, they didn't press further. "All right, Chen Gu, if we catch a lot tonight, you can take ours. Take as much as you want, or what's ours is yours." Su Chen felt warmth in his heart. "Okay." At the same time, Fang Ruolin and Wen Qiqi pushed the 4 babies out the door. On the way, Wen Qiqi heard her phone ring. She opened it and saw the money Su Chen had transferred along with his message, "Qiqi, spend freely. If it's not enough, I'll send more." Wen Qiqi smiled warmly. Along the way, the babies looked around, drawing envious glances from everyone. The Su family home was not far from the town shopping mall. Soon they arrived at the mall. While Fang Ruolin was looking at baby clothes, she became distracted. The eldest baby had pooped again. when Chi-Chi told Fong Rulan and took the babies to the entrance to clean up the eldest. As Fong Rulan browsed, she overheard people nearby discussing, "Did you see the quadruplets at the entrance? They're so adorable. I wish I had such cute little grandsons." Fong Rulan looked up and saw two familiar faces, Wang Xiuzhen and Zheng Huimin. They hadn't expected to run into Fong Rulan today. Wang Xiuzhen quickly walked over and said, "Rulan, you're here too. What are you looking at? This is a baby clothes section. Your Su Chen hasn't even graduated yet, has he? Isn't it a bit early to be looking at these?" They were both from Fong Rulan's village and also lived in the town. They had been busy the past few days and didn't know the quadruplets belonged to Su Chen's family. In Wang Xiuzhen's impression, Su Chen was still in college. Fong Rulan shook her head, "My little Chen." Before she could finish, Wang Xiuzhen continued, "Well, little Chen is not young anymore. How about I introduce a girl to him? I'll look around these days and find a good match for you. You must bring little Chen to meet her. Let me tell you, kids these days don't really like blind dates. You need to talk some sense into him. Otherwise, when will you ever get to hold a grandchild?" Fong Rulan shook her head about to speak. Wang Xiuzhen patted Fong Rulan's hand. "Ah, it's settled. I have things to do, so I'll go now. Tomorrow I'll bring the girl to your house." With that, Wang Xiuzhen turned and left. As she passed Wen Chi-Chi at the supermarket entrance, she couldn't help pinching the baby's cheeks filled with envy. Fong Rulan shook her head helplessly. Zheng Huimin worked at the mall and was also helpless. "Rulan, don't mind her. Xiuzhen is just like that, warm-hearted." "I won't." In the past, Fong Rulan would have eagerly arranged blind dates for Su Chen. But now things were different. She not only had a daughter-in-law, but also 4 little grandchildren. "Our little Chen is truly remarkable," Fong Rulan said with a proud sigh. Zheng Huimin asked curiously, "Is that so?" "Yes, you don't know, but our little Chen not only has." Fong Rulan opened the floodgates intending to boast about Su Chen. In front of Su Chen, she couldn't show too much, afraid he might become proud. But in front of others, Su Chen was her pride. However, before she could finish speaking, she heard Zheng Huimin say, "Hey, someone's at my shop. Wow, isn't that quadruplets? Wait, I'll go attend to them." Fong Rulan turned her head upon hearing this. Then she saw Wen Chi-Chi. After tidying up Debao, Wen Chi-Chi had originally planned to return to the mall to find Fong Rulan. As she walked, she suddenly noticed a shop not far ahead. Inside there were clothes for middle-aged and elderly people, but they looked quite good. Especially one Chinese-style cheongsam. Ink wash color with floral accents, elegant and noble. When Chi-Chi thought if Su Chen's mother wore this, she would surely look beautiful, right? Unconsciously, she pushed the babies into the shop. There were many clothes inside, but when Chi-Chi went straight for the cheongsam, the shop was empty, so after a moment's thought, she took it down and held it against herself. Her 4 babies looked on with confusion. "What is mommy doing?" After comparing, when Chi-Chi smiled and asked, "Babies, does it look good?" As she smiled, Sambao was the first to clap. "Good looking. Mommy is so pretty. Mommy looks good in everything." The other babies also wriggled along, their faces blooming with laughter. When Zheng Huimin entered, she saw this scene. She was instantly moved to tears of envy. "Young lady, your babies are so adorable. They're so supportive." "Yes." When Chi-Chi also laughed. Then she handed the cheongsam to Zheng Huimin. "Boss, how much is this?" Zheng Huimin looked at the garment and praised happily. "You have great taste, miss. This is the best piece in our shop. It's just that." She looked at Wen Chi-Chi with some hesitation. Zheng Huimin remembered that when she entered, she had seen Wen Chi-Chi holding the dress against herself. After a moment's thought, she said, "Young lady, the clothes in my shop are all designed for people over 40. It certainly suits you well, but something feels a bit off." Zheng Huimin noticed that even after she spoke, Wen Chi-Chi still held the dress without letting go. She kindly reminded again, "It's not that I don't want to sell to you, but I think with your figure, buying fashionable clothes next door would look even better." When Chi-Chi laughed again upon hearing Zheng Huimin's words, "No, I'm buying it for my. How should she refer to Su Chen's mother? Forget it. She would just be bold. Otherwise it would be hard to explain. I'm buying it for my future mother-in-law." Zheng Huimin was taken aback. She immediately broke into a smile. "Oh, I see. No wonder someone your age would come to my shop. So it's for your future mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law is so lucky." In all her years of running the shop, Zheng Huimin had rarely seen daughters-in-law come to buy clothes for their mothers-in-law. Usually the mothers-in-law came themselves. But by that age they were often reluctant to spend money. So expensive clothes rarely sold. When Chi-Chi nodded, "How much is it?" Zheng Huimin said, "The original price is 1,000. How about I give you a 20% discount, 800. Zheng Huimin saw when Chi-Chi hesitate slightly and wondered to herself, could the price still be too high? Oh, finally meeting a girl willing to buy for her mother-in-law, and yet she's reluctant to spend. But her babies are really adorable. For the sake of such cute babies, Zheng Huimin made up her mind to lower the price a bit more. But before she could speak, she heard when Chi-Chi say, "I'm not sure if it will fit her. How about this, boss? Wait for me, and I'll go call her to try it on. If it fits, I'll buy it right away. Oh, by the way, boss, my future mother-in-law will definitely try to pay. Don't accept her money. I'll pay you now. If it doesn't fit later, you can refund me." Zheng Huimin was stunned. So this girl was worried it might not fit her mother-in-law, and she wanted to pay in advance. How could there be such a wonderful daughter-in-law? Who could be so fortunate? Zheng Huimin nodded. "All right, go get her to try it on. No need to pay first. Don't worry, I won't accept her money." "That works too." When Chi-Chi nodded and was about to turn around to call someone, Just then Zheng Huimin saw Fang Rulin at the shop entrance. She called out happily, "Rulin, you're here. Come, let me show you. This young lady wants to buy a dress for her future mother-in-law. How enviable. And her babies are so cute. Oh, tell your Su-chun to find someone soon." Before she finished speaking, she saw the babies in the strollers waving happily at them. Zheng Huimin was a little puzzled. What's wrong with the babies? Rulin, they seem to really like you. Fang Rulin nodded, yes they do. Then she bent down and picked up Debeo. Debeo hugged Fang Rulin and gave her a kiss. Zheng Huimin's eyes widened. Oh this. She wanted a kiss too. But when she tried to hold the babies, she felt a clear sense of distance. Although the babies didn't cry, they weren't this happy either. Jealous. Envious. Zheng Huimin was about to say something, when suddenly her eyes widened again. Rulin, doesn't this baby look a bit like you? Fang Rulin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Of course he does. Because he's my eldest grandson. Isn't that right, Chi-Chi? When Chi-Chi, still holding the dress, was nearly laughing herself silly, she took Debeo and said, Annie, I was just about to call you. This dress, I think it would suit you perfectly. Would you like to try it? This time Zheng Huimin went crazy. You, Rulin, you. Young lady, you. She stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. More precisely, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. Just moments ago, Wang Xiuzhen and the others were still thinking about finding a girl to introduce to Su-chun. Now it turned out that Fang Rulin only had one son, Su-chun. If the babies were Fang Rulin's grandchildren, there was only one possibility. These were Su-chen's children. And this young lady was Su-chen's wife. What was even more enviable was that such a beautiful daughter-in-law was actually buying clothes for her mother-in-law. Shouldn't it be the mother-in-law buying clothes for the daughter-in-law? Zheng Huimin was so jealous she could cry. Fang Rulin smiled and said, all right, stop your yiu. Huimin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Chi-Chi. After finishing her introduction, Fang Rulin noticed the astonished look in Zheng Huimin's eyes. She smiled and continued, these four are my little grandsons, and in Xiao Xiao Kong Kong and Lulu. So you see there is no need to arrange matchmaking for my little Chun. My little Chun does not need it. Otherwise my daughter-in-law would be upset. Zheng Huimin had not yet recovered from her surprise. Fang Rulin smiled and shook her head, then turned to Wen Chi-Chi and said, Chi-Chi, I have clothes already. There is no need for you to buy me anything. In fact, I would like to buy clothes for you and the babies instead. As she spoke, she was about to put the clothes down. Her son and daughter-in-law were raising 4 babies. Life must not have been easy for them. How could she let her daughter-in-law buy her clothes? Although this piece of clothing was truly beautiful, she simply could not accept it. When Chi-Chi seemed to have anticipated this all along, she handed the clothes over again and said, Auntie Su-chun asked me to buy this for you. If I fail to complete this task, Su-chun will be angry. How dare he? Fang Rulin's face instantly hardened, though inside, she was overjoyed. Her son was actually buying her clothes. Her son had truly grown up. When Chi-Chi continued, Auntie Su-chun said that life has not been easy for you and uncle at home. All those years of supporting his education, the worry and toil you endured. Now that he has grown up and become a father himself, he understands the hardships you went through for so many years. He wishes to show his filial piety. If you refuse, Su-chun will surely be heartbroken. When Chi-Chi appealed to both emotion and reason, Fang Rulin, still half convinced, asked, really? Did he truly say that? When Chi-Chi nodded vigorously, yes. All right, then I will go try it on. Fang Rulin took the clothes and gently nudged the still dazed Zheng Huimin. Huimin, where is the fitting room? Zheng Huimin finally snapped out of it. Oh, over there. Go ahead and try it on. Once Fang Rulin entered the fitting room, Zheng Huimin's gaze filled with envy once more. Young lady, you are truly thoughtful and kind-hearted. I wish I had such a wonderful daughter-in-law as well. When Chi-Chi laughed softly, you will. Zheng Huimin naturally reached over and picked up the eldest baby who had already grown fond of her. Rulin is truly blessed. That dress will look magnificent on Rulin. Let me give you a discount then. I'll charge you the wholesale price, 500. All right. When Chi-Chi nodded, I'll transfer the money to you now, Auntie Zheng. Zheng Huimin nodded. Though she would have preferred not to accept the money from Wen Chi-Chi, she could not disregard the young woman's sincere gesture. After the transfer was completed, Fang Rulin had already changed and walked out. The moment she saw her, Zheng Huimin shed envious tears once again. Fang Rulin was approaching 50 yet. Because she looked so youthful and maintained a splendid figure, when she donned the qipao, her entire aura transformed. She did not appear a day near 50. Her hair was elegantly piled high. She looked absolutely stunning. When Chi-Chi could not stop praising. Beautiful, simply beautiful. The babies clapped their hands joyfully. Meanwhile, pedestrians passing by the shop were drawn inside by the commotion. Seeing Wen Chi-Chi, the babies, and Fang Rulin, they grew quite curious. Boss, do you still have this dress in stock? I want to try it on too. I'd like to buy one as well. Get me one. Fang Rulin's shop had never been this lively since its opening. She beamed with delight. I apologize everyone, but this dress is the only one available. However, we have many other beautiful styles in our shop. You are all welcome to try them on. All right, then go find us some options. Oh, this dress is absolutely gorgeous. It really brings out one's elegance. With that, the crowd eagerly joined in trying on clothes. Zheng Huimin felt thoroughly pleased with herself. She had finally caught a break. This way she could sell more clothes today. Fang Rulin was equally delighted to see the business booming. After changing back into her own clothes, she walked over to Zheng Huimin and whispered, Huimin, how much was it? Let me pay you. Don't let my daughter-in-law cover the cost. Zheng Huimin grinned from ear to ear. You two are something else. What's wrong? Chi-Chi already paid you just now. Put on your things and leave. No need to show off at my shop. Zheng Huimin sighed helplessly. Stay any longer, and I'll snatch all your grandsons away from you. She had harbored this thought for quite some time now. If kidnapping children were not illegal, she would have acted without hesitation. Fang Ruolin glanced at Wen Chi-Chi, then smiled brightly. Alright, I'll be going then. Do come visit my home and play with the babies soon. Fang Ruolin was incredibly happy today. Truly ecstatic. She pushed her grandsons around the mall, circling and circling again. This was simply the pinnacle of her life. At that moment, Su Chun and the others had already arrived at a deep pool. River stretches near mountains are generally not particularly large. This particular deep pool, however, appeared extraordinarily profound due to its lower elevation. On the mountainside by the pool, dense trees formed a lush canopy reflecting upon the water and turning it an ink-green hue. Gazing across, one could not see the bottom. After the car came to a halt, Wang Zan and the others jumped out with excitement. Look, this is the spot. They say you can catch some rare large fish here. That would be wonderful. Wouldn't we get a special treat for dinner tonight? That depends on your fortune. If luck is against you, you might not even catch a small fish. Wang Zan chuckled and teased a few words. Xie Yuntian looked thoroughly disdainful. How could that be? With my skill, I will definitely succeed. You noobs just wait and see. With that, he was the first to claim a spot. Wang Zanchang, Yi Zhang Yuan, and Lu Fei all found their own positions nearby. Su Chen stood still, lost in thought. He knew absolutely nothing about fishing. He had heard that choosing the right spot required expertise. If he truly caught nothing, would he not be utterly humiliated? Just then, he heard Wang Zan and the others shouting. What are you doing? Su Chen, go fishing. Hurry up and find a spot. Su Chen sighed. Sigh. Fine. Let fate decide. He casually chose a spot and sat down. But after securing all his fishing rods, Su Chen was dumbfounded. He seemed to have forgotten something crucial. Xie Yuntian, noticing his inaction, called out anxiously, Chen Gu, what's wrong? Su Chen spread his hands. I have no bait. Xie Yuntian, the other three. Several people hurried over. After confirming, Wang Zan was stunned. There really isn't any. Right? You called me this morning, and I didn't have time to prepare. In truth, he had simply not thought to prepare bait at all. Wang Zan could only sigh helplessly. Brother Chen, use mine. I brought extra. Yes, use mine. Mine is better, Zhang Yuan offered. Xie Yuntian voiced his deepest concern. Brother Chen, are you really not considering using my fishing rod? I brought two. I can lend you one. In truth, Xie Yuntian was deeply worried. A man who forgot his bait was hardly likely to catch anything at all. That would be truly discouraging. Su Chen shook his head again. Just lend me some bait. All right. Xie Yuntian handed him a bag of bait as he spoke. The group returned to their respective spots. Yet they could not help but cast glances towards Su Chen from time to time. Whispers circulated among them. If Su Chen truly caught nothing, they would find a way to ensure he at least appeared to succeed. Su Chen attached the bait to his rod and began fishing. Wang Zan and the others still watched him with concern. Xie Yuntian had even hurried over, intent on teaching him by demonstration. Brother Su, your technique is wrong. You must be slow and careful. Otherwise the fish will flee in fright. Before he could finish, suddenly Su Chen's rod twitched. What the? Xie Yuntian cursed, utterly astounded. No way. Wang Zan, Zhang Yuan, Chang Yi, and Lu Fei quickly gathered around. What's going on? Then frozen in shock, they stared. The rod moved. Indeed. Xie Yuntian looked bewildered. By Su Chen's clumsy movements just now, the fish should have scattered long ago. How on earth had this happened? Could there truly be a fish on the line? Then stop gaping and haul it up. Perhaps it's some foolish little fish desperate with hunger that took the bait. Wang Zan spoke while approaching Su Chen's fishing rod. None of them had caught anything yet, and curiosity drew them close. But the moment Wang Zan touched the rod, shock struck once more. What the? The crowd exclaimed. What is it this time? This rod is rather heavy. Could it be a large fish? Xie Yuntian offered his conclusion. It might be something else tangled on the line. Let's pull it up first and see. The others found Xie Yuntian's reasoning reasonable. Su Chen himself was now quite curious. Was the system-provided rod truly that remarkable? Before he could ponder further, Wang Zan had already lifted the rod. And then, everyone froze. Holy cow! Am I going blind? Is this the fish Su Chen caught? That fish must weigh at least 30 jin. Even Su Chen was stunned. Having grown up in Ningxi town, he had never seen such a massive fish in the river. Truly, the system-provided rod made all the difference. It seemed capable of catching anything. Not bad, Su Chen remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuntian and the others nearly leaped into the air. What do you mean not bad, Oi? This is nothing short of magnificent. Wang Zan agreed enthusiastically. Indeed, Brother Su, I've fished in Ningxi town for years, yet rarely have I caught a fish this large. Your luck is extraordinary. Zhang Yuan chimed in. Exactly, Brother Su. This is almost enviable. Chang Yi held them back. Enough. Let's get fishing ourselves. The fact that Brother Su caught one means this deep pool truly holds large fish. The opportunity is here. Let's compete. By 5 o'clock this afternoon, we'll see who catches the most. Agreed, let's go. The group quickly returned to their spots, assumed their positions, and waited in silence. However, half an hour passed, and their rods remained utterly still. Wang Zan frowned. What's going on? No sooner had he spoken than Su Chen murmured softly, it's coming. What? The fish? Su Chen said, while reeling in his rod. Just then Wang Zan turned his head. Upon seeing the fish on Su Chen's hook, his mouth fell open once more in astonishment. What the? At that very moment Xie Yuntian's rod also stirred. He was about to lift it when Wang Zan's shout startled him back. Xie Yuntian. Wang Zan, are you mad? My fish. The next instant his own mouth gaped wide. Holy cow. Chang Yizhan Yuan and Lu Fei stared blankly. What are you two so excited about? Before the words left their lips, they too were shocked. Su Chen had hauled up a fish even larger than the previous one. It appeared to weigh over 40 jin, thrashing desperately, trying to return to the water. Su Chen struggled to hold it alone. He called out to Xie Yuntian, who was nearest, Brother Tian, come help. Still caught between shock and irritation, Xie Yuntian finally snapped back to reality. He rushed to Su Chen's side, and together they lifted the fish. Staring at the catch beside Su Chen, Xie Yuntian's expression was a mixture of amazement and disbelief. Brother Su, are you cheating? Su Chen thought silently. If the system counted as a cheat, then yes, it indeed did. But he certainly could not reveal such a thing to Xie Yuntian. He waved his hand lightly. Perhaps I'm just lucky. Fair enough considering you lack experience, Xie Yuntian replied, finding Su Chen's explanation entirely convincing. Today they had caught nothing. It must simply be bad luck. Yes, that was it. With this thought, Xie Yuntian turned back to his fishing. I will catch a massive fish myself. Wang Zan, Zhang Yuan, and Chang Yi also steeled their determination. They sat back down with heightened tension. After a long while, Wang Zan's rod finally trembled. Wang Zan jumped up in excitement. As an experienced angler and having just witnessed Su Chen's impressive catch, he was convinced his own haul would be no less remarkable. He cried out joyfully, ha ha ha, my rod is moving. Finally, Brother Su, come help. It might be a big one. Hearing this, the others looked at Wang Zan with envy. Their own rods had not budged. Su Chen walked over and lent his strength to Wang Zan. The rod rose quickly, and then, shock struck once more. Xie Yuntian could not help but burst into laughter. Hanging from Wang Zan's hook was a fish no larger than a palm, weighing less than a jin. Wang Zan was crestfallen. How could this happen? Zhang Yuan teased. Where's the big fish, Wang Zan? Chang Yi added. You wasted Brother Su's help for this. Xie Yuntian sighed. Alas, such a pitiful little fish. Wang Zan. He was furious. Just you wait. Su Chen patted Wang Zan's shoulder. Keep at it. Soon the group resumed fishing. After a while, Wang Zan's hook stirred again. This time he did not call for Su Chen. He hoisted the line himself. Alas, yet another palm-sized little fish. Simultaneously, Su Chen's hook moved. Wang Zan glanced over. Good heavens, another large fish. Envy threatened to bring him to tears. At that moment, Xie Yuntian's rod also twitched. He tested the weight and declared, a big one has come to me. His rod had cost tens of thousands to purchase. Everyone turned their gaze toward him in anticipation. Yet when Xie Yuntian pulled, the rod remained immovable. Xie Yuntian couldn't believe it, so he gave it another tug. Still nothing moved. Wang Zan was speechless. Do you need me to help you? Xie Yuntian quickly waved his hand. No, I can do it myself. Isn't it just a big fish? Just wait and see. Brother Chen, this fish might be even bigger than yours. Su Chen turned around, his face full of anticipation. Judging by how hard Xie Yuntian was pulling, it was bound to be substantial. Everyone waited for Xie Yuntian to reel in the fish. He tried several times, but it wouldn't budge. His heart pounded with excitement. This fishing rod was worth every penny. Xie Yuntian changed his stance, found the best angle, and exerted all his strength. The motion was fluid and seamless. Finally, the rod moved. Xie Yuntian could hardly contain his eagerness. He was already imagining the look on their faces when they saw the huge fish. But when the hook came up, Xie Yuntian went berserk. Everyone burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, seaweed. No wonder it wouldn't move. This clump of vigorous aquatic plants rooted at the bottom simply refused to come up. Tiangu, you've gone too far. You're cheating the fish. Xie Yuntian was equally dumbfounded. How did this happen? Just then Su Chen landed yet another massive fish weighing dozens of jin. Everyone, they finally realized something was off. In that short time, aside from Su Chen, only Wang Zan had caught a few small fish. The others had caught nothing. They all gathered around Su Chen to investigate. Strange, what's going on? Is it the bait? Xie Yuntian, impossible. I gave Su Chen that bait, and it's exactly the same as mine. Wang Zan, then it's weird. What's the matter? Could it be the spot? As he said this, Wang Zan immediately suggested, Brother Chen, let's swap places. Sure. Su Chen agreed readily. After switching positions, Wang Zan began to pray, please let me catch a fish, please let me catch a fish. 5 minutes later, Su Chen, here it comes. Everyone looked, another big fish. Wang Zan, he didn't want to talk anymore. The other two didn't want to speak either. This. Could it be the fishing rod? No, let me try. Brother Chen, use mine. Xie Yuntian tossed his tens of thousands yuan rod to Su Chen, determined to try his luck at Su Chen's spot. Another 5 minutes passed. Su Chen, it's on the hook. Xie Yuntian. Still no movement on his end. Where was the promised big fish? Xie Yuntian's hair was practically turning white from anxiety. He tried Su Chen's rod. It felt no different. Brother Chen, are you seriously cheating? The group perplexed came over to Su Chun and examined him from head to toe, but found nothing unusual. Wang Zan sighed. Alas, looks like Brother Chun is the only winner today. We're just here to be his backup. How tragic. How tragic. Brother Chun is the real fishing master, huh? We're just a bunch of noobs. Dejected, they silently watched Su Chun. Seeing their expressions, Su Chun couldn't help but laugh. All right, take as many of these fish as you want. Help yourselves. Wang Zan nearly jumped up, really. He had specially asked his girlfriend for permission to go out this morning, promising to bring back a few big fish as a gift. Now he was even considering buying 2 to make up the numbers. But store-bought fish wouldn't have the right taste. She'd definitely notice. What if his girlfriend got angry? Wang Zan had been agonizing over this all afternoon. Su Chen's words gave him hope. He was overjoyed. Su Chen nodded. Take them. My family can't finish all of these anyway. If they sit around, they won't be fresh and won't taste good. That reason was perfect. It also eased the awkwardness for the others. They quickly gathered around Su Chun and began dividing the fish. In the end, Su Chun kept 2 big ones. When it was time to head home, Su Chun stared blankly at the 2 big fish. He hadn't driven here. How was he supposed to take them back? Wang Zan immediately came over. Brother Chen, I'll drive you. Together, they loaded the fish into the car. On the way, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: an Audi sedan. The keys have been placed in your pocket. The address will be sent to your phone. Please collect it yourself. As soon as the system's voice faded, Su Chen heard his phone ring. He reached into his pocket. Sure enough, he felt a car key. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Wang Zan driving was curious. Brother Chen, what's up? Nothing, just really happy today. Oh right, Brother Chen, you must come to my wedding. I'm telling you, the bridesmaids are gorgeous. If you come, I'll introduce you. When Chi-Chi and Fong Rulin had been shopping all morning, they bought clothes not only for Fong Rulin, but also for Su Jiangwo. Then they went home. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Fong Rulin and Su Jiangwo, dressed in their new outfits, were playing with the babies in the living room. They were so happy. Wu Jianzhong had guests at home, so he went back first. Old Li, carrying Long Long, was reluctant to leave, but had to because Long Long was still young. He said he would come back in the evening. Li and Li Dong stayed. Right now, Li looked at the clothes on Su Jiangwo and felt envious again. Someone else's son and daughter-in-law bought them clothes. Why did he have nothing? How could he be so pathetic? While thinking, Li rolled his eyes at Li Dong. Knowing he was being looked down upon, Li Dong quickly said, Dad, I actually planned to buy you clothes too. When he left Ningzhou, he really had thought about it. And then, oi. Li asked discontentedly, where are the clothes? Li Dong, I got too busy. Li humph. Li Dong had to say cautiously, Dad, I'll try to find you a daughter-in-law as soon as possible. Li, that's more like it. After all, he was his own son. What else could he do? It had been a while since they saw Su Chun. Li asked curiously, where's Su Chun? When Chi-Chi said he went fishing. Before Li could respond, Li Dong exclaimed in shock, fishing? Does Xiao Chen know how to fish? Speaking of fishing, he was an expert. But he had never seen Su Chun fish. Someone who knew how to fish wouldn't go so long without doing it. When Chi-Chi was also conflicted. After all, she had never seen Su Chun fish. But if it was Su Chun, she was still willing to believe. Probably. He said he'd make us fish soup tonight. Li Dong laughed. I think he doesn't. Don't get your hopes up for fish soup. If you want some, I'll catch some for you tomorrow. I'm the best fisherman in Ningzhou. None of my buddies can beat me. The more Li Dong spoke, the more excited he got. Finally, he felt he could turn the tables. When Su Chun came back, he would definitely mock him, letting his dad know he wasn't useless at everything. Li, so this is why you don't have a girlfriend. Li Dong. Why did his dad always have to hit him where it hurt? When Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh, it's fine, we don't have to drink it. Soon footsteps sounded outside the door. Su Chun stepped inside. Wang Zan saw him to the door and said he had to hurry back to accompany his girlfriend, leaving Su Chun to find someone to help carry the fish back. Thus Su Chun had no choice but to come in and ask for help. He held a fishing rod, his clothes immaculate. Seeing this, Li Dong immediately burst into laughter. See, I told you Su Chun couldn't fish. Su Chun, what's wrong with Brother Dong? Why does he look so pleased? Where did he get the idea that I can't fish? Su Chun was about to speak when Li Dong swiftly approached him and threw an arm around his shoulders. It's all right, Xiao Chun. It doesn't matter if you didn't catch any fish. When we get to Ningzhou, your big brother here will teach you. I guarantee you'll catch a big one. Then we won't just have fish soup, you can cook the fish any way you like. Li Dong spoke with great animation. Su Chun listened with a baffled expression. What was Brother Dong talking about? And why did he bring up fish soup? Especially when after speaking, he deliberately glanced at Li as if waiting for praise. Was he showing off? Su Chun found it both amusing and exasperating. Li Dong was bursting with pride at this moment. Praise him? Why wasn't anyone praising him? He had finally found a skill where he surpassed Su Chun. Didn't that deserve recognition? Fong Rulin and Su Jiangwo also walked over smiling. Su Chun thought his parents were about to scold him and was about to explain, but heard Fong Rulin say, it's all right, Xiao Chun. It doesn't matter if you didn't catch any fish. Su Jiangwo added, right, I don't feel like having fish soup anyway. How about this tonight? Dad will make you something delicious. Li Dong. What kind of opening was this? How come they weren't criticizing Su Chun? Su Chun was equally bewildered. What was going on? Why did it feel like his parents had changed? They were actually comforting him. Had the sun risen from the west? Su Chun puzzled over it for a while before finally realizing something was amiss. Fong Ruolin seemed to be wearing new clothes, and so was Su Jiangwo. Su Chen silently glanced at Wen-Chi. She was still smiling very gently. Su Chen roughly guessed the situation. Chi must have bought clothes for his parents in his name. What a wonderful wife. He couldn't help touching his nose. Mom, you look beautiful today. Of course. Look who picked out these clothes. How could I not look beautiful? Alright, since there's no fish, go buy some groceries with your dad. It's almost 6, we need to start cooking. It's fine if you go hungry, but we can't let our Chi go hungry. Su Chen, could she change her tune any faster? He smiled. There is fish. Why wouldn't there be? The moment Su Chen finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What? Li Dong curiously looked Su Chen up and down. Where's the fish? Xiao Chen, you didn't go buy fish just to have fish soup, did you? No need, no need. Uncle and Auntie already said it's fine without fish soup. Su Chen, I caught them myself. Li Dong still couldn't believe it. How could Su Chen actually catch fish? That made no sense. Su Chen didn't give Li Dong a chance to react. He grabbed Li Dong and pulled him outside. Come on, help me carry them back. Huh. Together. It's just a few fish, no big deal. Yeah, they're too big. What? Li Dong was shocked again. How? How big? Just a few dozen pounds. Su Chen said slowly. Li Dong's eyes went wide. Impossible. A few dozen pounds. Are you crazy? This is Ningxi town. How could there be fish that big? I've never seen one in my life. Su Chen said. Neither had I, but they really exist. I don't believe it. Let's go out and see. Li Dong was deeply skeptical of Su Chen's words. Su Jiangwo and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Su Chen opened the courtyard gate. When they saw the enormous fish outside, Li Dong's mouth dropped open. Is this fake? Am I hallucinating? Oh my god, Su Chen, where did you buy this fish? Su Chen laughed. Brother Dong, you know our town doesn't sell fish this big. You can't buy them even if you wanted to. Saying this, he handed one of the fish to Li Dong. They're too big to carry alone. Come on, help me. Li Dong took the fish in a daze, walked into the house in a daze, and looked at the dazed crowd in a daze. He was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one stunned. Li, Su Jiangwo, Fong Ruolin, and Wen-Chi were all astonished. Is this really the fish you caught? That's incredible. Even Fong Ruolin and Su Jiangwo began to praise Su Chen. This is the biggest fish I've seen in my whole life. Xiao Chen, how did you catch it? This could last us several days. Su Chen nodded. Ye Wangzan and the others took me to the deep pool in the mountains. The fish there are pretty big. I got lucky and caught a few. Deep pool? No wonder. Su Jiangwo exclaimed repeatedly. That deep pool was the most mysterious place in all of Ningxi town. The water was very deep, so it was possible for big fish to exist. But still, this size was astonishing. After carrying the fish inside, Li finally came to his senses. Xiao Chen, you're really amazing. Li, that's only because you're so lousy. Then he turned around and grinned at Su Chen. Xiao Chen, would you like to switch fathers? Su Chen couldn't help laughing. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo immediately started cursing. Dream on, brotherly. Xiao Chen is my son. Don't even think about it. You've got a good scheme. Make Su Chen your son and you get a daughter-in-law and grandchildren thrown in. You'll have to ask me his real father if I agree. If you have any more ideas like that, I won't let you hold my little grandkids. Li Dong stood to the side, utterly bewildered, feeling that he couldn't be more miserable. This holiday was really too harsh on him. Li Dong felt like crying. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder with a smile. All right, brother Dong, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend someday. That's more like it. Li Dong felt a bit better. In the evening, Su Chen and Su Jiangwo cleaned the fish together. They cut off enough for dinner and froze the rest. Su Chen made braised fish fillets and fish head soup along with several other dishes and steamed 2 large pots of rice. Just as they were about to start dinner, the Su family's door was pushed open. Old Li Tu muttered as he walked. What's that smell? So fragrant. Who's cooking fish? Old Li Tu had taken Long home and given a few instructions before heading over to the Su family. Before he even arrived, he caught the aroma. He muttered all the way. When he entered and saw the Su family's dining table, he was utterly stunned. Fish. Braised fish. He hurried over as he spoke. On the table sat 4 large plates of fish. Su Chen had made extra worried there wouldn't be enough. The fish pieces were golden and tender, looking extremely appetizing. He took a whiff. The fragrance was delightful. Yes, this is the smell. Old Su, did you make this fish?